All video content on the Cultivation Audiobooks channel is summarized in the description. Please read carefully to choose a novel that suits you. Don't forget to like, follow, and share the channel. Thank you. Chapter 409. Isn't it just roast chicken? Oh, how delicious. For example, a young girl was wearing a pair of very long jeans, which only covered half her legs. The rest was exposed through too many horizontal gaps. Luke remembered that he had had something similar in his previous life, and his mother had sewed over the holes the very next day with cute Mickey patches. He could only say that his mother was very caring and might have been worried that he would catch a cold. Luke and Selena wandered around the party. They didn't need to greet anyone, because they barely knew anyone. Selena found Karen and took the food containers to the food table. Placing her beggar's chicken on the long table for other people to enjoy, Selena looked at the other dishes on the table. The first thing she saw was the dish at the center of the table. A tiny label below it said, "Yellow fish fried with lemon peel and ginger." What was that? Selena stared blankly. She was a foodie, and Luke had made her all sorts of food, but he hardly ever cooked fish. Also, Luke usually cooked Chinese-style dishes, and Selena had never heard of this yellow fish fried with lemon peel and ginger before. But the presentation alone was enough to make her mouth water. CWD, this fish was clearly the gem of the table. Nobody had touched it yet, because it looked too beautiful. Noticing Selena's gaze, Karen explained, "That's our new neighbor Natalie's work." Isn't it beautiful? Was this Natalie really a food blogger? Selena immediately rejected the idea. After all, Luke had told everybody else that Selena was the one who had made the chicken and the cakes, but had she? Not at all. Karen didn't notice Selena's expression. She was quite curious about the chicken. "What is this? Roast chicken?" Selena smiled. "Sort of, but it's in a Chinese style, and tastes different." Karen was shocked. You can make Chinese food. Most Chinese dishes were complicated to make, so few people would cook them. Karen looked at the German sausages on the grill not far away, and felt that the food she had prepared was a little primitive. In fact, there were few dishes on the table that could dwarf Natalie's yellow fish fried with lemon peel and ginger, let alone the sausages and barbecue meat supplied by Jeff and Karen. Second had to be this beggar's chicken, which was extraordinary. For the fun of it, Luke had even gone to Chinatown to get lotus leaves and twine them together into a rough string. While this beggar's chicken couldn't compare with the authentic dish in China, its presentation was very impressive. It was like how some chocolates were wrapped in gold foil to make them look fancy, although the gold foil wasn't edible. The string of lotus leaves was different. Once the beggar's chicken was unwrapped, its alluring fragrance would burst out. Smelling the fragrance, Karen felt hungry. She had been too busy entertaining guests to eat anything yet. As a plump middle-aged housewife, she had her own food preferences. Selena didn't consider it a big deal. The first time she had eaten beggar's chicken, her behavior had been even more exaggerated. She quickly cut off 2 chicken legs with a kitchen knife and nimbly dug out the bones. Putting them on a plate, she said to Karen in a low voice, "It's best to eat the chicken when it's hot and nobody's around, or the only thing you'll be able to eat later is its butt." Karen accepted the plate in a daze, and saw Selena help herself. She swallowed and quickly picked up a piece of meat with a fork. When she put it into her mouth, she found it soft and smooth, and there was the faint taste of wine. It wasn't as hard to chew as regular chicken. She liked the sweet flavor of the meat as well. Of course, Luke had deliberately modified the recipe and added the sweet element, since most Americans liked food that was sweet and sour. While they were eating, a woman suddenly said behind them, "Hi, neighbors." Selena promptly rolled her eyes when she heard the voice. Quickly stuffing the chicken into her mouth, she said, "Ah, Karen, I need to take this call." Then, she directly walked off, as if she hadn't heard the greeting at all. Karen's mouth was still half full of chicken. She looked at Selena, then turned around with an awkward smile. "Ah, Meg, you're here." Gnashing her teeth, Meg stared at Selena and muttered, "This youngster is so rude. She only knows how to come and eat for free." Karen hiccuped, "Meg, we happen to be trying Selena's food." She stressed the latter half of her sentence slightly as a reminder. Stunned, Meg looked at the beggar's chicken that was missing its legs. "Isn't this just roast chicken?" You can tell she was just following a recipe, it's nothing special. Swallowing the smooth and sweet meat, Karen couldn't help but argue, it's actually Chinese-style roast chicken made in a special way. Meg choked, but maintained her disdain. "It must taste awful." Karen already couldn't be bothered to say anything else, but wouldn't nod obediently and agree with her nonsense. Well, at least she tried. Saying that, she couldn't help but look at a vegetable salad on one corner of the table. That was precisely the specialty dish which Meg had prepared. However, all the salad ingredients, as well as the glass salad bowl, were from Karen's place. Meg's generosity was truly touching. Nobody could argue with her when she claimed that she couldn't bring anything now that her house had been sold. While talking to Meg, Karen quickly cut off a chicken wing and put it on her plate. Meg had been planning to make snide remarks on Selina's clothes, but seeing that Selina was dressed in an ordinary style today, she could only shut up. When she saw Karen eating the chicken wing, she got even angrier. She grabbed a plate for herself and also cut off a chicken wing. Let's see how bad this roast chicken is. Despite that, she was a little suspicious. This roast chicken smelled great. After a bite of the chicken wing, Meg couldn't help but sigh. Oh, how delicious. Karen. Chapter 410 Darts and Forks. Meg chewed quickly, and when she saw Karen's complicated expression, she got a little embarrassed. I think this chicken is so-so and only just edible. Can you stop stuffing your face before you say that? Karen couldn't help mocking inwardly when she looked at Meg's greasy lips. Feeling humiliated, Meg hurriedly changed the subject. Actually, this fish looks much better than the roast chicken. Karen was lost for words. Natalie made that. The chicken in Meg's mouth instantly wasn't as tasty anymore. She looked at Natalie, who was talking to a group of housewives. Natalie had changed clothes again. When she had first arrived in the neighborhood, she had been wearing a simple white dress. When she visited Jeff's place, she had changed into a white suit and knee-length skirt. Now, Natalie was wearing a simple but elegant white backless dress that exposed the beautiful curves of her back. Wow, come on, I mean, who would wear something like that to a barbecue? Meg said righteously, I mean, there are kids here. Karen couldn't help interjecting, Meg, that's just a summer dress. Although it's a little short, it's very fashionable and attractive. She couldn't help becoming envious too. Not only was the dress beautiful, it also highlighted all the wearer's assets. What if it was someone else wearing the same dress, like Meg? Karen glanced at the woman next to her, who was wearing a red, blue and white checkered dress that looked old and tasteless. No wonder Meg was so jealous and going around saying sour things behind Natalie's back. Meg kept disparaging Natalie. That's right, it's too slutty. At that moment, her expression changed. Damn it, what's Danny doing? I'm going to check his phone later. If he dares sneak photos of her butt while pretending to send emails, I'll never give him a BL*W job again. Karen was speechless. Can you not bring up your personal issues in front of me? You don't even have respect for your own privacy now. On the other side, Selina picked up 2 German sausages when she passed by the grill and placed them on her plate. Biting into one of the sausages, she smacked her lips and remarked, not bad, but it doesn't taste very German. She wandered over to where Mr. Tim was the center of attention in a circle. This travel writer was bragging about his death trip in the desert. Do you know that I was planning to write a final letter to Natalie? But then, a camel showed up in front of me. It was the one that I had rescued 3 years earlier. Everybody gasped with surprise, and Jeff dutifully asked, and it still remembered you? Tim chuckled and patted Jeff's shoulder. No, Jeff, it's just an animal, and it isn't that clever. But I rode the camel back to the city and survived. Everybody laughed. Jeff was slightly embarrassed, but he laughed as well. Jeff, as nice a guy as ever. Selina shook her head with a smile and raised her plate. I saved you one. No need to thank me. She didn't need to turn around to know that Luke was behind her. Luke grabbed the other German sausage on her plate with a fork and chewed it, before he observed, standard American taste. Selina was speechless. It's a German sausage, all right. Stunned, Luke bit into the sausage again to confirm that he wasn't wrong. Fine. Can Nike shoes made in China be counted as an American product? They stopped listening to Tim's bragging and withdrew from the circle. Are you done? Asked Selina. Luke nodded and said, as easy as pie. What about you? Selina said, nothing special, except that Meg is gossiping behind other people's backs again. Luke remarked, it'd be strange if she wasn't gossiping, right? Selina couldn't argue with that. They walked over to another group, where a game of darts was happening. Danny, Meg's husband, was bragging, did you see that? That's the Clifton technique which I invented. I used it to win the community darts competition 5 times in a row. Selena couldn't help but murmur, wow. He's full of even more hot air than his wife. Luke chuckled and whispered, if there was a shooting range here, we would win 5 times in a row too. On the other side, Danny was already showing off to Natalie and telling her to give it a go. Luke and Selena saw Natalie assume a newbie posture and look like she was finding it difficult to aim at the target, while Danny had a derisive smile on his face. The next moment, Natalie said with a smile, I can't use this technique. I'll use what I'm most familiar with. She then stood up and held the dart in one hand. Swoosh. The dart hit the bullseye. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 more darts hit the bullseye as well. They were using the 101 rule to play, which was a simplified version of an official game. Each round consisted of 3 dart throws. Whoever scored 101 points first would be the winner. The bullseye was 50 points, and 3 hits meant 150 points. Natalie had won this round. She was definitely a pro. It seems that I don't have to learn your technique now. Natalie gave a brilliant smile, then left. Danny, the middle-aged baldy, was mocked by his colleagues. Haha, Danny, does your face hurt? Shut up, Alan. He then saw Selena, and his eyes glittered. Selena, do you want to play? Selena snorted. Darts, I've never played before. Danny said, I can teach you. Selena chuckled. She then grabbed the fork from Luke's plate and flung it. Swoosh. All the men fell silent when the fork pierced the bullseye. Selena grinned and said, it doesn't seem very hard. You guys go ahead. The men looked at each other in bewilderment as Selena casually left. Luke stepped forward with a smile and plucked the fork from the target. Sorry about that, you should still be able to use this target. When he stepped away, he heard Danny's colleagues mock him again. Danny, you're 3rd place in the community now. You need to practice your Clifton technique more. Get lost. Luke joined Selena. As they walked, Selena said in a low voice, she was very good with the darts. Luke was amused. You were very good with your fork. But please, don't throw my fork next time, alright? Selena shrugged, but that guy's as annoying as his wife. Right, Natalie is very good at cooking. She cooked a fish that I've never seen before. It looks beautiful too. Luke asked curiously, where is it? Chapter 411 Scary. Paranoid housewife Selena led Luke to the table and jerked her chin at the yellow fish fried with lemon peel and ginger, which still hadn't been touched. That's it. It looks yummy. Luke surveyed the fish and activated sharp nose, before he gave a mysterious smile. Searching quickly on his phone, he chuckled a moment later. It's fine. I'll take you to eat it when we have the time. Selena was completely confused. Luke showed her the picture on his phone, putting it side by side with the fish on the table. Selena looked at the photo, and then at the fish next to it. Hungry Cat's special today, yellow fish fried with lemon peel and ginger. Selena was stunned, before she said resentfully, HMPH. I knew it. How can there be any woman who is so pretty and good at cooking at the same time? Luke nodded with a smile. That's right, even you can't do it. Selena snorted. It's just that I'm not as good as you, and you won't eat my cooking. Luke opened his mouth, then felt it was best not to lie. Otherwise, if Selena took it seriously and cooked for him every day, he would really suffer. After setting up the cameras, they had no intention of lingering. Karen was tied up with Meg, while Jeff was with Tim and his wife. So, Luke and Selena just said a few words to Jeff before they walked home. Luke took out his fake phone to look at the feed from the camera that he had just set up. He glanced at it and smiled. Selena asked, what's wrong? Luke gave her the fake phone, and Selena clicked her tongue. Isn't Mr. Tim too hasty? He's only just arrived, and he's already scouring the place. Luke shrugged. He needs to pee. That's a good reason, isn't it? Selena suddenly burst out laughing. Luke asked, did Mr. Tim pee his pants? Even then, it shouldn't be that funny. Selena shook her head. No, our impatient Mr. Agent was blocked by the super paranoid housewife. Luke. He took back the phone. On the screen, Tim awkwardly explained that he was looking for the bathroom, before he fled under Karen's suspicious gaze. Luke smiled and said, don't forget that Karen monitored us for days too. Although her paranoia is unfounded most of the time, her intuition is spot on this time. Pondering for a moment, Selena asked, does this couple seem like they're from some government agency? It doesn't seem like they're involved in dirty work. Looking at the empty screen, Luke put away his fake phone and nodded. I don't think they're mercenaries, they don't feel that ruthless. Let's observe them for a few more days. Jeff's a nice guy. After they got home, Selena went to train and Luke went to work. At 8:30, Luke began to make dinner. They hadn't eaten much at the party. Luke had been busy setting up the cameras while Selena observed Tim and his wife. The American-made German sausages they had weren't enough for them at all. Ha 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 ha. While watching TV and keeping an eye on the surveillance feed in the living room, Selena suddenly burst out laughing. Luke didn't think much of it. It wasn't unusual for her to suddenly start laughing when she was watching a drama. But Selena came running over and placed the tablet next to him. Luke heard the voices on the tablet. He's traveled all over the world and can find his way out of the desert, but can't find the bathroom in our house. That doesn't make sense. Luke didn't need to look at the feed as he continued making a flanard. Mr. Tim probably doesn't know that Karen's paranoia can drive her neighbors nuts, does he? Sweetheart, he just needs to answer nature's call. It's very embarrassing when it's urgent. They're nice people. Stop overthinking it, Selena remarked. Jeff is still a nice guy. Luke shrugged but didn't stop working. Why do you think Luke and Selena came to our house today? Are they interested in the new neighbors too? The paranoid housewife asked again. Maybe they happened to be free today. In any case, I had a great time talking to Luke. From my years in HR, I'm positive that he's a good boy. Selena laughed again. Ha 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 ha. Good boy. She rubbed Luke's head hard. Luke tilted his head away and said, Hey, I'm making food. Do you want to eat my hair in your food later? Selena didn't care. She rubbed Luke's head a few more times again before she let him go. Good boys should have good tempers. Luke was speechless. I'm not saying that he's a bad guy. He and Selena are quite nice. Also, Selena is really good at cooking, said Karen. Luke raised an eyebrow. Really good at cooking, chef. Selena was embarrassed. Then isn't that fine? Jeff found it odd. Karen said, all I'm saying is it possible that Luke is interested in Natalie? She has a husband. Luke was lost for words. Where the hell had that come from? Selena glanced at him suspiciously. Karen may be paranoid, but she's a really sharp observer. That's not really your plan, is it? Luke quickly put the flanard into the oven and turned around. Do you think that Mr. Tim is dead? They're not here on a vacation. On the other side, Jeff and his wife finally began to talk about their children. Luke and Selena stopped eavesdropping and resumed their training the next day. Luke and Selena didn't have to go to work. If they didn't have any important cases, they took the weekends off. Selena would go shopping in the second-hand Ford, and Luke would roam Los Angeles in the police car. If their timings matched up, they would have lunch together before they each went off again to do their own thing. Luke didn't need as much sleep, so he set off early. At 10 o'clock, he was roaming southern Los Angeles and watching a surveillance feed in the car of a gang meeting, when his phone rang. He picked up the phone and said, I'm still thinking about which restaurant to pick for lunch. There's no need to be in such a hurry, all right. Selena said, carry on. I just wanted to tell you that Karen is using binoculars now to observe her neighbors, and she's eating ice cream while she's at it. I want some too. Luke was stunned. What, is she really monitoring them? Selena said, from what I can tell, it looks like it. Wait, the new neighbors are going out, and Karen's changing too. It looks like she's leaving her house too. Luke said, don't tell me that she's going to follow the new neighbors. Other people might not do it, but it was certainly a possibility for Karen who, as an interior designer, had to be bored at home every day. Chapter 412 Ghost Butcher and Unsettled Tale. In the meantime, there was rustling on the other end of the phone, and then Selena said, you're not wrong. I'm going out too. Luke asked, what are you going to do? Selena said, haha, I'm going to see what Karen is up to. It's the weekend anyway. Luke agreed with her, and simply reminded her, don't be reckless. Let me know if anything happens. It was broad daylight, and Selena also had some of his gadgets. She should be safe as long as she remained careful. On the other end, Selena put on her jacket, grabbed her car key, and followed Karen, who was following Natalie. Thus, while Karen tailed Natalie, Selena tailed Karen. Looking at Karen, who was wearing a gray sunhat and huge sunglasses that covered her face, Selena chuckled behind her and started texting Luke. Luke read the messages at first, before he simply converted them to audio and listened to them like a livestream. These women, who knew what they were thinking? Had Selena been infected by Karen too? Luke pondered as he continued collecting intelligence. Rumors of him had now spread around the gangs in Los Angeles. There was no specific information on him, but he was nicknamed the Ghost Butcher. He was too thorough in his actions, and things or people always went missing when he got involved. Forget blood or bullets, there weren't even any traces of a struggle left at the scenes. Thus, the rumors grew even more mysterious and terrifying, like some American urban horror story which was shared among the Los Angeles gangs. Unfortunately, neither the storytellers nor the listeners could confirm the rumors. There were many criminal groups in Los Angeles, but Luke had been cleaning them up regularly. Furthermore, he always aimed at mid-level members. These missing mid-level members commanded over 1,000 bottom-level members, and their disappearances led to no end of unrest. Luke had only been conducting this purge operation for 2 months. If he kept this up, 1/3 of the mid-level gang members of LA would be gone by next year, and more than 5,000 bottom-level gang members would lose their direct leaders. However, the LA gangs would probably attack each other before that. Following heavy casualties, the winners would claim the losers, turf and re-establish order in the underworld. For bottom-level gang members, they would make a living under a different boss. Gang bosses might be safe while Luke eliminated the mid-management, but they didn't know how many lackeys they had or who those lackeys even were. The chaos caused by the disruption of this chain of command would last for a long time. Faced with this situation, the LA gangs were already starting to look for solutions. Luke was currently following 2 groups of people who were particularly active. They had been reaching out to numerous big gangs, hoping to deal with the Ghost Butcher together. Luke was quite happy to see that. The bigger a gang, the easier his purge would be. Ordinary small gangs would pretty much collapse after Luke attacked them once or twice. Big gangs, on the other hand, were like regenerative monsters that kept absorbing disbanded gangs and picking the more ruthless members to become mid-level leaders. In that situation, Luke could cut down those mid-level leaders when the time was ripe, like a farmer harvesting his crops. Those gangs would have done the vetting for him, and helped distinguish regular gangsters from ferocious criminals. Given the chaos in LA's underbelly, many agencies had dispatched spies and even undercover operatives to investigate, and Luke certainly didn't want to hurt them. However, this was only a temporary inconvenience. He was now only 3 stat points away from his mental strength reaching 20. By then, he would easily acquire Bobby's mental communication, and it would be no problem for him then to tell friend from foe. Elsewhere, Selena was having a good time too. The gadgets which Luke had supplied her with weren't as powerful as those in the police car, but they were enough to keep Karen under surveillance. Seeing the paranoid housewife tail Natalie furtively, Selena could only choke down her laughter before she exploded like a boiling kettle. If Natalie wasn't stupid, she had to be deliberately letting Karen follow her. Otherwise, a professional would have to be blind if they couldn't spot Karen with her unsubtle stalking. Even someone as calm and composed as Luke found Karen's paranoia a bit of a headache. Tim and Natalie were really unlucky to pick her as a target. For the next hour, the 3 women wandered into a coffee shop and a bookstore, and then ended up in a mall. Selena watched Karen enter the mall. She thought for a moment, then followed her into the mall. Karen reached the underwear section and picked up a few random bras without looking at them, before she followed Natalie into the fitting room. Selena was lost for words. Is this how you tail someone? Thinking for a moment, she felt that she had better stop Karen from crossing the line, and she went to the fitting room as well. On the way, she texted Luke. I'm going to the fitting room. Natalie and Karen are in there. Do you want me to take a photo for you? Luke was writing in his notebook when he suddenly heard the message. He quickly replied, what are you doing? Wasn't she following Karen? Why were they all in the fitting room? Luke was utterly perplexed. Selena snorted. You have time to reply now that we're talking about a fitting room. I'm going in because Karen followed Natalie into the fitting room. Luke ignored her mocking, but was still baffled. She followed her into the fitting room. Seriously, Selena said, so I better stop her. This is getting really awkward. After a brief silence, Luke said, you could call Karen. Selena said, it's too late. I'm already in. Luke said, good luck then. Also, keep the voice channel on. Safety first. Welcome to the live broadcast from the fitting room. Selena mocked him again and turned on the voice channel on her fake phone so that Luke could hear what was going on. In the fitting room, she said in delight, ah, Karen, Natalie, you're here too. Then, she looked at the 2 women strangely. Is this a bad time? Should I give you some privacy? Inside the fitting room, Natalie, who was in nothing but sexy black underwear, had the absolute advantage in height as she pressed the short and plump Karen against the wall with both hands. Karen, on the other hand, had her hands crossed over her bosom, as if she was a decent woman being violated. Chapter 413 Lunch for Three. Was this the tyrannical female CEO loves me plot that Luke had talked about before? Selena couldn't help but wonder. As if granted an amnesty by Selena's interruption, Karen clambered out from between Natalie's arms and said, "Haha, no, it's great to see you here." Natalie drew her arms back and asked suspiciously, "Selena, why are you here?" Selena shrugged. "Weekend shopping. I just saw Karen come in and thought about asking her if she wanted to come shopping with me." Karen laughed hollowly and hurriedly hid behind Selena. Compared with Natalie, who was very aggressive, being with the aloof but easygoing Selena was far more reassuring. She nodded and said, "That sounds great, let's go shopping together." Natalie raised an eyebrow. "You didn't come to try the underwear here?" Looking at the sexy black underwear that Natalie was wearing, Selena shook her head and said, "No, my underwear is all custom made. There's nothing suitable for me here." Natalie nodded and asked, "To highlight your figure?" Selena smiled. "That's part of it." Natalie observed Selena for a moment. "Sports bra, if I tell you that it's bulletproof, you definitely won't believe me." Selena nodded with a smile, and didn't continue with the topic. She turned around and asked, "Karen, are you going to try that underwear?" "I think, it's a little too conservative." She was pointing at the underwear that Karen was holding. It looked like a baby's diaper and would cover her entire butt. Karen shook her head in embarrassment. "No need, I picked the wrong one. I'm just looking around." Selena nodded and looked at Natalie. "It's about time for lunch, why don't we eat together?" "It's on me." Natalie smiled. "Okay, but let me treat you." Karen asked prudently, "Why don't we go Dutch?" Selena shrugged. "I heard about a nice restaurant yesterday, so it was going to be my treat, but if we're going Dutch, you can pick a place." Natalie said, "I'm interested in food and good restaurants. We can go there and split the bill." They looked at Karen. Natalie was slightly more than 1.8 meters tall, Selena was 1.77, and Karen was only 1.6. Karen was clearly overwhelmed by the two tall and formidable women in front of her. She managed a smile and said, "Haha, that's fine with me." Although she was a housewife, she was also an interior designer, and her husband Jeff was a veteran employee at a major corporation. She wasn't short of money. Selena smiled brilliantly. "Okay, we'll set off in a bit. Natalie, you can put on your clothes." Natalie chuckled. "Thanks." She then walked into a stall and finally disappeared from Selena and Karen's sight. Selena turned to the site and looked at Karen. "Karen, are you going to try on more underwear?" Karen was confused. "Huh?" Selena pointed at the clothes Karen was holding in her half-naked body. "If you're not, you can put your clothes back on." Enlightened, Karen entered a stall and put on her clothes too. Listening to everything from his distant position south of the city, Luke texted back, "Don't be careless." Selena instantly replied, "Don't worry, I promise that I'll stick around populated areas." "Right, I'm going to have lunch with them, so I won't be eating with you." Luke said in resignation, "Okay, but keep the voice channel on." Thinking for a moment in the car, he called Jeff. "Jeff, where are you?" A moment later, he put the phone down with a strange expression on his face. Did this couple plan this beforehand? He then turned the car to the west of the city. Elsewhere, Selena and the two women drove their respective cars to a restaurant. When she looked at the name of the restaurant, Natalie's lips twitched. Selena, on the other hand, dragged the two of them in with a smile. Beautiful women always got preferential treatment. A waiter soon led them to a table by the window and stood on the side with a smile after offering them the menu. Selena simply started pointing at the menu. "I would like the Maine lobster roll, the fresh sea urchin, and the homemade French sausages with clams." "Right, and ice cream." On the side, Karen noticed the special on the menu, yellow fish fried with lemon peel and ginger. Looking at the picture of the dish, she subconsciously murmured, "Why does it look so familiar?" Selena leaned in close and shot a glance at it. "It looks delicious. Do you want to order it?" Karen nodded. "All right." However, she gave Natalie, who was sitting opposite her, a suspicious look. Natalie replied as calmly as ever, "Give me the French mix, fried scallops, and a burger, thanks." Then, she smiled at Karen. "I could have led the way if I knew that Selena was talking about this restaurant. I've been here before. I learned how to cook the yellow fish fried with lemon peel and ginger from here." Karen nodded and accepted the answer. Selena, however, chuckled inwardly. You learned it here, more like you ordered it from here. Elsewhere, Luke strode into a Chinese restaurant and smiled at the old couple that came over. I'm Jeff and Tim's friend. They've already booked a table. The old couple greeted him warmly and led him through the hall to a small door at the back, which opened into a darker area. The light here was dimmer, but there were a lot of people. Luke saw Jeff and walked over to him with a smile. Jeff, I'm not late, am I? Jeff saw him and was immensely relieved. Ah, Luke, you're here. Please sit down. Luke sat down with a smile and greeted another person. Tim, hello, I hope I'm not interrupting you. Tim replied with a smile, of course not. Not, my ass. Both of them added in their hearts as they smiled at each other. A young Chinese bounced over to them, as if he were dancing. Are you ready to order? Tim nodded and looked at Luke and Jeff. Do you want to try the specialties here? Naturally, Luke and Jeff nodded. Tim said, Shiju. Snake wine. Luke raised an eyebrow. Tim spoke in Chinese, which Jeff didn't understand, but wasn't a problem at all for Luke. He had written online novels for over 10 years in his last life, how could he not understand? He couldn't handle the profound classics, but he was miles ahead of everyone else in this restaurant when it came to daily conversational Chinese. After Tim poured them the wine and they had a toast, Jeff looked at the bottle in Tim's hand and asked suspiciously, what's that? Why does it look like a snake? Chapter 414 I like Chinese specialties. The young Chinese, who presumably was the waiter, said with a smile, of course. It's a cobra, no less. Jeff was petrified. What? Luke sipped the wine again. Thankfully, Tim hadn't crossed a line. This was regular wine, and wasn't drugged. He smiled. It's fine. Drinking snake wine occasionally is good for men. Both Tim and Jeff were lost for words. As married middle-aged men, you need this. Luke winked. Jeff was too naive, and still at a loss. Tim looked conflicted. It has this effect. He looked at the young Chinese. The young Chinese's eyes sparkled. You know that. Luke was amused. Yes. However, do you have the legendary 5 venom wine here? The young man was stunned. What? From snake, centipede, scorpion, spider, and gecko, Luke explained with a smile. With each word he said, the faces of the other 2 men turned whiter and whiter. By the time he was finished, Jeff already looked like he was about to vomit. Tim didn't seem very comfortable either, but he could still endure it. The young Chinese, however, was shocked. You know that, too. That was only a concept in wuxia novels. How did this young American know about it? In reality, it was impossible to make 5 venom wine. After all, adding so many toxins into the wine could be lethal. He didn't want anybody to die in his restaurant. Looking at their faces, Luke suddenly laughed. I only saw it in a kung fu movie. I don't think it's real. It's just a joke, please don't mind me. The other 2 were immensely relieved. Even Tim wouldn't want to drink such a wine, to say nothing of Jeff. The young Chinese, on the other hand, felt like he had met a master who was demonstrating his skills, and he promptly left to fetch something. A moment later, the young man returned with something that was pitch black. Luke wasn't surprised at all. Sold in this place. Jeff had just drunk another mouthful of wine, when he saw what the young man was holding, and he was frightened into jumping up and scrambling away. Dear God, is that a live snake? Luke chuckled to himself. It was just a Cantonese specialty, it was nothing to be surprised about. At that moment, another young man came over to Jeff with a tray of mice. Of course, these weren't the type that could be fished out of the gutter, but were used in another legendary dish called 3 squeaking mice. Jeff's eyes widened. They can be eaten as well. Luke waved his hand. Jeff, a lot of people in this world eat everything. If you don't like them, just don't order them. His gaze fell on the mice. Jeff quickly shook his head. I don't want that. Definitely not. Luke smiled at the snake that the young man was holding. Actually, you can try that. Snake meat actually tastes good. A lot of people eat it. Jeff swallowed. Really? Luke nodded. Really? He then asked the young man, are we going to eat the snake raw? The young Chinese replied, it can be eaten raw or made into a soup. Luke quickly made the call. Let's make it into a soup. Snakes had parasites which might be passed on to humans if they were eaten raw, which could be fatal. Jeff finally crept back to his seat. He looked at the snake in the young man's hand with lingering trepidation. Another young man pushed over a cart with a chopping block on it. The first young Chinese picked up the knife on the chopping block and brought it down. Dwang! The head of the snake was cut off. It wriggled on the block with its mouth wide open. Jeff swallowed hard. Luke, however, said with a smile, "Don't worry, the snake has been defanged, it can't bite you." If the fangs weren't removed, a snake head was still capable of biting and injecting venom for a long while after it was cut off. Many cooks in China had been bitten and killed this way. Jeff calmed down, and had another cup of wine to soothe his nerves. Tim topped up his glass. Just like that, they started drinking together. This was clearly a more authentic Cantonese restaurant, considering that it served snakes. Luke had a massive appetite, and ordered a lot of specialties. Looking at Tim's dumbstruck expression, Luke smiled brilliantly. "I like Chinese food, and the Chinese like to treat others. Since you brought us to such a great place today, let's do the Chinese thing, order whatever you want, everything's on me." Tim was lost for words. Why hadn't he heard of such a Chinese custom? After Luke said that, Tim didn't dare bring up the Chinese things that he had researched before. Since this young man was familiar with five venom wine and Chinese cuisine, Tim wasn't confident that he could fool him with secondhand information. When the dishes were served, Jeff remembered something and took out his phone. "I need to call Karen and tell her that I won't be home for lunch." Jeff then left his seat and made the call. "Karen, there's no need to prepare lunch for me today." "What, you're eating with the neighbors too? Who are they?" "Well, I'm with Tim and Luke." "Okay, bye." On the other side, Karen glanced at Natalie and Selena suspiciously after she hung up. Natalie's actions were graceful as she ate unhurriedly, which made for a pleasant sight, while Selena was quick but not crude at all, which was in line with her candid personality. But did they plan this? How come Tim and Luke happened to be having lunch with Jeff too? The paranoid housewife fell into deep thought once again. On the men's side, they finished lunch, and following Jeff's suggestion, they went to his company to play with the indoor skydiving machine. When they set off, Luke made a note to add skydiving to his and Selena's training regiment. Also, they would definitely go skydiving for real, which would be a lot more fun than a skydiving simulation. It would also enhance their survival skills. Luke said to Jeff casually, "Why don't we try real skydiving sometime? Does your company have a program like that?" Jeff was stunned. "I don't think so. This indoor skydiving was meant to help stressed employees relax. Skydiving was a very dangerous extreme sport that few people dared to try out. While MBI Inc. did make planes, it certainly wouldn't offer such a dangerous activity as a benefit." Luke clicked his tongue and said, "Okay, then I'll see what I can find. I'll tell you if I find anything." Jeff said, I'm not exactly a sports person." Luke laughed and laid one hand on his shoulder. "Jeff, a man should never chicken out. You must work out more, otherwise, you won't be able to last with just the snake wine alone." Chapter 415 Honey, aren't you too awesome? Jeff was slightly embarrassed to hear that. A moment later, he finally asked in a low voice, "Is the snake wine really helpful in that aspect?" Luke pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "It may have some effect, but no one knows for sure if it's just a placebo. However, there's no doubt that exercise can help you last longer. The overall decline of bodily functions would definitely affect the duration. Those who were innately endowed might go from 1 hour to half an hour, and those who were less gifted might last 5 minutes instead of 10. Looking at the two men who were shoulder to shoulder in front of him, Tim was lost for words. "What the hell, why did you stick your nose in? I should be the one getting along with Jeff." In the evening, the three men finally returned to their neighborhood, talking and laughing. Tim and Jeff waved goodbye to Luke, who lived further away. Then, Tim and Jeff said goodbye to each other and went back to their respective homes. Tim sighed in relief. Luke had no longer stolen Tim's thunder when they hung out in a pub in the afternoon. Tim had pretty much achieved most of his objective for the day, which was to get closer to Jeff. Luke was in a good mood as he walked with a spring in his step down the street. Hanging out purely for fun with guy friends was a pretty novel experience for him. Jeff was a nice guy and a good talker. Tim, on the other hand, was the flavor that no gathering of friends could do without. When he related his stories, he was like a talk show host. Thinking this, Luke sighed. He knew that Tim had another objective. Tim might not mean Jeff any harm, but he wasn't really going to settle down here. Otherwise, it would have been fun to have such a talk show performer in his life for free. Jeff, who led a dull life, glowed when he listened to Tim's stories. He and his wife were both dutiful ordinary people who got a job, fell in love, got married, and had children in a predictable manner. Their daughters who were still in middle school gave them no time or energy to enjoy life. That was why he was especially envious of Tim's unrestrained, carefree travel life. Luke wasn't really jealous of the guy. Luke had been to a lot of places after just 1 year in his job, and he would visit even more in the future. He didn't have to envy Tim. He found Selena watching TV when he returned home, and asked with a smile, "Did you have a good time?" She had kept the voice channel on. Though Luke hadn't caught all of it, it sounded like the three women had had as much fun as the guys in the afternoon. Sonia sighed in satisfaction. It's nice to play for a day once in a while. Elsa, Elizabeth and Sonia are too busy. It's not easy to go shopping for makeup and clothes with them. Luke nodded in agreement. He took a drive, pepper out of the fridge and said, "That Natalie is very good, isn't she?" Selena shrugged. She lives up to her appearance. She knows a lot about makeup and matching clothes, she's absolutely a professional. Luke said, "Mr. Tim has abundant career experiences too. The trips he talks about might not be fake, but it's hard to say if he went to those places for travel, or for more covert business." Selena sighed. They would have made great neighbors. At least they're interesting and more likable than other people in this neighborhood. Wait, there's a surveillance alert. She opened the tablet, only to see Jeff and Karen running around inside as their voices came through. "Wow, honey, you're so good." "Yes, right there, baby, we're just getting started, okay." Selena was lost for words. Luke didn't think too much of it. Jeff had some Chinese snake wine in the afternoon. It supposedly has an extraordinary effect, if you know what I mean. Selena asked, "Are you sure?" She turned the tablet around. Luke looked at the picture and made a sound of surprise. What are they doing? In contrast to their fiery words, the couple was behaving strangely on the feed. While they cried out in passion, they were both moving around in the room and making a lot of noise. Did they discover our surveillance equipment? Selena grew suspicious. Karen might have found something thanks to her paranoia. Frowning for a moment, Luke shook his head. That's impossible. My surveillance equipment is dozens of meters away from the house. After making a commotion for a while, the couple gestured to each other on the screen, before they went upstairs. Luke and Selena wondered what they were up to now. Luke had only set up regular cameras, and wasn't crazy enough to monitor their bedroom. Logically speaking, they were only a regular couple, and didn't need such exaggerated surveillance. But Luke was now regretting his decision. He could have planted a few bugs and removed them after Tim and his wife moved away. Seeing no light from the bedroom on the screen, Luke sighed. Let's just wait. Karen's paranoia may be acting up again. Then, Luke and Selena went to train. As Selena unleashed a storm of attacks on the focus mitts Luke was wearing, the tablet suddenly beeped. Luke turned his head and saw two furtive people on the screen. When he was distracted, Selena attacked the focus mitts fiercely, but unfortunately still couldn't break through Luke's defense. Panting, she stopped. "Damn it, why can you still block my attacks even without looking?" Luke smiled but didn't say anything. He couldn't have done it without the Mulla brothers' quick reflex. While not overly powerful, quick reflex allowed him to vaguely sense danger, and coupled with his strength, it was very easy for him to ward off her attacks. What a convenient and practical ability. After that, Selena also turned to the tablet. She asked curiously, "What are Jeff and Karen doing?" "A night run. This isn't something they do, right? Weren't they all horny a moment ago?" Luke worked the tablet and moved two cameras so that they were trained on the house Tim had just bought. Jeff and Karen had already snuck over. Running at night wasn't uncommon in this neighborhood, which was safe and not very dangerous. But Jeff and Karen's furtive and weird behavior was so bizarre that they would ping anyone's radar. A moment later, Tim's garage door slowly rolled up, and Jeff and Karen crept in. Chapter 416 Inches Professional, Infiltration, what the hell? Selena couldn't help but say feelingly, "This Karen is truly a genius." On the screen, Karen was saying, "Most people change the locks on the doors the moment they move in, but not the garage control. When Meg and Danny went traveling last time, they gave me a spare set, and I forgot to return it to them. It's time to use it." Luke couldn't help but sweat. Thankfully, his security system was based on a passcode, and the keys were just a disguise, or Karen might have already broken into his place. Why was this housewife such a busybody? Also, weren't they worried that Tim and his wife would catch them in the act? Luke adjusted the cameras again, and was surprised to discover that Tim and his wife weren't home. Where were they? After a hectic day, Selena and Luke, as well as Jeff and Karen, were resting at home, but these two had gone out again. How dedicated, Luke mumbled to himself. They had hung out for an entire day. He didn't believe that the couple would have gone out to continue playing at night. Secret Service agents weren't that enthusiastic. He was too lazy to bother with Jeff and Karen. Given Tim and Natalie's appearance, it was unlikely that they would have set up traps at home. This was an ordinary neighborhood, after all, not a battlefield, and not every trespasser had to be killed. Even at Luke's place, intruders would only trigger the alarms. The truly lethal weapons wouldn't activate without verification. He simply told Selena to keep an eye on the feed, and went to take a shower. After the shower, Selena waved at him. Tim and his wife are back. Haha, come and watch the show. Luke was rendered speechless. Don't tell me that Jeff and Karen are still at Tim's. Selena nodded quickly. You're so smart. They really haven't left yet. Luke remarked, they're truly professionals. He wasn't worried about Jeff and Karen. Tim and his wife wouldn't do anything to them, even if they were discovered. After all, Tim and his wife had their reasons for coming here. If necessary, they wouldn't hesitate to pretend to be blind and stupid. What's Jeff dragging out? Is it a body? Oh, all right, it's Karen, said Selena. Stunned, Luke walked over and looked at the screen. He saw that Jeff had grabbed his wife by the legs and was pulling her out of the house from a side door. Luke was amazed. Karen won't be bald tomorrow, will she? Selena looked at the screen and felt lucky. Thank God you aren't weak, and won't move me around like that. Luke was amused. Even if I only had one hand left, I would still take you with me. Selena remembered the night in Wolfkyle and chuckled. After Jeff dragged his wife all the way home, Luke shifted the cameras back to their house again. Hearing Jeff's murmurs, Luke was quickly able to determine that Karen was neither dead nor wounded, but had been drugged with a needle. Even more astoundingly, the needle had been from a pen-shaped tranquilizer, which shot Karen in the butt when Jeff was going to copy something down with the pen. But when Karen woke up the next day, she wouldn't feel any pain in her rear. Jeff had probably already plucked out the needle before he dragged his wife away, or domestic violence would have been inevitable. After verifying the situation, Luke stopped eavesdropping on Jeff and his wife. Okay, I'm going to work. You can train on your own. Selena opened her eyes wide at him. Okay. She then took the tablet with her to the training room. Luke wasn't interested in the couple's private matters, but Selena was enjoying it. At that moment, Karen had already started to paw at Jeff. Maybe the anesthetic had a bit of a side effect. Like primitive lust, it would be a shame to miss that. The next day was a work day, but Luke simply had Selena call Elsa and tell her that they were directly going out to investigation and would skip going to the police department. Elsa didn't have any urgent cases for them at the moment. She simply said that she got it and hung up. Things were really convenient with such a supportive boss. Selena couldn't be happier. It was partly because she didn't have to go to work in a hurry in the morning, and partly because she had eaten a delicious breakfast. Luke had enjoyed special Cantonese food during the day, and had had plenty of time last night, so he had made a classic Cantonese breakfast in the morning. On the tablet, Jeff and his wife were whispering to each other again. They indicated that they had found a bug in the gift that Tim gave them, and Jeff was going to report the matter to security management at his company. Eavesdropping on such an exciting matter early in the morning was the third reason why Selena was happy. Luke simply left her alone. She usually had very little entertainment, and seldom interacted with her neighbors. She deserved a bit fun. For Jeff and Karen's safety, both Luke and Selena had blown off work. Just because Tim and Natalie weren't ruthless didn't mean that Jeff and his wife weren't in danger. Naive people like them who stumbled into certain things were usually the quickest to die. Luke then followed Jeff to work, while Selena stayed home to watch the paranoid Karen. After a day of surveillance, they didn't find anything wrong. At least, Jeff got off work on the clock and drove home in his small blue Chevrolet. He seemed fine, except that he was more anxious than usual. Luke sighed. All right. His anxiety suggested that he was involved in something bad. The man was good at communication but bad at hiding his feelings. Returning home, Luke greeted Selena and asked, anything unusual? Selena shrugged. Karen, Natalie and I have all been at home. Karen has been observing Natalie, and I've been observing them. Luke nodded and said, have you seen Jeff's expression? He might have confirmed something, like spy-related stuff. Selena laughed and said, Tim and his life are most likely special agents. They're legit defenders of America, more likely they're the ones looking for spies. Wow, listen to this. She stopped talking and turned up the volume on the tablet. Carl, why are you telling me to go there? The abandoned warehouse on Route 57. That's a weird place, isn't it? Also, why didn't you say anything at work, and you're only telling me now? Fine, I promise that I won't report this or mention it to anybody else. Luke and Selena looked at each other. Selena said, why do I feel like the person Jeff is talking to is like some movie undercover villain? Luke was unable to respond, and also found it quite suspicious. Carl Pronga, he should be a security manager at MBI. This indeed falls under his responsibility. Let's go. Gear up first. Something might happen. Chapter 417 Unprofessional Kill. They quickly geared up before taking a car each. Luke set off in the second-hand Ford first, and Selena followed Jeff and his wife in the police car. Jeff and Karen are out, Selena reported. Tim and Karen are following them. Luke hummed a response and continued driving. He wasn't that far ahead of Jeff. He calculated that he would arrive at the old warehouse, which belonged to MBI, 1 or 2 minutes in advance. 20 minutes later, Luke parked the car on a corner and looked at the old warehouse 200 meters away. Wow, this really is a great place to kill someone. Not far away, the MBI sign on the warehouse gate was faded and almost indiscernible if you didn't read it carefully. The warehouse was surrounded by barbed wire, and stubborn weeds had proliferated inside. The warehouse was made up of a circle of old buildings which were dusty and clearly hadn't been in use for a long time. It was just that an RV was parked in one corner of the warehouse, and a white fatty was busy doing something. Luke got off and sent out a small drone. As the drone hovered above the warehouse, Luke looked at the feed and scratched his chin. Killing people the old-fashioned way and without any traps. Is this security manager going to do everything himself? The security manager of a major corporation, as someone else's informant, was going to kill an employee who had detected the anomaly in a remote location. It was a predictable plot. But what was with this security manager? Did he have to wear pajamas, or hang out his laundry to dry when he was planning to kill somebody? Wasn't this too good an act? Luke was utterly befuddled. As he mulled over this, Jeff's blue Chevrolet arrived at the warehouse. A moment later, the signal from the police car came online, which meant that Selena had arrived too. According to their plan, she would hide some distance away and feed Luke intel via the cameras. She would also take over the drone and scout their surroundings for any traps. Quickly verifying the plan, the two of them got to work. While Selena kept an eye on everything, Luke focused his attention on the layout of the old warehouse terrain. The place was very spacious. There were a lot of wide, empty areas both around the old warehouse buildings and near the RV. Thinking for a moment, Luke took out an M4A1 and climbed up to the highest vantage point in the place, which was the roof of an abandoned factory. Hiding in the shadow of a broken skylight, he unhurriedly installed a scope on the M4A1, before aiming it at the warehouse in the distance. Only after he did a sweep of locations where things were most likely to go wrong did Luke ask, "What are Tim and his wife doing?" Selena immediately replied, "Pretty much what we're doing. They've parked their car not far away, and seem to be waiting too." Hearing that, Luke could only silently wish Jeff and his wife good fortune. Selena suddenly warned him, "2 cars are coming from the east, they're getting out. 8 of them, all armed with automatic rifles, they're approaching from the rear." Luke said, "Got it." In the meantime, he heard the conversation between Jeff and Carl through his other earpiece. "Carl, this is..." Jeff looked around in huge surprise. Clothes and sheets were hanging on a few lines nearby, and Carl and Jeff were standing between the clothes and the RV. There was a small table as well as a few folding chairs. Carl accepted the takeout coffee which Karen had bought and asked them to sit down. After they sat down, Carl had a mouthful of the coffee before he said helplessly, "I just got divorced. My wife, well, my ex-wife, Mary, took the house, the children, everything. I only got this RV. Jeff and Karen. So, I'm living here for now, which is why I can only ask you to come here. At least, nobody can monitor us here, and the air is clean, right?" Carl tried to stay positive. Jeff and Karen looked at the wasteland around them which didn't even have a ghost, and admitted that the air here was indeed clean. Carl continued, "But the news you gave me is very useful. I may be promoted and get a pay rise, so I can move out of his shithole and back into a regular house. Okay, are you ready? This is a classified level 4 document of our company." Looking at Carl, Karen suddenly interjected, "Carl, why is there a red dot on your forehead?" Stumped, Carl touched his forehead and smiled embarrassedly. Maybe my system is out of whack from lack of sleep. Jeff shook his head quickly. No, Carl, it's not a pimple, but a red dot of light. Bang. Bang, bang. All the three of them were surprised by sudden gunshots. Carl got up abruptly and narrowed his eyes at something behind Jeff and Karen. Does that person have a gun? Jeff and Karen turned around, only to see a man in black fall dozens of meters over the side of a warehouse building. The couple nodded. That does look like a gun. Carl said, damn it, someone must have found out that you reported to me. They're here to kill us. Karen was stunned. But why didn't they shoot us? Carl dashed into the RV and shouted, damn it. Hide in here if you don't want to be killed. How would I know why they didn't shoot us? I'm not them. Not far away, both Tim and Natalie traded dismayed looks and said in unison, who are these people? Their mission objective this time wasn't clear yet. They had only been told to get in touch with Jeff and his wife, so they didn't have any sort of backup. Then who had fired just now? Scanning the area through his scope, Luke grumbled, Jeff, Karen, can you move faster? Carl is already hiding in the car. Thankfully, although Carl had chosen a spacious area, they had been sitting in between the hanging laundry, and the line of sight was blocked by the RV. The shooters behind the warehouse couldn't attack until they got up close to the area between the clothes and the RV. The shooter who had run out had been a live target for Luke, who took down the brave fellow without any hesitation. But after he fired, the shooters around the warehouse also started to attack. Carl, Jeff and Karen had already run into the RV, and were planning to speed off. Given that Carl had been the first target the shooters had aimed at, this security manager clearly wasn't a traitor, but the first informant that had to be eliminated. However, there was still no telling who had betrayed him. Chapter 418 Call it a day, and Tim takes a hit. Bang. Bang, 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 bang. Luke fired again, and two shooters who had just run through the warehouse gate collapsed. The shooters were already on the move. With no time to care about their companions, they started to fire at the RV. Selena asked, I don't think you need my help, do you? Luke said, nope, it's just some small fry. Bang, 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 ah. Yet another shooter fell with a miserable cry. There were 8 shooters in total, and half of them had already been dealt with. Since he had been prepared for the ambush, Luke didn't need Selena's help. Tim and Natalie are on the move, Selena warned him. A black Audi charged in from the other side of the warehouse. The black Audi sped toward the 4 remaining shooters from the side. Bang, 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 bang. 2 pistols were fired, and 2 of the shooters hurriedly took cover and didn't dare shoot at the RV anymore. Bang, 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 bang. Luke easily took down the other 2 shooters, who were distracted by the newcomers. Only 2 shooters were left on the scene, and they had to face both Tim and Luke. Luke snorted. Boring. I expected more people. Fine, let's call it a day. Bang, 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 bang. The 2 shooters, who had been hiding behind piles of junk, were hit from the side and cried out as they collapsed. Outside, the RV started up. Tim's black Audi, however, quickly turned around to block it. Jeff, you can't leave. Tim looked at Jeff, who was in the passenger seat, through the open window. Jeff was panic-stricken. You're here to kill me. Tim rolled his eyes. Jeff, will you calm down? Did you think that those people were here to save you, with their guns? But your computer is full of data on my colleagues. Is that normal? Asked Jeff angrily. Natalie burst out laughing. Wow, you're really good neighbors. Did you break into our house? Karen wasn't to be outdone. You put a bug in the gift you gave us. Is that what neighbors do? Tim looked at Natalie awkwardly. Maybe, it was a little too much. Natalie glared at her stupid partner, before she said to the other 3, what are you doing? Shouldn't you be more concerned about the person who saved you just now? Jeff, Karen and Carl were confused. What was that supposed to mean? Weren't those gunshots fired from someone on their side? At that moment, a second-hand Ford slowly drove in through the gate, and Tim and Natalie both raised their guns warily. When the Ford pulled up, everybody except Carl exclaimed in shock. Luke got out with a smile and waved at them. Haha, seeing that all of you can still stand around and chat so happily, helping you get rid of those pests wasn't in vain. Everybody was confused. What? Luke pulled out the chain around his neck to show them his badge. LAPD, Major Crimes Division. Everybody. 20 minutes later, All 7 of them were sitting in a fast food restaurant. "Do you want a potato pie? Or an apple pie?" asked Tim. "A burger will be fine." "I would like some fries too," Karen said. "I would like ice cream," said Selena. "Soda. What do you want?" Luke looked at Carl, the security manager. Carl shook his head. "I've been trying to lose weight. Just a soda will be fine." After they ordered, the booth was quiet for a moment. Jeff asked Luke, "You're a police officer. Why did you never mention it?" Luke shrugged. "Because I'm lazy. I didn't want Meg to pester me when her drain is clogged, her dog is missing, or her children don't want to eat. I'm only responsible for robbery and homicide cases, but I'm sure Meg wouldn't think so." Jeff and Karen were lost for words. Meg was exactly the sort of person who would harass her neighbors for help with every small thing. Karen had been the biggest victim. After that, Jeff and Karen started peppering Tim and Natalie with questions. But the 2 of them replied to everything with no comment. But as they spoke, Tim and Natalie started squabbling with each other. On the side, Luke and Selena felt it was strange. Whether they were Secret Service agents or detectives, it was clear that these 2 didn't see eye to eye on their job and their future. This disagreement probably would have only come out later, but while answering Jeff's questions, Tim revealed that he was tired and hoped to retire. Natalie had utterly no idea. Astonished, she asked Tim why he hadn't told her sooner. Annoyed, Tim replied that he had already been dropping hints, which she had subconsciously dismissed. As they continued fighting, Natalie couldn't help but complain, who would hide a bug inside a glass sculpture? That was precisely the reason why Jeff and Karen had found the bug. While they were getting randy in the living room, they broke the sculpture, and found the bug. That sculpture was from none other than Tim. Tim argued, "I like glass sculptures. That's my hobby. I don't see why I shouldn't make a gift of it." Natalie asked, "And expose us?" Tim asked, "Then what about the dress you wore for the mini beer festival?" "I'm sorry, that didn't fit the situation at all, and could have exposed us easily too." Natalie's eyes bulged. "What, you want me to cover my face up, like the women you saw in the Middle East?" Tim said, "With all due respect, you need to fit in, only then will it be easier to get around." Natalie said angrily, "Are you kidding? This is a middle-class neighborhood. The women here are so unfriendly. You think they'll like me if I wore a cheesy t-shirt, shorts and flip-flops? No, they'll call you a bumpkin behind your back." Tim and Natalie shifted their gazes. Naturally, it was Selena who had spoken. She dealt Tim another blow. "That's right, that's what most women in this neighborhood would do." "Oh, Karen, I'm not referring to you. You know who I'm talking about." "Who?" "Meg, that disgusting B*TCH, of course." Karen smiled and nodded. "I know. Tim, I have to say that you don't understand the women in our neighborhood at all." Natalie spread her hands and looked at Tim proudly. Tim was rendered speechless. He had nothing to say in the face of these authoritative remarks by 2 women who lived in the very same neighborhood. Seeing how Tim had been dealt a blow, Luke felt a little sorry for this big talker. Chapter 419 But your house just blew up. Tim wasn't young, and looked to be in his 30s, whereas Natalie didn't look more than 25 or 26 years old. After carrying out so many dangerous missions and given his age, Tim was planning to retire, but Natalie, who was at the peak of her career, didn't support this decision. They didn't seem to be simple work partners. Luke didn't believe that their jobs allowed for interpersonal relationships, which was even more perilous for them than for police officers. But it wasn't appropriate for everyone else to stand around and watch the drama, so Luke broke the awkward atmosphere. "Okay, let's go back to your investigation. You can keep the classified information to yourselves, but what about Jeff? Even gunmen were sent to deal with him today. And you're not going to let Carl here live in that old warehouse again, right?" Carl smiled bitterly. "I could take the night shift at the company and sleep there, provided that they believe what happened to me." But judging by Tim and Natalie's reactions, he didn't think he could do as he liked. Tim shook his head. "Carl, you can call your supervisor and ask for leave, but until we find a target, you'll have to spend a few days under our watch." "Sorry." Carl didn't say anything. A promotion and a pay rise were great, but not worth dying for. Though he was now penniless, he still wanted to live, even if he had to stay in an RV. Tim looked at Luke and Selena. "You can't report this to the police department either." Selena was focused on the ice cream. Luke nodded with a smile. "Not a problem, but I just killed 8 shooters with my police gun, and ballistics will trace it back to me. I trust you'll handle that." Tim nodded. Don't worry, we've already informed someone to take care of it, Luke said. Then there's nothing to worry about. Our job is to deal with criminals. But what about Jeff and Karen? Tim said, it won't take long. I can't tell you the details, but we'll protect Jeff while he's at work for the next couple of days. Luke thought for a moment, then nodded. That works. We have to go into work tomorrow. We skipped today. Everybody. Next, Tim and Natalie questioned Jeff on his own. Luke knew that they were looking for the guy who had leaked the intel and drawn in the killers. Very soon, 2 men in plain clothes took Carl away, and the rest of them returned home. Carl would be taken into temporary custody given his vulnerable identity. The attack against him today couldn't prove yet that he was completely innocent. As a HR employee, it was impossible for Jeff to reach out to the leadership of MBI. But Carl, as MBI's security manager, had the power to directly report security matters to the top. Naturally, Tim couldn't let Carl do anything to alert the enemy. Furthermore, Tim needed Jeff as bait, and he couldn't really do anything to restrain Luke and Selena. His agency had to be extremely prudent when operating in the country. A slip-up could result in someone grabbing hold of their weakness. Luke and Selena were just 2 minor detectives, but this was their turf, and Tim would have to pull some strings in order to keep them under watch, which might alarm their mission target. In any case, Luke had helped them protect Jeff and Carl. Tim didn't want to do anything to allies unless it was necessary. While saying goodbye to Jeff and Tim in the neighborhood, Luke suddenly frowned and beckoned Tim over. A little surprised, Tim still got out and walked over to Luke. As he said typical things in farewell, Luke swiftly typed out something on his phone. Tim nodded with a smile. Okay, got it. Looking away from the screen, he tapped twice casually on the car door. Luke said, sweet dreams. Jeff, Karen, come over to my place for dinner. He then drove his car away. Jeff found it strange, but still followed Luke. Tim smiled bitterly at the 2 cars that drove away. He returned to his car and said something to Natalie, before they drove back to their own place. A moment later, there was an explosion. The 2 cars that hadn't gone far stopped. Petrified, Jeff and Karen looked at the enormous fireball that had risen up behind them. Countless burning objects then started to fall from the sky. Luke got out and looked at the explosion. With an indecipherable look on his face, he took out his phone and said, Selena, take Jeff and Karen to our place. Luke returned home less than an hour later. It was Tim's house that had blown up. However, Luke was too lazy to put on an act. He simply gave a statement to the police officers who rushed over, then went home. Looking at Jeff and Karen in the living room, he sighed and said, sorry, but your place isn't safe either. You better stay here for now. Karen couldn't help but ask, was that Tim's house? Luke nodded. Jeff found that hard to believe. Seriously, they're dead, you're not going to do anything. Luke worked for the Major Crimes Division, and this was exactly the kind of case that he should be investigating, not to mention the fact that he was involved. Luke was about to reply, when his phone rang. He smiled and picked up the call. Did you find them? Come on in. The garage is already open. Go to the basement. We'll be there soon. He then hung up and asked, do you want anything to drink? Or maybe watch some TV? Both Jeff and Karen looked conflicted. Even if Tim and Natalie might be some sort of special agents and they had only known each other for 2 days, Luke still seemed too heartless. Looking at their faces, Luke said, it seems that you're not thirsty. He then gestured at them and said, let's go, but don't get too excited. He led the way while Selena was at the back, which made Jeff and Karen, who were in the middle, very nervous. What was this? Were they going to be killed? Going to the basement through a side door, Jeff and Karen were struck dumb as soon as they went down the stairs. Then, they both yelled, Tim, Natalie, you're not dead. It was none other than Tim and Natalie in the basement. Tim pressed his hands together. Jeff, don't get excited. We're not ghosts. But your house blew up. Jeff still found it hard to believe. Natalie nodded. The truth is, we never went in at all. We just blew up the bomb inside as a cover. Jeff asked, why? Tim and Natalie looked to the side. Everybody finally noticed that there were 2 more people in the basement, who were tied to chairs with their mouths taped shut. Danny, Meg, Jeff and Karen looked at them in surprise. Shocked, Jeff looked at Tim. You, wait, he suddenly reacted, and turned around to look at Luke. And you too, you kidnapped Danny and Meg. Why? Chapter 420 Professional Ball Roaster and Professional Code Name Natalie spread her hands and said, this is the answer to your previous question. Jeff was at a loss. What answer? Karen suddenly interjected, it's because they ratted out Tim that his house was blown up. Jeff asked, what, how's that possible? Karen, as paranoid as ever, added, because they're the ones whom Tim's after. Apart from Carl, the only other person you talked to about Tim being a spy was Danny. Tim was lost for words. Huh, he was a special agent, okay. He wasn't a spy, he had shed blood for his country. Karen looked at him apologetically. The bug we found earlier gave us the wrong idea, you know. Tim hesitated. Fine, a spy was actually a type of special agent. It wasn't unreasonable for them to draw that conclusion. Jeff finally got it. Is that why those gunmen wanted to kill us when we went to meet Carl? He looked at Danny in sheer disbelief. Why would you do that? Neither Danny nor his wife could say a word because their mouths had been taped shut. Luke couldn't watch anymore. He didn't have that much time to waste on them. Tearing the tape off, he said, all right, tell me everything you know. Danny and Meg looked at each other but didn't say anything. Luke asked Tim, you must be a professional, do you want to do it? Natalie stepped forward and said, let me. As she spoke, she casually grabbed a butane blow torch from the side. She flicked the switch, and it spouted blue flames. Jeff asked, wait, what are you doing? Natalie said, ball roasting is a very effective interrogation method, especially with lecherous men. Luke and Tim couldn't help but step back and unconsciously bend their waists. Danny stopped breathing as he looked fearfully at the blue flames. Jeff's eyes widened. Wait, you can't threaten to roast Danny's balls, that's too much. Danny was touched, but his face changed the next second. Jeff grabbed a hammer and shouted, you piece of sh*t, you actually called a bunch of killer gunmen over, Karen and I were almost turned into Swiss cheese. I'm going to kill you. Whoa, Tim hurriedly stopped the irate good guy Jeff. Don't, we need him alive. If he doesn't talk, how about you break his legs later? And his hands too, if that's not enough. Scared, Danny yelled, and no, I really didn't call anyone to kill you. I swear, you're my good neighbor and colleague. Why would I want to kill you? I didn't even tell them your name. I only said that Carl and Tim knew about the deal. Luke asked, what deal? Danny immediately shut up. Natalie looked at Tim. Seeing him nod, she said, Danny's a maintenance engineer at MBI. A fighter plane that had been on a secret mission previously was delivered to MBI for maintenance last month. We got word that a guy named Tyrannosaur was looking to buy some information from him, which probably had to do with the atomic weapon on the plane. Hearing that, Danny's face turned pale and he quickly shook his head. No, not at all. That fighter plant wasn't kitted out with any atomic weapons. If he was found guilty of selling atomic weapons, his whole family would probably be vaporized. He yelled, Tyrannosaur only wanted to know the maintenance progress on the fighter plane, and when it would be moved after the maintenance. Everybody traded looks, and Natalie asked, if that's all, why were you acting all mysterious? Are you lying? Do you want your balls roasted? The blue flames whooshed out again. Since Danny had already spat out part of it, his willpower started to crumble and he promptly cried, and no, I was just worried about my job. If I'm caught, I won't just be fired and locked up, I'd also have to pay damages, so I never agreed to the deal. Tim sneered, actually, it was just that the price wasn't right, wasn't it? That was a very steep reward you were asking for. Danny stammered, and not at all. I never sold any information. The blue flames glowed again in Natalie's hands. This time, however, Danny insisted, I really didn't sell any information, really. It's just that Tyrannosaur keeps contacting me. Ding, ding, ding. An unpleasant ringtone rang out, and everybody looked at the source of the sound. The only person who had such an unpleasant ringtone was Danny. He was using a burner phone to keep in contact with Tyrannosaur, hence the unpleasant ringtone. Tim picked up Danny's phone from the table and frowned at the number. It's Tyrannosaur. He gave the phone to Danny and said, work with us and see what he has to say. Danny shook his head quickly. No, I can't do it. I'm just an ordinary person, a father who takes his kids to football games. I'm not a spy. He was almost crying as he spoke. His wife, Meg, also explained. He never misses the kids' sports day, he always watches their games. Tim was helpless. According to Danny, he was an ordinary person who just wanted to sell company information for money. He hadn't said anything to the other party about Jeff being an informant. Carl, as head of security, was therefore attacked, and a bomb was placed inside Tim's house, but nothing happened to Jeff's place. It was clear from this that Danny had only divulged Carl and Tim's names. But if Jeff wasn't taken care of, Danny's dealings might still come to light. He clearly wasn't any sort of professional, not to mention he was far from ruthless. Now that he was being interrogated by Tim and the others, and knew how serious things were, he might give the game away over the phone. The phone was still ringing, and Tim frowned. Luke remained silent. Jeff, however, suddenly stepped forward and picked up the phone. "Hello, is this Mr. Tyrannosaur?" Everybody looked at Jeff, who unexpectedly sounded a lot like Danny at that moment. "Hello, Mr. Rick Forrest." The person on the other side of the phone was obviously using a voice changer. Everybody then looked at Danny. Danny said in a very low voice, "Of course I need a code name for this." Everybody was lost for words. "So now you're acting like a damn pro." Less than 30 seconds later, Jeff hung up. Everybody looked at him, and it was his wife, Karen, who eventually asked, "Honey, how are you able to copy Danny's voice?" Jeff said with a bitter smile, "It was a joke. One time in the company, it was popular to pretend to be someone else on the phone, and I chose to mimic Danny. Sadly, just when I was close to sounding just like him after practicing for almost 2 months, this game suddenly stopped being popular." Everybody. Chapter 421. A feast, and I have money, I do what I want in any case. Jeff's hard work in the past finally paid off. He successfully obtained the time and place for the deal after talking to Tyrannosaur over the phone tomorrow, 9 p.m., at Odyssey Hotel's V restaurant. But Tyrannosaur demanded that both Danny and his wife show up clearly. Meg was also an informant in this matter. The problem was that Danny and his wife had now been caught. So, who should go tomorrow? Seeing everyone look at him, Danny quickly shook his head. Don't look at me. I've never met them, and I've only ever used a code name with them. They don't know who I am." Natalie wasn't convinced. "That's not possible. When you contacted them on your computer from your company, they could have checked your IP address." Danny couldn't help but lower his head and said in embarrassment, "That's why I've been contacting Tyrannosaur on Jeff's office computer." Jeff shouted, "What?" He grabbed a saw from the table and cursed, "I'm going to cut your balls off." "Damn it." Tim hurriedly stopped him once more. Luke and Selena looked at Jeff sympathetically. This good guy had truly been tragically set up. If someone sold company secrets on his computer, he would definitely be held partly responsible, and lose his job. Natalie nodded too. "He's not lying. We did find the leads on Jeff's computer." She had just been testing Danny and his wife with her previous question, to see if they had really never met Tyrannosaur in real life. Without saying a word, everybody turned their eyes to Jeff and his wife. Karen was suspicious. "What are you thinking?" Natalie stepped forward, cupped Karen's face and studied it carefully. This is the typical middle-class housewife." Tim tossed the saw which Jeff had been holding back onto the table and restrained the guy, who still wanted to cut Danny's balls off. "And this man here fits the description too, once he calms down." Luke sighed and said, "This isn't very nice, is it? I don't care about your mission, but Jeff and Karen don't have any professional training, and they won't get a cent out of it." Tim spread his hands helplessly. "They're already involved. If we don't catch Tyrannosaur, the man will come after them sooner or later, which will be even more dangerous." Luke frowned. He actually had another solution, but he had secrets of his own. Looking at Jeff and Karen, he suddenly sighed. "Fine, the two of you can decide." Jeff and Karen looked nervous at the danger, but Luke could see anticipation in their eyes. They lived ordinary lives, but had always hoped for something extraordinary. Whether it was paranoid Karen or good guy Jeff, a passionate side burned in their hearts. Karen said, "I'm in." Jeff didn't say anything, but tacitly agreed with his wife's decision. About the operation tomorrow night, Luke looked at Tim. Tim shook his head and said, "We're professionals, and we have backup. You don't need to come." Luke raised an eyebrow. "Okay, then it's all yours. Don't forget to clean this place up, including them." He looked at Danny and Meg. Both of them turned pale at Luke's words. Danny cried, "Please don't. We're neighbors, Luke." Meg wept too. "Selena, don't kill us. Have you forgotten that I'm the one who invites you to community activities?" Selena smiled brilliantly. "Of course I haven't. So, make it quick, Natalie." Natalie nodded. "I guarantee we'll wrap it up cleanly." After that, Luke and Selena left. This basement was only a cover, and didn't contain anything sensitive. The truly secret things were in his inventory. It was why Luke dared invite them to his place. Of course, Danny and Meg wouldn't die. Cleaning and wrapping things up were just to scare this obnoxious couple. They weren't good people and had made a huge blunder. Good guy Jeff had almost been shot because of them. Did they really deserve any comfort? Back in the living room, Selena couldn't help but ask, are we really going to just leave it? Luke didn't even turn his head and simply tossed her the tablet. Make a reservation for us. Let's have a feast tomorrow night, at Odyssey Hotel's V restaurant. Selena laughed. I knew you wouldn't be so obedient. Luke shrugged. It's not like we're taking part in Tim's operation. Who can stop us from eating at that restaurant? I have money. I can do whatever I want. He checked the system notifications as he spoke. System. You have killed the criminals and rescued Jeff, Karen and Carl. Total experience. 500. Total credit. 500. Contribution rate. 90%. EXP plus 450. Credit plus 450. This was his real harvest, which was more than what he could earn from a regular case, and chances were that he could still earn more the next day. Naturally, he wouldn't refuse more experience and credit points. The next day, Luke and Selena went to work as usual, and came home as usual. Selena watched on the tablet as Jeff and Karen, who were dressed formally, left the house, and she asked, Luke, are we dressed too casually? Luke examined Selena, who was wearing cropped jeans and a loose white shirt. Luke was also wearing jeans, along with a casual plaid shirt. He said helplessly, we need to carry guns and equipment. I don't think you can dress like Karen. On screen, Karen was wearing a champagne-colored dress. She was only 1.6 meters tall, but the dress accentuated her magnificent breasts. Her butt and her legs were extraordinary too. The dress looked like it would explode at any moment. This ordinary housewife had undergone a transformation into a super lush beauty. Her great figure was normally hidden under her loose home clothes, and it was such a huge contrast, no wonder Selena was worried about her own outfit. Selena nodded regretfully. Fine, we're only going there for dinner, anyway. Luke walked out with her and said, after we're done today, you can wear whatever you want when we go out to eat tomorrow. How about Hungry Cat? From what you said, it sounds pretty good. Selena gave a satisfied smile. Okay, you can learn how to make their Maine lobster roll. It's really delicious. Luke nodded with a smile. Let's go. Hopefully everything goes smoothly tonight. They drove out. They needed to get to V restaurant early if they wanted to have a feast first. In the car, Selena asked, why did you agree to let Jeff and Karen get involved in this? Even with us following them, it's very dangerous. Jeff and his wife were just ordinary and inexperienced people who would be easily exposed, and when that happened, they also didn't have the strength to protect themselves. This operation really was a little risky. Chapter 422 Acting separately, and Jeff exposed. Luke shrugged and said, I've spoken to Tim. Jeff and Karen only need to give the fake files to Tyrannosaur and then leave with the money. The arrest won't happen until after they're gone. Selena immediately got it. In other words, this was a fishing operation, and Jeff and Karen were just throwing out the bait. They wouldn't be the ones to reel in the line. They didn't need to do or think anything else. This sort of operation was still dangerous, but you didn't have to be a super pro. It was fine for Jeff and Karen to look a little nervous. As a regular couple that was about to sell MBI company secrets, they had every reason to be nervous. When Luke and Selena got to the hotel, they parked and leisurely made their way up through the underground car park. Selena casually asked, why are we going up from here? Luke said, Tim and Natalie are on the hotel roof, so naturally, we can only enter through the car park. Selena nodded. Oh, that's true. Luke said, also, Tim's colleagues are already here. Mind what you say later, so that no one notices anything unusual. Selena nodded, then switched to asking about the specialties here, and Luke replied with the information he had read before. Just like regular customers who were here to eat, they talked and laughed as they walked into V restaurant. After giving their names, they were taken to a table by the window. Below, on the other side of the window, was an indoor swimming pool, and plenty of people were idling around it. In high spirits, Selena began to order food. What about Jeff and Karen? They were still at home. It was only 8:20 p.m., there were 40 minutes to go before the deal. Luke and Selena had enough time for a nice dinner. In the meantime, a small drone on autopilot mode was hovering above the hotel and monitoring the surroundings. At the table, Luke and Selena laughed and talked in low voices as they relaxed and enjoyed dinner. Half an hour later, Selena had finished the meal and was scooping up pink strawberry ice cream, which she stuck into Luke's mouth every now and then. Luke wasn't particularly fond of ice cream, but he didn't hate it either. Thus, he couldn't say anything about Selena sharing it with him. The pink strawberry ice cream was a little girly, but it was fine since he wasn't the one who ordered it. Many other customers looked at this scene with envy and admiration, and some couples began to copy them. On the roof, Tim and Natalie cuddled together near the edge as they enjoyed the breeze and the night view. They had been frank with each other earlier, which undid the knots in their hearts. "They're here," said Natalie. "They're here." Luke glanced at the couple who had just entered the reception hall. The two looked a little strange. They only took a few steps, before they actually embraced right in the middle of the reception hall and kissed each other passionately. Luke could practically hear the moist sound effects in his head, and he found it strange. These two usually weren't so unrestrained. A moment later, the middle-aged couple entered the restaurant, and Luke watched out of the corner of his eye as a waiter took them upstairs. Withdrawing his gaze, Luke whispered to Selena, who was still savoring the ice cream, "Let's get to work." Selena had one last mouthful of ice cream before she stood up. "The ice cream's not bad. I'll order it again next time." They got up and took action separately. Selena quickly entered a building diagonally across the street. She put down her big backpack and took out an M4A1 in a black cylinder. She inserted the cylinder into a launcher under the barrel of the gun, and Luke's voice sounded in her earpiece. "Third floor, room 305. Selena said, "I see it." Pooh. Swoosh. The black cylinder shot out and abruptly unfurled into a round shape in the air before it hit and stuck to the upper edge of the window of that room. Several seconds later, Selena heard the conversation in her left earpiece. "Mr. Rick Forrest, is this your wife? It's very nice to meet you." The cylinder which Selena had shot out and stuck to the window was naturally a bug. They couldn't interfere with whatever Tim and Natalie had planted on Jeff and Karen, so they could only plant a bug of their own outside the room. Listening to the conversation in her earpiece, Selena murmured, "It seems that Jeff and Karen are quite calm. There shouldn't be any problems with this operation." That was indeed the case. Neither of the two parties in the room wasted time. Jeff and Karen wanted to give away the fake files as soon as possible, and Tyrannosaur wanted to leave with the files just as quickly. Tyrannosaur had noticed that Tim was tracking him down. As his sense of crisis grew stronger, he could only close this deal as quickly as possible. Because of that, he paid 50% more than he promised, increasing it from $1 million to $1.5 million. Clearly, Danny and his wife had wanted to get rich and retire in one go. "Pay more attention. This is the moment when things can go wrong," Luke warned Selena. She hummed in response. She was already done checking her gun, and aimed it once more at the room. She heard Jeff's voice through the earpiece. "You look familiar. Have we met before?" "No," replied a short fatty who was only about 1.5 meters tall. This short fatty was none other than Tyrannosaur. He was wearing a gray suit, under which was a round-collared t-shirt. Even weirder was that there was an image of a pink cartoon Tyrannosaur Rex conquering Earth on it, which was almost cute. Luke had already snuck into the room next door. He was waiting by the window. A few minutes later, the transaction was completed, and the two parties were saying goodbye. "Wait, this is yours," said the short fatty, a red stress ball in his hand. This was something Jeff had been carrying on him and which had been confiscated when he was searched before entering the room. Jeff didn't think it was a big deal. "It's fine, you can have it." The short fatty stared at the stress ball with the clear MBI logo on it. Frowning for a moment, he suddenly said, "Stop them." Jeff and Karen, who had just walked to the door, were stopped. Jeff grew anxious. "What do you want?" The short fatty searched his memory, and his expression turned ugly a moment later. "You're that guy from HR." Jeff hurriedly denied it. No. I'm a maintenance engineer." Karen also defended him. "He's an engineer, with 2 doctorates. The short fatty shook his head and played with the stress ball. No, you were right. We've met before, Jeff." "Huh." The short fatty smiled coldly. "I worked at McQuell Bond Incorporation from 1999 to 2001 as a non-essential mid-level manager." "And you're Jeff Gaffney. Chapter 423 I've fallen for you." "No, I'm not." Jeff hurriedly denied it. "You're from HR," the fatty cursed. "You're wrong." Jeff didn't give up. "You said that I had suicidal tendencies and clinical depression, and you consoled me with your so-called trust game." The short fatty was very confident. Jeff quickly shook his head. "No, you don't look like you have depression, and this goddamn MBI stress ball." It's absolutely useless. The short fatty roared. He threw the stress ball away. You're fake. This is a trap. Plan B. Call the chopper. Selena was lost for words. It seems that being too good at talking isn't a good thing. Should we make a move? Wait a minute. Luke frowned and listened in on Tim. Bait exposed. Requesting an immediate backup and rescue, Tim said into a walkie-talkie. A moment later, he couldn't have looked more awful. Staring at him for a moment, Natalie replied into the walkie-talkie, copy that. Retreating. Are we really giving up on them? Tim hesitated. Smiling, Natalie grabbed her gun and said, of course not. They're nice neighbors, aren't they? Tim smiled as well. Both of them swiftly headed downstairs. Luke rolled his eyes. He knew that none of the special agent organizations could be trusted. He had never wanted to enter agencies like the FBI or CIA precisely because of something like this. Without enough power and influence, even if he was recruited, he would only end up doing the dirty work and would be abandoned without any hesitation once he was exposed. What could he do then? Use his abilities to go on a killing spree, or wait to be resurrected after he was killed? Either choice would have dire consequences, and he didn't like either of them. While thinking, Luke said, Selena, get ready to back Tim up. Tim and Natalie's reinforcements have already withdrawn from the hotel. Selena remarked, these reinforcements are really quick to respond. Were they betraying their teammates? No, because Jeff and Karen weren't their teammates at all. Those two were just bait. Losing bait was always inevitable when fishing. At that moment, Jeff and Karen had been pressed down onto the couch. On the other side, the short fatty was speaking to one of his accomplices. Frowning, Jeff thought for a moment, then suddenly said, Bruce. The short fatty subconsciously turned around. Huh, you're talking to me. Jeff was even more certain. I remember your name now. Bruce. Bruce Springstyle. The short fatty shook his head awkwardly. No, you're mistaken. Jeff, however, was quite confident. I remember now. I was the one who had to deal with your parking space issue. Is that why you turned to crime? Over a parking space? The short fatty flew into a rage. Enough. Shut up. What do you think this place is? A talk show stage. In the room, the short fatty's subordinates and accomplices had strange expressions on their faces. One of his female accomplices couldn't help but ask, your name is Springstyle. Her curiosity was understandable. It was like someone suddenly learning that Schwarzenegger or Stallone's real name was Puppy. The short fatty shouted furiously, yes, got a problem. Another accomplice interjected, is that why you told us to call you Tyrannosaur? The short fatty said, of course people in our line of work must have a nickname that can't be linked back to them. What other reason is there? Everybody's expressions were strange. The short fatty, Bruce, suddenly turned around and pointed at Jeff. Also, that parking space thing wasn't fair at all right? Everybody was lost for words. So, you did become a criminal over nothing more than a parking space. As if someone had poked at his sore spot, Bruce roared, I worked 3 years for them. 3 years, and they still told me to park in Section D, which is on the other side of the road. Every time I went or got off work, I had to cross that, what do you call it? The pedestrian bridge, Jeff prompted on the dot. Too many employees had come running to him to complain about the same matter. That's right, when you cross the goddamn pedestrian bridge, you sweat when it's hot, get dusty when it's windy, and get drenched when it rains. I had to FC King enjoy that for 3 years. I must thank you. In his fury, Bruce was already taking his gun out. Jeff hurriedly reminded him, wait. I wasn't the one who assigned you your parking space. I've been parking my car in Section D for 12 years myself. Bruce choked for a moment, but came back to himself and raised his gun again. I'm not a useless lying HR bastard like you. I don't care how long you've parked in Section D. Crash. The door was suddenly pushed open, interrupting this farce. Monitoring the room from across the street, Selena couldn't help but ask, Luke, are you sure that Tim and Natalie are there to save Jeff and Karen? Luke looked at the image on his fake phone that was being streamed from the camera which he had just set up outside the window. Maybe this is their backup plan. To get themselves caught, Selena complained, you better not use a plan like this in the future. Luke was amused. Okay, get ready to move. Inside, Jeff looked at Tim in surprise. Where's the backup? There's no backup. Tim smiled bitterly. Jeff said, what, didn't you say that the worst outcome would be backup breaking in and blowing this place up? Natalie said, that's the worst outcome for them. They don't really care about collateral damage. Collateral damage. Jeff and Karen were stunned. Bruce chuckled and said, "See? That's a classic lie by omission. Okay, Bruno, put down the plastic sheet. I still want the hotel to give me back my deposit later." "Wait!" someone shouted. Bruce was annoyed. "Hey, why is everybody interrupting me?" It was Karen who had shouted, a pleading expression on her face. "Natalie, after we tried on lingerie together last time, I realized that I've fallen for you." Everybody, Jeff and Tim, confused, Bruce looked at Tim. This person couldn't be called Natalie, let alone enter the fitting room for ladies. "Are you talking to her?" He looked at Natalie, who was next to Tim, and then at Karen again. Karen nodded. "Can you let me say my last words?" "Okay, go on." Bruce nodded involuntarily as he glanced between the two extremely unique women. Chapter 424. What did she teach you? Karen walked over to Natalie and said, "Natalie, thank you for everything you taught me." "What did she teach you?" The same question popped up in everybody's heads. Natalie was tall and graceful, while Karen was plump and mature, with boobs that dazzled the eye. What happened between them? Even the only female criminal in the room held her breath at that moment, eager for an answer. Karen slowly took 2 steps forward, hugged Natalie, then kissed her. Gulp. Every man on the scene swallowed at the same time. This was 2D*MN stimulating. Selena's mouth dropped open. "When did that happen? How come I didn't know?" Luke said, "All right, Karen is acting and distracting them. Get ready. 3, 2, 1. Selena, who had long been ready for action, pulled the trigger. Bam, bang. 2 gunshots burst out in a short staccato. The first bullet broke the glass window, and then a stun grenade was fired into the room. Bang. After a gigantic explosion, everybody in the room was dizzy and their ears rang. Natalie and Karen subconsciously grabbed tightly onto each other. After the explosion, Luke dashed out the window of the room next door and jumped nimbly into this room through the broken window. At the moment, he was still moving at a regular speed. When he went past 2 criminals, he slapped them in passing and sent them flying. The next moment, he pulled Karen out of Natalie's arms with one hand and used the other to throw Natalie behind the couch. He took 2 steps and pulled up the sluggish Jeff before skillfully kicking Tim toward the couch. Luke then flipped the couch on its side with 1 foot and kicked it several meters away. Then, with Jeff and Karen in one hand each, he kicked the door and ran out. It might seem complicated, but from Selena breaking the window to Luke pulling Jeff and Karen out the door, it hadn't been more than 10 seconds. Because of the stun grenade, everybody in the room was still dizzy and unwell. All except for one person, Bruce. He was the first person to come back to his senses in the room. Looking around the room, he shook his dizzy head and cursed, "DMN it. It's their backup." As he spoke, he raised his and tried to shoot Tim, who was the closest to him. Frowning, Selena pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Bruce was hit and fell. Luke, who was running away with Jeff and Karen, frowned. Selena, they had agreed that they wouldn't touch the criminals unless it was necessary. Naturally, that was because Tim's agency was involved, and Luke and Selena would easily draw attention if they took any action. If they really had to be dealt with, Luke could go out in the middle of the night and make all of them disappear, guaranteed. Selena immediately replied, "There's something strange about that tyrannosaur, Mr. Bruce. He was already moving as soon as you left." Luke said, "Oh, all right then." At that moment, Tim and Natalie struggled to their feet and grabbed guns off the nearby criminals. Tim also picked up the fake files, before the 2 of them staggered out as well. "Okay, Tim and Natalie are out," Selena informed Luke. Luke hummed a response. He had already taken Jeff and Karen to the stairs, when he suddenly stopped. Putting them down right by the wall, he drew out the Glock and said, "All right, it doesn't look like we can take these 2 out of here peacefully." As he spoke, 2 criminals came charging up the stairs. Bang, 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 bang. At such close distance and with ample time to prepare, Luke couldn't be bothered to shoot them in the head. He shot them each in the stomach, then kicked them down the stairs. Now that he was getting more and more famous in LAPD, he deliberately controlled his shooting, and in particular, didn't use headshots all the time. Practically no one else in the police department could do it. If he kept doing it, it would be very easy for anyone with a brain to connect the dots between him and some big cases in particular. After shooting the 2, Luke felt a little helpless. Just whose home field was this, exactly? After the 2 criminals were shot down, the 8 or so criminals at the foot of the stairs stopped and aimed their guns at the stairs. Cowards, can't you be braver and charge at me all together? As he mocked these gun-wielding criminals, Luke looked behind him. Dizzy, Jeff asked, Luke, why are you here? Luke replied casually, me. I was here for dinner. Jeff was at a loss. Really, what a coincidence. You only came here for dinner because you knew we were here, right? The housewife with over 10 years of expertise with conspiracy theories guessed the right answer. Ding. 7 or 8 meters away, the elevator doors dinged open and 2 criminals scuttled out. Bang, 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 bang. Luke's bullets hit them practically the moment they exited the elevator. They collapsed before they even had the chance to pull the trigger. No, we really were here for dinner. The Spanish trotters here are great, Luke said with a smile. Spanish trotters. Jeff's head was still in a muddle, and for a moment, he couldn't think exactly what that dish was. Luke nodded and said, I think its full name is jamon iberico or something. But I like how soft and elastic the pig trotters are when they're boiled. Jeff and Karen stared blankly. Huh, was this the time to talk about the taste of pig trotters? During this delay, Tim and Natalie caught up to them. Both of them had pained expressions. Luke, was it you? No, Luke shook his head firmly. Natalie rubbed her forehead and said, I haven't even said anything yet, what are you denying? Denying it is admitting it. Tim rubbed his head as well. It doesn't feel great, but thanks for the stun grenade. Actually, if Selena had been 1 or 2 seconds late in taking action, Natalie would have detonated the bomb she had prepared, which could have distracted the criminals and given them a chance to escape. But Luke and Selena's intervention had disrupted their plan. Fortunately, everything turned out well and everyone managed to escape. Luke chuckled and said, there's a bunch of shooters down there. Any idea how we're getting down? Tim stuck his head out at the top of the stairs. Bang, 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 bang. A dozen bullets hit the wall corner and kicked up dust. Tim pulled back, dust all over his face. Fine, there's really a lot of them. How about your stun grenades? Luke rolled his eyes. I only had one, in case of an emergency. How the hell was I supposed to know that your backup is so unreliable? Tim and Natalie were a little embarrassed. Natalie was the quickest to respond and pointed to the side. There's a swimming pool down there. Let's break the glass and jump down. Chapter 425 Mr. Bruce, the real Tyrannosaur. Luke was lost for words. Why are you all so fond of jumping? Can't you take a normal route? At that moment, 2 criminals revealed themselves in the corridor behind them. Bang, bang, bang. Tim and Natalie opened fire simultaneously and knocked them down. Tim said helplessly, we don't have backup, and we're outnumbered. Let's just get out through the window. Luke could only agree. Fine, do you mean that window? I'll do it first. In his dizziness, Jeff overheard their conversation and got back to his feet. Ah, he roared and rushed at the window that was several meters away, covering his head with his hands. Luke dropped his forehead into his hand. Tim stretched out his hand. Wait, dwang. Jeff hit the glass, and bounced back. Jeff, that's 3-layer tempered glass. You have to break it first, said Tim. Saying that, he picked up a fire extinguisher on the side and smashed it on the window. Dwang. Tim was dumbfounded when he saw the glass remain intact. Dwang, dwang. Tim put the fire extinguisher down and said, fine, this glass is really hard. Maybe it was made in China, Luke said casually. Let's just take the simplest approach. Bang, bang, bang. As 3 bullet holes appeared, the tempered glass shattered into countless pieces. Bang, bang, bang. Hurry up, stop horsing around. Natalie grumbled behind them as she opened fire and held off another 2 criminals who were about to press forward. The 3 men finally stopped joking. Luke grabbed Karen and said, hold on to Jeff. Close your legs together and don't flail around. Don't let go of him until you're in the water. Karen hurriedly clung to Jeff. Luke raised his hand and gave the couple a gentle push. Karen shrieked in the air. When the people down below looked up, she crashed into the water with Jeff from high above. Luke could only pray that she had remembered his warning and hadn't jumped in with her legs spread wide, since she was only wearing a short dress. There were a lot of people in the swimming pool, and they subconsciously raised their heads. When they heard the gunshots breaking the glass, hearing Karen's shriek, Natalie looked back and said, you deal with them for now. She then started to fiddle with the suitcase of fake files. Luke's expression didn't change, but his sharp nose had already picked up a familiar scent, plastic explosives. He instantly got ready to run. After less than a minute, Tim said, I'm running out of bullets. Luke shrugged and said, I don't have clips for an MP5. Natalie, are you done? Tim urged her. Okay, let's go. Saying thus, Natalie threw the suitcase of fake files at the criminals, before she got up and jumped out the broken window with Tim. Luke rolled his eyes. With his astonishing reflexes and speed, he put on a mask as he ran and followed them out the window. Instead of jumping into the pool, however, he activated extreme parkour and nimbly used protruding wall corners and AC units to reduce his momentum as he fell. As she fell, Natalie pressed the remote in her hand. Bang! After a huge explosion, a shocking wave of heat poured out of the broken window. Luke directly dropped down from the second floor and ran to the swimming pool. Looking at the various bits and bobs that were falling from above, he pulled Jeff and Karen over from the pool. After taking the couple to one side to avoid the falling debris, Luke returned to the pool. Hey, isn't this a bit too much? Aren't you afraid you'll be sacked? Natalie and Tim exchanged looks, and smiled brightly. Those terrorists reserved the entire floor and set up explosive devices there. We had no choice but to flee. If the boss wants to investigate, then we can only admit it and retire. Tim laughed and mumbled to himself, it would be great if the boss can really let us retire like this. Luke was lost for words. Those diligent terrorists became scapegoats once again. While they were talking, Selena suddenly sent a warning. Luke, something's not right about the floor that just blew up. I think a person is coming out. Luke raised his head, only to see a short and fat man walk out of the dense smoke and fire on the third floor. Was that Tyrannosaur Mr. Bruce? He stood there, black all over and smoking. His hair was now a bird's nest and fury flashed in his eyes. You petty bugs have made me really angry. As he spoke, his body started to expand. Everybody at the scene looked in shock at the man who was standing at the broken window on the third floor. In a matter of seconds, the short fatty had grown to 2 meters tall, and was still getting bigger. His previously normal features stretched out. His mouth became especially huge, and his teeth also turned long and sharp. In the meantime, muscles bulged on his body like a balloon swelling up. An ill wind blew, and the lights around him flickered. It was like a scene out of a horror movie. Luke looked at Tim and Natalie. You guys are too much. What kind of D*MN monster is this? You actually never told us anything. Natalie's expression was dark. That's because we didn't know he's a monster at all. Our intelligence only mentioned that he was trying to steal important MBI secrets. Luke sighed. Fine. The two of you move back in a bit. Tim and Natalie. What? Luke was already saying, Selena, toss over the gun and clips. The next moment, a huge backpack was tossed down at an angle in his direction. Luke picked up the backpack, unzipped it, and took out the M4A1 that was inside. Bruce had finally completed his transformation upstairs, turning from a short fatty into a hideous and brawny 2.5-meter-tall monster. The strange thing was that his arms and legs were short compared with his torso, so he really did look a little like a tyrannosaur. It seemed that Bruce hadn't picked this codename randomly, he really could transform. Bruce the Tyrannosaur took a deep breath and roared, Why? Why are all of you so mean to me? I'm going to kill you. Ah, that enormous body jumped down into the swimming pool. Luke, he raised the M4A1 and pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. A string of bullets hit Bruce and his body jolted in the air. Chapter 426. Pulling the monster's aggro. To everybody's shock, Bruce didn't die and was still yelling. Ouch, that hurts. You actually dare hit me. It's precisely you I'm hitting. Luke mocked while he mumbled inwardly, Don't tell me this guy can't die. 7 or 8 bullets had hit Bruce just now, but nothing else happened after they pierced his body. There were several bullet holes in him, which smoked faintly, but there was no blood. Seeing this, Luke promptly ran away. Who knew what weird thing Bruce was? He didn't die even after multiple shots. After fumbling around in the swimming pool, Bruce crawled out, his eyes fixed on Tim and Natalie who were about to run. Without any hesitation, Luke fired again at his big head. Bang, 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 bang. Ouch, it's you again. I'm going to kill you. Ah. Rubbing his forehead, Bruce charged at Luke with large strides as he no longer paid attention to Tim and Natalie who had duped him earlier. Pulling aggro, success. It was time to run. Luke dashed down the widest path. After passing the bar, he burst into the hotel lobby and then ran out into the street. Behind him, Bruce was still roaring. Stop there, you goddamn bug. I'm going to stomp on you. Luke rolled his eyes and came to a stop. Bang, 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 bang. In the lobby, Bruce fell flat on his face before rolling over the floor. The bullets couldn't kill him, but there was still the force from impact, and Luke's bullets easily disrupted Bruce's balance as the latter ran. "Idiot, come and get me. If you can." Cough, cough. Luke awkwardly stopped mid-taunt, before breaking into a run once again. At the same time, he said to Selena, "Call Captain Wales. DMN it, tell him that I'm being chased by a monster on the streets in downtown Los Angeles. Remember to send him pictures and a video." Selena said, "I'm sending them right now. But what you did just now was too cool. Would Wales think you're shooting a movie? Hollywood isn't far from here, after all." Luke didn't know what to say. "Can you blame me for being cool? This is a gift from God, all right. Right, tell Dustin and Elsa to let the police officers en route know to stay clear of Bruce, or they'll die even quicker." Selena simply tapped twice on the mic, this time since she was already speaking to Captain Wales. What Luke didn't know was that Tim was making a call as well. "Flegg, I have a situation here that you may find interesting. I'm at Odyssey Hotel in Los Angeles." Several minutes later, 2 helicopters with the FBI logo on them took off from 2 locations in Los Angeles at almost the same time as they headed toward the same destination. On the street, Luke ran circles around Bruce, as if he were playing with a dog. He didn't need extraordinary power or special equipment, he just used the M4A1 he was holding and his astonishing reflexes to tease the infuriated Bruce. Thanks to the quick reflex he learned, his movements were like that of a fish in water, and his vague ability to anticipate things became clearer little by little. Luke knew that his body was gradually adapting to the ability and that his true potential was now revealing itself. With this gain, he became even more cool-headed. It wasn't easy to find an extraordinary opponent, especially one like Bruce who seemed immune to death. Luke also noticed that except for being a little more sensitive about his parking space being in Section D, Bruce's state of mind had still been relatively normal before his transformation. After his transformation, however, his resentment soared, and he bellowed non-stop with a miserable and aggrieved face, "You're all liars. You all laugh at me for being a failure. Go to hell, all of you." Bang, bang. Another 2 bullets hit the guy in the back of his head, once again, that produced nothing but 2 smoking holes. Bruce was still alive and kicking. "Ouch, that hurts. I'm going to beat your ass." Bang, bang. 2 bullet holes appeared in Bruce's chest, but he was still jumping around. "Ouch, that hurts." Bang, bang. 2 more bullet holes appeared in Bruce's crotch. Covering it, he hopped around on the street. "Ah, ouch, ouch," but a moment later, he was as lively as ever as he chased Luke again and repeated the same lines. He was human and yet not. Luke scratched his head. Gunfire, or more accurately, physical attacks were useless on him, and he had ridiculous stamina. If Luke's own stamina wasn't as good, or if he didn't have any guns on him, he would have beaten it. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat the monster, but that he didn't want to reveal his secrets. Many elite special soldiers could run dozens of kilometers with dozens of kilograms on their back, but it was impossible for them to run and fight an opponent for 10 minutes without any rest. That was because they couldn't move at a constant speed in a battle. They had to stop and switch directions constantly, and roll and jump as they fired their weapons, which was very taxing on the body. Thanks to his newly acquired quick reflex, Luke could easily stay out of Bruce's reach. The guy was all brawn and no skill. While he was shooting the breeze, he asked Selena, "What's Captain Wales's ETA? Tell him that this guy is invulnerable and a real pain." Selena said, "Their helicopter has taken off. It'll take them about 5 minutes to get here." Luke was helpless. "Fine, looks like I can only play a little more." Saying that, he slung his gun over his shoulder and ran to a streetside building. He jumped onto a windowsill on the 1st floor. Pushing off of his feet, he grabbed the ledge on the 2nd floor, and in 2 seconds, had climbed up to the 3rd floor like a lizard. He was able to do this thanks to a combination of extreme parkour and quick reflex. Extreme parkour enabled him to pick out climbing holds, and quick reflex gave him quick coordination. He could climb up 3 floors easily before all this, but had just slightly lacked that satisfying sense of flow in his movements. Quick reflex was like a lubricant which made his slightly rough and blunt movements agile and smooth, and he now only needed half the amount of strength required to accomplish the same thing. Bruce roared and jumped to grab at Luke on the 3rd floor, but failed. He was now 2.5 meters tall and extraordinarily strong, but because of his short limbs, Luke was still out of his reach. Luke laughed and jumped to the next window before shouting at Bruce, who was hopping around down below. Low Esser. Infuriated, Bruce pressed down with his hands and plastered his body to the wall. Looking at this scene, Luke was stupefied. Chapter 427 The Big Beauty's Toy Banana. After setting foot on the wall, Bruce unexpectedly stood up, just like that. He gave a hideous grin and shouted, "Crawl faster, little bug." Looking at Bruce, who was standing parallel to the ground, Luke pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he jumped back several meters and blew a raspberry at Bruce while he was in the air. PFF'd. You still can't catch me. Bruce. I'm going to kill you. Dozens of meters away, Tim and Natalie were watching the show with binoculars, just like Selena. Aren't we going to back him up? Tim couldn't help but ask. He actually quite liked Luke. Right at that moment, Natalie happened to be watching Luke jump through the air, and in a stretch of clear light, she saw him blow the raspberry. She was silent for a moment before she said, "I think he's having fun. Fine, I'll give Flag a push. You're better at sniping than I am, so get ready to provide backup at any moment." At that moment, Jeff and Karen were also playing spectators after finding a corner close to the hotel entrance with a good line of sight. Jeff was mumbling, "Are you kidding me? How is Luke so good?" Karen never looked away as she said, I knew it. I was right from the beginning. He isn't as ordinary as he seems at all. I sensed he was unusual not long after he moved in." Jeff hesitated for a bit before he glanced at his wife and said in a low voice, "Last time, you insisted that Bernie's dogs have been possessed by aliens, or they wouldn't be pooping in front of our house every day." "Of course. How can a regular dog poop so much every day? It must be because those aliens help them with digestion. I suspect that even Bernie's possessed, too." Her eyes fixed on the battlefield, Karen retorted, "Otherwise, why doesn't he ever clean up the dog poop after you've told him to so many times?" "It's definitely because the aliens have taken control of his brain that he doesn't have any human sense of decency." "Jeff, what you say makes sense. I actually can't say anything." On Luke's side, he was drawing Bruce the Tyrannosaur into a small side street so that bystanders wouldn't be caught up in their battle. Taking advantage of various odds and ends that acted as stumbling blocks, he successfully offset the upper hand which Bruce possessed with being able to defy gravity and run on the wall. As nimble as a monkey, Luke passed through narrow gaps unhindered, while Bruce simply knocked down everything that was in his way. Luke jumped down into another side street and looked back at Bruce. With a pair of green pajama bottoms on his head and a pink bedsheet tangled around his waist, the man roared, I'm going to kill you." Luke was lost for words. "Can't you change up your lines?" Suddenly, an old Chevrolet Laguna stopped not far away. Luke had no choice but to run. He didn't want to get civilians involved in this battle. Even if Daddy's system probably wouldn't deduct credit points for it, it was his own principle to avoid getting civilians involved as much as possible. But he frowned the next moment. After the Chevrolet stopped, two people got out. One was a small, old Asian man in a gray fisherman's hat, and the other was a woman. Luke couldn't help but pause briefly for a good look. Her thin black coat fluttered in the gentle breeze to reveal the short, light gold skin-tight dress which she was wearing underneath. This was a big beauty. Tossing back her blonde waves, she casually took off her coat. The low neckline did nothing to cover her magnificence. She was at least a D+. As Luke subconsciously sized her up, he promptly grabbed the M4A1 that had been slung over his shoulder. Bang, bang, bang. Ouch, hurts. Bruce fell flat on his face right after he jumped out of an alley as Luke once again made him lose his balance with his gunshots. While crying in pain, he got back to his feet and was about to go after Luke again. Suddenly, he paused and quickly turned his head, in the direction of the Chevrolet. Or rather, in the direction of the two people who were standing next to the Chevrolet. Luke frowned and turned around to raise his gun again, but abruptly stopped in surprise. He saw the old man and the blonde beauty reach for their waists at the same time as they took out bananas. "What the hell?" Luke muttered. "Are you here for fun? Have you watched too many comedies?" Then, he was stupefied. Bruce had been unfazed by the M4A1, but when he saw these two people raise the bananas, he actually retreated and dashed back into the alley. Then, the bananas shot out what looked like two indistinct rays of blue light, which brushed past Bruce. The blue light was very faint and only flashed for one moment in the night. It would probably be difficult for an ordinary person to detect it, but Luke saw it clearly. So, those two were actually holding bananas that could fire energy bullets. What the FCK was that? Luke narrowed his eyes at them. The gorgeous woman gave him a charming smile. Not bad, you actually weren't beaten up. Luke walked over and smiled. Of course, I'm very quick. The blonde, hey, don't steal my banana, alright. Luke had already gotten hold of the banana that the blonde had been holding. As the blonde spoke, she was already reaching out to grab it back. Luke didn't even bother to look at her as he continued to fiddle with the banana with his right hand while fending her off with his left hand. A moment later, he confirmed that it was just a 20 cm long plastic banana and that there was nothing unusual about it. Locking the blonde's wrists together with his left hand, he tossed out the toy banana casually, and it landed right in the middle of her cleavage. He curled his lip. I don't care what your toy banana is about, but you're here for that guy, aren't you? You can go and catch him now. Saying that, he loosened his grip and turned around to leave, saying in a low voice, don't let Bruce escape. Bruce couldn't be killed with regular guns, so it was very unlikely that LAPD would be able to take care of him. It would be a major headache if he managed to escape. At that moment, he heard the sound of a helicopter. Lifting his head, he looked doubtfully up at the night sky. He turned on the walkie-talkie. Selena, are Wales's men here? Selena replied, yes. Luke asked, but why am I hearing two helicopters? Plus, they're coming from different directions. Chapter 428 Stealing Monsters. Who's afraid? Selena said a few words on the side before she replied. Captain Wales said that they only sent one helicopter. Luke frowned. Then they better hurry. Two unknown individuals have already shown up, and they look like they want to nab the glory. Selena was still on the line with Captain Wales, and she promptly relayed Luke's words to him. A moment later, she said, Agent Charles has been dispatched. Captain Wales requests that you help him as much as possible to capture Bruce. Luke sighed. Okay, no problem. He was returning the favor. Wales had always been helpful, so Luke couldn't turn down this small request. Looking at the two strangers, who had gotten back into their car and were driving into the alley, he grumbled, why have all kinds of freaks been popping up lately? With his keen sight, it had been easy for him to tell that something wasn't right about these two. The way the blonde and the old man acted gave him a sense of mismatch. It was like watching an 80-year-old man suddenly jump 2 meters to dunk a basketball in the park. An old man who could do a slam dunk might be a youngster in makeup playing a practical joke, but from their sense, these two strangers absolutely weren't in makeup. But Luke couldn't help thinking that they were peculiar. As he pondered this strange duo, Luke ran into the alley as well. In front of him, the Chevrolet barged its way through the alley before disappearing around the corner as the alley led out onto another street. Luke dashed out as well and turned his head to see that Bruce the Tyrannosaur was still on the run. Saul at that moment, his phone rang. Luke, where's the guy? It was Agent Charles. Luke replied, if you're on the chopper from the north, he's 200 meters in front of you on the left and is quickly approaching your location. There was a brief silence before Charles said helplessly, we're coming from the south. So that guy is 2 kilometers away. DMN it. As he ran, Luke said, in any case, I'll do my best to follow him, but I can't guarantee that you'll catch him. There are 2 strangers in a Chevrolet Laguna who are chasing him too, and Mr. Bruce is quite scared of the bananas that they have. Charles was silent again for a moment, before he replied, copy that. In any case, thank you for your help. Luke said, okay, hurry up. I'm going to get into my car. He hung up and picked up his pace as he ran into a small alley next to Odyssey Hotel. With a screech of tires, his car charged out of the underground parking lot in the next moment and drifted to a stop in front of him. Luke grabbed the door that was already open and nudged Selena into the passenger seat with his right hand before he closed the door again with his left hand. The next moment, the car sped up and drove off. Bruce is fleeing northwest. The helicopter over him has an FBI logo too, said Selena as she held onto the grab handle with one hand and the tablet with the other. Luke said, who the hell knows whose helicopter that is? Also, did you see the 2 strangers? Selena nodded and said, I ran their appearances and basic data through the program, and there were no matches in the criminal database. So, they aren't criminals, at least not in Los Angeles. Do you want me to keep searching? Luke shook his head, no need for now. Where's Charles? Operating the tablet, Selena said, their chopper just caught up to the other chopper. Luke ducked his head a little to look at the sky outside the windshield, and saw that the 2 helicopters were now very close at about 1 kilometer up ahead as they flew practically right next to each other. Bruce's enormous body bounced under their searchlights as he ran on the walls in a zigzag pattern. The two helicopters couldn't do anything for the time being. They would have plenty of ways to capture him if he were on the ground, but it was a lot harder now with him running on the walls. Luke stepped on the gas pedal and sped up. 1 minute later, Luke caught up with the two helicopters as well as the Chevrolet Laguna in front of him. In the passenger seat of the Laguna, the old man was aiming his banana. Luke was lost for words. Which pervert invented this? Why did it have to be shaped like a banana? Couldn't they make it look like a chicken leg or something? When he fiddled with the toy banana earlier, he realized that it was indeed plastic, and there was nothing wrong with its weight and smell. But what was strange was that with his strength, he couldn't crush this banana in his hand. The banana gave him the same sense of mismatch as the two strangers in the Chevrolet. As he chased them, he made several other discoveries. The old man in the passenger seat was indeed firing soft blue light rays from the banana non-stop, and Bruce ran in a zigzag pattern to evade them. Conversely, the two helicopters in the sky were like passers-by, or at most a temp light crew helping the people in the Chevrolet to see and aim. A moment later, Luke said, "Selina, you drive." Putting down the back of his seat, he scooted backward, but kept his right foot on the gas pedal and his left foot on the wheel to keep the car steady. Selina shuffled sideways and replaced Luke's foot on the gas pedal first before she took control of the wheel with her own hands. Luke then completely retreated into the backseat, pressed the button to bring the driver's seat back up, and fastened Selina's safety belt for her. The sunroof of the car was now completely open. Luke stood up in the backseat with his M4A1. Bang, 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 bang. Bruce, who was running on the wall, covered his butt and fell. Ouch, hurts, hurts. You again. I'm gonna, bang, 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 bang. Ouch, hurts. Before Bruce could finish, Luke launched a storm of bullets at his face again. Bruce couldn't help but cover his face and cry out in pain. At that moment, Luke suddenly turned the muzzle of his gun. Bang, 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 bang. The Chevrolet Laguna shuddered and swerved off the road to crash into a row of dumpsters. Just now, Luke had noticed out of the corner of his eye the old man aiming the banana at Bruce again. This was his and Wales's case. He certainly wasn't going to let two unknown entities steal his credit. Luke's intervention instantly changed everything. As Bruce rolled and fell onto the street, both helicopters finally carried out the measures which they had long put in place almost at the same time. Chapter 429 Just Steal. One of the helicopters shot out something round and black with a loud bang, and it quickly unfurled into a large net that covered Bruce. The other helicopter, in the meantime, was a little slower as it squirted Bruce with a liquid. The big net covered Bruce before it was fixed to the ground. The liquid was like glue, and Bruce couldn't even lift his hands as he roared. Luke gave the back of the driver's seat a light kick, and Selina immediately slowed down before stopping the car 40 meters away. People were starting to rappel down from both helicopters. Looking at their getup, Luke said to Selina casually, "Hey, both sides aren't going to come to blows, are they? FBI against FBI. Haha, my cameras are more than ready." Selina joked. Both of them knew, however, that there was no way both sides would fight each other. The people from the helicopters were all wearing the tactical vests of the FBI, but they didn't look like colleagues at all. Luke's ears twitched, and he turned around to see a man and a woman. The gorgeous blonde now had a torn plastic bag on her head, and the old man was wiping rotten cheese off his face, while the blonde gnashed her teeth. "How dare you shoot me?" Luke scoffed. "I'm sorry, but I didn't shoot you, I shot your tires." The blonde flew into a rage. "Is that any different from shooting me?" Luke nodded. "It is. I did that to stop you speeding. It wasn't like I was gunning down a criminal suspect." Both the blonde and the Asian old man said dumbly, "What? Speeding? Were they really speeding?" It seemed that really was the case," the old man grumbled. "Even if we were speeding, what's that got to do with you?" Luke silently raised the chain on his chest and flashed his police badge which hung from it. "LAPD. Is there a problem?" The old man was silent. A police officer catching them for speeding was a matter of course. Seeing that the old man had been rendered speechless, the blonde flicked the back of his head angrily. "Do we need to care about the police? He's not our boss. We're here on official business to begin with, and it's $*%#." Luke was stunned. "Why are you people here? And can you straighten out your tongue first before you speak?" He hadn't caught that last word, which sounded like meaningless babble. Two FBI agents approached them warily from the other side with their guns raised. They yelled, "Freeze!" At that moment, the blonde suddenly hid behind the old man and drew out the banana from her waist. Luke's hand twitched, but he didn't raise the gun. The blonde was smart enough to use the old man as cover from Luke. Since it was impossible for Luke to use curve shooting here, there was nothing he could do. The moment the blonde drew out and fired the banana, Luke turned around to look at the two bickering FBI teams. It suddenly turned quiet. It wasn't just the FBI teams. Even Bruce, who had been struggling and bellowing, no longer made a sound, because he had completely vanished. When she had used her partner as cover from Luke just now, the blonde had fired a light blue ray from her banana, which hit Bruce dozens of meters away. The moment Bruce was hit, the Tyrannosaur's magnificent body wobbled like liquid. No, Bruce had a shocked expression, and his final roar was abruptly cut off. His enormous body melted into a ball of gray and black fluid, before it suddenly exploded. The gray and black fluid wasn't even sent flying over a meter before it disappeared into thin air. Mr. Bruce, who couldn't die and had been so lively just a moment ago, evaporated just like that. It was even more flawless than the evaporation, which Luke dabbled in himself. Whether it was the ground Bruce had been lying on or the net he had been trapped in, no traces of him were left. The blonde finally pushed the old man to one side and gave Luke a taunting look. "So, come and get me." After a brief silence, Luke suddenly smiled. "Charles, Flegg, this beauty says that she's willing to take responsibility for everything Bruce did." Dozens of meters away, the two FBI teams turned around. The next moment, over a dozen agents ran over. Seeing this, the blonde's expression turned ugly and she broke into a run. Luke drew out his Glock from under his arm. "If you take one more step, I'll break your legs." The blonde didn't say a word and didn't stop. Bang, bang, ouch, that hurts. Damn it, you would actually shoot a lady. You pervert. Clutching both legs, the blonde hopped around like a frog. Luke had fired 2 bullets at her legs just now. After that, he suddenly jumped out of the sunroof and raised the M4A1. "Lady, perhaps you can explain why your bullet wounds give out black smoke in the exact same way as that tyrannosaur. Even the way you yell in pain and act is the same." The old man had no choice but to interject from the side. "Officer, there's no need to be so tense. We can't reveal our identities." The blonde roared angrily, "Xiaoming Wang. He just shot 2 holes in my legs. Why are you still talking nonsense with him?" Luke turned his head. "Xiaoming Wang." The old man thought nothing of it. "Yes, I'm Xiaoming Wang. Can you put your gun down? You know that it doesn't work on us." Glancing at the blonde, who had struggled back to her feet, Luke said, "No, it can stop some person from running because of the pain, so be good and stay there." The blonde glared at him angrily, but there was little she could do. They had all seen how Luke handled Bruce earlier. It was indeed true that they couldn't be killed by guns, but it really did hurt. During that delay, the FBI agents arrived. Luke lowered his gun with a smile and greeted his acquaintances. "Charles, it's nice to see you again. And, Agent Flegg, you're here, too." One of the teams was led by Agent Charles and the other by Agent Flegg, who had been the person to take Jack Voorhees away from Camp Crystal Lake before. The two of them glanced at each other before turning away. Just now, they had been arguing over who had the right to take Bruce in. In the end, Bruce died an inexplicable death. Neither of them was happy about it. Chapter 430. A bullet for an eye. Ignoring their expressions, Luke pointed at the blonde and the old Asian man and said, "These two were the people who shot Bruce with their guns just now. Of course, you can check where I just shot this lady in her legs." The eyes of the FBI agents all fell on the blonde's legs. Her dress was too short to cover her legs. Since she had already taken off her thin black cloak, the 2 gray and black holes were clearly visible. Looking at his angry partner, the old man sighed and said, "Gentlemen, here are our credentials." He fished out an ID and tossed it over to Charles. After Charles caught it and had a look, he scanned the ID with a device, which gave a short beep. He threw the ID to Flegg helplessly and said, "Fine, we'll contact your superior on this matter. You're free to go now, if Agent Flegg agrees." The blonde looked at Luke arrogantly and raised her middle finger at him, before she turned around and walked away. Luke scoffed, "You think I'm scared of you?" He dropped the muzzle of his gun. "Pa, ouch, that hurts. UFC king asshole, I'm going to kill you." There was a hole in the blonde's butt, and smoke wafted out of it. It hurt so much that she couldn't help but grab her butt and hop around. The old man smiled bitterly and said, "Officer, we'll file a complaint if you don't stop." Luke shrugged and said, "You do that. Don't forget to send over her medical report while you're at it." Lost for words, the old man tugged at the blonde and caught the ID which Flegg threw at him before he quickly left. Watching them leave in the Chevrolet Laguna, Luke asked Charles and Flegg, "Gentlemen, are we calling it a day here?" Neither Charles nor Flegg had good expressions, but they both nodded. They were both familiar with Luke. They couldn't have caught Bruce without Luke's help. Though it had all been for naught in the end, that wasn't Luke's fault, and there was no reason to detain him. Luke nodded and said, "Then I'm leaving. I'll leave you two to deal with this." He had seen the havoc that Bruce had wreaked, and he didn't want to get involved at all. He wondered how many people would call the police or file a complaint. A good number of homes had broken windows or dented walls, not to mention that the third floor of Odyssey Hotel had blown up. Luke certainly didn't want to take the blame for that. Gesturing that he would call Charles later, Luke got back into his car and returned to the hotel. He found Jeff and Karen at the hotel and said, "Do you need a ride, guys?" Jeff and Karen were delighted to see him back. "You're all right. That's great," Luke said with a smile. "Of course I am. Don't speak to anyone about this incident. Someone will bring over non-disclosure agreements for you to sign very soon." Jeff asked nervously, "Really?" Luke nodded. "Yes, but you won't have to do anything except keep your mouths shut." "Right. Where are Tim and Natalie?" "Oh, I see them." Tim and Natalie had driven their car out and stopped next to Luke's. Luke gestured for Jeff and Karen to get in. Then, the six of them went home. Stopping in front of Jeff's house, Luke got out and asked Tim, "Will your people clean up this mess?" Luke and Jeff had been in danger because of tonight's operation, so Tim revealed, "We have an acquaintance among the FBI agents who showed up. They'll wrap this up, don't worry." Luke raised an eyebrow. "Flegg?" Tim and Natalie looked at him in surprise. "Do you know him?" Luke nodded and said, "I met him once before. Today was the second time. Everything should be fine. Everyone go back and get some rest. Good night." Saying this, he waved and got back into the car. Looking at the two couples talking and then hugging in the rearview mirror, Selena couldn't help asking, "When do you think Natalie and Karen fell for each other?" Luke shrugged. "You spent more time with them. If you don't know, how would I?" Frowning and thinking hard, Selena said, "But I don't think they ever had a chance. We spent that whole day together, except in the fitting room. But that's too short a time compared with over 10 years worth of feelings between Jeff and Karen." Luke couldn't take it anymore, and burst out laughing. Selena looked at him in confusion. As he laughed, Luke said, "Karen was only **TTING. They aren't in love at all. It was just a distraction. If we hadn't done anything, Natalie and Tim would have taken action." Selena was stunned. "But why does it feel like Karen was telling the truth?" Luke sighed. "That's why it's a shame that with her talent, she's just a housewife. As for her paranoia, tisk, anyone who has a dark secret will definitely be found out." Selena laughed too. "Of course, you don't have any secrets, but she also suspected you." Luke said, "It isn't bad for a woman to be a little more paranoid, as long as she doesn't use it on her husband." Selena pondered for a moment, then shook her head. "Thank God Jeff is so honest that Karen has no reason to doubt him. If he were like Danny, Karen would have divorced him a long time ago." They chatted on the way home. When Selena went off to train, Luke called Charles. "I know you're busy, so I'm going to be frank. What are those two people?" Hearing Luke's blunt question, Charles was stumped for a moment. He then said with a wry smile, "That's not something I can randomly talk about." Luke said, "Charles, they reacted in exactly the same way as Bruce when they were shot. If I run into these sorts of people again, should I beat them up like with that monster Bruce, or should I let them go like you did?" After a moment of silence, Charles said, "How about this? I'll ask for Captain Wales's opinion before I give you a reply." "Will that work?" Luke said, "If it's some secret, you don't have to tell me. I can always beat them up first and then call you to come and verify it later." Charles was lost for words. "Thank you for your trust in us, Luke." Luke hung up with a smile. He wasn't surprised at the reply he got. A monster that could ignore gunfire definitely wasn't any small thing, as proven by Charles and Flegg's attitude. At the very least, S.H.I.E.L.D., which Charles worked for, and Flegg's Joint Advanced Research Unit knew a thing or two about the agency that the blonde and her partner belonged to. it was even a government contact, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to confirm the stranger's credentials. Chapter 431 Mental Strength 20. This also proved that it wasn't as if troublesome monsters like Bruce couldn't be kept under control. Conversely, there were even many departments that were interested in them. The two FBI teams and that duo made 3 parties tonight. It was just that the duo had wanted to dispose of Bruce, whereas the 2 FBI teams wanted to catch him alive. Given the current situation, their appearance made no difference to Luke. At least, the 2 FBI teams had to clean up the mess. Luke checked the system notifications. System: stop Bruce the Tyrannosaur from stealing important intelligence. Completed. Total experience: 1000. Total credit: 1000. Contribution rate: 50%. EXP plus 500. Credit plus 500. Rescue Jeff, Karen, Tim and Natalie. Completed. Total experience: 200. Total credit: 200. Contribution rate: 100%. EXP plus 200. Credit plus 200. After all the fuss, Luke earned 700 experience and credit points. He was quite satisfied, but Bruce was quite the curiosity. Luke had thrashed him soundly, but the system didn't acknowledge this victory. It was the same with the blonde beauty who had been shot in the legs and butt by Luke. The blonde hadn't lied. Physical attacks didn't work on their kind. Bullets couldn't cause them any fatal injuries. Something also clearly wasn't right about the blonde's toy banana, but unfortunately, Luke didn't know what it was, nor could he use it. Otherwise, he could have attacked Bruce with the toy banana, and after killing him, he would definitely know what these guys were and what abilities they had. Should he also learn Bruce's abilities? Remembering this Mr. Tyrannosaur in all his glory, Luke felt that he absolutely wouldn't. Because the system would never let him learn this sort of disfiguring ability. There was no point thinking about it. Luke decided to just wait for an update from Wales. In this matter, he as a lone wolf wasn't as well informed as the FBI's 17th Division. In the next 2 days, Luke's life was peaceful once more. It was just that Agent Flegg came to see Luke on the second day. Flegg didn't even enter the house. He simply stared at Luke at the door for a moment before he said, "Detective Luke, you can call me if something like this happens again." Luke shook his head with a smile. "This doesn't happen to me often." Ignoring Luke's attempt at diversion, Flegg said again, "I think that you are a man of conviction, and that you will protect this country in a crisis." Luke frowned but didn't say anything. Flegg said in a low voice, "I belong to the United States of America, I'll give you a sign to prove it. But as for Wales and his men, hee." Luke could see the disdain on his face. Flegg left after dropping those cryptic words. But when Luke went to work the next day, he received an order of commendation from the Department of Defense. Of course, it was purely a verbal commendation, and there wasn't even a medal. Luke knew that this was probably the sign which Flegg had mentioned. Flegg was clearly demonstrating that he had ties to the DoD, while hinting at the same time that Wales and the others didn't belong to America. Luke was lost for words. Of course he knew that S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't belong to America. Flegg's agency, on the other hand, was most likely a pure American product. No wonder both sides had moved to snatch up the supernatural creature. No wonder Flegg and Wales didn't see eye to eye. Luke pondered for a moment and felt that he really might lean more toward Flegg from now on. It wasn't anything personal, it was just that the internal issues at S.H.I.E.L.D. were too serious. The Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D. in his last world was no joke. But that was only if he were to once again run into supernatural creatures that he couldn't handle on his own. In this regard, Luke felt that it was inevitable. On the other side, Tim and Natalie said their farewells and left on the night of the incident. They had accomplished their mission, and their boss didn't have to deal with the follow-up, so they still had to work hard for their retirement plan. Because of the extreme shock Jeff and Karen experienced, Tim helped them to apply for leave with MBI. Jeff's daughters were away at spring camp and wouldn't be back for another 10 days. The couple thus decided to go on a holiday to Marrakesh, a place which Tim had mentioned before, partly to avoid a possible retaliation by what was left of Bruce's underlings, and partly to relax. Selena was envious. They can go on vacation whenever they want. That's a pretty good life. Luke coughed and said, "Don't forget that Jeff has been parking in Section D for 12 years. Selena made a noise and nodded helplessly. "That's right. Like Bruce said, he's one of those non-essential mid-level staff. It makes no difference to the company whether he goes on vacation or not, right?" Luke agreed. "We, on the other hand, definitely aren't replaceable. Selena could only acknowledge this fact. She and Luke were the most capable squad in the Westside Major Crimes Division, and were as efficient as two squads put together. They had even been promoted as level 3 detectives not long ago. It took Elsa over 8 years to climb her way up from rookie officer to level 3 before she was finally promoted as sergeant. As officers from a small town, Luke and Selena accomplished the same thing in just 10 months. As part-time students, they would only be able to get their diplomas in 2 years, and level 3 detectives also needed to serve for at least 2 years before they could apply for a promotion. It was thus impossible for them to be promoted for now. Most people had enough experience but hadn't made enough contributions. It was only these two who had made excessive contributions but didn't have enough work experience. Dustin felt that things were a lot easier with subordinates like these. There was only one really big thing that happened in these 2 days, which was that Luke finally used his last remaining stat point. Mental strength. 20. He had made preparations beforehand. Skipping work in the afternoon, he told Selena that he had something he needed to handle himself, before he went down to the basement on his own. Compared with the first time he leveled up on a large scale, he had now set up a complete set of monitoring and medical equipment. They would record the changes in his body while he was leveling up, and conveniently inject him with nutrition so that he wouldn't need to gorge himself on food. The level up proceeded pretty much the way Luke had anticipated. While the pain was beyond his imagination, everything else was within tolerable range. With a bitter smile, Luke got up from the special bed and plucked off the patches and needles on him. He heaved a long sigh. Damn, you really can't boost the brain so easily. From personal experience, the pain of leveling up to mental strength 20 was worse than when he reached dexterity 20, which in turn was worse than when he reached strength 20. Thankfully, elementary self-healing gave him ample confidence, and he didn't despair no matter how painful it was. Otherwise, he was genuinely afraid that his head might have exploded during this level up. Several hours had passed, and the initial, most severe stage of the transformation was done. However, his head was still swollen with pain and itchy. Chapter 432. Sparkling eyes. That was because the follow-up transformation was still happening, and elementary self-healing was diligently repairing any damage to his brain. Luke cleaned up the basement and destroyed the things he had used in an incinerator which he had prepared beforehand. He didn't want anyone to get their hands on these things and study them. After he came out, Luke greeted Selena, who was in the living room, then went to take a shower. After his shower, he sat down on the couch. Seeing Selena look him up and down, he asked, "What's up?" Frowning, Selena suddenly got up and walked over to grab his head. "Keep still, especially your eyes." Just like that, she held his head between her hands and stared him in the eye. A moment later, Selena blushed and suddenly let go of his head. She turned her face to the side and shouted, "Damn it, what did you do? Why do your eyes suddenly look like they're sparkling?" Luke frowned and picked up a mirror from the table to examine his eyes carefully. A moment later, he put down the mirror and said helplessly, "It's a small thing. Let's skip work tomorrow, and I'll take you out for a spin." "How does that sound?" Selena opened her mouth, but didn't say anything and in the end just nodded. "Okay, I'm tired, I'm going to bed." She then got up and swiftly fled to her room, the door slamming shut behind her. Luke smiled bitterly and picked up the mirror once again to look at his eyes. The color hadn't changed and they hadn't gotten bigger, but one would feel weird after staring at them for a bit. Selena said that they sparkled, but Luke felt that this was like the so-called divine light. The opposite of this was probably something like a lifeless gaze or dead fish eyes. Luke knew that this was the result of his mind undergoing the first qualitative change. The difference between mental strength that was twice and 4 times the normal was very large. There shouldn't be anything unusual about his eyes, but even Selena had noticed it. Actually, Selena was too familiar with him, which was why she was so sensitive. But he also knew a lot of people in the police department, and they were all professionals. Thus, he was going to skip work under the pretext of field investigation in order to avoid going to the department for the next 2 days. If something really came up, he could get Selena to handle it, and if he really had to go, he could wear sunglasses. After sorting out the petty details, he took a deep breath and summoned Daddy System. The next moment, he was instantly short 12,000 credit points. At the same time, elementary penetration, physical outburst and curve shooting were added to the list of his abilities. Perfect. Delighted, Luke got up and went to the basement to outfit himself before he quietly left the house. The next morning, Selena opened her eyes drowsily, yawned and stretched. Looking at the bright light which shone through the gap in the window curtains, she was stunned. She turned to look at her bedside alarm clock, 10:37. She sat up abruptly and got out of bed. When she opened the door, she could hear vague noises from the kitchen. Relieved, she put on her slippers lazily and padded into the kitchen. "Why didn't you wake me up this morning?" There were times when they didn't need to check in for work before, but Luke had always woken her up before 9 for training. It had been a very long time since she had enjoyed the luxury of sleeping in until 10:30. Luke said without turning around, "There's nothing important today. You can have a break once in a while." The truth was that when he returned at almost 4 o'clock in the morning, he had heard Selena tossing about restlessly in bed. Selena, however, stared at him suspiciously. "Turn around, let me take a look." Luke turned around. Selena frowned. "Why are you wearing glasses? They're hideous." Luke was amused. "Didn't you see my eyes last night? I can cover them with these glasses." Selena wasn't happy and plucked the black-rimmed glasses off his face. "They're too ugly, you're not allowed to wear them." Luke was lost for words. "Hey, if we run into someone we know when we go out, it'll be very easy for them to notice that something's wrong, right?" Selena rolled her eyes and promptly said, "Then you can wear them only when we go out." "No, wait, I remember I bought you a pair of sunglasses." Saying that, she ran back to her room and searched for a while, before running back out and putting the sunglasses she was holding on Luke. She then held up a mirror and asked, "How about this?" Luke looked at the mirror and nodded. "Not bad." The light gray lenses had an elegant and refined air to them. Selena nodded in satisfaction. "Wear these when we go out, don't take them off." She had bought these Gucci sunglasses when she went shopping with Natalie and Karen a few days ago. They were worth almost $1,000. But she had gotten a pay rise and barely spent any money, so she didn't hesitate to buy the sunglasses after picking them out. The thing with the two couples had only just wrapped up, and she had forgotten about the sunglasses until now. Luke nodded with a smile. "Okay, but can you take them off now?" Selena hastily helped him take them off since he was busy preparing breakfast and his hands weren't free. Luke then reminded her, "Aren't you going to wash up before breakfast? And don't forget to put on pants." Selena gave an, "Oh," and left obediently. Luke was stumped for a moment before he smiled wryly at her back. Weren't the effects of the mental boost too exaggerated? Selena would always banter with him before, but she left without saying a word today. It seemed that he had to keep the glasses on. At home, Selena was no fun at all when she wasn't bantering with him. After breakfast, they left home in casual clothes. They weren't going to the police department today, and Luke didn't plan to work on any cases, so Selena could wear whatever she wanted. Thus, she wore an elegant, light blue knee-length wrap skirt. When it was paired with a gauzy white blouse, Selena looked completely different from her usual orderly and experienced air. They went window shopping at noon, and Luke picked out a pair of beautiful and fashionable Gucci sunglasses for Selena too. These dark orange sunglasses were very suitable for the bold and passionate Selena. She tried them on happily in front of the mirror. In the afternoon, they went to Santa Monica Beach to swim and bask in the sun. At night, they went to that Hungry Cat restaurant, and Luke personally tasted the Maine lobster rolls strongly recommended by Selena as well as Natalie's yellow fish fried with lemon peel and ginger. Chapter 433 Professional Hitman and Jeff's request for help at the neighborhood beer party. Previously, Natalie's distinctive dish had been the jewel of the table, so Luke hadn't touched it. Now that he had a chance to finally taste it, he shook his head regretfully and said, "I prefer spicy poached fish." Hearing the name of the dish, Selena subconsciously covered her belly. "Is it very spicy?" Luke was amused. "Relax, I won't make that for you." He had made a huge tray of poached meat slices last time, and Selena had enjoyed it a lot, even fighting him for the meat. However, she had spent the next day clutching her uncomfortable belly. Since then, she remembered that poached in Chinese cooking didn't necessarily mean poached in plain water. The next day, Luke and Selena checked in at the police department before slipping back out. But Elsa still took note of Luke's sunglasses, and casually asked, "That looks nice. Why haven't you worn them before?" Luke said with a smile, "They're a gift from Selena." Elsa looked at Selena doubtfully, only to see a pair of bright orange sunglasses on her nose. "Did you give her that?" Luke nodded with a smile. The corner of Elsa's eye twitched. She didn't really care what Luke wore, but she really liked the retro style that Selena was wearing. However, the $1,200 price tag hurt, so Elsa had been reluctant to buy them. And right now, those sunglasses were on Selena's nose. For police officers, spending a few $100 on sunglasses was already a lot, and most of them wouldn't be willing to spend more than $1,000 on a luxury item. But remembering Luke's wealth, Elsa didn't bother to say anything. If you have money, spend it, that was how most people thought. Luke was so young, no way he was just going to save it for his retirement, right? Bummed, Elsa ruthlessly kicked them out, though she still felt conflicted. Couldn't these two exercise a little more restraint? Even if no one was making a big deal about it now, a lot of people would definitely be jealous if they carried on like this. But when Elsa recalled the other capable detectives, like the one who was especially unlucky and the retired soldier who was a great troublemaker, she felt that Luke and Selena's matter was only a small issue. After they left, Luke and Selena went to investigate a homicide. Looking at the bodies of a bunch of ferocious-looking men in a rundown apartment building, Luke silently wondered if Damon and his daughter were back in town. But after examining the scene for a while, he knew he was wrong. Someone had indeed used a cold weapon here, and it was even a blade of some sort, but this person wasn't as small as Mindy. On the contrary, this person should be around Luke's height. Luke could even roughly guess the length of the man's arm and the speed at which he wielded his weapon, from the blood splatters on the walls and the floor. In short, the man was far more terrifying than Mindy. Because of her height and strength, Mindy could only use a double-bladed saber and more tricks rather than force. Whoever slaughtered the gang members in this room, on the other hand, had extraordinary physical strength. Maybe the murderer didn't understand forensic science, or maybe he was just too lazy to hide the details. Luke thus was able to draw a lot of conclusions from the blood splatters that were everywhere. This was also the reason why Luke hardly killed anyone with a cold weapon. At most, it was just his rope darts or his metal balls, which wouldn't spill blood and leave bloodstains behind. When he had to kill someone barehanded, he would only use just the right amount of strength so that nobody could estimate his build or how much strength he could have. Going out the door, Luke said a few words to the guys from the forensics department and then left. Selena had already run a check on the bodies and found that they all belonged to the same drug gang. Seeing that there wasn't any cash or goods in the apartment, Luke had already deemed this a gang fight. It was just that whoever had done the job was a hired mercenary or a professional hitman. At most he would put the case to one side and come back to it if there were any leads later. If there were no leads, then forget it, he couldn't care less when or how many gangsters died. In the car, he told Selena his analysis. It'll be very dangerous for you if you run into this person, he might be the same as Bullseye. Selena was surprised. That good, she remembered Bullseye's unbelievable knife-throwing and shooting skills. CIIO1 Luke nodded and said, even though he was only dealing with a bunch of good-for-nothings, he still ambushed them and blew up the heads of two men with a gun from close range. That means that he isn't obsessed with using just cold weapons in battle, but that he's a professional who will use every advantage possible. He has no bottom line, and even less mercy. If I could choose, I would kill him long distance with a heavy machine gun. Selena found that strange. A heavy machine gun? Wouldn't a sniper rifle work better at long range? Luke shook his head. He might be fast enough to avoid shots from a sniper rifle. On the other hand, there's a chance he might be accidentally shot and killed in dense gunfire from a heavy machine gun. Selena was lost for words. After all that, the sniper rifle wasn't reliable, and neither was the heavy machine gun. As they were speaking, Luke's phone rang. He was surprised to see the number. Putting it on speaker, he said, "Hey, Jeff, are you having fun in Marrakesh?" Jeff said, "Ah, that's not. Hey, Karen, calm down, stop talking nonsense. Susanna and Susanna are in danger. Luke, you have to help us," said Karen over the phone. Luke turned the wheel and gestured to Selena. He was in the middle of the road, and it would be better for him to stop the car first. Also, Selena and Karen had become a lot closer after the Tyrannosaur incident. Given how flustered Karen was, Selena would be better than Luke at calming her down. As he listened, Luke parked the car on the side of the road. While Karen was highly paranoid, she was quite a logical person and quickly explained the matter. Susanna and Susanna were her twin daughters who were in 9th grade. The day before Tim and Natalie moved into the neighborhood, Jeff and Karen had just sent the girls off to their school's spring camp. The spring camp would run for over 2 weeks, and there was still over a week to go. Their daughters also weren't little anymore, and nothing had happened at their previous spring camps, which was why the couple had decided to go traveling. In the end, the girls called Karen not long ago and told her that a terrifying rumor had surfaced in the camp that there was a serial killer in the nearby town. Of course, the school denied it and claimed that it was just a rumor. However, a student from that town said that people really had died, and the victims were all middle school students. Chapter 434 Argumentative Sisters and Horror Story. This unwise student turned this incident into a horror story to scare the girls. In the end, he was called out by the guidance counselor and never showed up at the campsite again after that. The youngster had most likely been sent back home to his parents for spreading rumors. However, the horror story continued to spread around the camp, and the couple's daughters were scared. Luke was rendered speechless when he heard the situation. Among students, these sorts of things were mostly pranks. It was possible that the boy made it up from some horror film he watched or some horror story he heard. Alas, Karen didn't think so. She firmly believed that her daughters were right, and that there was a serial killer in that town. Luke had already parked the car. He said, "How about this, Karen, tell me the address, and Selena and I will look into it. If anything's wrong, I can bring your daughters home sooner." Karen hurriedly gave him the address, and Luke was surprised. The name of the town sounded familiar. Springwood, he murmured. After his mental strength reached 20, his brain was more active than ever. Remembering the location, he asked, "Is that the town not far away from Crystal State Park?" Karen replied quickly, "Yes, that's the one. Susanna and Susanna are at the campsite nearby." "Which camp?" asked Luke. "The one that belongs to No. 37 Middle School. It's right next to a lake called, what was it?" "That's right, Moon Lake," said Karen. Luke asked, "So, your daughters study at number 37 Middle School?" Karen replied, "Yes. Did Jeff never mention it to you?" Luke. He and Jeff talked about a lot of things, but Luke was only 18. Jeff was very good at making small talk, and certainly wouldn't talk about his kids' studies. He might mention this now that they were closer, but the couple had just gone on holiday. Pondering for a moment, Luke said, "Then it isn't a problem. I know someone from No. 37 Middle School. I was a security instructor at that camp. Springwood is at least 30 kilometers from the campsite, with no straight roads in between. You don't need to worry. I'll let you know if something really happens, and bring Susanna and Susanna back with me." Karen said, "Ah, really, thank you so much." After exchanging a few more words, Luke hung up. Thinking for a moment, he called Elsa and told her that he and Selena were going to Crystal State Park. Hearing that it was a friend's request, Elsa gave him permission, but exhorted him not to stay too long. Private jobs were inevitable, and even necessary, for police detectives. No private jobs meant no connections, which was the difference between the veterans and the rookies. A gradual increase in private jobs hence meant that Luke and Selena were joining the ranks of seasoned detectives. After the call, Luke and Selena went straight to Crystal State Park. On the way, Luke called Juliet, number 37 Middle School's guidance counselor. Juliet was pretty happy to receive his call. When he asked her about the horror story, however, she fell silent for a brief moment before saying, "I'm in the camp right now. This matter is not entirely false." "Why are you asking?" Luke said with a smile. "Don't you and our Westside department collaborate together? Since you have a problem like this, I'm headed over for a look, in case it's the overly imaginative kids scaring themselves." Juliet was stumped for a moment. "You're coming?" Luke said, "Yes, I'll probably be there in an hour. Do you have time to discuss the details?" Juliet said, "No problem. I'm very relieved now that you're coming." She didn't really know how good Luke was. However, Luke had rescued 2 complete strangers on the mountain during a thunderstorm last time, which meant that he was trustworthy. Also, Juliet heard later that the 2 tourists had both been covered in blood when they were sent out. One of them had also been heavily wounded. Even in that situation, Luke had still remained calm when he spoke with her, which showed that he had guts and could keep a cool head. This was an important quality for a police officer to have. This horrible rumor didn't end when the instigator was sent home, but instead continued to spread quietly around the camp. It was quite the headache for Juliet. She had actually been feeling tense. If anything happened to the kids because of this rumor, it would become very troublesome, regardless of whether or not the school was at fault. After the call, Luke stepped on the gas pedal and sped toward No. 37 Middle School's campsite. He met Juliet and spoke with her briefly for an idea of the basic situation. Juliet then took Luke and Selena to see Jeff and Karen's precious daughters and confirmed that the two kids were fine. After speaking to the twins, both Luke and Selena were utterly lost for words. As it turned out, the whole thing really had something to do with the twins. Petite and pretty, the twins took after their parents and were quite popular in school. But at the same time, they had inherited Jeff's chattiness and Karen's paranoia. When everyone was telling ghost stories one night, the twins picked apart a horror story told by a boy from their class. They picked out many parts which didn't make sense and declared that he was just blowing hot air. The boy was unable to defend himself and in the end swore that he didn't make anything up. He claimed that it happened to a family not far away from his place in his hometown, and that he had learned about it not long ago from a friend who told him that another friend of theirs had died. The twins, who had inherited Karen's paranoia, weren't convinced, and they argued with the boy in front of the other students. In the end, nobody could confirm whether or not the horror story was true. But after that night, the twin sisters used the ability which they had inherited from their mother to analyze the story for 2 nights straight. The more they thought about it, the more they were convinced that someone had really died. The horror story then began to spread around the camp, and Juliet sent the boy home to reflect on himself. This gave the horror story an even more mysterious flavor. Luke simply listened silently with no expression on his face and didn't rebuke the girls. Who hadn't argued for the sake of arguing before? In elementary school, people argued over which comic book hero or villain was the strongest. In middle school, they argued over which boy or girl was the most good-looking, and when they started working, they argued over who did the best work. It happened at every stage of life. The topic under debate might be different, but the essence never changed. Chapter 435 Small Town, Old News in a Funeral. After questioning the sisters on their experience and the details of the horror story, Luke and Selena set off again. They drove a loop along Route 1 first before getting on Route 73 and heading southeast. Finally, they turned onto a country road and drove another 40 minutes before they reached the town called Springwood. When they entered the town, they could vaguely sense that it was shrouded in an uneasy atmosphere. All the passers-by had harried expressions and seemed completely indifferent to their surroundings. They occasionally made eye contact with some residents through the car's open windows, but these people would quickly turn their heads as if they had the plague. They hadn't even been in town for long before their car was stopped. A sheriff in a dusty yellow uniform bent down to look at them through the driver's car window. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Both hands on the steering wheel, Luke calmly gestured at himself and Selena. "We're staff from No. 37 Middle School, and we would like to speak to Will Rollins." The sheriff frowned. "About what?" Luke kept smiling. "Will did something not very nice at camp 2 days ago, and the guidance counselor had him come home to calm down. This wasn't a punishment, though. After all, camp is a vacation for the kids, and it wouldn't be decent to exclude him, which is why we're here." The sheriff's expression relaxed. "I see, you can go straight to Will's place." Luke nodded and asked casually, "Did something happen?" "We didn't see a lot of people when we entered town." The sheriff's expression turned stiff and he said coldly, "We don't have many residents here." With that, he turned around and left. Watching the sheriff leave in his car, Luke started up the car inside. It seems they're dealing with quite the problem. The sheriff wouldn't be so jittery if it was a small issue. Selena had been reading up on Springwood and said, "There's nothing special here. The population and economy are fairly stable, and according to the database, law and order here is within normal range. They don't have many major criminal cases, except this one." She placed the tablet on the central console and continued, "There was a serial murder case here over 10 years ago, which got a lot of news coverage in LA. Luke shot a glance at the image of an old newspaper headline on the tablet. A serial murderer who targeted children. He wasn't caught. Selena pointed at the tablet and said, "No. There wasn't enough evidence back then to convict the suspect, so," Luke asked, "he got away scot-free and is now committing crimes again?" Selena shook her head, and another headline popped up on the tablet. "So, the suspect was locked up in an abandoned church outside of town and burnt to ashes by the angry parents." Luke wasn't convinced. Burnt to ashes? Seriously, it wasn't easy to burn a man to ashes, not without a special incinerator. Burning a body in a wood fire would only blacken it at most. When the bones were burnt, they would crystallize and were unlikely to decompose further. Selena nodded. The police never found the suspect's body, so none of the parents went to prison for the burning. However, the suspect has been missing since then. Luke said, "All right, who was this unlucky person who was burnt to ashes?" Selina replied, "He's a white male, born in 1948, date unknown, 5 feet and 10 inches tall. He used to be a janitor at the local kindergarten until he went missing in 1990. There is no evidence to suggest that he's still alive." Luke felt like scratching his head. Born in 1948? Doesn't that mean that he's almost 60? Did this guy not age? Or was he unusually gifted and could still go on a killing spree at 60 years old? Luke wouldn't rule that out just yet. After all, nothing that happened in this world would be strange. As they talked in the car, Luke drove to Will Rollins's house. The house looked quite nice and suggested that the family were doing pretty okay for themselves. That was probably why Will could go to a middle school in Los Angeles. Luke and Selina knocked on the door and spoke to Will's father and Will himself for half an hour before they left. When Will's father saw them off, Luke said to him in a low voice, "I'll let Juliet know about Will's situation, but it's unlikely he'll be able to go back. You know that the kids at camp aren't in the best frame of mind right now, and Will is a little troubled as well." Will's father nodded with a bitter smile. "Okay, it's my request that's too presumptuous." Luke sighed and said, "If possible, the best would be for you to change environments. Staying in this town won't be good for him, whether now or in the future." Will's father nodded silently and saw them off. In the car, Selina frowned and asked, "Is Will already suffering mental issues? I feel like something really isn't right with him. It's like he hasn't slept for days." Luke shook his head. "Who knows? Where to now?" Selina asked as she faced forward. Luke replied, "Let's talk to Chris Falls. She's the first witness in the suicide case." They drove to the other end of town, where all kinds of stone tablets stood on a hill. 20 to 30 people were seated in the shade of a tree. In front of them was a coffin, and a priest was giving an eulogy. This was the town's cemetery. According to the information they found from the police department, the middle schooler in the coffin was Dean Lascelles, who had died a few days ago. He had used a table knife to cut his own throat in a fast food restaurant. Several people had witnessed this tragic scene, but what was strange was that Will claimed that his friend in town told him that it was a demon which killed Dean. That was also the reason Jeff's twin daughters had criticized his story. After all, it was very hard for someone to come up with evidence for demons. 20 minutes later, the funeral was over. Seeing the crowd disperse, Luke and Selina drew closer. At that moment, a boy walked over to a girl up ahead and they stood in front of a stand which had photos of Dean on it. When they got closer, Luke's sharp ears picked up their conversation. The boy asked, "Chris, you knew Dean since you were little?" Chapter 436 Nightmare in the man in it. The girl called Chris was shocked. "God, that really is me, but I don't remember taking this photo at all. As far as I can remember, I only got to know him in middle school." The boy looked unhappy when he heard that and urged, "Let's go." Chris, however, continued, "Dean said something before he died." "Stop," said the boy in a low voice. Chris simply went on. He said, "You're not real." He said it over and over again. "Do you have any idea what he meant?" After a brief silence, the boy said, "No, I don't. Dean was on a lot of drugs, psychotropic ones. You get what I mean." Chris's eyes filled with tears. "Jesse, it's like someone forced Dean to do that, but nobody was around him. You have to believe me." "Chris, you were probably seeing things." The boy shook his head. "No, I believe her." Another girl suddenly cut into the conversation as she walked over to them. They looked at the girl. Chris had found a supporter. "You believe me?" The girl nodded and said affirmatively, "I believe you because I saw it too." The boy interrupted them. "No, the two of you didn't see anything. You were also there, but you were just freaked out, so can you stop scaring Chris?" Saying that, the boy turned around and left, leaving the girls to stand there blankly. At that moment, Luke was standing at the photo stand not far behind them as he snapped shots of the photos with his fake phone, especially of the one that had Chris and Dean in it. In the photo, a 5-year-old boy was climbing a slide, and not far away, a cute girl in a blue dress was staring at the camera. Selina said, "The boy's gone." Luke nodded slightly and said, "Let's go. Chris, and this girl here, can we speak with you?" Luke took off his sunglasses and said with a smile. Looking at his handsome face and his sparkling eyes, the girls subconsciously nodded despite their gloomy moods. Yes, of course. Soon, however, Chris came back to herself. Wait, what do you want to talk about? Luke led them a few steps away to a large tree. Only then did he speak. I'm sorry about Dean, but what I want to ask is, do you have a suspect in mind? Chris and the other girls' expressions immediately froze. What? Luke smiled apologetically and said, I overheard your conversation just now. Has someone been troubling you? Both girls fell silent. A moment later, it was the other girl who asked, who are you? Luke showed them his badge and said, LAPD. I've been entrusted to specially look into this matter. You aren't the only ones who find this case unsettling. The girls looked at each other, and the second girl said again, let's talk somewhere else. It's inconvenient here. Chris said, let's go to my place. My mom left for Europe yesterday. They got into Luke's car. Except for when Chris gave Luke her address, nobody spoke on the way there. When they arrived at Chris's place, everybody got out and went into the living room. Chris was clearly absent-minded. She didn't even offer them anything to drink, but simply sat in a daze. It was Luke who broke the uncomfortable silence as he asked the other girl, I still don't know your name, what do I call you? The girl replied, just call me Nancy. What do you want to know? Luke said, you have a suspect. I think you know who he is. Nancy fell silent and looked at Chris, who had suddenly tensed up. Gritting her teeth, Chris said, tell them, I want to know exactly what he is. When she said that, Luke and Selena could see that it wasn't anger on her face, but a deep dread. Nancy said, there's someone who always shows up in our dreams. She looked at Luke and Selena, and found that they were just listening calmly without any impatience or disdain on their faces. Only then did she continue, I don't know who he is, but recently, I always see him when I fall asleep. It's like, Chris suddenly interjected, it's like he's real. Everybody turned their heads. With a dull expression, Chris continued, he looks like he was burnt all over and his skin has melted. His right hand, in particular, is a claw. Nancy picked up the conversation again. There are sharp blades on his right fingers, like a claw. Chris seemed to be recalling her dreams. She trembled and couldn't speak, and could only nod in agreement. Luke and Selena looked at each other. Nancy didn't seem to notice. He wears a black fedora and a ragged sweater with red and green stripes every time. When he appears, he always comes over slowly and says something to me. Luke waited a moment, and when she didn't continue, he asked, what does he say? Do you remember me? Nancy and Chris said at the same time. Luke raised an eyebrow, and then, both girls shook their heads and Nancy said, I always wake up after this part. Luke pondered for a moment and said, in other words, he hasn't hurt you yet. Why is that? Both girls stared blankly. They hadn't expected Luke to ask such a question. Even they found this whole thing too bizarre. If Dean hadn't died in front of them, they wouldn't be so disturbed by this nightmare, nor would they react so exaggeratedly. But it seemed that Luke believed them, and was even analyzing the matter seriously. But Dean died, right in front of me, Chris couldn't help saying. Luke nodded slightly as his finger tapped unhurriedly on the arm of the sofa. So, he has his own goal. That's why he's entering your dreams and scaring you again and again. But Luke didn't say that out loud. Considering for a moment, Luke asked, when did your nightmares begin? How often do you have them? Once a month, a week, or every other day? Nancy said, it started a month ago, but I think there was a week when he didn't show up. However, he's been showing up almost every day for the past few days. Chris shook her head. No, I barely slept after Dean died. When I took a nap at noon today, I think I saw him again. Luke nodded and asked, what about recently? Has he been appearing more and more frequently? The girls looked at each other and nodded. Luke had a faint guess, but he would rather keep it to himself. Chapter 437. He's here again. The two girls were clearly scared out of their wits. If they talked for too long, they might have a meltdown. Pondering for a moment, Luke asked, Chris, can we stay here tonight? Chris was confused. Luke explained, you meet him in your dreams every time, so we need to be on hand at the very least if we want to find out more about him. Also, Nancy, if it's possible, can you keep Chris company tonight? The two girls hesitated. Luke fished out his badge and placed it in front of Chris. Here's my badge. You can call LAPD Westside to check. The two girls hesitated for a moment before Chris finally nodded. Oh okay, you can sleep here tonight. Luke nodded with a smile. Thanks, But we won't be sleeping, we'll be observing you. You said earlier that you've been accidentally falling asleep pretty often in the past few days, right? Chris nodded blankly. Yes, Luke explained, we'll watch over you from here. We'll know immediately if something happens and we'll be able to help you. Dazed, Chris nodded. Luke turned his head and asked, what about you, Nancy? Can you stay here? Uncertain, Nancy shook her head. I have to call my mom first. Luke said, okay, but please don't mention that we're here, or the fact that we're police officers. Nancy looked at him suspiciously. Why not? She had been about to tell her mother that 2 officers had come to help them, otherwise, it would be very hard for her to stay over for the night. Luke said, the atmosphere in your town is too tense. We just got here today, and the sheriff already looks like he wants to drive us out. You should know that we're not part of the police here. If our identities are revealed, the sheriff might feel that we're stepping on his toes. Nancy got it and could only nod. Then I can only try, my mother might not agree. Luke said, try your best, but if you can't, then forget it. Nancy. She subconsciously looked at Chris. If she couldn't persuade her mother, did that mean she could only stay at home and have nightmares? On the other hand, Chris would have 2 LAPD officers on constant watch and helping her out. Wasn't this too big a difference in treatment? Luke didn't really care what Nancy thought. He had already said what he needed to say, it was up to Nancy to decide what to do next. It wasn't like Luke could break into her house and hold her mother at gunpoint and make her let Nancy go. Uneasy, Nancy left, and Luke and Selena stayed at Chris's place. There was no one else at her place. Chris's mother was a flight attendant who had already flown to Europe for work. This made things easier for Luke and Selena. Chris was nonplussed as she watched Luke and Selena move some equipment inside. What are you doing? Luke said with a smile, we don't know exactly what he is, but we still have to make the necessary preparations. At the very least, these surveillance devices can help us determine for sure whether it's a person behind this or a nightmare. Chris didn't know what to say. Luke and Selena worked quickly, and in less than half an hour, everything was set up. Looking at Chris, who was sitting in a daze, Luke reminded her, if possible, it'll be best for you to sleep in the living room tonight. It's bigger down here. Chris understood and went upstairs to grab what she needed for bed. After she came back down, Luke pointed at the largest couch. You can rest there for the time being. Of course, it would be best to dress a little warmer for bed. He winked. Chris was stumped for a moment before she couldn't help laughing. It was the end of April, and blistering hot and dry in California. There was no need to stay warm. Luke was only reminding her to cover herself up with her pajamas and not make it difficult for him and Selena. By the time everything was done, it was 4 in the afternoon. Golden sunlight covered the lawn outside. The 3 people did their own thing in the living room, and it was very quiet in the house. Luke suddenly frowned and patted Selena, who was looking up information next to him. Selena raised her head and looked in the direction Luke was pointing. On the other side, Chris had fallen asleep. In the tranquil living room, the exhausted girl fell asleep before she realized it. Luke's sharp ears had picked up on the way her breathing had evened out. Luke and Selena moved soundlessly over to the napping Chris. Observing her for a moment, Selena shook her head doubtfully. Her action meant that she didn't detect anything wrong. Luke nodded slightly. He didn't notice anything unusual, either. Chris was sleeping normally, but his face changed in the next moment as he stared closely at the girl. Her breathing had suddenly picked up. With his sharp nose, Luke detected a sudden and inordinate amount of sweat on her. Selena had also sensed that something was wrong. She fixed her gaze on Chris as well, only to see that her forehead was already covered in a fine layer of sweat. Chris's lips also trembled, as if she was trying to say something, but was unable to speak. Chris's unusual condition quickly became even more pronounced. It wasn't just the cold sweat in her lips, but her body trembled slightly as well. Her hand looked like she was trying to grasp something, but was unable to. Luke gestured at Selena, who nodded to indicate that she would keep an eye on their surroundings. Only then did Luke reach out to slowly clasp Chris's hand. Chris, wake up. Chris's eyelids quivered, but she didn't open her eyes. Seeing that, Luke clutched her hand and shook her a little. Wake up, Chris. Chris's eyes sprung open and she shrieked, ah. Luke smiled bitterly and turned his head. Thank God Chris didn't have bad breath. She did spit out some saliva in her agitated state, however, and Luke dodged it. Chris only stopped shrieking several seconds later. Stay away. Luke grabbed both her hands firmly and said, "Hey, Chris. It's fine. You're awake now." Chris was dazed for a moment. When she finally saw Luke clearly, she suddenly lunged forward to hug him tightly. He's here again." Luke gently stroked the back of the terrified girl. "It's fine, we know, which is why we woke you up." Chris's whole body shuddered before she abruptly burst into tears. She cried for a good few minutes, until the front of Luke's shirt felt completely wet. Only then did her cries die down into sobs. Luke finally let her go and helped her sit down on the couch before passing her a tissue. "It's all right, Chris. You're awake now, and we're here." Chapter 438 Comfort and a Call for Help. Sobbing, Chris accepted the tissue and nodded. It's him. I also saw Dean. He was hung up and wanted me to save him." Luke shook his head. "That's just an illusion." Seeing Chris open her mouth to speak, he raised his hand to stop her. "It's an illusion that the monster gave you, not something you came up with yourself. He's trying to scare you." Stumped, Chris didn't understand what he meant. "What?" Pondering for a moment, Luke said, "From the moment you fell asleep to when we woke you up, it was around 3 minutes. He didn't hurt you, you were just frightened badly. So, his purpose is to plant panic in you." Chris was at a loss. "Why? Fear can be faith and power," Luke said inwardly. "Many monsters were worshipped in ancient folklore. Was it because they did good things? No, it was because people were scared of them. The more frightened the people were, the more unbridled those monsters became." In the face of Chris's confusion, Luke could only say with a smile, "It's fine. At least we know how to wake you up. Don't worry, we'll take care of him." Chris nodded blankly. Luke glanced meaningfully at Selena for her to soothe the girl. But contrary to what he said, he actually didn't have a solution. When Chris encountered the guy in her nightmare, Luke didn't feel anything after touching her. At most, he could only shake her to wake her up. That was the awkward part. Chris had been scared to tears by the nightmare, but Luke couldn't even locate the enemy. "I hate intangible enemies the most. Can't you get a real body like Jason?" Luke grumbled in his heart. Getting up and going over to the window, he contemplated for a moment before he dialed a number. "Bobby, I need you to come here at once." He hung up a moment later. Bobby would be here in a few hours. Luke relaxed slightly and began to analyze the guy in the nightmare. First of all, whatever the thing haunting Chris and her friend was, he hadn't chosen adults in town. That might be because he couldn't, or was unable to. Secondly, the thing could only show up in his victims' dreams when they were asleep. Luke and Selena were alert at the moment, and staying up 1 or 2 nights wasn't a problem. It was even less of a problem for Luke, who only needed 2 hours of sleep every day. If he had to, he could stay awake for 3 days without sleep, although he might inevitably become mentally exhausted. If they couldn't resolve this problem now, he and Selena would retreat first. Just like that, night gradually fell. Luke prepared sandwiches and milk in the kitchen and gave some to Selena and Chris. Looking at Chris's surprise, he said with a smile, "Don't worry. We'll restock your fridge before we go. Your mom won't know." Chris chuckled and said, "No need, I can just tell my mom that I ate everything." Her gaze fell on Luke and Selena's plates as she continued, "Sorry, I was just a little surprised." The food on their plates was more than twice the amount on hers. Luke shrugged. "As detectives of the Major Crimes Division, we need to keep our energy levels up all the time. It'd be bad if we ran into a fugitive and had no strength to chase them." Chris asked, "Is that so? But a lot of the officers I've seen are quite fat." Luke nodded solemnly. "That means that they don't catch as many fugitives as we do every day, and they need more exercise." Chris stared blankly for a moment before her lips tilted upward again. Selena glanced askance at them from the side and didn't say anything. While it might look like some person was flirting with Chris, Selena knew that gaining Chris's trust would be very helpful for their investigation. Otherwise, they would have to spend the night at a hotel. After the 3 of them finished eating, Chris couldn't help but yawn. Seeing that, Luke said, "You can sleep for a bit on the couch." Chris abruptly trembled. "No." Luke patted the back of her hand. "Don't be scared. We'll wake you up if anything goes wrong. Right, do you see that?" He jerked his chin in one direction. Chris turned her head and asked, "What is it?" Luke said, "The ice cubes in that wine bucket are slowly melting into ice water. Trust me, when I use that, you won't be able to sleep even if you wanted to." Chris was rendered speechless. She had seen Luke fetch the bucket of ice from the kitchen a moment ago, and thought that he was going to put beer or wine in it. She didn't know that this was his plan. She couldn't help but shiver when she saw that bucket of ice. It wasn't because she was scared. It was just that when she imagined the water and ice being poured over her head, her back felt cold. Looking at Chris's expression, he gestured to her, and the two of them went to sit on the couch in the living room again. He reached out slowly to hold her hands. Chris didn't resist and just stared at him strangely. Squeezing her hands a little, Luke said solemnly, "Chris, now that we're here to help you, you should have more courage to stand up to him, right?" Chris's hands tensed up, but she nodded in the end. Luke then continued, "So, when he shows up in your dream again," he slowly rubbed the back of her hands with his thumbs, which gave her a faint sense of comfort. "You have to do your best to observe everything about him. The way he talks, the way he moves, remember as many details as possible, but you don't have to push yourself. Just try your best." "Okay." Chris hesitated and didn't respond. Luke looked her calmly in the eye. After looking at Luke's eyes for a moment, Chris finally nodded. "Oh, okay." 10 minutes later, Luke and Selena traded dismayed looks. Luke couldn't help but roll his eyes and wonder if that guy had found out. Selena looked at him sympathetically and sighed before she gestured at him, a question in her eyes. Luke thought for a moment before nodding his head in agreement. A moment later, Selena sat down on the side couch and closed her eyes to get some rest. She wasn't Luke. Being tense for so long made her tired more quickly, and exhaustion easily led to drowsiness. Nobody knew how long this would last, but they would probably be up all of tonight at least, so she needed to conserve her strength. She wouldn't sleep, but closing her eyes to rest could help alleviate some of the weariness. Chapter 439 Delivering Abilities. Luke looked over before he bent his head to read the information on his laptop. The current him would be able to detect any abnormalities in the two women next to him even without looking at them. Since they were so close by, their breathing and heartbeats were clearly audible to him, not to mention that he also had sharp nose. Thus, he was quite relaxed. Furthermore, the boost from reaching 20 mental strength wasn't complete yet. While the effects were gradually winding down, he was still in pretty good mental shape. 3 days without sleep would be nothing for him. He was confident he could fight this guy for a week. Chris didn't wake up again after she fell asleep. Since she hadn't slept well recently, she probably wouldn't wake up until the next morning, provided that she didn't have the nightmare. The atmosphere was so quiet and comfortable that even Selena nodded off. She woke up an hour later and stretched comfortably. Dazed, she looked at Luke on the side. Luke was still browsing through files on the couch. While Selena was sleeping, he had gotten Elizabeth to sort out the information on Springwood and send them to him. Most of it was news reports and basic statistical data. This information might not necessarily be helpful, but it might contain some leads. Seeing that Selena was awake, Luke raised his head with a "What's up?" expression in his eyes. Selena sat down next to him and asked in a low voice, "Why didn't you wake me up?" Luke didn't think it was a big deal. "There's nothing to do even if you're awake, so you may as well take a nap." Selena looked at Chris, who was still sound asleep, and asked, "No movement?" Luke nodded slightly and sighed. "I only hope this guy doesn't play hide and seek with us." Selena knew that they couldn't tarry here for too long. 3 days was the max. After all, they didn't have a strong connection to this case at all. From what they had seen so far, this case only involved the town of Springwood and wasn't related to the camp or the twins at all. Naturally, Luke was hanging around not because of Jeff's twin daughters, but for the man creating nightmares. Luke really wanted this ability to enter other people's dreams. Even if he couldn't acquire this ability, he might still obtain something else. Thinking that, Luke checked the time. It was slightly past 10. His phone buzzed. He took it out and put his earpiece in. He then heard Bobby's voice. Bobby had driven all the way here from Boomtown in Arizona in 6 hours, taking only half an hour to rest. He was now on the outskirts of the town. Luke spoke to Selena in a low voice and had her pick up Bobby. 10 minutes later, an exhausted Bobby followed Selena into the house. He smiled at Luke and asked, "What is it?" Pondering for a moment and seeing how tired Bobby was, Luke made a decision. He took Bobby to the porch, closed the door and showed him a pack of cards. "Let's play blackjack. $1 per game." "Bobby." "Huh," Luke shrugged and said, "This is just to help you relax. There's no need to be nervous. I called you because I need you to console someone." Bobby was befuddled, but what could he do? He despaired at running into such an unreliable but powerful boss. But after just 3 rounds, Luke put the cards away and said, "Okay, you must be exhausted from your trip. Get some rest, Bobby. Huh, was that it? It had only been 1 minute. Luke didn't bother to explain and simply reminded Bobby to keep his voice down so that he didn't wake up the sleeping girl. Bobby was full of questions, but could only nod silently. As Luke opened the door and entered the house, he summoned Daddy System in his heart. 10,000 credit points disappeared, and elementary mental communication was added to his list of his abilities. That was right, he called Bobby over precisely to acquire the qualification to learn this ability. Of the 3 blackjack rounds that Luke played with Bobby, Luke lost the first but won the other 2. After 2 victories, he noticed that the temporarily unavailable label next to Bobby's elementary mental communication had disappeared, so naturally, it was unnecessary to continue playing the game, to relax. Taking Bobby into the house and telling him to rest in the dining room, Luke sat down next to Chris. Closing his eyes, he carefully examined the mental communication which he had just obtained. After his mental strength reached 20, his brain felt extremely active, as if it contained some boundless power. He could sense the power clearly but was only able to control a tiny part of it. Most of the time, it simply operated autonomously. After learning Bobby's mental communication, he established a connection with his brain. He could control it now as if it was a limb. While it was tentative and rough, like a toddler learning to walk, it was still tremendous progress compared with before. Sure enough, one always needed the right ability. His previous ability to control things had been an extension of physical outburst, and curve shooting it was a huge difference, like between burning firewood with gas and filling an engine with gas. One was just using gas as a medium to light a fire, but with the other, gas directly exploded to turn into shocking power. After tinkering with the ability for a moment, Luke opened his eyes and stared at Selena on the couch. Selena had been observing Chris. Sensing something, she raised her head and met Luke's gaze. Staring blankly for a moment, she opened her mouth to say something, but even though her lips moved, she forgot what she was going to do. A few seconds later, she subconsciously murmured, "Fine, you do have a conscience." After saying that, she suddenly came back to herself and looked at Luke in surprise. "Did you just say that you'll make me a lot of delicious food after this is over?" Luke chuckled inwardly and nodded. "Yes, happy." Selena gave an "oh," and said, "Yep." Her expression was still a little strange as she felt that something was off. Luke laughed inwardly and didn't give her an explanation. He had a lot of abilities which he didn't want Selena to know about, not because he didn't trust her, but because this world was too dangerous and there would definitely be people with mental superpowers. Luke's secrets were protected by Daddy System, but Selena wasn't. Just now, he had used mental communication on Selena. Unlike Bobby, who was just a weak chicken, Luke's mental strength was starting to soar. Making use of a particular glutton's fondest wish, he sent the thought almost instantly and made her think that he had said it. The truth was that Luke hadn't opened his mouth at all and had simply used his eyes to transmit the thought. Chapter 440 Method, Medium and Entering Dreams. Why the eyes? For now, Luke wasn't quite sure either. It was like how he couldn't explain the unusual change in his eyes after the increase in his mental strength. However, most hypnosis techniques had to do with sight and hearing. These were the easiest means by which human beings received information and perceived the outside world. That was probably why mental communication could be activated via the eyes. Later, Luke might try activating mental communication with words, or a combination of words and eyes. Both were possibilities. While he was mulling over the ability he had just acquired, Selena suddenly said, "It's here." Almost at the same time, Luke focused his attention on Chris. Her breathing and heart rate had suddenly sped up. Luke sighed inwardly with relief. He had been worried that not only could that guy enter dreams, he might be able to use the dreamer to sense the surroundings. If that was the case, the chances of Luke successfully catching him by lying in wait was basically zero. But it seemed that the other party's ability wasn't that exaggerated. Of course, it was also possible that this nightmare bringer was capable enough to be bold about it and didn't consider Luke a big deal, like how most supervillains would act. Luke got up, walked over to Selena, and quickly typed out something on his phone. After Selena nodded in reply, he sat down on the couch which Chris was lying on and placed his hand on her head. Since he was new to mental communication, he could only use physical contact to lock onto his target if eye contact wasn't possible. Why the head? Largely because it was the most convenient. It would be very strange to wrap his hand around her neck, and even more inappropriate to touch her chest, belly, or legs. He had to pass on her feet as well. While Chris's feet didn't smell, Luke wasn't interested in activating his ability while holding someone else's feet. Come, female benefactor, let this old servant bless you and ward off evil spirits. Murmuring these exceedingly unreliable words to himself, Luke activated mental communication. System, you are trying to establish a link with an unknown negative energy. Confirm link. Luke chuckled inwardly, he hadn't guessed wrong. If the mountain wouldn't come to him, he could always go to the mountain. Since he wasn't the target of the other party's mental link, he could only take the initiative to establish the link himself. When he was testing Bobby's mental communication, he had also received a notification from the system. The person he really needed to help was Chris, and unlike the incorporeal man in her nightmare, she was on hand. Hence, Chris naturally became Luke's medium so that he could see the man in her nightmare. Looking at this option, Luke pondered for a moment before choosing yes. In the blink of an eye, the darkness behind his eyelids completely changed and another world appeared in front of him. This was still Chris's living room, except it now had a decaying and derelict look to it. Dirty water covered the floor in a shallow layer. The walls were mottled and peeling, and had ugly light brown water stains on them. Water dripped incessantly from the ceiling to the floor. Luke sighed. This guy was gifted. He would make a great horror movie director. The room was empty and silent. Luke was alone. He wasn't in a hurry to act. Instead, he tried activating sharp nose. In the end, the only things he could smell were the odor of an old, decaying house and the stench of filthy water. There was no sign of Chris at all. Luke opened his eyes and chuckled. Interesting. It looks like the real thing, but it's still fake. Anybody else might have been frightened by the situation. Luke was a seasoned detective, however, and had easily spotted too many flaws in this scene. In other words, this wasn't the real world. He walked over to the wide-open door and walked out. Standing on the lawn, he raised his head. Some snowflakes gently drifted down from the pitch-black sky, and there was already a thin layer of snow on the ground. Luke crouched down and picked up a handful of snow. It felt very realistic, except that it didn't melt and remained ice-cold in his hand. Dropping the fabricated, authentic-looking snow, he looked at the ground beneath it. It wasn't a lawn, but deep black mud. He stood up and stepped on it. Looking at the deep footprint left in the mud, he raised an eyebrow. This is pretty real, too. Shaking the black mud off his shoe, he left the snow that was outside the house and went out to the street. The street was covered in snow as well, and every dozen meters or so was a lamp which dimly illuminated the tiny bit of ground below it. In that way, the street was cut up into interwoven pieces of darkness and light, like a channel between the dead and the living. Looking around, Luke saw a faint figure walk forward from dozens of meters away. It was none other than Chris. She was wearing a V-neck t-shirt and a pair of bright blue boxers. They were the pajamas she had gone to sleep in. Cold snow fell on her and she was walking on bare feet, but she didn't seem to feel any of it. The size of the footprints she left behind in the snow looked like they belonged to a 5-year-old. Looking at her silently, Luke didn't call out to her and instead followed her unhurriedly. Chris suddenly stopped and turned toward one side of the street. A wooden pole had been set up next to the street, and an old iron sign hung from it. Chris reached out to wipe off the snow and dust. A name was revealed: Badham Kindergarten. Chris put down her hand and approached the building behind the sign as if she was sleepwalking. Hello. Little Chris. Someone called out in a low, hoarse voice behind her. Terrified, she turned around. There was someone standing there. Oh, you've already grown up. His voice was full of nostalgia. Staring at him, Chris gritted her teeth and murmured, "You're just a nightmare. You don't remember me." The person slowly moved closer, his face hidden in the shadows. Who are you? Chris stepped back and tried to keep some distance between them. The person continued forward. No, you definitely remember me. You're my favorite. Fine, you're my second favorite, my little Chris. Chris continued backing up until she hit a wall. She couldn't help but close her eyes, but promptly opened them again. She suddenly remembered a warm and gentle male voice, the way he talks, the way he moves, remember as many details as possible. Chapter 441 Spineless, and third intruder. Somehow, it filled Chris with courage, and she did her best to open her eyes wide and observe the stranger coming at her. You're not real. The man's whole chest seemed to shake with his low laugh. Hey, that's right, so nobody knows I'm here. As he spoke, he leaned in close to Chris's hair and took a deep breath. The iron claws on his right hand slowly raked down the wall with an ear-piercing metallic screech. Cough, cough. A light cough interrupted the man's performance. Both of them turned their heads. Luke walked out of the dark to stand under a lamp. He coughed again in embarrassment. Sorry, but someone knows. The two people at the wall stared blankly and uncomprehendingly for a moment. Luke sighed and said, since you're already a senile man who's almost 60, let me say it again, I'm here, so someone knows that you came. Do you understand? He spoke gently and with a slight smile, like an elementary school language teacher patiently instructing a kid. Who are you? The man stood up straight and turned to face Luke. Luke walked over at exactly the same pace that the man had used to approach Chris. You don't remember? No, you definitely do. The man was lost for words, and could only shake the claws on his right hand. Luke stopped in front of him at that moment. I was your favorite little Skywalker when you were a kid. The man was silent for a moment, before he suddenly said, no, there was no Skywalker when I was a kid. Luke nodded. True, you were almost 30 when Skywalker became popular. But men are forever kids at heart. Like you're so old yet you still like to play this childish game of scaring girls. The stranger chuckled hoarsely and said, is it childish? Well, I like young and beautiful things. Hearing that, Luke sighed and said, fine. I think you chose the wrong hobby though, and you should pay for the wrongs you did, don't you think? Freddy Krueger. With that, Luke kicked the man right in the groin. Ouch! The man covered his groin and jumped around for a bit. Suddenly, he stopped and raised his head, a malicious grin on his hideous face which was covered in burn scars. Ha 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 ha, it doesn't hurt at all. Are you surprised? Luke curled his lip. Fine, I knew you were *MN eunuch. No wonder you're such a pervert. He said the word, eunuch, in Chinese, which Freddy didn't understand. But he did know what pervert meant. Freddy wasn't angry and just laughed. It's been a long time since I met such an interesting kid. Let me see how brave you are. He lunged forward. Bia. The next moment, Freddy was kicked right in the face and sent flying. His body suddenly turned into black smoke in the air and disappeared, and his creepy voice resounded in the gloom. Wow, awesome, are you Bruce Lee? I'm so scared, ha 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 ha. Luke had already settled back down. His trash talk earlier had just been to give him time to observe Freddy. This fellow. He had already calculated when to start and end the fight. As his eyes swept the area in front of him, a shadow quietly emerged on the wall behind him, and Freddy's claws slowly reached for Luke's neck as he sneered. Watch out, he's behind you. The moment Chris screamed, Freddy's hand was caught in an iron grip. Freddy's smile froze. In the next moment, he smashed into the ground from a shoulder throw. There was a sneer on Luke's face as well. A sneak attack, a kid's trick, Mr. Freddy. As he spoke, he stepped on Freddy's shoulder, grabbed his arm with both hands, and gave a sudden wrench. Freddy's right arm snapped off at the elbow so that Luke was holding the right forearm that had the clawed hand on it. Examining the iron claws, Luke clicked his tongue and said, creative, but the workmanship is terrible and the material is too bad. You must have failed your handicraft classes as a kid. Dropping the claws to the ground, he looked at Freddy and said, come, ambush me again. Freddy was screaming in panic as blood gushed out of his arm. But he burst out laughing in the next moment as another forearm grew out from his broken elbow. Here's another surprise, little Skywalker. Your Uncle Freddy's weapon is back. Luke raised an eyebrow. You really are a pervert. Are you a lizard and gecko hybrid? Gross. Freddy's laughter stuttered to a stop, and he completely vanished again. You have such a nasty tongue. I'm going to, bang. Freddy was sent flying again, and Luke drew back his leg from where he had kicked Freddy from behind Chris. He said, perverts are really shameless. You said you were going after me, but you actually attacked the little girl. Do you really consider yourself a man? Freddy grinned and got to his feet in the snow on the street. He opened his mouth, when Luke patted his forehead. Ah, sorry, Freddy. Huh, Luke solemnly bowed a little. Sorry, I was mistaken. You're just a spineless, shish tty ashla. Freddy. Luke, a man suddenly called out in the distance. Stunned, the three people turned to take a look. The moment Luke heard that familiar voice, he realized that things didn't look good. It was Bobby. The man ran out of the darkness. Luke, is that you? The lamp illuminated Bobby's face. Freddy suddenly gave a pleased laugh. Luke, little Skywalker, so it's you. Can you clone yourself with the Force then? Luke narrowed his eyes as his mind whirled with thoughts. Now, a multiple-choice question from Uncle Freddy for Skywalker, how about it? Will you choose little Chris here or The smug Freddy was suddenly dumbfounded. In a split second, Luke and Chris suddenly vanished. Freddy's ugly face was full of disbelief. No, why would she wake up at this moment? On the side, a terrified Bobby looked at Freddy and was already taking steps backward. This place was too creepy, and just when he found Luke and that girl, the both of them disappeared, leaving him alone with this hideous and disgusting weirdo. Chapter 442. A bunch of unlucky B***stars. However, Freddy's gaze was now turned his way. The man's ugly face was covered in disparate pieces of melted skin and red, rotten flesh. His yellow and green eyes were like a cobra's as he stared at Bobby. Bobby smiled awkwardly and said, "Excuse me, it seems I took a wrong turn." "Bye-bye." He turned around and ran. Freddy laughed maliciously. "No, since you're already here, why don't you stay and play with Uncle Freddy, huh?" Bobby suddenly vanished as well, and the entire scene was deathly still once more. Stunned, Freddy finally roared angrily. "No." In Chris's kitchen, a dazed Bobby looked at Luke in front of him. Luke offhandedly pulled back the wine bucket which he had been holding over Bobby's head and then gave him a towel. He said, "Wipe yourself dry, or you might catch a cold." Bobby accepted the towel blankly. When he wiped his hair with it, pieces of ice dropped to the floor. Luke was a little embarrassed. "Haha, I was in a hurry, and might have used a little too much." Looking at the bucket of ice that was now completely empty, Bobby didn't know what to feel. Several minutes later, Luke led Bobby back to the living room. The moment Chris saw them, she promptly got up from the couch and said, "Luke, just now, who's this?" Luke smiled at her and said, "This is a friend of mine. He's a professional and the best at dealing with situations like this." Bobby was lost for words. "What professional? I'm an animal tamer, and that thing just now didn't look like an animal at all." Chris was suspicious. "I think I saw him in my dream just now." Luke's face didn't change. "Of course, it's a necessary skill for a professional." Seeing Chris's confusion, he added, "He's a psychic." Chris exclaimed in surprise and looked at Bobby in admiration. "You're really good, you can actually enter someone else's dream." Bobby still didn't know what was going on. "I'm just an animal tamer." "What d***mn psychic?" Ignoring him, Luke looked at the other two unexpected guests. "Nancy, and you, why are you here?" After Nancy went home, she had called Chris and told her that her mother wouldn't let her go out. Chris had let Luke know, so Luke hadn't included Nancy in his plan. Nancy was terrified. She would have gone to the dining room to look for Luke if Selena hadn't stopped her. Now that she finally had a chance to speak, she said hurriedly, "That guy came again. He killed Jesse not long ago and entered my dream." Luke nodded. "First of all, who is Jesse? Also, were you hurt?" "Jesse's the boy we were talking to in the afternoon. He's our classmate." Nancy shook her head. "I set an alarm when I was taking a bath and I woke up in time." Luke shook his head inwardly. From what he had gathered so far, Freddy didn't want to kill these middle school students quickly, but enjoyed the process of playing with his prey and savored their fear. Nancy thus survived not because she woke up but because Freddy didn't plan to kill her yet. He looked at the boy with her. "And this is..." The boy stretched out his hand. "Quentin Smith. You can call me Quentin." Luke shook hands with him and asked, "Are you haunted by nightmares as well?" Quentin nodded with a bitter smile. "Yes." Looking at his face, Luke asked, "How long has it been since you last slept?" Quentin's expression became even more pained. "I don't know. 2 days, maybe 3. Luke asked, "You came here to look for Chris, why?" It was their unexpected arrival that had woken Chris up. Selena had stopped them at the door and told them not to disturb Chris's sleep. The moment Quentin heard that she was sleeping, he had turned cold and promptly run to the side to smack fiercely on the window. Luke wasn't angry over what they had done. They had had good intentions, and nothing bad had come out of it. On the contrary, they had come at the right time, and pulled Luke and Chris out of the dream. The moment Luke woke up, he promptly ran into the dining room with the bucket of ice, and poured its entire contents over Bobby's head, instantly rousing the man. As for how his PR manager had somehow stumbled into that nightmare, Luke already had a rough idea. After receiving Luke's call, Bobby had driven more than 6 hours straight to arrive here late at night. He had been busy with the new mining company during the day, so he was naturally exhausted after the long trip. If it was just that, Bobby might not necessarily be able to enter the nightmare. But Luke had bested Bobby in order to learn the latter's ability, so it was inevitable that Bobby would become a little unlucky. On top of that, Bobby had mental communication too, and he may be sensitive to mental energy. With these three factors combined, he somehow found his way into the nightmare. Thankfully, Bobby's luck wasn't bad to the point of being life-threatening. Luke had pulled him out of the nightmare before Freddy could kill him. Luke was a little embarrassed about that. He had been careless and Bobby had almost suffered for it. Luke only hoped Bobby hadn't been too traumatized by Freddy. But Luke had had no other choice. Daddy's system clearly didn't know the first thing about cyber technology. Luke had tried remote betting and online blackjack, but hadn't been able to acquire the qualification to learn Bobby's ability that way, so he could only have Bobby come in person. But Bobby had only lost twice before getting pulled into Freddy's nightmare. Luke felt that this guy had absolutely been born unlucky. That would explain why he ended up a homeless tramp when he used to have a good job. If luck could be put into numbers, Bobby's would be either 0 or -1. At Luke's question, Nancy and Quentin looked at each other before Quentin said, "Nancy thinks that her mother is hiding something from her about the nightmare and the man." Luke nodded and said, So we want to uncover the truth and settle this thing once and for all," said Quentin. Pondering for a moment, Luke shook his head. "It's not that difficult. I think I know what he's up to." "What is it, Chris?" Nancy and Quentin asked almost at the same time. Luke turned on his laptop that was on the table and flipped through the information which he had been investigating that afternoon. He then turned the screen around. "Do you know this place?" The three of them looked at the screen. On it was an old photo which depicted a kindergarten with a huge sign on the rooftop, Badham Kindergarten. Chapter 443 There is only one truth. The expressions of the three changed as they exclaimed in unison, "That's the place." Luke looked at their faces. "It seems that all of you went to this place in your dreams." They nodded. Luke continued, "Something happened in this kindergarten 12 years ago, and it was related to the kids there. If I'm right, all of you are around 17 now, or a little younger." They nodded again and didn't say anything. They were clearly in the right age range. Luke said, "This kindergarten is in Springwood, so you may have gone to school there 12 years ago. Also, look at this." Luke zoomed in and then pulled up another photo. Putting the two photos together, Luke asked, "Notice anything?" Frowning, they looked at the photos for a moment, and Nancy's expression changed. "This is the same place." Luke hummed in response and said, "So, Dean and Chris at least were at this kindergarten back then." The second photo was the one Luke took at Dean's funeral and was an impromptu shot of Chris and Dean when they were kids. The slide that Dean was playing on, the white fence behind Chris and the bungalows nearby were identical to what was in the old photo of Badham Kindergarten. Whether or not your parents are hiding anything isn't the important point. Luke went on, because that man is leading you step by step closer to what he wants you to know. The three of them had bewildered looks on their faces. Luke suddenly smiled. "Don't be scared, at least you have us as backup." As both outsiders and detectives were more clear-headed, that man is indeed tricky, but he isn't invincible, or he wouldn't have waited 12 years to come after you. Also, the man was really inefficient when it came to murder. He still hadn't gotten revenge on the adults who burned him alive back then. Luke didn't believe that the man was magnanimous enough to spare them. Seeing how Dean and Jesse were dead, the man was indeed a murderer, but he wasn't killing all of them in one go for some reason. The three students found it incredible. "How can you describe such a terrifying person so lightly? Are we really talking about the same thing?" Luke didn't pay any attention to their expressions. "So, it's not hard if we want answers or the truth. Visiting this place should be enough." Everybody looked at the pictures on the laptop screen. "Are we going now?" Chris asked uneasily. Luke shrugged. "Whether we go or not isn't a big deal, but all of you look like you really want answers." Fine. Actually, he was very curious to know what on earth this Freddy Krueger was thinking or what he was up to. Was he simply playing at a massacre? Luke felt that it was more complicated than that. Chris, Nancy and Quentin traded looks and started to discuss it. Chris didn't really want to go, but Nancy and Quentin did. In the end, she deferred to the majority. Luke and Selena just watched from the side and didn't interrupt them. Only after they reached a unanimous decision did he say, "Let's go." Chris's lips moved but she didn't say anything. After Luke stood up, she subconsciously followed him. Nancy had snuck out her window and come over in Quentin's car. The two of them took his car again. Chris, however, got into Luke's car without hesitation and sat in the backseat with Bobby. "Bobby, I'm just an animal tamer. Why do I have to go too?" Luke ignored Bobby's aggrieved expression since he couldn't explain it. Could he say that with Bobby's rotten luck, he might be inexplicably pulled into a nightmare by Freddy again after he fell asleep? It was better not to say such a painful thing. 6 people in 2 cars drove through town in the middle of the night and reached the woods on the edge of town a few minutes later. They parked and got out. Luke led everyone through the woods until they came out onto an old, desolate trail that was surrounded by cornfields as far as the eye could see. After walking dozens of meters down the trail, they saw a building next to the road. It was a bungalow. The sign on the roof was damaged and broken, and only the letters, "Ba," remained. In front of the bungalow and next to the curb was a wooden pillar from which hung an old gray metal sign inscribed with the faint words, "Badham Kindergarten." The complexions of the 3 kids turned pale. Even though it was late at night and there were no lights here, even though the building had long fallen into disrepair, they instinctively knew that this was the right place. Seeing all of them acting dazed in front of the house, Luke prodded, "Shall we go in?" Standing around outside the house wouldn't do anything but waste energy. In a situation like this, one should go in right away, or turn around and leave, and find another way. Hesitation was the least helpful choice. Luke also couldn't hang around here for very much longer either. Coming back to themselves with a start, the 3 kids traded looks, before Nancy and Quentin stepped toward the building. Chris, however, followed one step behind Luke once again. All of them went in except for Selena, who stayed outdoors and monitored things on her tablet. This was something Luke had discussed with her earlier. He told everyone else that Selena was the backup plan. As for exactly what the backup plan was, he naturally didn't say. If Bobby's luck wasn't already bad enough for him to be pulled into Freddy's nightmare, Luke would have left him outside too. This could be considered a private assignment, and there was no need to get them involved. They wouldn't be able to help, to say nothing of the danger. 5 of them entered the building, with Luke and Bobby holding 2 LED flashlights. The bright light broke through the dark house. Dust was everywhere. Clearly, it had been a very long time since anyone was here. After making one round through the house, none of the kids looked good. While there were quite a number of differences compared with their nightmares, the main environment was the same. They had already entered this place too many times in their dreams before Freddy scared them into waking up. Seeing how they were a little freaked out, Luke said again, "Let's go. It doesn't seem like the answers you want are here." Nancy and Quentin traded looks, then followed Luke through a corridor. When they turned a corner, they saw a door at the end that had the word, "Maintenance," on it. Luke opened the door and headed downstairs. This was the basement, as well as a typical maintenance room, which was also old and dusty. Chapter 444 Truth, Answer and Trap. Chris still followed Luke closely and Bobby was behind them, while Nancy and Quentin were already searching the basement. Compared with Chris, who had already been saved by Luke twice, they were more desperate to find out exactly what Freddy wanted. Picking up something from an old table, Quentin mumbled, "This is it, this definitely is his place." Quentin was holding a finger blade, which was part of the claw-like weapon on Freddy's hand. After looking around for a while, Nancy stared closely at a drawing. "I think there's something behind there." Luke had already detected it with his sharp nose. He nodded and said, "Let me." Hanging the light on the wall, he tore down the children's drawing to reveal a small door at the bottom. He dismantled the door carefully and put it to one side. Crouching down for a look, he realized that inside was a secret room. He took down the light and placed it inside the small secret room. "Do you want to go in and take a look?" Nancy and Quentin both nodded, while Chris simply looked at Luke silently. A moment later, Bobby remained outside while the rest of them crawled into the room. It was much smaller than the room outside and was a space created by adding 2 extra walls to one corner of the original room. There was no furniture inside except for a single bed covered with a dusty quilt. However, all the walls were covered in clumsy paint doodles. After so long, the paint had turned gray and black so that on closer look, the doodles weren't cute at all, but instead pretty creepy. Looking at the doodles, Nancy touched them and mumbled, "I think I drew these when I was little." Luke didn't think too much of it. He looked around and found an old album in a dusty paper box on the nightstand. Opening it, he found some old laminated photos. He flipped through a few pages and quickly scanned the rest of the photos. A few seconds later, he closed the album and frowned. Noticing his expression, Quentin couldn't help but ask, what's in it? Both Chris and Nancy looked at the album in Luke's hand. Luke shook his head and didn't answer that question. He looked at Nancy and then at Chris. This is probably what he wants you to remember. The girl subconsciously stepped forward. Nancy couldn't help but ask, what is it? After a brief silence, Luke said, the answers you were looking for. What happened in this kindergarten back then? Nancy stepped forward again with one hand out. Can I take a look? Frowning for a moment, Luke looked at Chris and asked, I think I know why he wants you to come here, but this thing is a trap. So, I'll ask you once again, do you really want to look at it? After a brief hesitation, Nancy nodded. I do. Looking at Luke's face, Chris suddenly shook her head. No, I don't. Luke nodded and said, all right. Nancy, you wait a bit. Saying that, Luke swiftly took out most of the photos before he tossed the album to Nancy. He then fished out a lighter and burned the 10 or so photos in his hand to ashes. While doing so, he used his body to block everyone else's line of sight so that they couldn't see the photos. On the other side, Nancy abruptly flushed when she looked at the photos before she turned pale. No, that's impossible. Quentin moved, about to go over and take a look at the photos. Luke darted to Quentin's side and pressed down on his shoulder. That's her business. Quentin was silent. He couldn't go over even if he wanted to as the force on his shoulder kept him firmly in place. Looking at Nancy who suddenly burst into tears, Luke didn't feel very guilty. Considering Quentin and Nancy's curiosity, they would have become overly suspicious if he directly burned all the photos. Thankfully, Chris trusted him more and was less curious. Luke walked over to Nancy and gave her his lighter. I think you need this. Staring blankly at the lighter for a moment, Nancy finally came back to herself and grabbed it. But her hands were shaking so hard and didn't have any strength. It took her several tries before she could start a fire. Luke didn't help her but simply turned around to block everyone else's line of sight. A moment later, he smelled the photos burning and heard Nancy's intermittent sobs. After a while, he finally moved to stand next to Chris. As for Nancy, she had Quentin to console her. There was clearly something between the two of them, and Luke didn't have to stick his foot in it. Seeing the bewilderment in Chris's eyes, he said, since you decided to let the past go, there's no need to feel conflicted about it. Not all memories are beautiful. Seeing how Nancy was crying so wretchedly, Chris was utterly relieved inwardly. She had a feeling that she would have been as devastated as Nancy if she had chosen to look at the photos. Even if she had a rough guess about what the photos contained, it wasn't as big a blow since she didn't see them with her own eyes. Human beings were always good at deceiving themselves. After a long while, Nancy finally calmed down. Only then did Luke say, all right, Nancy, I know you're upset, but that's even more reason to settle this once and for all, right? Nancy raised her head and stared at him for a moment before she slowly nodded her head. Quentin couldn't help but ask, how are we going to get rid of him? Luke observed them and said, it's been a long time since you slept, right? Both of them nodded bitterly. Luke said, now, lie down on the bed and go to sleep. They looked at the filthy and worn bed and shuddered. But Luke was already walking over to pull out the single bed. He carefully wrapped up the bedding and quilt before throwing them into a corner. This should do now. All that was left of the single bed now was the bed frame, and he nodded in satisfaction. Nancy and Quentin sighed in relief. While the planks were hard, they were at least clean. At that moment, Luke continued, Chris, Nancy, the two of you lie down. Saying that, he pulled over a wooden stool from the side. Confirming that it was sturdy enough, he placed it next to the bed. Befuddled, Quentin asked, then, what about me? The two girls looked at him, then at the single bed again. Luke had just sat down on the stool. Hearing the question, he subconsciously looked at the floor. Chapter 445 1-2, Freddy's coming for you. Following Luke's gaze, Quentin exclaimed involuntarily, don't tell me you want me to lie on the floor. Luke smiled awkwardly. He had to admit that Quentin was correct. Luke had been thinking about having Quentin lie under his feet so that he could activate mental communication through that contact. His hands were naturally reserved for the ladies, he couldn't put his feet on Chris's and Nancy's foreheads. The main point was that instead of letting someone else touch him, it was more convenient to his own limbs as conduits for activating his ability. It was like how many archers had a habit of sticking out their fingers to guide their arrows when holding their bows. With feet, well, it was possible with some difficulty. For a moment, there was silence in the room. In the end, It was Chris who broke the impasse. Luke, I don't think I can fall asleep. Luke was stunned, and Chris lowered her head in embarrassment. I slept too much in the afternoon. I don't feel sleepy at all. Luke was speechless. He had completely forgotten that. Chris had slept from 5 in the afternoon to 10 at night. She had only been awake for an hour. It wouldn't be easy for her to sleep now. Luke could only say, "Okay, Quentin and Nancy. We'll take the bed, you can find a place to sit." Quentin was hugely relieved. A moment later, Nancy and Quentin both lay down on the single bed and Chris sat down next to Luke on another stool. Quentin finally couldn't help asking, "What are you going to do?" Luke glanced solemnly at Bobby outside and lowered his voice. "Later, I'll get this professional psychic to help connect my mind to yours and enter your dream with you." Quentin stared blankly. "What psychic?" Chris quickly pointed at Bobby outside. "That's him. He was the one who helped Luke enter my dream and save me in the afternoon." Quentin and Nancy looked at each other in dismay, but looking at Chris, they could only believe her. Otherwise, it didn't make sense for Chris to trust this detective so much after just one afternoon. Looking at Nancy and Quentin, who were a little nervous, Luke smiled. "There's no need to be so scared, he's not as terrifying as you think. Chris and I met him in the afternoon, and we're still alive, aren't we? Of course, if you encounter him on your own, you'll probably die very quickly," Luke secretly added in his heart. This wasn't him looking down on them. Nancy and Quentin were just ordinary middle schoolers who had never undergone any sort of relevant training. Whether or not they could defeat Freddy would depend on their luck. Thankfully, Luke had never relied on luck even if he had always been lucky. Nancy and Quentin nodded and finally closed their eyes. They were tense at first and subconsciously tried to stay awake, but after lying down for a while in a quiet environment, they slowly relaxed. They hadn't slept well for days. Also, Luke had used a bit of mental communication when he was comforting them earlier, so they now trusted him more. Thus, they fell asleep just several minutes later. Luke didn't enter their dreams immediately. Instead, he lightly tapped his earpiece twice, and immediately received the same in response. That was Selena letting him know that she was already ready. Luke had his own trump cards, but he still preferred to be a little more prepared. Selena was now observing the activity in the room via the surveillance camera Luke had set up. Selena had napped for an hour in the afternoon and was on full alert, unlike some unlucky PR manager. Receiving a response from his staunch backup, Luke's attention returned to Nancy and Quentin and he noticed slight changes in their physical conditions. Their breathing and heart rates had sped up a little, but it wasn't too intense yet. Freddy had probably already dragged them into the nightmare, but this was just the prelude to the main act. He turned to the side and smiled at Chris. "Trust me, all of you will walk out of here safe and sound." He then closed his eyes and lay his hands on Nancy and Quentin's heads, activating mental communication. The next moment, the scene changed. Luke found himself in some sort of classroom. It was completely dark outside the windows, and there was only one pale and dusky light in the classroom. Only a few toys and items were scattered around. There was no one here. Luke didn't linger here for long and stepped outside. In the corridor, he heard the echo of faint singing. Several little girls seemed to be singing a nursery rhyme, and there was the rhythmic slap of a rope. Luke walked down the corridor to a classroom at the end. The door was wide open, and he saw 3 girls in white dresses inside. They were playing jump rope as one of the girls jumped in the middle and they sang a nursery rhyme together. 1, 2, Freddy's coming for you, 3, 4, lock your door. They seemed to have noticed him, but nothing changed in their expressions as they continued jumping and singing. In the shadow of the pale fluorescent light, their eyes were like black holes as they stared at him. Luke tilted his head, and after surveying the scene, suddenly chuckled. This guy is really a pervert, but this really is creative. Too bad he's using it for something like this. Shaking his head, he walked past. In the classroom behind him, the 3 girls turned their heads and watched him walk away as they continued swinging the rope and jumping. Their monotonous voices echoed in the corridor. 5, 6, grab your crucifix, 7, 8, gonna stay up late. Luke had reached the end of the corridor by then and he opened the door that had the word, maintenance, on it to reveal a space filled with all kinds of metal pipes. Behind him, the girls were still singing. 9, 10, never sleep again. As Luke stepped into the room, the singing came to an abrupt halt. He turned his head, only to see that there wasn't a door behind him but only a dark wall. The dim red light in this space was like a layer of blood that was nauseating to look at. This guy's ability, I really want it. Luke mumbled. The ability to enter dreams wasn't just useful in a fight. If he wanted to, he could create a dream of a sunny beach and endless amounts of delicious food to satisfy a particular glutton. He could come up with whatever food she wanted, and she would never overeat nor lose weight. Similarly, he could make suspects believe that they were in a safe place and talking to a safe party. It would be far easier than using any kind of interrogation to circumvent their psychological barriers. And this was only considering the abilities used in legitimate work or battle. Chapter 446 Drowning in Blood and Making the Most Out of It. Thinking out of the box, this ability to enter dreams was practically omnipotent, and moreover, didn't involve any extra costs. If Freddy wanted to build a playground like this in reality, he would first have to think about trying to keep it a secret, then consider renovation, infrastructure and so on. It was precisely for these reasons that Luke had never set up the secret base which he envisaged. In a dreamscape, however, there was no end to what he could make. It was a shame that Freddy this sicko had wasted his ability on creating this murder playground. Then again, he didn't need food or money, and his only hobby was to torture and kill people. His mind whirling with these thoughts, Luke stepped forward. Several lit furnaces glowed and dark red light flickered. The entire space was hot, dry and horrifying. Someone laughed heartily in the distance, and there was the clang of metal. It was none other than Freddy. "My little Nancy, you really think your boyfriend can save you here?" His low voice rang out before his tone abruptly changed. "Then he may as well die with you. He's a wimp, he can't save you. He can't even save himself. Like this." "Ah!" Quentin screamed in pain. Freddy had probably injured him somehow. Luke, however, maintained his unhurried pace. After everything that had happened so far, he was gradually coming to better understand Freddy's character. This guy absolutely wouldn't kill his prey until he had had enough fun with them. Was he flaunting, or was it just a sick interest? Luke wasn't sure. There might be other reasons. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. "Ah!" Quentin gave a drawn-out scream again. "Little Nancy, look, you have a lousy boyfriend. He tripped over his own feet and passed out. How can he protect you?" Freddy's tone turned playful. "Come to Uncle Freddy. You're my favorite. Ha 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 ha." At that moment, Luke walked out and saw Quentin lying in the gap between two boilers. A panic-stricken Nancy had retreated up a metal staircase not far away and started running. Freddy followed her unhurriedly. The iron claws on his right hand scraped the handrail and the grating noise echoed in the boiler room. Luke sighed. What a pretentious guy. He really wanted to beat him up. Freddy disappeared upstairs while chasing his little Nancy. Luke walked over to Quentin and pulled him up. Quentin was fine. Freddy found him a nuisance but didn't want to kill him yet, so he knocked the guy out and left him here. Lifting Quentin, Luke moved faster. Luke still wanted to see what else Freddy was going to do, but he couldn't let Freddy get his fill of his performance and then kill Nancy. Following Freddy's playful laughter, Luke stepped out onto another walkway, only to find that the scene had changed. He suddenly found himself inside an ordinary building. This building seemed especially quiet compared with the thunderstorm outside. Of course, that wasn't counting the running and screaming from upstairs as Freddy toyed with Nancy. Freddy's voice echoed again in the building. "Haha, let's play hide and seek, shall we? If I catch you, hee hee hee. Okay, Uncle Freddy is going to start counting. 10, 9, 8, Luke rolled his eyes. There was clearly no limit to this guy's sick interests. At that moment, a fearful Nancy was hiding in a closet in one of the rooms upstairs. As for why she was hiding here, she didn't know. It was just that there was a constantly increasing sense of dread in her head that was strongly urging her to hide. She didn't realize at all that her mind was turning slow and fuzzy. She had even forgotten Quentin, who had come with her. As for Luke, she never remembered the guy in the first place. Nancy nervously looked out the closet door, which was open a crack, but suddenly froze. A moment later, she slowly turned her head, and a hideous burned face was right next to hers. They looked each other in the eye, and the hideous man smiled brightly. "Surprise. Gotcha." Nancy screamed hysterically, flung the door open and ran out. She only took a few steps down a straight corridor when the floor below her feet turned into black mud. She got stuck and started to slowly sink down. Freddy was still standing on the wooden floor not far away. "Hee hee, you can't get away, little Nancy." Nancy struggled with all her might, but she sunk deeper and deeper into the quagmire. That thick black liquid which reeked of blood and decay filled her mouth and nose. This was a swamp of rotten blood. Ah! With one last despairing cry, she was completely submerged in the swamp of blood. Freddy chuckled. Begging, fear, despair. How delicious. With those words, he disappeared down the corridor. Luke arrived just in time to hear Freddy's words, and was lost for words. That's all you want to do to such a cute girl. You can really hold yourself back. Approaching the edge of the bloody quagmire, he looked at the putrid and nauseating filth that was one step away from where he was still standing on the wooden floor. Luke had already analyzed the blood with his sharp nose. His conclusion was simple: it was both real and fake. Similar to the snow in Chris's dream, it had most of the components of real blood, but lacked its complexity. There were no identical snowflakes in the whole world. By the same logic, it wasn't possible to duplicate blood exactly. Maybe Freddy's ability wasn't strong enough, or maybe he had never considered such a complicated matter before. Few people whom he dragged into his nightmare would analyze the dreamscape as meticulously as Luke. Pondering for a moment, Luke sighed. Forget it, I'll have to experience it sooner or later. He stepped forward with the unconscious Quentin into the swamp of blood and slowly started to sink. So this is what it feels like to drown in blood. He tried to make the most out of it. Thanks to Freddy and Sharp Nose, Luke confirmed that this was just an incredibly vivid illusion. Otherwise, if it was real, he might not have the courage to jump in, because it was really smelly and gross. Luke sensed that the temperature of the slick, stinking fluid around him wasn't distributed evenly. Some parts were tepid while some were ice cold. It was like the difference between blood that had been spilled and blood that was already cold. Chapter 447 Monster, Release That Girl. I'll do it. Luke wasn't unfamiliar with the sensation, except that he was feeling it all over his body instead of just on his hands. He didn't know how to describe it. He also observed Quentin's reaction. In fact, Quentin should have already woken up from choking on the disgusting liquid, but he was still unconscious. Could it be that the nightmare couldn't affect Quentin because he was unconscious, or the signal in here was poor, so Freddy's attack didn't have any effect? Various thoughts flew through Luke's head as the two of them continued to sink into the bottomless quagmire of filth and blood. On the other hand, Nancy felt suffocated the moment she sank into the swamp. The slick, filthy blood filled her mouth and nose, and the strong stench made her feel as if she was falling into hell. It was like an ordinary person falling into a pit filled with sh*t. After what felt like both a long and short while, she suddenly fell out of the swamp, and the darkness in front of her eyes lightened up a little. Her eyes opened wide as she felt herself land on a soft bed. Above her head, the dark red blood swiftly shrunk until the ceiling returned to its original gray color. Was this her bedroom? Nancy stared blankly. When she lowered her head, she found that her t-shirt and jeans had been replaced with a white dress. Her expression changed. She was very familiar with the style and color of the dress. This was the dress worn by the little girl in her dream, who was none other than herself back when she was at Badham Kindergarten. 3, 2, 1. A low voice rang out and the door of the room opened. Leaning against the door, Freddy tapped his claws on it. I'm coming in, little Nancy. No, don't come here, Nancy mumbled in fright. Freddy just chuckled as he drew closer. Your eyes say no, no, but my mouth says yes, yes. As he spoke, he snapped his claws, and Nancy was immediately restricted by invisible ropes, her limbs stretched out on the bed. Please don't. Nancy had sunk into despair. Freddy jumped gracefully onto the bed and lay down next to her. Propping his head up with his left hand, the cold, sharp claws on his right hand trailed slowly up her smooth calf. When the tips of the claws brushed over her skin, Nancy was terrified. It felt like her leg was bleeding when in fact it was a few minute scratches. Freddy's claws continued moving upward as he lifted the bottom of the white dress. Do you still remember that this is my favorite dress? Nancy shook her head with difficulty. No, I don't. Freddy cackled. You remember now. I know you've seen my gift for you. Your heart is filled with pain and fear. They're calling to me. As he spoke, the claws moved further up underneath the dress, going past her knee and her thigh. Nancy closed her eyes miserably. Somebody help me, Freddy hooted. There's nobody else here, including your little boyfriend. As he spoke, his claws ripped the hem of her dress. Open your eyes and look at me, Freddy suddenly yelled. Nancy was unable to fight back, and she subconsciously opened her eyes before suddenly exclaiming in shock, "Oh my God." Freddy laughed. No, your God isn't here. It's just me, and I'm going to send you to hell. But it was as if Nancy didn't hear him as she mumbled, Quentin. And, Luke. Freddy stared blankly for a moment, before he suddenly turned around. At that moment, In one corner of the ceiling, the dark red liquid spat out 2 people before it swiftly shrunk to nothing. One had a drooping head and limbs, which suggested that he was unconscious. The other person twisted in the air to land nimbly on the floor. Looking at the 2 people on the bed, he dropped his forehead into his hand. "Oh, Freddy, Freddy. Like I've told you a million times, don't do such despicable things to a pretty girl, you wretched eunuch." Surprise flashed in Freddy's eyes. He got up slowly. "It's you again," Luke said. "That's right. I am the living embodiment of Justice Skywalker." Stunned, Freddy then laughed so hard that he could barely stand straight. "Ha ha, Skywalker, I'm so scared. Hey, where's your lightsaber? Where's your cape? And most importantly, where's your force?" As he spoke, he turned around and lay down next to Nancy again, stroking her smooth skin with his claws. "I like the sound when my claws cut their skin, and when they cry and scream, 'Monster, release that girl.'" Luke roared, "I'll do it, Freddy." "Huh, Nancy." "What?" Luke smiled in embarrassment. "Ha, sorry, I remembered the wrong line. It should be, 'Don't touch her.'" Hearing the familiar line, Freddy felt that everything was finally back under his control. His claws continued upward as it cut the white dress open. "How can I give up something so wonderful?" He stopped at Nancy's chest and pressed down sharply. The sharp tips of his claws looked like they would stab into her heart the next moment. Seeing this situation, Luke suddenly said, "Huh, she's such a big girl already, why isn't she wearing a bra?" Freddy. "Huh, Nancy." "What?" When Luke asked that, he had already sent Quentin hurtling forward. Looking at Quentin whizzing in his direction, Freddy couldn't quite grasp what was happening and instantly disappeared. An unconscious Quentin hit Nancy hard. Unable to cry out, she could only gasp in pain. Quentin was so heavy it felt like her stomach was caving in. Freddy reappeared next to the bed. "Wow, it looks like I have 2 toys now." Luke curled this lip. "Sure, the boy is on the top anyway. You can kill him first." Freddy. "Huh, Nancy." "What?" Luke slowly walked over. "I'm not gay. Why would I protect another man? A real man should rely on himself." Freddy. "Nancy, we really don't know how to argue with that." Chapter 448 Trash Talk Battle. Rolling his eyes, Freddy suddenly stabbed one claw into Quentin's arm. "Wake up, your girlfriend is about to die." Quentin just moaned and remained unconscious. Embarrassed, Freddy pulled back his claw, leaving behind a small wound on Quentin's arm. Luke beamed as he said, "Don't bother. Even if you feed him sh*t right now, he won't respond." Freddy blinked. "Is that so? Then what about you?" Luke frowned. "Like I said, I'm going to kill you." He suddenly lashed out with his leg. Freddy flipped backward and laughed. Ha. "So, your mouth is full of sh*t, isn't it? Then have some more." In a flash, the scene changed again, and they were back in the boiler room. Nancy was still tied up with her limbs stretched out, except that she was now suspended in the air from 4 iron chains. Right below her was a huge furnace which sent up flames that licked her torn dress and set it alight. Nancy immediately screamed in pain. It was as if the flames burning her dress were burning her soul, and she was in agony. Luke looked down at his feet, where the dark red liquid of the quagmire was once again swallowing him up. He couldn't help but murmur, "One such experience is more than enough." He stomped on the ground. Bang! With the muffled sound of an explosion, a huge hole was left in the dark red blood as Luke leapt up toward Nancy in the air. Waving his hands, he cut the chains which bound her in. She dropped to the ground. Freed, Nancy screamed and rolled around desperately on the ground as she frantically slapped at the fire on her dress. Luke flipped and landed next to her. Feeling resigned, he held her down and put out the fire after swatting her dress a few times. Staring dumbly at her ruined dress, Nancy didn't understand what was going on. Looking at a bewildered Freddy not far away, Luke said, "Nancy, need I remind you that you came here in a t-shirt and jeans?" Nancy was confused. "Huh, what?" Luke said, "So, your dress, the fire, and even your nudity, all of it is your own imagination, understand?" Nancy shook her head dumbly. Her mind was in too much of a mess to think about any of that. Luke didn't bother saying more. He knew that it wasn't Nancy's fault. It wasn't that she was stupid, it was the nightmare created by Freddy which was affecting her rationality and making her ignore the unreasonable parts of her dream. Many people dreamt about flying, falling from a cliff or being hunted. Few people would be rational enough at that moment to analyze the situation. It was when they were dreaming that people were at their most relaxed. It was also when their minds were the most easily manipulated. Freddy killed people in their dreams because he wasn't that strong at all in reality. It was only in dreams that he could manipulate the consciousness of these youngsters and hypnotize them bit by bit. Once their minds were in a mess, like Nancy wailing and screaming, Freddy would be able to kill them easily. The truth was that they weren't killed by Freddy's power alone, but also through their own doing. Sometimes, when a person thought they were dead, they would die for real. Freddy's nightmare ability built on this phenomenon and even turned it into his strength. Freddy stared at Luke in bewilderment. "What are you?" Luke rolled his eyes. "I'm human," Freddy snorted. "The ability you used just now didn't seem like it." Luke was unhappy. "How can you curse me like that? I'm going to kill you." Pushing off of his feet, he lunged at Freddy. Freddy swiped at Luke with his claws without hesitation. He didn't believe that Luke's arm could withstand his claws. Besides, this was his territory. Luke raised his hand and twisted Freddy's arm so that the claws were aimed at Freddy instead. At the same time, he kicked Freddy in the groin and pressed Freddy to the ground with both arms. Freddy gave a couple of yells before he suddenly disappeared. "Wow, you really are a Bruce Lee, but it's useless." "Ha ha ha ha, this is my world." Luke drew back his hands and laughed. "You're cocky for a man without a penis. Also, this world of yours is so crap. You should read more books." Freddy said. "Ha ha, are you worried now, little Skywalker? Don't be hasty, Uncle Freddy will always keep you company." "Bia." Luke expressionlessly pulled back his right leg. "You've used this trick for so many years, can you switch to something new? If you're not creative enough in this era, you'll fall behind, Uncle Freddy." Freddy got up from where he was on a pipe and rubbed his nose. "Because I like it. Also, the classics will never go out of style." Luke shrugged and said, "Is that all you've got? Let me tell you something good. I have 2 partners who may wake us up at any moment." "You don't have much time." Freddy cackled but didn't come down from where he was standing on the pipe. He realized that Luke was very hard to deal with. First of all, Luke wasn't the least bit scared of him. Secondly, because of Luke, Nancy's mind was starting to clear up and Quentin was unconscious. As a result, Freddy's power in the dream was dwindling. Maintaining this nightmare dreamscape required power, which wasn't inexhaustible. He could also only kill people in their dreams with a particular power, which could also run out. If he could slaughter at will once entering a dream, he would have already massacred everyone in Springwood. Lastly, Luke had strong mental fortitude and was completely immune to the nightmare's effect. For now, the 2 of them were at a stalemate. Just like during their trash talk earlier before they simply traded a few blows, both of them had more complicated objectives. Luke had a lot of trump cards, but he was taking this opportunity to examine the dreamscape in Freddy's nightmare. After all, it was rare to meet someone who could manipulate dreams like this. Freddy, on the other hand, was trying to buy himself more time to absorb Nancy and Quentin's fear and pain and subsequently become more powerful. Each with their own motives and schemes, they started to trade barbs again, while Nancy and Quentin were caught in the middle. Quentin was unconscious and wasn't suffering as much, but Nancy could only stand there miserably as she covered her breasts uncomfortably. Chapter 449 Professional Third Intruder, and I'll be back. As Luke gradually suppressed Freddy's domineering air, Nancy came back to herself. What embarrassed her the most was what she was wearing. Freddy had put her in this dress from her childhood. She naturally hadn't needed a bra back then, and Freddy had maliciously cut the dress down the front. To make things worse, half the torn dress had been burnt by the fire from the furnace just now, and could barely cover her. Luke and Freddy were too busy trading barbs to look at her, otherwise she would have to crouch down to cover herself. In that moment, Nancy felt as if her worldview was collapsing. She became aware of Freddy's existence a few days ago, and furthermore, had watched Dean kill himself with her own eyes. It wasn't until then that she found out that a dream could actually kill someone. But now, it suddenly occurred to her that Freddy, whom she found utterly horrifying, seemed unable to do anything to the person who was around Nancy's age, in front of him except talk trash. This drastic reversal made her wonder how Freddy could have possibly made her almost piss herself. While the 3 of them were contemplating their own thoughts, Freddy's expression changed and Luke also suddenly turned his head. An open door suddenly appeared in the wall, and someone walked in. "Luke," Bobby's trembling voice rang out. Luke rolled his eyes. His PR manager's bad luck was truly D*MN amazing to pull him back in again, and right into the heart of the conflict. Freddy gave a pleased smile. Well, look who's here." It's actually a familiar face. It seems that today is my lucky day. Luke scoffed. Bobby, just treat him like that chimpanzee of yours and teach him a good lesson. Freddy. Huh, Bobby. What d*mn chimpanzee? Bobby shouted reflexively, he's nothing like Doctor at all. Doctor is very cute. Doctor was the name of Bobby's chimpanzee. Bobby had always hoped for it to become a little smarter, which was why he named it Doctor. Luke was lost for words. Then just treat him like those stupid things that you train, like a dog or a bear or whatever. Bobby wanted to complain. He had always been good to dogs, and had never abused any. As for bears, he had never trained them before. Freddy didn't care what rubbish they were discussing and appeared in front of Bobby in a flash. Looking at this scary freak, Bobby subconsciously did what Luke told him to. He simply took a deep breath and opened his eyes wide to roar, "Get lost, or you're getting a whipping." Freddy's entire body suddenly froze. The instant Bobby roared with his eyes wide, it was as if Freddy saw a long whip suddenly lash out at him. The way it whistled in the air hinted at the massive power it contained, which could absolutely make a person piss themselves. Fear suddenly sprung up in Freddy's heart and he froze with his hands still raised. This bellow was something Bobby had perfected when training tigers and lions in the circus. He had to intimidate these ferocious beasts with mental communication and lashes of the whip, or they would be even more resistant to training. This was something he had done for over 10 years, and it had basically become instinct. His mind and ability were in perfect tandem. Furthermore, he was in a unique dream environment, and Freddy was instantly dealt a very severe blow. Freddy wasn't an animal, nor was he afraid of whips, but he subconsciously paused at the intense intimidation released by Bobby's acutely focused mind. That was enough. Luke reacted swiftly and charged forward in almost the same instant to grab both of Freddy's hands. Physical outburst, activate. Instantly, his heart started pounding at more than 400 times per minute, which was enough to rouse him from sleep. Back in the real world, Luke opened his eyes. He swiftly retreated backward, and with both hands, dragged a person in a red and green sweater out of thin air. "Welcome to my world." Luke's lips curved upward as he looked at the panic-stricken Freddy in his hands. Almost at the same time, Nancy and Quentin opened their eyes and abruptly sat up from where they had been lying on the single bed, and Bobby cried out in astonishment from outside the room. "Holy sh*t! What the hell is that?" Selena yelled in Luke's earpiece. Luke didn't reply. He instantly dragged Freddy out the small opening and toward the maintenance room outside as he yelled, "Bobby, go and stop them from coming out. There's something I need to do." Bobby nodded blankly as he watched Luke drag that monster like a dead dog to one side of one of the furnaces. "What are you waiting for? They're coming out," Luke yelled. Bobby quivered and then ran over to the small opening to block the view of the 3 people inside. Turning back to look at the person he was holding, Luke suddenly tightened his grip. There were 2 cracking sounds and Freddy cried out in pain as Luke crushed his wrists. Luke then unhurriedly tore off the metal claws on Freddy's right hand. Freddy could only continue to scream wretchedly and couldn't escape. Luke was still gripping his right hand tightly, making it impossible for him to flee. Weak, helpless, and pitiful. Luke chuckled and said, "Almighty in dreams but a coward in reality. That's you, Mr. Freddy Krueger." Freddy's eyes twitched violently, but he couldn't think of anything to say. He hadn't been human for a long time, so actually, he would hardly feel any pain even if he were cut up into minced meat, to say nothing of a minor bone fracture. But Luke had yet to let go after crushing both of Freddy's wrists. Freddy could appear and disappear as he pleased in dreams, like teleportation, but as soon as he materialized in the real world, he was as powerless as a sorcerer who set foot in a realm where magic was forbidden. Luke dragged Freddy to the furnace and casually opened its square metal lid. "Any last words?" Freddy said. "Ha ha ha ha, you can't kill me." Luke nodded thoughtfully. "You're not wrong about that." Freddy grinned maliciously. "I'll be back." Luke said, "Never mind, stop talking. Listening to you, I suddenly feel you're mentally deficient. No wonder you can only scare kids." Freddy. Too lazy to talk to him anymore. Luke suddenly punched Freddy a dozen times in a row with his left fist. Hearing the cracks echo in the air, Bobby reflexively turned his head for a look and promptly broke out in a cold sweat. "What are you looking at? Never seen such an awesome boss before." Luke's left hand didn't stop as he chided Bobby, until Freddy's bones were shattered and he was bleeding internally. Only then did Luke stop as he muttered, your bones and muscles are tougher than a regular person's, and you don't seem to feel any pain, so you're not weak in the real world. Chapter 450 Research and Trust Science. Freddy spat out huge mouthfuls of dark red blood and asked weakly, cough, cough, what do you want? Luke said, don't mind me. In any case, you'll be dead soon, and you said you'll be back, so I'm just making use of the waste material. He casually tore off the guy's ears and tried to store them in his inventory, but there was no response. Luke gave a surprised, oh. Part of the guy's body was actually still considered to be alive, and couldn't be stored in Luke's inventory. Luke simply threw the ears into the furnace and then grabbed the metal shovel on the side for collecting ash before he used it to force Freddy's face into the furnace. Have you thought about your lines for next time? Do you need my help? Freddy. I'll be clang. Uncreative. Thumbs down. With one slash from the iron shovel, Luke beheaded Freddy. Clang, 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 clang. After several strikes in a row, Luke frowned. You really aren't human anymore. Freddy's ears, which Luke had torn off earlier, rotted quickly and turned into disgusting, wriggling maggots. Freddy's head, however, gave a sinister smile. I'll be dwang. Luke bashed the head with the shovel and shut it up. He then grabbed an oil can and poured gasoline over Freddy's body. He flicked a lighter and casually tossed it into the furnace, and a fire instantly roared to life. Freddy's body crackled and turned into maggots in the flames, and there were faint howls and wails. Freddy wasn't even as big a threat to Luke as an armed shooter. He was a super weakling when he wasn't in a dreamscape, and in the dreamscape, Luke could subdue all of Freddy's abilities. But Freddy's ability to enter dreams and kill was too lethal for ordinary people. Concerned for Nancy and Quentin, Luke had thus been deliberately stalling for time all this while in the dream as he looked for various weaknesses so that he could beat Freddy in one go without giving him a chance to counterattack. Otherwise, if he used his trump cards as soon as he entered the dream but didn't finish Freddy off for good, Nancy and Quentin might have died for it. Besides, there was no better subject for studying mental powers than Freddy, this completely unthreatening weakling. How would Luke have as good an opportunity when he ran into other experts in the future? Looking at the system notifications, Luke discovered that sure enough, Freddy didn't die. He shook his head. He wasn't a professional exorcist, after all. System. Stop Freddy Krueger from killing people. Completed. Total experience. 200. Total credit. 200. Contribution rate. 95%. EXP plus 190. Credit plus 190. System. You have defeated Freddy Krueger and have received a list of his abilities. Freddy Krueger's abilities. Dream Invasion, Evil Bestowment, unavailable. Dream Horror, Evil Bestowment, unavailable. Resurrection, Evil Bestowment, unavailable. The system said that Freddy had been defeated and not killed. Looking at this resurrection skill, Luke realized what was going on. Freddy was a monster similar to Jason Voorhees and could be resurrected. They couldn't be considered human, so it wasn't easy to kill them. What was even stranger was how weird Freddy's abilities were. Luke was very curious about this. Evil Bestowment, unavailable, caption. On top of that, he verified some of the system's mechanisms once again. For example, Daddy's system didn't acknowledge things it didn't consider human. Luke had killed a horde of giant mutated spiders in Boom Town, for example, but the experience and credit points which he obtained were only for saving the town residents, nor did the system give him the ability to produce thread or spin webs. He only had one question. How on earth would the system classify aliens? As he pondered, Luke watched as Freddy turned to ash in the furnace before he scraped everything together with the shovel and poured gasoline over the pile to burn it again. Just in case if any part of Freddy remained, he wouldn't die. Unfortunately, after Freddy's body was turned into fine powder and Luke pulverized it further with the shovel before burning it again, there still wasn't any system notification of Freddy's death. Luke could only shake his head. This isn't over yet. We'll still need to work hard. He then looked at Bobby, who was trembling with his back to Luke. Okay, let them out. Bobby shivered. Oh okay, you guys can come out now. An already obedient Bobby became even more docile. The noise and smell behind him earlier was just too scary. Chris, Nancy and Quentin crawled out of the small opening. They had still been a little curious in the beginning and wanted to take a look. But the shadows on the wall and the vague sounds of clanging, like pork being chopped up, prompted them to stay quiet. So now that they were out, they all looked at Luke. But the moment Luke turned to look at them, they averted their gazes. Luke didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What are you thinking? That guy wasn't human. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. Chris was the first to decisively shake her head. No, thank you. Nancy paused for a moment before she shook her head as well. Me neither. Luke looked at Quentin. Quentin said, me nay. Luke interrupted him. You're a man, how can you not take a look? Come here. Quentin could only go over with an aggrieved face. He couldn't afford to offend the person who had chopped Freddy into pieces. Luke said, do you have any common sense? Human bones can't be completely burned to ash, not even in professional cremations. I only used a little gasoline just now. Quentin stared blankly. Is that right? Chris chimed in, I watched a law drama before which did mention it. Luke nodded and said, then take a look at the furnace. Do you see any bones? Quentin was conflicted and slanted a quick glance at the furnace before looking away, for fear of seeing something out of a horror film. But what he saw made him turn his head back. After carefully examining the scene for a moment, he asked Luke, did you really burn him up in there? Luke nodded, then shook his head. I can't tell you the details, but he wasn't human, so what he left behind wasn't a human body. So, don't look at me like I'm a murderer. I'm a police detective, not a criminal. Everybody smiled awkwardly, including Bobby. From the sounds of what Luke had been doing just now, it was pretty much the same as a classic movie psycho killer. Who wouldn't be terrified? In the end, Bobby was an adult and had a lot more guts. Seeing that Quentin wasn't frightened, he looked at the furnace as well, and his face was full of doubt. That's it. Why does it just look like a small pile of ash? Luke nodded. That's it. Chris and Nancy also couldn't help taking a look before saying the same thing. That's it. Luke just nodded, then said to Bobby, take them outside, I'm going to pack this up. Everybody gave him strange looks. Luke shrugged. I trust science more than I trust my eyes. I like studying weird stuff like this. Everybody. Chapter 451 Reluctant to part with Bobby. Less than 2 minutes after they left, Luke came out as well. Looking at everybody, Luke said, it's getting late. Let's drop Chris home first. Nancy and Quentin looked at each other and said, we'll stay at Chris's tonight. The couch is fine. Luke simply nodded with a smile. Let's go. Nothing happened that night. Luke and Selena didn't sleep as they stayed awake and watched over everyone else. It wasn't until 10 in the next morning, when Luke and Selena were having breakfast, that the 4 sleepers finally woke up. Nancy and Quentin thanked Luke and said goodbye to Chris before they left. After they left, Luke took Chris in his car to the supermarket to restock the food and other things which they had used. Chris said that it was unnecessary, but Luke simply explained, it's best to keep our visit and the incident last night a secret. You'll only spread panic and make people think you're crazy if you talk about it. So, it's better to put things back the way they were. Chris had nothing to say. Put this way, it really wasn't a matter of money. After Luke put away the items which they had bought throughout the house, Chris was amazed to see that it was pretty much the same as before Luke and the others came last night. How did you manage that? She mumbled. Luke smiled. We're police detectives, we're trained in all sorts of aspects. Remember, don't mention that name to anyone, not even to Quentin or Nancy. Just consider it a dream. If you ever meet him again, call me. Chris accepted Luke's official name card and carefully put it away before she saw Luke and Selena off. Watching their car disappear at the end of the road, she sighed and felt a little despondent. Maybe she should ask her mother to transfer her to another school far away from Springwood. The idea popped up in her heart. Luke and Selena set off, followed by Bobby. They went to the No. 37 middle school campsite and met Jeff's twin daughters again. Luke warned them not to spread the rumor about Springwood again and also not to be so paranoid, but the twins just looked at him suspiciously. Luke and Selena looked at each other, lost for words. This expression was just like Karen's. Something did happen, but that's police business. Why are you so enthusiastic about spreading gruesome news like this in camp? To scare your classmates witless and drive your teachers crazy? Asked Luke. The twins were struck speechless, until Susanna, the elder sister, mumbled, we just want to know the truth. Luke nodded cheerfully. Then you can study hard, and after you graduate from university, come work as police detectives. The old homicide cases in downtown LA alone can fill a 200 square meter archive room, and they keep piling up every year. Dark lines covered the twins' heads. Did that have anything to do with them? Luke continued ruthlessly. Also, the police investigation team which specializes in old cases are always short of manpower. They cracked 3 old cases last year, which is an all-time high. Now, there's just several thousand more cases to go, which I'm sure will amply fulfill your desire to uncover the truth. The twins. Luke still wasn't reassured after using this method to curb the twins' gossipy spirits. Taking advantage of their jittery states, Luke activated mental communication and instilled a mental suggestion in them. But he wasn't too hopeful that this suggestion would be very effective. These twins were as paranoid as their mother, it was in their nature. Mental communication wasn't powerful enough to brainwash them, but there was nothing else Luke could do for the time being. The crucial point was that Freddy wasn't dead yet. If the twins spread word of Freddy's fame again, that guy might be summoned once more very quickly. Luke still had no idea how to eliminate Freddy yet, and wasn't interested in chopping up this weakling and burning him again. After dealing with the twins, he went to say hi to Juliet and described what happened in Springwood Inn. Vague terms before stating that the case was closed. Unfortunately, poor Will Rollins still wasn't allowed to take part in the rest of the camp. After leaving his contact with Juliet, Luke returned to LA with Selena and Bobby. Luke walked Bobby upstairs to the apartment which Bobby was still living in. A moment later, Luke returned to the car and sighed helplessly. Selena found that odd. Why do I get the feeling that you don't want to part with Bobby? After a brief silence, Luke shook his head. I really hope they'll be able to excavate the gold mine soon. The mines in Boom Town were still shut. When Luke asked Captain Wales for news, he found out that those fake FBI agents would be leaving in a week, which was a lot earlier than the projected 1 month. Bobby had nothing to do over there for now, so he would stay in LA for a couple of days. What Luke was truly reluctant to part with was Bobby's mental communication. Just now, he had played 2 more rounds of blackjack with Bobby and lost. Bobby's ability on the list had turned gray and become temporarily unavailable. That guy was really unlucky to be dragged into Freddy's nightmare twice last night. Who knew if a reaction between Bobby's mental communication and Freddy's dream invasion might somehow bring Freddy back? Luke didn't dare let the guy's bad luck continue, which might get him killed. Now, Luke could only wait for the gold mines to be excavated. Maybe Bobby would feel full to Luke then for helping him make a fortune. If the guy still didn't feel grateful then, Luke could only continue to gamble with him. After wrapping up the Springwood incident as quickly as possible, Luke and Selena went straight back to the police department, and Elsa was surprised to see them. What happened? It's done, said Luke simply. Elsa didn't ask any more questions. When they were on personal assignments, she only needed to know where they were and wouldn't ask for details. Otherwise, if there was trouble, she wouldn't be able to pretend to be ignorant if internal affairs came knocking. So why are you here? Asked Elsa. Luke chuckled and said, for cases. If there are any urgent ones, I can work on those first. Elsa asked suspiciously, don't you still have several cases on hand? Luke said, I'm very efficient, I can do more. Elsa gave him a strange look but dug out a bunch of case files that were on her table. Take these. Luke and Selena had always been diligent, but why the heck did they keep asking for cases? Luke gave the case files to Selena and said, you take a look at them first. I need to talk to the boss. Chapter 452 Heartbreaking surprise and triumphant homecoming. Selena left with the case files. She couldn't be bothered to wonder what Luke was up to now. After she left, Luke closed the door and turned around. Approaching Elsa's desk, he said boldly, Boss, Selena and I have to go back to Texas in a couple of days. We're taking leave. Mind whirling, Elsa instantly understood. She rolled her eyes unhappily. So that's why you're working so hard on cases now. Tell me, how many days are you going to be away for? Luke stretched out his hand grandly. 5 days. Elsa was shocked. Seriously, you're going back for the weekend and taking 3 days on top of that? Luke and Selena had never asked for such a long break before. Luke chuckled. The weekend plus 5 days of leave. So, we'll be on break for a whole week. Elsa, what the hell? Luke finally explained, it's going to be Selena's birthday in a few days. I want to take her home to see her family. We've been away for almost half a year, you know. My family came to see me once, but Selena's family really doesn't have the time. Mario, Selena's father, was engaged in long-term work on a ranch, and had to spend almost all year round there. Sandra, her mother, had to take care of her younger brothers and sisters. It was impossible to bring 3 kids with her to Los Angeles. Selena truly hadn't seen her family for almost half a year after going to work in Houston. Elsa pursed her lips and dropped her forehead into her hand. After thinking for almost half a minute, she could only nod her head in resignation. Fine. Luke and Selena were her zealous and most capable detectives. Technically speaking, she and Selena were even somewhat besties. Selena hadn't been home for half a year, and it was her birthday. Elsa was incapable of rejecting this request. Besides, Luke and Selena were taking paid leave, informing Elsa was just out of respect to her. Seeing that Luke was about to leave, a pleased expression on his face, Elsa couldn't help but ask, "Have you told her?" Luke turned and smiled widely. "It's a birthday surprise. Of course it's a secret." Elsa snorted and bent her head to look at her files as she pointed with one finger. "Get out of here. Damn it, why hadn't any of her partners been as considerate?" The Iron Lady suddenly felt a little sad and heartbroken. Wait, Luke used to be her partner too, but they had stopped working as such before her birthday, so she had never enjoyed such treatment. Otherwise, with such a considerate and capable partner going back with her to Miami for her birthday to enjoy the sun, how wonderful would that have been? Just like that, Elsa, this capable woman, sunk into a rare moment of sadness. Luke started to make quiet preparations and spent the next few days working hard on cases, which could be considered finishing beforehand the work they would otherwise have done during their leave. If the situation permitted at this time, he might be able to check out another place on this trip home. Selena could take 1 week off for her birthday and her family. Luke wasn't the one celebrating his birthday. 3 days in Shackelford was a long enough break for him. Selena was so busy running around in circles for the next few days that she didn't realize that her 26th birthday was sneaking up on her. On the 21st of April in the afternoon, Luke and Selena got off work early. "Let's pack up and go home." Selena. Weren't they already at home? Luke said, "Back to Shackelford. I miss Claire and Joseph." "Don't you miss Talia, Andrea and Julio?" Selena. What? She was still feeling befuddled when Luke pushed her into her room. Stunned for a moment, she then gave a loud cheer and quickly started packing. She basically didn't have to bring any personal stuff with her, she still had a lot of things at home. Instead, she could finally bring back the various gifts which she had been buying for her family. Unlike Luke, who preferred to send his gifts home via FedEx, Selena liked giving them to her family in person. Thus, a lot of gifts had piled up in her room, including shoes, belts, hats and sunglasses for Mario, makeup, clothes, accessories and purses for Sandra, and toys and crafts for her younger siblings. All of it filled 2 big bags. Thankfully, Luke only had a backpack that was practically empty and Selena only had a small satchel on her, so their luggage wasn't much heavier than usual. They drove to the airport and took a pre-booked flight straight to Dallas. In the light of the setting sun, they finally reached Shackelford after renting a car in Dallas. They had barely entered town when a police car caught up to them. A white, middle-aged officer turned his head. When he saw Luke and Selena, who had their windows rolled down, he greeted them in pleasant surprise. "Haha, Selena and Luke, it's you. I thought this was an unfamiliar car." Luke and Selena greeted him with smiles. "Hey, Bob, are you on night duty again?" Bob immediately pulled a long face. "I just got off work, alright. How can I be on night duty all the time?" Both Luke and Selena laughed. "It's fine, you can slack off and sleep on night duty anyway." Bob didn't know what to say. After waving goodbye, Luke and Selena drove on to Selena's place. Talia, Andrea and Julio were playing in the yard and didn't notice the car coming over. Their golden retriever, Dollar, was lying quietly on the porch, but it suddenly raised its head and wagged its tail, its eyes focused on the car. It smelled a familiar scent. It was its young master, whom it had grown up with. Letting out a couple of low barks, the dog stood up slowly, its gait no longer as spry, and jogged over to the car. The 3 kids finally noticed the strange car and stopped playing to watch it come over. Talia suddenly shrieked, "It's Selena. Selena's back." With that, she chased after Dollar. Luke considerately stopped the car to let an excited Selena out first. He saw her hug Dollar and laugh happily as she rubbed the dog's big head and said, "Did you miss me, Dollar?" With a smile, Luke closed the door and continued driving. When he saw Julio, Selena's youngest brother, he greeted him and said, "Hey, open the gate for me. Do you want your presents or not?" Julio stopped. "Ah, Luke, you brought me a present." Luke shook his head with a smile. "No, but Selena got many presents for you." Julio turned around in a hurry and ran over to open the gate to the yard. By the time Luke parked the car in the yard, the siblings in Dollar were already kicking up a fuss. He got out with a smile and happened to run into Sandra, who came out to see what the commotion was about. He hugged the beautiful mom with a smile and said, "Sandra, it's been a long time, but you're as elegant and charming as ever." Chapter 453 Home Sweet Home. Sandra accepted his compliment with a smile and the two of them hugged. She patted his back. "This boy, you're a lot bigger than before." Luke nodded with a smile. "That's right, I'm still growing." Sandra was lost for words. Giving her a meaningful glance, they went into the house, and after whispering together for a while, Sandra hit him a few times with a smile. "You clever thing." She couldn't help but heave a sigh. "This seems more suitable for a proposal." Luke broke out sweating when he heard this and laughed hollowly. "Well, let's take the stuff out first. Selena prepared a lot of gifts for all of you but never had the time to send them over." A few minutes later, Luke got back into the car. Sandra urged again, "You really aren't staying? At least have dinner here before you go back." Luke shook his head. "Haha, that would make Catherine mad. I'm leaving. I'll see you tomorrow night, Sandra." After that, he said goodbye to the siblings who came over and then left in the car. Parking the car in front of his house, he sighed nostalgically. Home sweet home. He got out with a suitcase which held gifts for his family. Opening the door with the key that he hadn't used for quite some time, he went in and happened to meet the gaze of the person who was bent over to change her shoes. With a smile, he reached out to rub her head. "Haha, are you surprised?" Stunned for a moment, she suddenly yelled, "Luke, why are you back?" "Ah." Saying that, she threw herself at him. Hugging her with a smile, Luke nudged the door shut with his foot and carried this teddy bear as he walked. "Can't I come back? It's not like I'm going to stop you from going out to play." "Tisk, I'll just call them and tell them I'm not going. It's just a boring pre-graduation party anyway." She did her best to climb onto his back from within his arms as she spoke. "Claire, your bestie will be devastated when she hears that." Luke smiled and supported her with one hand in case she fell. This big teddy bear was naturally his sister, Claire. Too lazy to reply to Luke's boring comment, Claire simply asked excitedly, "Why did you come back? Are you coming to the dance with me? Wow, look at your muscles. How did you work out to get these?" Helpless, Luke could only let her touch his back. Claire was a fan of muscles, and moreover, had a very high requirement. To use a description from Luke's previous life, her ultimate type was King Kong Barbie. She liked a gentler type of good looks with distinct muscles that didn't bulge exaggeratedly. This was naturally a very harsh requirement. Unfortunately, Luke was very close to this description. There were footsteps from the kitchen, and Catherine was surprised and delighted as she stood at the kitchen doorway. "Luke, you're back." Luke smiled and gave her a big hug. "Haha, surprise, I missed you." Catherine embraced him tightly and didn't let go until quite some time later. "It seems your life's pretty good. You didn't gain weight, at least." Luke struck a fit pose and said, "I work out a lot." "Hey, Claire, how much longer are you going to be on my back?" Claire pretended she didn't hear him. She didn't have many chances to cling to Luke's back with good reason. Someone ran down the stairs. Luke, you're back." With a smile, Luke turned around and picked up the little guy with one hand. "Joseph, what's primary school like? Molly and Scarlett still giving you snacks?" Joseph laughed hard as Luke tickled him. "Haha, stop tickling me. Haha, I switched girlfriends. It's Jessica and Daisy who give me snacks now." Luke, Claire, Catherine. After coming down hard on Joseph, who seemed to have it all at so young an age, Catherine returned to the kitchen to continue making dinner. Luke gave his brother and sister their presents in the living room. "This perfume is for Catherine, and so is this skin lotion and the earrings." As he took out the gifts, Luke said, "Claire, you take them to her room later." Claire was bummed. "There's nothing for me." She wasn't angry that Catherine got so many gifts. Catherine had always loved Luke most. Claire had been jealous of him when she was little. It was a good thing that Luke had grown up before Joseph could understand things, or Joseph would have been jealous too. Waving his hand at her with a smile, Luke had her sit next to him before he took out a few boxes from his suitcase and opened them one by one. Claire was going to scream after the boxes were open, but Luke had seen it coming and covered her mouth. "You can wear them every once in a while, but don't wear them all at once, or Catherine might scold you." Claire nodded quickly and closed the boxes before rushing back to her room with them. "Come back after you find a safe place for them. Catherine's gifts are still here," Luke shouted, unsurprised at her reaction. His gifts for Claire couldn't be considered expensive. They were the latest watches produced by Swatch, which cost $100 to $200 each. Even combined, they weren't as expensive as the skincare set which he had bought for Catherine. Those watches were colorful and novel, and more fashionable than they were practical. Compared with the famous watches that were worth thousands of dollars, these were the most suitable watches for girls since they weren't too cheap and were very pretty. They could be easily switched out for newer models after they went out of fashion in a year or two. Luke had brought back several versions for Claire, which suited this fickle girl just fine. She could choose whatever color or pattern she wanted to wear, depending on her mood. It wasn't that he couldn't afford expensive watches, but that it was unnecessary. Claire didn't have a proper view of money yet, and nor did her friends. She might be a source of admiration if she went out with a watch worth thousands of dollars, but the other girls would curse her behind her back. Joseph disdainfully watched his dumb sister Claire leave before he gazed at Luke silently. Luke chuckled and took out a book wrapped in craft paper. This is a study guide which I specially got from a famous primary school in Los Angeles. It's yours now. It was as if Joseph was struck by lightning. What? Looking at his aghast expression, Luke finally burst out laughing. I'm kidding. This is the new storybook that's been popular recently, Magic Academy. Haven't you always liked that beautiful little sorceress, Ida Vincent? Joseph said firmly as he grabbed the book. Looking at Joseph, who was examining the new book fondly after tearing off the craft paper, Luke said with a smile, "Hey, reading isn't everything. There's also this." He took out a football and said, "It's the football officially used by the Los Angeles Rams, but it isn't autographed." Chapter 454 Gifts for Everyone and Contract of Transfer. Joseph's eyes lit up and he threw the book onto the couch before hugging the football. "Oh, it's beautiful." Luke was amused. "A beautiful sorceress can't compare with a football. Watch out, you might not get a girlfriend in the future." "I can find a girlfriend anytime. It's easy." Beyond this hurried reply, Joseph had no time to bother with Luke as he played with the football excitedly. Half an hour later, the two still excited kids were summoned to dinner, but they looked upstairs every now and then. Upstairs was where their new treasures were kept in their bedrooms. Sadly, it was too late in the day for Claire to show off her glamorous and fashionable watches to her friends, and Joseph couldn't play with the football outside either. Catherine was the calmest of them all. When Claire babbled about Luke's gifts for her, she simply smiled and told her daughter to be careful not to spray the bread she was eating over the table. But Robert wasn't here. He was watching football at a colleague's place. With Luke working in another city, Claire about to graduate high school and Joseph in primary school, life had relaxed a lot for Robert and Catherine. While Luke never directly sent money home, he would send back some things every now and then, from clothes to practical household appliances, or shoes and hats to makeup. Robert and Catherine had never been very much into shopping in the first place. With the things Luke sent them, they barely needed to spend a dime anymore. The money which they had been saving for Luke's college fund was now Claire's, so Robert didn't have to try as hard to save money anymore and his days were a lot more relaxed. As for Joseph, he was only 6. Robert had a decade or so to save up a college fund for him. Since his days were more relaxed, Robert spent more time watching football at his colleague's place. Even Catherine had picked up the art tools which she had long abandoned and would every now and then do an oil painting, which had been her biggest love in the past. While she was a middle school biology teacher, she had the heart of an artist. After dinner, Luke and Catherine chatted as they washed the dishes in the kitchen. Hearing what Luke had to say, Catherine frowned. "You need to talk to Robert about that." Luke rolled his eyes. "With his bad temper, he'll definitely yell at me if I tell him." Catherine knew that was true, but she still shook her head. "This is a business you set up and you should run it. There's no need to give it to us." Luke sighed. "Nobody knows what will happen. You and Robert are the only people that I can trust. For various reasons, I can't leave that thing under my name." "Are you in danger?" Catherine asked worriedly. Luke smiled. "It's not that serious. It's just that some people might use petty tricks to become a bother. I'm just taking precautions." He talked to Catherine in the kitchen for a long time as he listed the reasons he had considered in advance and explained them in detail. Finally, she nodded reluctantly. After Catherine signed the contract which Luke took out, his shares in the gold mine company in Boomtown, Arizona were transferred to Catherine and Robert. In the future, Luke would only be able to transfer funds from the company via online accounts and he wouldn't be the company proprietor anymore. If anything happened to him, the gold mine company would belong to Robert and Catherine. Of course, that wasn't a future that Luke wanted to see, not because he was unwilling to let go of the dividends from the gold mine, but because he wanted to live a long and healthy life. He didn't tell Robert because Robert was too cantankerous. If Luke offered his shares in the company to Robert, that guy would absolutely blow his top. Luke surmised it wasn't that Robert never had the chance to make a fortune, but that he never wanted to. Otherwise, with Robert's connections, like director Thomas in Houston, he could have made a truckload of money. Even before that, Robert's experiences when he served overseas for years couldn't be that simple. There was no way Luke would believe that this tough man never had the opportunity to make some dirty money. Robert probably hated that sort of life and didn't want that type of money on his conscience, which was why he returned to Shackelford as a sheriff. Living expenses here weren't costly, and neither he nor Catherine were spendthrifts, so their life wasn't hard. Now, without needing to raise 3 kids at the same time and save up college funds for both Luke and Claire, their life was even easier. When the football was over, Robert went home in high spirits. The Dallas Cowboys must have won the game today. When Robert came in, he didn't stink of alcohol. He was a moderate drinker, he only had beer and never overdid it. When he came in, he put down his key and asked, "Honey, who's here?" Naturally, he had seen Luke's rental car that was parked outside. Luke turned his head from where he was sitting on the couch. "Surprise, Robert." Stunned, Robert asked with wide-open eyes, "Why are you here, brat? Don't tell me LAPD kicked you out." Both Catherine and Luke rolled their eyes. This guy's mouth was always rotten when he was with Luke. Of course, Luke wasn't any nicer as he instantly fired back, "Look at you, it's as if the Dallas Cowboys finally beat the Green Bay Packers today." "They will, sooner or later," Robert retorted subconsciously. Then, after a brief silence, both of them laughed. This everyday bickering was exactly the same as half a year ago. In the living room, everyone talked about what had been happening lately. Luke and Catherine talked over the phone every couple of days, mostly before Catherine went to bed at night. Robert would also chime in occasionally, so they knew what was going on with each other. It was just that before this, they never talked about trifles like how the town had changed, or how Claire and Joseph were doing at school. This dreadful topic which the 3 adults were discussing quickly scared off the 2 little guys. The 3 of them laughed soundlessly as they watched the 2 little guys go upstairs to sleep. Only then did Luke mention Selena's birthday, and he asked Catherine to help out the next day. Robert was just a rough man who couldn't carry out this sort of delicate task. After listening to Luke, Robert looked at him suspiciously. "You're not planning a surprise proposal for Selena, are you?" Catherine patted Robert with a smile. "What are you thinking? He's only 18. Robert patted his forehead. "I forgot. No, wait, what if he knocked someone up?" "Fine, I was wrong, honey." This coarse man who had made a coarse remark got hit gently by Catherine again. Chapter 455. A relaxing day in a stupefied Selena. Luke rolled his eyes at his foster parents' PDA. He said, "All right, that's it. You should go traveling when summer vacation comes around." "When was the last time you traveled?" 5 years ago. 10. Don't live like old people. You're only a little over 40, you're still young. Robert and Catherine exchanged looks and were a little tempted. Robert said, "But Joseph and Claire," Luke suggested, "send them to Grandpa. Let them spend a couple of weeks on Grandpa's ranch. It'll toughen them up and train them to work with their hands. It'll be killing 3 birds with 1 stone." Robert and Catherine didn't say anything, but from their expressions, they were clearly tempted. Claire would graduate from high school in the summer. She could apply for college a little earlier or later. Also, she was technically an adult now, and this household had taught her how to control herself. Thus, Luke's grandpa only had to keep an eye on Joseph, who was still little. His grandpa's ranch wasn't short of hands, and there were a number of women there who had children themselves. It shouldn't be a problem. Robert and Catherine had never considered this before. It was as if Luke had opened a door to a whole new world for them. Luke was Catherine's nephew and Claire was her daughter with her ex-husband. Only Joseph was Robert and Catherine's biological child. The 2 of them had had to work even harder to take care of this unique family. After taking care of the household and 3 kids for too long, they forgot that they deserved their own life. Luke also only thought of this because of Jeff and Karen. Their twin daughters were still in school, but the couple could go to Morocco to enjoy the splendor of the Sahara Desert. There was no reason why Robert and Catherine couldn't travel when they weren't short of either money or time. It got late as they discussed this matter, and they went to bed. The next day, Selena didn't get up until the sun was high in the sky, which was a privilege she hadn't enjoyed for many days. Maybe it was because it was a rare visit home, but Luke had specifically told her that she could sleep in during this break. Actually, Selena had woken up at 9, but she was simply too lazy to get up. Just like when she was home half a year earlier, she left her room in a loose t-shirt and slippers. Hearing footsteps, Sandra didn't even look at her and simply said, "Breakfast is in the kitchen, help yourself." "I need to get some things." Selena yawned. "Do you need me to drive you?" Sandra had already opened the door. "No, it's not that far." Selena finished breakfast lazily and watched some TV, but was unexpectedly bored. If this was Los Angeles, she could spend the whole day lying around and doing nothing. But now that she could come back and lie around, she felt that something was off. Thinking for a moment, she patted her forehead helplessly. "DMMIT, I feel like that guy is going to pop up out of nowhere in a bit and yell at me to go train." She couldn't help but laugh at her own words. While Luke did often yell at her to go train, there were also benefits. At least, she was never short of delicious food, and if she completed her scheduled training, she could slack off a little during work hours. Her days in Los Angeles were both busy and comfortable. If it was anybody else, like Sonia and Elizabeth, their days were definitely busy, but certainly not as comfortable. Elizabeth, in particular, was under a lot of pressure as a rookie detective. She couldn't slack off even if she wanted to. Lolling about until noon, Selena cheerfully ate lunch less than 2 hours after having breakfast. Her siblings then dragged her out to look for Joseph to play together. After Selena and Luke left as partners to work in the big city, their families had become a lot closer, and the kids hung out together a lot. The weather in Texas was getting hot as it approached May, so Selena left home in a t-shirt and shorts with her siblings. She didn't forget to bring Dollar, either. Dollar was very well behaved and stayed next to her the whole time, neither too close nor too far. At 12 years old, it was already an old dog and no longer as boisterous. Its temperament was much gentler now as it followed its young masters quietly. When her siblings were playing with Joseph, Selena asked Luke lazily, "What are we doing today?" Chuckling inwardly, Luke said, "Nothing. You can take Dollar for a walk." Selena sighed listlessly and touched the dog's head. "It's old. For a dog, it's already a 70-year-old man. A long walk would be too hard." Dollar shook its head slightly and rubbed against its young master's hand as it enjoyed the petting. Luke was a little envious. His family had never kept dogs. It seemed that Robert was a little sensitive and would easily startle awake at a bark or some other movement. Luke had a rough idea why, so he had never asked for a dog even though he loved them. But he felt a little glad at that moment. If properly cared for, Dollar could probably live for another couple of years, but that would be it. Luke only hoped that Selena wouldn't cry too hard when Dollar was gone. Selena and her siblings spent the afternoon at Luke's home. When it was close to dinner time, Selena saw Catherine come out in a new outfit. While it couldn't be considered glamorous, it was still a formal outfit that wasn't anything like casual homeware. Selena asked with a smile, "Did Luke buy that for you?" "I've seen it before." Catherine smiled. "Yes, but you need to change as well." Selena was confused. Claire came out in an outfit which was also new and semi-formal. Naturally, it was Luke who had bought it. The mother and daughter smiled and pulled Selena upstairs. 20 minutes later, a stupefied Selena came out, now in different clothes. Different from the other two women, her outfit was very pretty and absolutely not everyday wear. At least, few women would do house chores in such a beautiful and immaculate dress. It was a white dress in a similar design to what Natalie had worn before. Selena looked at Luke the moment she came out. "When did you buy this?" She didn't need to guess to know that Luke was behind this. Her expression had been envious when she saw the various white dresses which Natalie had worn, and Luke naturally hadn't forgotten. Luke said with a smile, "Not long before we came back." Selena asked suspiciously, "Is something wrong? Why do I feel like you're all being a little weird, as if you're keeping something from me?" Everybody sweated. As expected of a seasoned detective of the Major Crimes Division, she had sharp instincts. Even in this relaxing atmosphere, she still sensed something was up. Chapter 456, A birthday present that will never go out of style. Luke smiled and stretched out his hand. "Let's go, there's a function we have to attend tonight." Selena hummed in response and didn't think it was strange. Luke would play small tricks every once in a while, but he never went overboard and was very considerate. They took 2 cars. Robert and Catherine's car were in the lead and Selina's siblings were with them, while Luke had Selina, Claire and Joseph in his car. Robert picked up a walkie-talkie and said, "Okay, we're moving out. Clear the ground." There was a swift response from the walkie-talkie. "Copy that, boss." Catherine burst out laughing. "We're not going off to catch thieves. Isn't this a little too much? Clear the ground." Robert shrugged. "Since that brat wants to play, we'll just play along. Hey, when do you think we should go on holiday?" Catherine glared at him. "Why can't you learn from Luke? Shouldn't you plan everything, then give me a surprise?" Robert was at a loss. But how will I know when you'll be free if I don't discuss it with you?" Catherine raised her head in despair and wanted to ask God if her husband had hit his head on granite before. But then she smiled. It was precisely Robert's honesty and sincerity which had moved her. She had only decided to marry him after he personally swore that he would treat Luke and Claire as his own children and wouldn't force her to have his baby. How sincere was Robert? They didn't have Joseph until they officially discussed it, and Robert even asked Luke and Claire for their permission. Since she had chosen him for his honesty, she couldn't blame him for being dense. Her past experience had taught her how valuable honesty was in a marriage. In the car, Selina glanced at Luke and asked, "What are you doing?" Luke was at a loss. "What?" Selina said, "I feel that you're up to something, but you don't want me to know about it." Luke sweated. "What? Did you pick up Karen's paranoia?" Selina frowned before she looked away. "All right, that could be part of it." She had seen not long ago how Karen's paranoia had unmasked a special agent couple, and how her twin daughters had picked up on clues of Freddy invading dreams and killing people even when they weren't looking for them. Selina felt that she had caught a bit of the paranoia bug. This was Shackelford and Luke was with her. How could anything happen? She didn't notice Joseph and Claire giggling behind their hands in the backseat. The car had reached Selina's house. She got out and looked at her place in surprise. It was completely dark and no lights were on, as if no one was in. Was Sandra out? But Robert had just come back with her siblings. Where did they go? Puzzled, she stared at her house. Behind her, Luke, Joseph and Claire got out as well. The 2 kids ran into the yard, laughing, and Luke put his hand on Selina's shoulder. "Let's go." "Why did you stop?" Selina gave an "oh," and didn't think too much of it. A moment later, she asked confusedly, "Aren't we going in?" "This is to the backyard." "What's going on?" Luke said with a smile, "To see if Sandra's in the backyard." "She wouldn't be, there are no lights on in the house," Selina said, but she let Luke pull her toward the backyard. As they were talking, the 2 kids up ahead had already gone around the house to the back. Luke also dragged Selina around the house to the backyard. Looking at the dim backyard, Selina felt that there was something here, and it felt tidier and a lot more spacious than usual. She said, "Nobody's here, let's go inside." Surprise. Their surroundings suddenly lit up with colorful lights, and a huge crowd of people popped out from various corners as they shouted the same word. Selina was stupefied. It was more of a shock than a surprise. If Luke hadn't grabbed her hand, she would have taken her gun out. Anybody would be wary when a bunch of people suddenly popped up out of nowhere in their own quiet backyard. At that moment, the entire backyard was lit up. Strings of colorful fairy lights drew bright, colorful lines in the backyard. A few bright LED lights were also turned on and Selina could clearly see everybody's faces. Her father Mario, her mother Sandra, and her siblings were beaming as they looked at her. Then there was Robert's family as well as a few colleagues from the town's police department. The rest were her neighbors and cousins. Standing next to her, Luke said with a smile, "Happy birthday, Selina." Selina. She didn't react for one moment. She then recalled the date and was enlightened. "My birthday. DMN, I completely forgot about it." Everybody laughed. As Luke raised his hand, they said at the same time, "Happy birthday." Looking at everything around her, Selina suddenly hugged Luke and kissed him on the cheek. "Thank you." Everybody cheered again. Seeing that, Catherine couldn't help but murmur to Robert, "Is there really something going on between the 2 of them?" "Robert. Didn't you tell me not to overthink it last night?" Of course, nobody attached a deeper meaning to Selina's action. Here, it wasn't strange for a man to kiss another man when he was excited, although it remained to be seen whether he would be beaten up for it. It was quite a lively barbecue. Besides family and colleagues, many neighbors whom they were close to also came. The 10 or so kids who were free for the weekend had a good time outside. But Selina shone the brightest tonight. Both she and her white dress were exceptionally captivating. When it got late, everybody said goodbye one after another and left. Luke then pulled Selena into the house and gave her a small box. "This is your birthday gift." Selena was delighted. Another one. She thought that her dress was Luke's gift to her. Luke was amused. "Clothes will go out of style, but this thing I'm giving you never will." Selena eagerly opened the box, only to be astounded by what she saw. What the hell? There was a small and cute golden pig lying quietly inside the jewelry box. "A golden pig lasts forever," Luke said with a smile. "Okay, sweet dreams tonight." With that, he slipped off before a particular glutton came back to her senses. A moment later, Selena gnashed her teeth. "You jerk, are you mocking the fact that I can eat so much?" Grabbing that exquisite and adorable golden pig, she squeezed it. "Huh, it's quite nice to touch." Staring at the golden pig for a moment, she heaved a sigh. "Fine, I have to admit that you're quite cute. Much cuter than that guy." Chapter 457. Enough, time to show you how it's done. That night, Selena held that little golden pig in her hand and didn't fall asleep for a long time. Outside the window, it was a cold and starry night. The third day was the actual day off. Selena's birthday party was over, and Luke didn't have anything to worry about anymore. Robert proposed a rapid-fire contest, which Luke firmly rejected. He didn't want Robert or anybody else to be haunted by bad luck, so he would have to deliberately lose, which would be a waste of his time. Bored, he finished breakfast before he sat on the couch and read files on his laptop. The two little guys were shouting as they played a TV game in the living room. After reading the files for a while, Luke finally threw his laptop to the side angrily and got up. "That's enough." The two little guys turned and stared blankly at him. "Huh." He walked over and snatched the controller out of Claire's hands. "You're making so much noise for two third-rate noobs. Let me show you how it's done." A few minutes later, Luke burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, get a load of my 18 hits combo. Take this." The controller hung limply in Joseph's hands is full of despair. He watched as his character was sent flying into the sky and couldn't even land. On the screen, the words popped up as his character was hit once, twice, 3 times, 18 times. Finally, with a drawn-out cry, Joseph's character died. Looking at Luke, who was laughing as wildly as his character in the game, Joseph rolled his eyes and gave the controller to Claire. "You go." 2 minutes later, the miserable and sorrowful cry of a girl rang out from the TV. Ah, the high school girl on screen had fallen as well. Claire glared at her immensely pleased big brother next to her. "That's cheating." Luke asked. "How is that cheating?" "I didn't use any cheat." Claire said. "How can you win just by keeping me in the air the entire time?" "That's not fair." Luke said. "That's a combo set up by the game, how can you blame me?" That morning, Luke gave them a trouncing in every game they switched to. Luke was reading on his laptop in the living room when Catherine returned at noon, and she found it strange that there was no sign of the other two kids. "Where are they?" Catherine knew that the two little guys were very clingy to Luke, especially since he hadn't been back in so long. Luke chuckled and said, "I beat them in games, so they took the console with them to Talia's place." Catherine was amused. "Do you have to be so hard on them?" Luke cackled. "I was just in the mood. I forgot to go easy on them." Shaking her head, Catherine couldn't be bothered to respond and went to the kitchen. One was willing to beat the others up, and two were willing to suffer. Nobody could be blamed for anything. The day passed quietly, until Luke received a call in the evening. Looking at the number, he picked up the call with a smile. "Palmer, you don't call me often." Palmer was silent for a moment before she sighed. "That's right, so, I need your help with something." Luke patted his forehead silently and hummed. "I'm listening." Knowing that Luke didn't like to waste time on nonsense, Palmer simply cut to the chase. Martin ran off from the nursing home. Luke didn't say anything and just continued listening. Running off wasn't a big deal, and it wasn't like Luke could find him, not when he was in Texas. That was, if Martin hadn't run off home to El Paso, which was actually close to Shackelford. Palmer fell silent again. In no rush at all, Luke leisurely had a mouthful of his tea. Martin went to look for Dito Flores, Palmer finally said. Luke thought for a moment and vaguely recalled this name. Leader of the Flores family in Mexico. Palmer said, "Yes, why?" "Martin isn't with the DIA," Luke asked. Palmer sighed again. "I found some leads by chance during my investigation. Martin's wife was run over by a car on Dito's order. She was pregnant when she died." Luke rubbed his forehead. Of the top 3 things that warranted revenge and hate, killing someone's wife or child was definitely one of them. And Dito Flores had done both. Given Martin's temper, Dito was probably doomed. "What do you want me to do?" Luke asked. Palmer fell silent again. Only the faint sound of breathing over the phone told Luke that she hadn't hung up yet. "Help me bring Martin back," said Palmer. Luke said, "With Martin's capabilities, I'll probably wind up needing to save Dito Flores's life." Martin was a Marines vet and a first-class marksman. As long as he had a sniper rifle and made enough preparations, it wouldn't be difficult for Martin to kill Dito. Luke thought it unnecessary to go and help him. The only reason Luke hadn't killed Dito Flores, this major drug trafficker, himself was that the guy was too far away. Palmer said, "Martin's just one person, but Dito has over 20 bodyguards and can call for more backup whenever he wants. Also, Martin hasn't been in the best mental shape recently. You should be clear on how much impact that can have on a fight, right?" Pondering for a moment, Luke then said, "I'll call you back." Ending the call with the beautiful agent, Luke immediately called Roger. "Bro, how've you been?" Roger didn't reply right away, but Luke could vaguely hear the sounds of chewing which indicated that Roger was eating. A moment later, Roger's indistinct voice rang out. "Same old. I'm still on vacation." Over the phone, Luke caught snatches of conversation in the background that were being carried out in Spanish instead of English. He couldn't help but smile. "A vacation in Mexico," Roger said. "Fine, did Tracy tell you?" Luke laughed. "Wow, there's no way I would dare harass the big lawyer in your family. You're the only one who can take that domineering vibe, right?" Actually, Luke felt that "enjoy" was a more suitable word to describe Roger's attitude toward his wife, Tracy. Not every man enjoyed being subdued by the domineering air of a tough lawyer wife. Roger didn't catch the subtle implication in Luke's words and smiled instead. "That's right. So, did Dustin tell you?" Luke coughed. "Not exactly. Palmer just called and told me that Martin went to Mexico." Roger was silent for a moment, before he finally said, "Fine, that's true. What do you want to know?" Luke asked him about the situation. A few minutes later, he hung up and pondered for a moment. After weighing the pros and cons, he called Palmer. "Palmer, I'm sorry, but I don't think I can help you. It wouldn't be right for me to step in." Palmer was very disappointed, but could only thank Luke for his time and hang up. Luke, on the other hand, opened his files and checked the intelligence on Mexico. Not long after that, he got up. "Catherine, I'm thinking about camping out tonight. Is dinner ready?" Chapter 458 Camping equals appreciating the sights of our homeland. Catherine found that strange and stuck her head out of the kitchen. "Camping? Where?" Luke said. "The mountains close to Grandpa's place. I want a bit of peace and quiet." Catherine gave an "oh" of surprise. "All right, you can take dinner with you." Luke had often gone camping in middle school, but most of the time, that had been with Jamina. Now that Jamina was at college, the question was who Luke was going camping with. But Catherine could ask that later. There was no need to immediately be a nag about it. She simply told Luke to be careful. Accepting dinner from Catherine, Luke hugged her and said goodbye before he left in his car. Standing in front of the house, Catherine watched his car disappear down the road. She was about to go back inside, when a car drove up and a head stuck out. "Hello, Catherine, is Luke here?" Catherine smiled and shook her head. "Hello, Selena, he just left to go camping. He went in that direction." Selena said, "Thanks, Catherine." She didn't even get out of the car and simply sped off to catch up with Luke. Catherine smiled inwardly. Those two are pretty good at acting. Are they too embarrassed to let us know? Luke converted the files into audio format and listened to them as he drove so that he didn't waste time. Suddenly, his phone rang. He glanced at it and picked up. "What's up, are you having fun?" Selena said over the phone, "You're going camping." Luke was stumped. "You went to my place." He instantly realized what had happened. Selena said, "If you slow down a little, I'll probably catch up in a minute." Utterly speechless, Luke pulled his car over in a vacant area. Like Selena said, she caught up in no time. After she got out, she didn't ask any questions but said right away, "Palmer called me and wanted me to persuade you." Luke smiled. "So you're here to persuade me?" Selena nodded. "That's right, I specially came to persuade you to stay away from this gigantic mess. I was afraid you wouldn't be able to resist being coaxed by that beautiful DIA agent." Stumped for a moment, Luke then smiled. "Then why did you come after me?" Selena glared at him angrily. If I didn't come, you would probably go camping in Mexico tonight, right? She couldn't be bothered to state the obvious. If Luke really was going out to have fun, he would have told her. The fact that he snuck off surreptitiously was clearly a problem. Luke scratched his head. Who knew that Palmer would actually get Selena to persuade him? Was that necessary? He just didn't want to go to Mexico under his real identity, that was all. As expected, big beauties weren't dependable at all. Cursing Palmer silently, he sighed. Well, Martin is our colleague in the Major Crimes Division anyway, so I want to check up on him. As long as nothing happens, I won't take any action. Unsurprised, Selena nodded. Okay, I'm coming with you, Luke. I don't think that's necessary, right? Selena gave him a sidelong glance. I'm afraid that after hearing Palmer's pleas, you'll charge in recklessly with guns blazing to take on hundreds of dealers. Luke smiled wryly. Am I that stupid? Selena narrowed her eyes at him. I didn't think so before, but right now, hee. Luke made a last-ditch effort. But it's your birthday, that was yesterday. Selena cut him off. You've always wanted to rest. Luke continued searching for other reasons. I've had enough rest, now, my bones are all itchy. Selena cracked her knuckles. Luke nodded helplessly. Fine, we'll go together. But we need to drive Sandra's car back, and I'll let Catherine know. Selena nodded. 10 minutes later, Luke went over to Selena's house after grabbing a big bag from his place. Under Sandra's complicated gaze, they asserted that they were going camping in the mountains together. Watching the car drive off, Sandra mumbled, I wonder if Selena brought any condoms. I should have asked her. She was then amused. Forget it, she's old enough to make me a grandmother anyway. On the other side, Luke gave the files to Selena. Closing her eyes, Selena listened to the files and memorized the information. There are more than 2 million residents in Tijuana. How are you going to find Martin? She asked. Luke asked, what do you think? Selena said, we look for Dito Flores since Martin is gunning for him. Luke hummed in agreement. Do you have Dito's address? Luke hummed in acknowledgement again. The intelligence he had collected was mostly focused on the LA gangs, but one part covered the big syndicates in Mexico. Luke had already been planning to go hunting in Mexico on this trip back to Texas. The Carlos family from before had just been a small gang but had given him abundant experience and credit points. Bigger gangs meant bigger rewards. He would have set off the next morning even if Palmer hadn't called him. He was doing nothing more than simply moving his trip forward, so after taking care of Martin's matter, he might even have time for another job. Would it be inconvenient with Selena around? Of course not. With the excuse of helping Martin out, it wouldn't matter even if he went on a killing spree. In any case, there was Martin to take the blame. In this way, the two of them headed southwest. With Selena around, Luke didn't have to take the trouble of listening to the files, he only needed to listen to Selena highlight the main points. At midnight, Luke stopped the car and Selena immediately opened her eyes. Where are we? She hadn't been sleeping, but had been listening to the files. Luke smiled and got out. Let's go. We said we were going camping. Selena rolled her eyes. It doesn't take 7 hours to drive to your grandpa's ranch. Following Luke, she got out and looked around. What is this place? The quiet wilderness around her was even more desolate at night. There weren't any lights as far as the eye could see. Big Bend National Park, Luke replied. He took out the big bag from the trunk and said, let's go. There's still a long way to go. Following him, Selena couldn't help but ask, are we really going to go camping? Big Bend National Park was quite remote, but was a scenic spot famous for its mix of barren land, greenery, canyons and rivers. But such an outstanding scenic location wasn't crowded even during the holidays. Luke said with a smile, of course. We'll camp here for a few days and feast our eyes upon the majestic natural wonders of our great motherland. Detecting the contempt in Selena's eyes, Luke dropped the pompous act. Fine. Actually, we'll be taking a covert trip into Mexico. This way, there won't be any records of us crossing the border. Chapter 459 Night Run and Selena's homecoming. Selena rolled her eyes. She knew it would be like this. Luke had only refused Palmer's request on the surface because he didn't want to expose himself. Selena had been worried that Luke might act recklessly, but it turned out he was as cautious as ever. After that, they simply pressed on in silence. Half an hour later, however, Luke checked their location and shook his head. At their current speed, they wouldn't be able to enter Mexico before dawn. He stopped and said, This is too slow. I'll carry you, Selena. Huh. A moment later, she mumbled on Luke's back, am I so weak? After a while, however, she stopped talking. Luke was unexpectedly even faster when he ran with Selena on his back than when she walked on her own. Are you a monster? She couldn't help but ask. As he ran, Luke replied casually, have you ever seen me get tired? Frowning, Selena thought for a good long while before she nodded. That's true, you're full of energy even the day after talking business with Miss Jenny. Luke chuckled. Was talking business the important point? The important point was the personal overtime after they were done talking business each time. If he devoted all his energy to talking business, Secretary Jenny would probably resign. After chatting for a bit, Selena lay against the thick and solid muscles on Luke's back and yawned before actually falling asleep, just like that. Luke was naturally aware of it, but he didn't say anything and simply seized the opportunity to speed up. With strength and a physique 16 times that of a regular person's, and coupled with elementary self-healing, all he needed to do was keep running. They soon reached a ravine. Luke threw out his grappling hook without hesitation and flew through the air with Selena. Crossing 40 meters in a flash, Luke continued running as soon as his feet hit the ground in order to offset the enormous momentum. Selena remained sound asleep on his back. Under the cover of night, only two individuals steadily pressing forward together could be seen. When Luke woke Selena up, she looked around and asked, where are we? Luke said, Mexico. We have to disguise ourselves first and then look for a car to get us to the nearest city. 10 minutes later, they looked completely different as they entered a small town. Luke had turned into a young Latino with long hair. It was much easier for Selena, who simply used makeup to alter her face shape and features slightly before she put on a yellow wig. They quickly purchased a shabby Ford that must have already changed hands a million times and continued west. Selena napped for a bit. After that, she analyzed the files again and highlighted the key points for Luke. They entered Ojinaga before dawn the next day and bought a decent pickup before resuming their journey. While she had something to drink, Selena cut Catherine's sandwiches into smaller pieces and fed them to Luke. They had a lot of ground to cover today and time was tight, so they could only do it like this. Selena ate only after she was done feeding Luke, and she mumbled as she chewed, Catherine's cooking is pretty good. Did you learn from her? Luke quickly nodded. That's right, Catherine's a great cook. Selena found that odd. Then why didn't Claire learn anything? Luke thought for a moment. Maybe because she and you are the same type. Selena stared blankly for a moment before she became indignant. What, is it strange that a woman can't cook? Luke shook his head. Not at all. I know two of them, after all. Selena was unable to reply. She felt there was something wrong about what Luke said, but there was nothing she could say to defend herself. After all, neither she nor Claire was good at cooking. Chatting and discussing the intelligence every once in a while, they arrived at Tijuana, the biggest city on the northwest border of Mexico, in the evening. As the fourth largest city in Mexico, Tijuana had a population of 2 million. Every day, hordes of American tourists crossed the border here into Mexico. To the west of the city was the Pacific Ocean, and the Baja Peninsula with its charming scenery lay in the south, while north of the city was San Diego in California. Many Americans even took day trips out to Tijuana before going back to rest in San Diego at night. Tijuana thus had many industries driven by tourism, including casinos, legal red light districts and hotels. Compared with other places in Mexico, Tijuana could be considered relatively safe. At least, massive gang fights or stringing up body parts of your enemies in public were less common here. Many big-shot gangsters chose this city as their base of work and entertainment. Dito Flores was one of them. Unfortunately, that was only what the city looked like on the surface. The truth was that the title, Crime City, suited this place more than it did Los Angeles. Looking at this big city under the setting sun, Selena sighed with mixed feelings. My homeland. She was a true blue American born and raised in America, but it wasn't wrong to say that Mexico was her homeland. Her father Mario parted with his family on bad terms in order to marry her mother Sandra. They snuck over the border to America when they were just 18 and 16 respectively. Back then, Sandra was already pregnant with Selena. So, while Selena was born and raised in America, she did spend a few months in Mexico when she was still in her mother's womb. She knew a lot about Mexico. After all, her parents were both Mexicans and would often talk about their past in Mexico. Later, A few of Mario's cousins came over and also found work on ranches outside of town and put down roots as well. Robert had always turned a blind eye to them. Shackelford was a small town with a small population. After they grew up, most of the young adults would leave for Dallas, Fort Worth, Houston and other big cities. Few would remain in town. But the ranches and farms here needed a lot of manpower. Those who remained in Shackelford were basically hardworking and honest people. Anybody who wanted to make a fortune through dishonest means certainly wouldn't tolerate living in such a small town, and Mario wasn't interested in putting up with troublesome relatives like that either. Having grown up in such an environment, Selena was fluent in Mexican Spanish. Being naturally proficient in a second language was a huge advantage. Plus, it was Spanish, which was what the American police needed the most. Luke left Selena to her nostalgic musings and did his own thing as he connected his fake phone to his laptop and then dialed a number. After ringing for a while, the call went through and there was the sound of Roger's suspicious voice. "Who is this?" Luke's fake phone began to speak in Spanish. Roger was stunned. "Hold on, speak slowly, slow down." Luke rolled his eyes and could only play the voice at half the normal speed. He really had to sympathize with this old man. Roger was getting on in years and had a bad heart. He had a tough wife, his children had too much energy, and his partner had mental health issues. Yet, he had run over to Mexico to deal with the leader of a major gang. Come to think of it, nothing good had happened to Roger recently. Chapter 462 Reckless. Can't they be more cautious? After 2 minutes, the tracking program provided an address, and Luke simply hung up. Roger put down his phone blankly. "Son of AB*TCH. Is there something wrong with you? You rambled on for such a long time, only to tell me that you called the wrong number." Selena didn't even turn her head. Looking at the view outside the window, she asked lazily, "Found the place?" Luke shrugged. "Roger is at Louisiana K Tower Hotel." Just now, he had used the fake phone to play the voice of a beautiful Mexican anchor and keep Roger on the line for several minutes in order to trace the guy's whereabouts. Roger was a seasoned rank 2 sergeant in the Major Crimes Division, and Luke trusted his capability. Wherever Roger was, that would be where they would find Dito Flores. Because they both knew that Martin would be waiting for Dito there. The good news was that Martin probably hadn't taken action yet, or Roger wouldn't be so free to speak with a Mexican anchor on the phone. Luke started up the car again and drove to K Tower Hotel. The city was bathed in the orange light of the setting sun, which made it look warm. There were few tall buildings on both sides of the streets. Most were detached houses and small buildings with 2 or 3 floors. These buildings had been painted in all sorts of splendid colors, which was the style that the Mexicans liked. Various shades of red and yellow mixed with white, green and blue to leave a strong impression on any visitor. Short palm trees grew on the roadside, with the odd tree or so that had been planted in front of some of the houses, while lush green vines grew around some windows. Selena mumbled, "This looks nice." Luke hummed in agreement. But after they passed several young women in super short skirts and white silk stockings, Selena was roused from her childish fantasy, and she sighed. "All right, it's actually not very nice." Luke didn't say anything. He didn't need sharp nose to know what those girls were doing. They were engaged in a certain profession, and the white silk stockings which they were wearing were a mark of their identities. There were even more girls on the streets who acted as escorts part-time, but their revealing clothes and suggestive expressions hinted that they could provide more than just that. This place looked beautiful, but in the end, it wasn't heaven. Or rather, the whole of Mexico had never been heaven. On the contrary, more and more people said that it felt like hell. Luke's car went down Revolution Avenue and past the stainless steel Grand Arch, which was a Tijuana landmark. Under the Grand Arch was a memorial wall in remembrance of the revolution. Mottled dark brown, it was pretty impressive. It was just that Luke felt that it was a little too new. All right, he even felt that if it was a little more dilapidated and had more bullet holes or missing bits or something, it might better convey the air of the revolution. As if they were just out for a ride, Luke and Selena slowly passed through Revolution Avenue and turned onto a narrower street which they drove down for another 2 minutes. It wasn't a long road, but it was only slightly broader than a 2-lane road, and there were a lot of pedestrians who were slow to steer clear of the car, so Luke couldn't drive fast. Luke wasn't in a rush and slowly made his way out of the narrow street. Looking at a building up ahead which was much taller than the other buildings around it, Selena said, "That's K Tower Hotel. Are we going in?" Luke thought for a moment and said, let's do some reconnaissance first. They circled K Tower Hotel in their car. Selena let out the drone halfway and examined the surrounding environment via the tablet. Hey, has Martin taken action? She suddenly spoke up and turned the tablet to show Luke. Luke glanced at the screen and said, I can't say for sure, but it seems very likely. A gunfight was happening in some room on the 5th floor of K Tower Hotel. The room was a complete mess. But a gunfight wasn't a rare occurrence anywhere in Mexico. After a few minutes, a window shattered, and a man was thrown out and smashed onto a car at the bottom of the building. Selena said, Okay, I see Martin. Where's Dito? Asked Luke. Selena, I don't see him, just 7 or 8 bodyguards fighting Martin. As she said that, 2 black SUVs rushed out of the hotel's parking lot and headed east. Pondering for a moment, Luke followed them in the car. Dito might not necessarily be in either car, but the chance was still there. If Martin had already killed Dito in the hotel, Luke naturally wouldn't intervene. If Dito was in one of the SUVs, Luke didn't mind giving Martin a hand. Selena said, Roger has shown up. He and Martin are dealing with the bodyguards. Luke chuckled. Roger does love Martin, after all. This was Mexico. Roger and Martin, 2 detectives from the Major Crimes Division in Los Angeles, had no law enforcement power here. Martin was going all out here as revenge for his murdered wife and unborn baby, and didn't care about the consequences. Roger had a happy family life and didn't have a low position at work. Things might get very ugly for him now that he had gotten involved in a gang fight in Mexico. But there was nothing that Luke could do to help them. It now depended on how fast Roger and Mexico could run. As long as the Mexican police didn't catch them at the scene, there was always a chance to wrangle their way out of things. A moment later, Selena alerted Luke, Roger and Martin are out. They're heading our way. Luke shrugged. Looks like we're following the right cars. That being said, he maintained a steady pace and didn't chase after the cars in a hurry. He didn't plan to start a huge fight in the city. 2 minutes later, a car whizzed past Luke's car. Selena was silent for a moment as she looked at the image on the tablet before she couldn't help saying, Luke, it seems that was Roger's car. CES. Luke couldn't help rolling his eyes. I know, Martin's with him too. Saying that, he couldn't help but slap the wheel. DMN it. Those 2 are more than 70 years old combined. Can't they be more cautious? Even as he said it, things had already turned into a mess up ahead. Bang, 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 bang. Gunshots rang out. Selena gaped and only muttered a moment later, they've already caught up. Both sides are now trading fire on the street. At that moment, she really felt that Roger and Martin were too rash. This wasn't Los Angeles. Was it really okay for them to trade fire with Dito's gang on the street in broad daylight? Luke pursed his lips. He didn't know what to say. The Mexican police in Tijuana weren't dead. They would certainly show up to see what was going on. And with the mess that Roger and Martin had made, it would be difficult for Luke to follow Dito to his nest and clean it up in one go. Chapter 461 Crazy Martin and his crazy old partner. Selena suddenly exclaimed, Luke, Martin's crazy. Luke. Huh. He turned his head, and the corners of his eyes twitched. In the surveillance image, Martin stuck his head out from the passenger side with a cylindrical object on his shoulder. Swoosh. Boom. A string of flames was launched from the cylinder and hit the back of the bodyguard car that was trying to cut Roger's car off. The speeding black SUV was abruptly sent flying rear first as it drew a graceful, fiery arc in the air. Then, with a deafening sound, it hit Tijuana's landmark stainless steel arch. Luke. Selena. Okay, Martin was definitely crazy. He had used an RPG-26. Was he nuts? Was that something to be used on cars? Massive chaos broke out around the arch. People were yelling and screaming as they tried to quickly get away from the danger. Luke had to slow down to make way for the panic-stricken passers-by. However, he now couldn't be bothered to worry about Roger and Martin. These 2 were definitely going to be punished after this. All that remained to be seen was how severe the punishment would be. In the light of the setting sun, the darkening city was in chaos. On a road outside the city, 3 cars sped east one after another, leaving behind a trail of smoke and dust on the long dirt road. 10 minutes later, Selena alerted Luke, Dito's car has entered a manor. A lot of bodyguards are coming out. Luke hummed as they continued moving forward. 15, 22, 29, 37, 45. Is this Dito's nest? Selena clicked her tongue as she looked at the image sent back by the drone. Luke shook his head. No, he has more than 2,000 armed men under him. While it's unlikely he would keep all of them here, 50 people is still too few. Selena gave an, "Oh," in agreement. You're right, 30 more people just came out. It's now pretty much a military company of armed men here. Luke made a noise of assent to indicate that he got it. Given his influence, Dito needed a lot of bodyguards in case he was ambushed by his foes or the police. The 20 bodyguards that went to the hotel with him was already the smallest number of people deployed. This manor had to be an important stronghold. It wouldn't be surprising if he had 100 to 200 armed men here. We're 3 kilometers away from the manor, Selena reminded him. Luke stopped the car and asked, "Where are Martin and Roger?" They charged into the manor. Roger, this old man, has he gone crazy too? Luke couldn't help grumbling. He had thought that this black, bald old guy was smarter than that. While muttering to himself, he began to put on his gear. Selena darted a look at him. "What about me?" As he sorted out his equipment, Luke said, "Find a safe spot nearby and stay there. There's another drone in the backpack. Send it out and give me directions. Also, keep an eye on Dito. Don't let him slip away." Selena asked, "Are you sure?" Luke nodded. "Positive. I'm not as crazy as Martin and Roger. If we both go in, we'll be too big a target and easily alert those armed guards." Selena wasn't really surprised. Both of them knew she couldn't compare with Luke in a fight. She was mainly responsible for logistics and intelligence so that Luke wasn't distracted by minor details. As they spoke, Luke got out and reminded her again, "Be safe." They didn't have their police car this time, and Selena had to pay attention to her safety. "Got it," Selena said. Luke got out, pulled the hood over his head, and crept toward the manor under the cover of shrubs and dirt slopes. His earpiece would sound every now and then with alerts from Selena. Martin and Roger are engaging the armed men. They're breaking into the main building. They're surrounded. As he listened to how the battle was progressing, Luke advanced swiftly. Night had fallen and it was dark. Luke passed through the weeds like a ghost. His fake phone didn't alert him to any electronic surveillance devices. Dito's security system clearly hadn't advanced with the time, or maybe this big shot trusted his 100 bodyguards more. Now, those bodyguards were being drawn toward the main building in the manor, which made it a lot easier for Luke to sneak in. Luke very quickly reached the main building and didn't stop. On the left side of the main building, there's an entrance at 3 o'clock which only has 5 people. Selena's timing couldn't be any better. Her using the drones in the program to monitor the entire manor was a lot more convenient than Luke's sharp nose. "Martin and Roger are being forced to retreat to your 9 o'clock in the main building," she said. Luke pressed forward silently. The 5 bodyguards at the door were on alert and had their guns raised high. They didn't plan on joining the battle inside the building. Martin was clearly going all out this time. Though he and his partner were completely outnumbered, his counterattack was extremely ferocious. Pistols and rifles never stopped firing, and there was an explosion every now and then as Martin used grenades to teach Dito's bodyguards a lesson. Because of all the noise, the 5 men at the door didn't notice Luke's approach as their backs faced him. Luke's movements weren't hasty at all. In such a dim environment, movements that were too quick and sudden might draw the attention of the other bodyguards nearby. He approached the backs of the 5 men soundlessly, like a ghost. Crack, 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 crack. They didn't react as they were hit in the head one after another. 2 of them were punched and the other 3 were kicked. Luke's precision allowed most of his force to penetrate their brains without sending their bodies flying. The 5 bodyguards instantly collapsed. 2 men are coming from the left. They're going to turn the corner in 8 meters, 5 meters, 2 meters. Luke swiftly threw all 5 bodies through the door and hid inside as well. The 2 new guys reached the door. One of them said in puzzlement, "Why isn't anybody here? Isn't this place supposed to be guarded?" "Those jerks, they lied again." The other man was completely unsurprised. They're more serious than anyone else when counting their money, but when actual badasses show up, they run off. Chatting casually, the 2 men pushed the door open and went in. Bang, bang. The moment the door was opened, they were greeted with 2 huge fists to the eye. Their necks snapped and they dropped like stones. Luke pulled them back, one in each hand, and hid them in a corner not far from the door along with the 5 bodyguards he had killed earlier. "Martin and Roger are surrounded and going to be killed. Second floor of the main building, you're 10 o'clock, Selena said once more. Luke grabbed 2 AKs off the bodies in passing. He picked up the clips as well and stuck them in his chest pocket. Chapter 462 Sneak Shot 20 In Roger's buff, Luke picked up his pace and headed for a nearby flight of stairs. The enemy is mostly close to the entrances at 6, 9 and 12 o'clock. They're pressing forward to the room which Martin and Roger are in. There are about 30 people outside the room. Selena continued reporting the enemy's movements. What about the enemy on the second floor? Luke asked. Selena replied, there's nobody on your side, but a lot of them are gathered at 6, 9 and 12 o'clock. At this moment, Luke was using a small mirror at a corner on the second floor to survey the situation. The main building of Dito's manor had quite an interesting design. It was a square structure that had been built around a flower garden, a swimming pool and a lawn in the center. Stairs in the main building were located in the 3, 6, 9 and 12 o'clock positions, and there was only one corridor on each floor which circled around, which was how Martin and Roger had been surrounded so quickly. Only by hiding in a corner could they avoid being attacked from two sides. However, this left them no means of retreat. Luke adjusted his breathing slightly and stuck the special P226, which had a silencer on it, out around a corner. Da, 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 20, 20, 20, 20. Luke subconsciously matched his inner voice to each shot. He would probably earn a lot of experience from killing NPCs tonight. He felt that he needed to motivate himself like in an MMORPG, or these kills would be too monotonous. Over 30 meters away, at the stairs to his 10 o'clock, the 4 bodyguards who were shooting at the room fell one after another. Luke then retreated and used his little mirror to observe the other 3 sides. Nobody cared about the 4 unlucky bastards who had just collapsed as more bodyguards immediately filled their positions. An unorganized mob. Luke scoffed and raised his gun again. Da, 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 da. Another 4 bodyguards fell. 20, 20, 20, 20. Luke wasn't in a hurry to retreat this time. Sticking his head out so that only half his face and one eye was revealed, he calmly observed the reactions from the other 3 sides. Fine. It seemed that there were too many people here and the death of 8 bodyguards didn't matter. He was lost for words. Nobody thought to check the surroundings when the 8 bodyguards fell so quickly. Dito's bodyguards were real elites. Da, 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 20, 20, 20, 20. Another 4 men died, which finally evoked some restlessness. The bodyguards hesitated and didn't dare immediately approach the door to the room. In less than 2 minutes, bodies had stacked up outside the door. How could the 2 guys inside be so good? Luke couldn't act as easily now. If anyone collapsed far from the door, even an idiot would know that the victim hadn't been killed by those inside the room. Luke rolled his eyes and lowered his gun to aim at the 2 bodyguards at 6 o'clock who were defending the first floor. Da, da, 20, 20. The 2 men's heads blew up. One of the bodyguards at the stairs at 12 o'clock sensed something wrong and craned his neck in confusion. Da, da, 20, 20. He and his colleague followed in the footsteps of the bodyguards opposite. How many minions have I taken out? Forget it, it's a boring number. Luke quickly discarded the irrelevant thought that popped up in his head. At that moment, something suddenly rolled out of the room which Martin and Roger were in. 2 of the bodyguards who were pressing forward yelled, "Grenade!" At that shout, the people near the door looked for cover in a panic like hiding behind their comrades and holding them firmly in place. Martin had come prepared. The grenades he threw out were mostly fragmentation grenades. As a retired Marine elite, he was very accurate at throwing grenades and could take down quite a number of people with each attack. It was precisely because these bodyguards had been traumatized by Martin's grenades that they hadn't been able to storm the room even after so long. Just now, almost 10 of them had swarmed the room, only to be completely wasted by one of Martin's grenades. Luke was ready when the 2 men shouted, "Grenade!" Bang! Da, 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 da. When the grenade exploded, he stealthily shot the men who were hiding behind other unlucky bodyguards. Amidst all the smoke and screams, nobody noticed the 5 dead men behind them. Luke continued taking sneak shots at the people behind the screaming bodyguards. The screaming ones were the poor B***stards who were wounded from the grenade. It was better to keep them alive and let them add to the chaos. Pa, da. On the other side, another 4 men who had taken cover and avoided the blast died. Including the screaming ones who had been wounded by Martin's grenade, the bodyguards were down by more than 10 men. The door to the room had turned into a morgue, with corpses scattered willy-nilly over the floor. The initially ambitious bodyguards were shaken by this gory scene. Who wouldn't be affected by this? They had no more than 100 men, and they would be all dead in half an hour at this rate. Luke, bodyguards are going in with an RPG. Selena gave him a piece of bad news. Luke was lost for words. An eye for an eye. Thinking this, he quickly reloaded the P226. Martin wasn't an idiot. The bodyguards outside the door were dead or dying, and more were running over from outside with an RPG. The next course of action was simple. As Luke expected, another grenade was thrown out the door. Seeing the shape of the grenade, Luke quickly retreated around the corner. With a bang, sharp light illuminated the courtyard. There were screams and frantic yells. Eyes. My eyes. Flash grenades could be very helpful. After that, Luke moved around the corner and raised his P226 again. Martin and Roger charged out of the room. Bent low, Martin swiftly cleaned up the bodyguards on the left side of the door with his M4A1. Roger also opened fire with his pistol behind Martin so that the bodyguards who had retreated to cover on the right didn't dare stick their heads out. Luke timed his shots. Pa, da. Several bodyguards collapsed on the right side, which Roger was responsible for. Luke was secretly amused at Roger's baffled expression, and didn't stop shooting. Pa, da. He shot down the 6 bodyguards on the right in sequence, starting with the closest one. Martin had a good weapon and good skills. Practically no enemy could escape his gun. But Roger was different. He was only a police detective, not a SWAT officer and even less a special force soldier. After using an entire clip, he actually hadn't hit a single opponent. But with Luke acting on the sly, Roger noticed that an enemy or two would fall every time he opened fire, as if he had a buff on him. Haha, who says I can't shoot? He couldn't help but mumble. Chapter 463 Beautiful Island and Hot RPG Boom. There was an explosion, and an intense wave of air blasted out of the room behind them, extinguishing Roger's good feelings about himself. Forget it, it was time to run. He only had a pistol, how could he fight an RPG? Thinking that, Roger pulled the trigger again. But his gun clicked, indicating that the clip was empty. DMN it, he cursed and reloaded in a hurry. Pa, da. Another 4 bodyguards collapsed, and Roger's hand paused. Huh, that wasn't right. Why did they fall when he was still reloading? Were they pretending to be dead? These bodyguards were sneaky. Surprised, he reloaded even quicker and opened fire like crazy again. I don't care if you're pretending to be dead. I'll just kill you again if you get up. Making up his mind, Roger followed Martin and ran forward. The number of bodyguards swiftly dwindled during this frantic slaughter. More than 40 of them had fallen in the corridor outside the room alone. Including the bodyguards at the stairs whom Luke killed earlier, 50 bodyguards were already down. The bodyguards who were supposed to fill the empty positions didn't come. Thus, Martin and Roger went down from the 2nd floor unhindered and ran to 12 o'clock. Luke quietly walked through the corridor on the 2nd floor and finished off the bodyguards who weren't dead yet. Martin and Roger are probably charging into Dito's living room. All the bodyguards are going in, Selena said in Luke's earpiece. Luke whistled a tune. Tropical island breeze, all of nature wild and free, this is where I long to be, La Isla Bonita. Outside, Selena rolled her eyes. This was the Baja California Peninsula, it wasn't an island at all. Also, all of you are still inside turning the place upside down with grenades and RPGs. How is that beautiful? Whistling, Luke went downstairs. He didn't follow Martin and Roger, but left from the door at 9 o'clock. On the way, he met 5 bodyguards who ran into the house, but they were killed the moment they saw him. There were few bodyguards left and most were gathered around Dito, so Luke wasn't worried anymore. These bodyguards had a limited number of walkie-talkies, which were essentially non-existent if the bodyguards never got the chance to use them. Luke jogged from the door at 9 o'clock around to the entrance at 12 o'clock. He didn't run into any more bodyguards this time, they were all concentrated in the building at 12 o'clock as they fought Martin and Roger. Cars are coming out, 1 Benz and 3 Chevrolet SUVs. Dito might be inside, Selena suddenly said. Luke hummed and jumped to climb up to the 2nd floor. He broke a window and made his way inside. Opening the door, he looked down from above into a hall filled with smoke and littered with corpses. Martin in a rage was really scary. He had killed close to 20 bodyguards in the hall. No wonder Dito had to run. His 100 guards were almost completely annihilated. He would be killed if he didn't run. Selena said, Roger and Martin are out, they're chasing the cars. Luke said, drive the car to the back door in 2 minutes. Be careful. As he spoke, He went downstairs and fired the P-226 non-stop as he killed all the bodyguards who weren't dead yet. He entered a room on one side of the hall. A moment later, he ran out and went straight to the back door. At the back door, 2 panicked bodyguards were looking around nervously with their guns raised high. While the gunshots had stopped, they still felt that the enemy was lurking around. Until now, they still didn't understand how the 2 guys killed their comrades. That was over 100 people. Even pigs couldn't be killed that fast. While they were wondering this, they heard footsteps and hastily raised their guns. Pa, da, but they only got their guns up halfway when bullet holes appeared in their foreheads, and Luke ran past them like the wind. The fish really escaped the net. Martin, Roger, you owe me dinner when we get back, Luke muttered as he ran out of the main building. He got into the driver's seat and they set off. Selena didn't even turn her head. You better step on it. They're already 10 kilometers away, and I can only see a little even with night vision. Luke said, copy that. Please fasten your safety belt. Here we go. The car swooshed out. Selena didn't ask what Luke had done back in the manor. She didn't need to know, nor did she care. She said, it's mentioned in Dito's files that he may have a secret plantation in the mountains southeast of Tijuana. That's the direction he's headed in. Luke hummed and said, he probably still has men there who can help block Martin so that he can keep running. As he replied to Selena, he looked at the items in his inventory. Look, wasn't quite accurate. In reality, he just needed to think about scanning his inventory to know what was inside. Just now, he looted a tremendous amount of cash, as well as some gold and small diamonds, from the basement in Dito's manor. He could only curse. D*MN nouveau riche. But that wasn't the important point. Luke had never been short of things like cash, gold or diamonds in his inventory. More importantly, he had found several books that appeared to be ledgers. He hadn't had the time yet to confirm if they were ledgers, they could just be import and export records. The records were very haphazard. Skimming them quickly, Luke didn't quite understand them. Dito, you an educated old man, don't you know that you have to keep clear accounts? Aren't you worried that your men will take some for themselves? But these ledgers were definitely useful, and Luke naturally wouldn't let them go. On the way, Luke saw 2 overturned SUVs. They were Dito's bodyguards, cars which Martin had knocked over. Several men were staggering next to the cars. Luke didn't stop. He simply eased up on the gas pedal and rolled down the window when he approached them. Selena had already leaned back to give Luke a clear line of sight. Pa, da, pa, da, pa, da. All the men standing next to the cars fell. Luke stepped on the gas pedal again and sped up, leaving behind the 2 SUVs lying there quietly. They sped along for over 10 minutes. Luke had no interest in catching up and blocking Dito. Martin was the one who wanted revenge, so he could do it. What interested Luke was Dito's nest. Killing the gang members and destroying illegal drugs gave him a lot of credit points. Just now, the system notification had popped up. System: destroyed Dito Flores's base. Completed. Total experience: 3,000. Total credit: 3,000. Contribution rate: 60%. EXP plus 1,800. Credit plus 1,800. He would have earned more experience and credit points if Dito had hidden illegal drugs in the manor. Martin and Roger had no time for anything else, so Luke easily picked up points in passing chapter 464, The Call of the Chief. Surprise, *CKER. Selena suddenly warned, there's a convoy 3 kilometers up ahead, a total of 5 pickups and more than 30 people. Luke hummed as they continued moving forward. Selena said, Dito's reached the convoy. He's not stopping, he's still running. The convoy has stopped Martin and Roger, and they're engaging. Hearing the intense gunfire outside the window, Luke asked casually, are Martin and Roger all right? Selena said, I think something's wrong. They're not returning as much gunfire. Luke's mind raced and he roughly understood the situation. Martin and Roger had been too busy chasing the enemy to restock their ammunition, most of which must have been used up in the battle at the manor. Chasing Dito and his bodyguard squad didn't require a lot of ammunition, but Dito's shocking number of reinforcements was pretty bad news for Martin. Luke turned off the headlights and said, send out one of the drones to scout the roads up ahead. I need to go around them. Selena worked quickly, then showed him the tablet. This should be a safe route. Luke glanced at the route marked out in red on the tablet. Calculating quickly in his head, he said, I'll pass Martin and Roger in a minute. Toss them the bag of weapons and ammunition that's in the backseat. Selena took the tablet back, then grabbed the bag from the backseat. It was a bunch of weapons which Luke had casually grabbed earlier. He hadn't used them and had just brought them with him. In any case, he had an inventory, and would never say no to extra ammunition. Selena dragged the bag toward her and lowered the back of her seat so that she was half lying down with the bag on her lap. At that moment, the window on the passenger side was all the way down. Luke began to count down. 3, 2, 1. Selena moved completely in time with Luke's countdown. She picked up the bag at 3, raised it to the window at 2, then threw it out at 1. Martin and Roger, on the other hand, were sweating with fear. Martin had already noticed Luke's car, but he had just used up his clip. Roger was hiding behind a rock 8 meters away. He only had a few bullets left and didn't dare take random shots. This wasn't a TV drama. The hit rate for shooting at a fast-moving car at night was painfully low, as the next moment, the Ford pickup which didn't have its lights on whooshed past Roger, and something heavy was thrown out from the passenger side to land 2 meters from Roger. Martin and Roger, who both had goosebumps, stared blankly. This situation didn't seem right. Whatever had been thrown out was too hefty to be a grenade. Only a lunatic would use such a huge grenade. The Ford pickup didn't stop at all. After the bag was thrown out, the car swung around to hit the side of the defense perimeter set up by Dito's bodyguards. Martin and Roger instantly realized that the Ford pickup wasn't with Dito, or it could have stopped behind them to work with the convoy in front in a pincer attack. Sure enough, the Ford pickup drove off the road and through the underbrush before suddenly speeding up a slope and hurtling through the air. When the pickup was airborne, Luke picked up a Glock with his left hand and stuck it out the window. Bang, 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 bang. After a series of gunshots, 5 bodyguards suddenly screamed and fell. The pickup landed and Luke flicked his wrist as he made use of curve shooting. Bang, bang. 2 more bodyguards collapsed. Casually dropping the Glock, Luke pulled his hand back into the car and rushed off. Martin was stupefied. Holy sh*t. What sort of shooting is that? The pickup had been in the air for no more than 2 seconds, but the driver hit 7 bodyguards who were scattered about in a brief instant in the dark night. Even a game didn't have this sort of cheat. Roger, for one, had fired almost 80 bullets tonight but had hit less than 50 enemy targets. And he was already one of the better shooters in LAPD. How good were American officers at shooting? According to certain data, in a gunfight against suspects, the first shot which a police officer fired within a 10-meter range had an accuracy of 30%. That was why the police system had always focused more on police officers practicing shooting at close range and not as much on aiming. After all, the accuracy was only 30% even when they tried to aim, which wasn't very different from not aiming at all. Just now, the pickup driver had fired 8 bullets and hit 7 people from an airborne car. Even Martin had never witnessed such marksmanship before. Roger, on the other hand, was a lot less concerned. He was an old man, and his eyesight wasn't as good. After the strange driver killed 7 bodyguards, Roger dragged over the big bag that had been thrown from the car. Feeling it, there was a burst of happiness in his heart, and he burst out laughing after he unzipped it. Martin came back to his senses. "What are you doing?" Even as he spoke, he raised his hand to catch the AK that was thrown to him with one hand and caught 2 clips with the other. Roger said, "That bag is full of weapons and ammunition, a lot of it." He raised the AK he was holding and pulled on the gun to load it. Surprise, mother f***cker. He yelled obscenities as he opened fire wildly with his AK. Martin was flabbergasted, his forehead covered in dark lines. "Roger, how long has it been since you used an AK?" Squatting down in embarrassment to dodge the bullets that were fired back at him, Roger said, "Haha, it's only been, well, I'm a police detective. I've never used an AK." He said the words a little guiltily. The truth was that he hadn't even touched the M4A1 that was sitting in his car in a long while. Like he said, he was a police detective, not a SWAT officer. A submachine gun wasn't his main weapon. If he could use a submachine gun, then why would people need SWAT? Martin rolled his eyes, then suddenly stuck his head out and raised the gun. Bam, 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 bam. 2 bodyguards who were firing at Roger screamed and fell. Martin said, "So, can you let go of the trigger? The gun's recoil is too much for you." Roger's expression was gloomy and he could only fume in silence. Up ahead, Luke's pickup had already swung back onto the road and continued speeding along. Selena said, "There's a building complex and some lights 2 kilometers up ahead, and big crop fields around. This could be Dito's plantation." Luke narrowed his eyes as he looked through the windshield. With his keen sight, he could vaguely see a bit of light. Selena wasn't done. "They have a defensive perimeter set up around the complex, and it's very organized. There's a sentry tower and, a machine gun tower." Luke laughed. "So professional." Selena observed the picture on the tablet carefully and then nodded. "It really is a machine gun tower, and there are 2 of them. They're both in the central zone and can cover the entire complex." Chapter 465 Infiltration. Luke didn't think too much of it. How crazy were drug dealers in Mexico? In his previous life, Mexican drug dealers had more armed men than the Mexican military. According to a 2018 news report, the Mexican army seized from drug dealers a batch of firearms which included 10,000 rifles, 100 machine guns and dozens of RPGs. It could be said that the biggest drug dealers in Mexico were utterly capable of waging a small war. In Luke's previous life, they were at loggerheads with the Mexican authorities for 10 years, during which time they continued to get stronger and stronger. In certain regions, they even began to wield control over the people on the lower rungs of society, completely replacing the Mexican government and establishing their own independent kingdoms. Luke was thus more or less prepared for the situation at the plantation. As long as there weren't any armored trucks, everything was fine. Dito's cars had already entered this fort-like complex, and the guards were already moving en masse. But nobody came out. Instead, they watched key areas of the building complex and looked like they were going to defend the place to the death. "Does Dito have to be that scared?" Luke grumbled unhappily. "He has 300 men here. Why don't they just go out and take Roger and Martin head on?" Selena was stunned. "You're not counting us. He doesn't even know we're here. Why should he be scared of us?" said Luke matter-of-factly. Selena was lost for words. "You're talking like you didn't take action just now." "Okay, enough chit-chat. What do we do now?" she asked. Luke stopped the car and pondered as he examined the surveillance image. This stronghold of Dito's had much better defenses than his manor. Of course, it wasn't surprising since this place was the source of his goods. It was highly likely that the plantation had been set up this way to deal with possible attacks by the Mexican army. Studying the stronghold for a moment, Luke said, "Like before, you'll send me intelligence and I'll sneak in." Selena couldn't help but object. "There are a few hundred people in there, and Martin and Roger aren't around this time." Luke chuckled. "Trust me, it'll be fine." He would earn more experience and credit points without Martin and Roger around. Was it easy for him to take leave? This break would be for naught if he didn't earn enough points during this time. Selena frowned but ultimately didn't object again. Between them, Luke had always been the one to make the decisions, and he had never been wrong. "Don't tell me you're going to copy Martin," she couldn't help warning him. Luke got out of the car with a smile. "What are you thinking? Am I that sort of reckless person?" Selena very much wanted to say, "Yes, you are," but she managed to hold back. "Be careful. Don't take any chances." Luke nodded. "You too. Don't let anybody discover your position." After that, he started running. They've deployed roughly the same number of people in every direction, but the numbers are slightly higher at the 3 and 9 o'clock entrances, Selena said in Luke's earpiece. Luke had naturally noticed it too. This stronghold was better defended than the manor, but not by very much. No matter how professional a setup was, the personnel had to be professional enough to carry it out. Dito's lackeys clearly weren't professionals. Besides, the stronghold wasn't designed to resist special forces, and had many weaknesses. For someone as extraordinary as Luke, there were too many holes he could take advantage of. Exerting force, he crawled swiftly through a shallow sewer, his immense strength and reactions preventing him from being soaked in the muddy sewage like an ordinary soldier would. He would have to get into the car later, and didn't want to get all dirty. It only took him 2 seconds to make his way through the 20-meter-long sewer. Passing through an area on the perimeter which didn't have any cover, Luke hid behind a low wooden wall. 2 enemies on the roof to your left. A pickup armed with a machine gun around the corner to your right. The alerts came through Luke's earpiece. He bent low and moved forward, out of the line of sight of the 2 men on the roof. Finding a back door, he gently used force and opened it soundlessly. There was nobody inside. Walking in, he went up to the front window. Craning his neck slightly, he examined the environment and people inside the stronghold. Luke now had a better look at the defensive setup here, and there was one word to describe it: crap. Whoever formulated the defense plan was quite good. Unfortunately, the people implementing it were just amateurs. They were sloppy and slacking off, resulting in a vulnerable stronghold which could have otherwise been properly defended. Dito Flores really wasn't a man who knew how to use people properly. But thinking about it, Mexican drug dealers currently had yet to absorb members of the army and police forces in large numbers, so their crappy fighting strength was understandable. After observing for a while, Luke carried on with his operation. He couldn't touch the guards who were out in the open yet. Killing them was as good as announcing that someone had snuck in. What he was focused on was several men moving things behind a nearby building. Different from the other buildings that were made from wood, this was a concrete building, and 5 to 6 men were moving several hard, black, long and thick weapons out. They were RPG-75. This was the favorite heavy-duty firepower weapon of private forces. It was cheap, useful and easily accessible. Luke's sharp nose detected gun oil, gunpowder and a mix of other scents from the building behind the men. This suggested that the building was an armory. But weren't these guys acting too scared? They were only dealing with Martin and Roger on the surface. Why were they moving RPGs? It wasn't like Roger and Martin were going to attack them in an armored car. Mocking inwardly, Luke stealthily made his way to the building. Leaning against the back wall of the concrete building, Luke's sharp nose confirmed that a lot of things were stashed in the building, and the criminals were only moving a small portion out. However, this building only had one entrance, through which the men were busy moving stuff out. Seeing them move weapons out without stopping, Luke felt a little helpless. There were just 2 attackers outside. How much firepower did they need? He saw quite a few large boxes of machine gun ammo belts. Luke rolled his eyes. These ammo belts were pretty good. 10 minutes to load and 10 seconds to shoot, that was how machine guns worked. That was also why Luke had always favored precision over quantity. Loading wasted too much time. More importantly, he had yet to run into an enemy for which he needed a machine gun to deal with. Fortunately, 2 minutes after he made his way over, the men were finally done loading up the car and they drove off. At the same time, Luke darted out from the side to enter the concrete building. Chapter 466. It's showtime. In Grenade 80 there were only 2 people left in the armory. Sorting out the ammo and equipment with their backs to the door, they didn't notice that an enemy had snuck in. This was the central zone in the stronghold and all around them were their people. They never expected anybody to infiltrate this place. Luke walked over and took them out with a punch to the back of the head each. He then made straight for his target. He wasn't interested in the ammo, he had more than enough. He was slightly tempted by the full ammo belts, but there was no need to take them now. He quickly lifted the lids of several boxes. After verifying the equipment inside, he stored the boxes in his inventory. He didn't let go of the 2 RPGs and the missiles either. He had never bought these before. For the same reason he had never used machine guns, he had never needed them. Naturally, he was just picking these up in passing. He was very fast. 2 minutes after sneaking in, he had cleaned up everything that he was interested in. He then stuffed the bodies of the 2 dead criminals into 2 empty boxes, closed them, and put 2 boxes of bullets on top. Nobody would discover the bodies anytime soon, which would buy Luke more time on this operation. Slipping out of the concrete building, he made his way to his next target. It was a building at 1 o'clock in the complex. There wasn't anything particularly special about it, conversely, it was very unremarkable. This building was neither an important part of the defense nor was it on the perimeter. It was a little out of the way and closer to the wheat fields outside. Sneaking over to the building, Luke threw out the rope dart and reeled in a guard before he killed him. Then, taking out raw materials from his inventory, he swiftly put together ad hoc weapons. He had obtained these materials from Dito's manor earlier precisely for use in the plantation. Since he had everything, he finished very quickly. Stashing more than half of his handmade weapons into his inventory, Luke picked up the dozen that were left and walked to the back of the building. This was a blind spot in the stronghold which had been guarded by the criminal that Luke had just killed. Naturally, there was nobody here. Placing his handmade weapons in front of him, Luke took a deep breath. He then picked one up, pulled the ring on the grenade and hurled it. He swiftly lobbed the dozen handmade grenades at a rate of 2 per second. He used quite a lot of strength and threw them up to an astonishing height. As a result, the handmade weapons flew far out into the wheat fields. When Luke tossed them out, A criminal standing guard in front of a building a little further out in front of Luke suddenly sensed that something wasn't right and subconsciously raised his head. Why do I feel like something just flew over our heads? Another criminal looked around. Where? But the handmade grenades had already flown past and were falling toward the wheat fields outside the stronghold. There was nothing to see. The two men had barely spoken when there was a loud bang as the first handmade grenade that was still in the air exploded. The explosion sent out flames to create a fiery shower which covered a range of over 10 square meters. A series of explosions then rang out in the air above the wheat fields outside as a shower of flames quickly spread out. The two criminals were dumbfounded. At the first explosion, everybody in the stronghold subconsciously fell silent. They then opened their mouths at the same time, some asking questions and some shouting. The entire place was a mess. Selena said, "Martin and Roger have finished off the criminals blocking them and are racing over to the stronghold." Luke chuckled inwardly. This was Martin's chance. It would be suicide for Martin to attack a defense line of 300 people, even if they were all amateurs. U.S. troops who fought overseas often said that they had the absolute advantage in the first 10 minutes of an engagement. The situation after that depended on who had the greater number of people. The meaning was clear. In a battle, being outnumbered was deadly after a long period of time. Firepower and personal capabilities could help soldiers gain the upper hand over superior numbers in a short period of time, but even the best soldiers wouldn't be able to deal with a constant flow of enemies if things were drawn out. Of course, this largely referred to field missions, like in Baghdad or Afghanistan. Luke had snuck in secretly precisely to create chaos. He was now far stronger than a normal person, but he couldn't show himself if he wanted to take care of Dito's group of criminals smoothly. Even with elementary self-healing in a bulletproof vest, a few hundred bullets hitting him would still hurt. Sure enough, Martin hadn't given up on getting revenge. Since he was still on the attack, there was a lot more room for Luke to act. As he pondered, he took out a box of grenades from his inventory and weighed one of them in his hand. "Once they're outside the stronghold, tell me the distance and range." Selena said, "They'll reach the main gate in a minute." This gave Luke a buffer to get ready. 1 minute passed quickly. Martin and Roger have stopped the car. For the time being, they're not going in, Selena alerted Luke. Luke chuckled. It's showtime. Saying that, he pulled the pin on a grenade and threw it at the main gate. Once he started, he didn't stop. At a frequency of 2 grenades per second, he emptied the box and aimed the grenades at various spots close to the main gate. Boom, 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 80, 80, 80, 80. Luke couldn't help chanting in his heart. Explosions rang out one after another and burning shrapnel was sent flying everywhere, severely wounding the criminals who were gathered around the gate. Luke had now turned into a human grenade launcher. He threw the grenades accurately at wherever the criminals were gathered. Wretched cries for help rang out inside the stronghold. Many criminals were killed and still more were heavily wounded. Because of their injuries, they could only scream and cry for help. All the criminals in the stronghold were panic-stricken. Had they been surrounded by the Mexican military? Was this a raid? Luke was too fast and precise at lobbing the grenades as explosions rang out close to the main gate one after another. It was such horrifying momentum that these amateur criminals were under the illusion that they were surrounded. Luke had no time to bother with them. His show had only just begun. Throwing out 20 grenades in a row, he leisurely surveyed the activity inside the stronghold. A lot of people were now running helter-skelter near the front gate even though they didn't know why they were running. Many criminals on the perimeter were already opening fire towards the outside of the stronghold. They completely didn't realize that the attack had come from within. Luke soon shifted his attention away from the main gate. The fellows there were already frightened stiff by the explosions and few of them dared to gather together any longer. Chapter 467 Don't need grenades or RPGs for work outside the stronghold. Selena was flabbergasted as she stared at the surveillance image. How on earth did Luke get his hands on so many grenades? Not far from the main gate, Martin and Roger were just as stupefied. What's going on? We haven't discussed our attack strategy yet. On the way here, Roger had in fact been strongly opposed to Martin attacking the stronghold. Roger was old, not blind. He didn't think that the two of them could deal with so many criminals in the stronghold. He thought it was already God's blessing that they survived the manor just now. But Martin still wouldn't give up. How could it be that easy to let go of his hatred toward the person who killed his wife and baby? As they argued in low voices, the sound of Luke setting the weeds on fire rang out. Looking at this magnificent spectacle of a fiery shower, Roger mumbled, "A military drone attack." Silent for a moment, Martin then crushed his guess. "Drones can't carry so much ammo. Besides, those are grenades." Martin was far more familiar with the sound of explosions than Roger was, and he could tell right away that these were grenade explosions. But how could anyone throw out so many grenades in so short a span of time? Were Mexican special forces attacking this place too? Inside the stronghold, Luke observed the back gate at 12 o'clock. He chuckled lightly and grabbed more grenades. Another round for the other side. That's only fair. A moment later, grenades fell like eggs from the dark sky toward the back gate. Boom, 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 80, 80, 80, 80, Luke murmured again in his heart. The criminals were in a complete mess. At least 100 men were gathered at the front and back gates where they had focused their defense. But after 2 bombardments, slightly under half of them were dead and the survivors were scared witless. Martin and Roger are starting their assault at 7 o'clock. Make sure you don't hurt them by accident, Selena warned Luke again. Looking at the stronghold, half of which was covered in smoke and fire, as well as the massive fire that was starting to spread outside among the weeds, Selena gained a new understanding of Luke's destructive power. She felt that her previous lack of understanding was most likely due to the fact that Los Angeles police detectives didn't need to use grenades in their line of work. Factoring in Luke's monstrous strength and stamina, Selene felt that it wasn't going to end well for the criminals in the stronghold. Sure enough, just as she was thinking this, more explosions rang out, and the stronghold's central zone was showered with grenades once again. Luke even specially tossed 2 assault grenades into the machine gun tower. The structure, which had seemed so imposing earlier, was instantly blown to smithereens. Luke had to be careful when it came to this heavy-duty weapon which had a huge coverage. He might not die if he was hit, but he would definitely be heavily wounded. At that moment, moans and cries rang out from the front and back. "Luke, I think Dito is about to run," Selena suddenly said. Luke was rendered speechless. Why was Dito so spineless? Couldn't this old man be gutsy for once? He asked, "Where is he?" Selena replied, "There are 2 cars headed down the main road not far from you." I don't think your grenades will be enough to deal with him." Luke, While communicating with Selena, he stuck his head out and looked at the main road, only to lose his cool and curse. "Seriously, Dito really has something like that?" Selena said, "Yep, the armored truck in the front has 2 machine guns. Dito is inside the modified Hummer behind. The Hummer also has a machine gun turret. You can see it, right? Don't you dare do something dumb." Luke just wanted to cover his head. "I see it. Dito's lackeys are real geniuses at modification. With their skills, why did they become drug dealers? They could have made a fortune by opening a body shop." On the main road, an armored truck led the way. The truck was completely wrapped in steel plates with only a small observation window in front of the driver's seat. The truck container in the back had been replaced with 2 mounted machine gun turrets that even had half-circle steel plates around them to act as shields. The Hummer which followed the truck also had steel plates installed to provide the shooter's protection. At first glance, one might think it was a legit US military troop. His mind racing as he observed the situation, Luke took out 2 RPGs from his inventory. Swoosh, swoosh, 2 strings of fire streaked out, one hitting the observation window of the armored truck and the other hitting one of its tires. Following 2 loud booms, the armored truck immediately stopped moving. Luke instantly scuttled behind another building. He took out another 2 rockets for the RPGs and reloaded them. Going around a few buildings to emerge behind the armored vehicles, Luke mumbled, "Double RPGs, double happiness." Swoosh. One of the rockets hit the machine gun turret on the armored truck. Boom. The machine gun turret on the armored truck burst into flames and turned into a blazing cavity. Swoosh. The other rocket was fired at the tires of the armored Hummer. Boom. The armored Hummer flew to one side and crashed to the ground, one of its back tires sent flying as it wobbled and hit a nearby building. Luke had already retreated again and quickly slipped away. Kill Dito. It wasn't important. The guy was worth 300 experience and credit points at most. He could be left for Martin to deal with. Each criminal in the horde on the side was easily worth 20 experience and credit points, so Luke could still earn a lot if he worked diligently. He didn't mind doing Martin this favor. If Martin could kill his arch-enemy himself, he would probably be more willing to take the blame for everything. In Luke's ear, Selena alerted him to Martin and Roger's current positions every now and then. She had already seen how Luke knocked over the two armored vehicles in the surveillance image. Her estimation of Luke's destructive power increased once more, and again she rejoiced. It was a good thing that LA police detectives didn't need RPGs in their line of work, or Luke might blow Los Angeles to kingdom come. Thanks to Selena's alerts, Luke steered clear of Martin and Roger and roamed the dark corners of the buildings. Now and then, he would throw out a grenade to accurately hit a group of criminals gathered together. Not far away, a minor gang leader gestured and shouted as he stood bravely on the top of a pickup with a mounted machine gun and instructed the unorganized criminals to approach him. Very quickly, this warrior gathered a dozen men together. Now, listen up, stop the guys who are running around brainlessly and have them assemble and search the place. Swoosh. Something dark dropped from the sky and landed at his feet in the back of the pickup with a clatter. The surrounding criminals were deathly still for a moment, until a man shouted despairingly, "Grenade!" Everybody scattered. Bang! This warrior chief was sent flying out of the truck. He hit the ground not far away and rolled a couple of times before he stopped moving. In the meantime, another grenade exploded above the criminals who had just scattered. Chapter 468 Even Jesus Can't Save Dito. Bang! The grenade which exploded in midair enveloped the criminals, scattering metal ball bearings which made everyone scream. Under the threat of the grenades that came flying over every now and then, the remaining 200 or so criminals were unable to organize any sort of counterattack and could only flee haphazardly as they fired off random shots. They didn't dare assemble together since a grenade would be thrown at them out of nowhere to blow them up. On the other side, Martin and Roger were initially under a lot of pressure with almost 30 people firing at them. Suddenly, a few grenades landed among the criminals and instantly eliminated half of them. The rest lost their courage and ran away. Martin, gasping, Roger mumbled, "Do you think that God is protecting us? We're still alive in the face of so many enemies." Martin scoffed, "Does God throw grenades, too? Let's go. I think I saw Dito." Roger perked up. "Where?" Martin said, "Follow me. Don't get blown up by the grenades." Roger asked, "Seriously?" Martin said, "Fine, I hate to admit it, but these experts seem fully aware of our location and movements." What he didn't say was that only an elite special squad working in perfect tandem could move and act so freely and skillfully. But Martin didn't understand why a squad with such high combat ability would be helping him. Luke received an alert from Selena once more. 5 cars entered the back gate, 4 SUVs, and a pickup with a machine gun. They're Dito's reinforcements. Be careful. Unlike the amateurs in the stronghold, these are professionals. Luke asked, "Where are they?" Selena said, "Where you ambushed the armored truck just now. They're fighting Martin and Roger. You might want to hurry up. Martin and Roger can barely hold them back." Actually, Martin and Roger couldn't hold them back at all. Almost 30 people got out of the 5 support vehicles. They were armed with a good combination of UMPs and M4A1s, were well trained, and had a clear objective. Working in tandem and without needing to use the heavy machine gun on the pickup, they forced Martin and Roger to stay behind cover the entire time. The reinforcements picked up Dito and covered each other as they retreated to the vehicles and prepared to evacuate. Not only that, under the command of these reinforcements, many criminals assembled together as well and started pushing toward the back gate. Together with the reinforcements, 50 people formed a group which continued to draw in the criminals nearby. Hive mentality was human nature. In times of chaos, most people would follow the majority. The reinforcements had taken the lead. Seeing how the reinforcements moved, Luke realized that things were now a little tricky. He was out of grenades and the reinforcements' tactics were very advanced. They sent out the criminal cannon fodder to clear the way for them while keeping a safe distance themselves and covering each other as they retreated. Luke's marksmanship was very good, but after just killing a couple of them, he would draw all their fire. Also, while their retreat wasn't very fast, it wasn't slow either. By the time Luke eliminated half of them, they would have completely evacuated. With the amateurs clearing the way, it wouldn't be easy for Luke to use an RPG to blow up the entire convoy. Luke frowned. These reinforcements were really good, almost as good as a trained military troop. Sure enough, Dito held extraordinary power. But it was useless. Dito was doomed. Even Jesus couldn't save him. So saith Luke. At that moment, a pickup appeared from around a corner. An idea occurred to Luke when he saw the pickup. He shot the driver and the pickup crashed into a building next to the road. Nobody cared about this small car crash. Luke swiftly entered the building and tinkered with the pickup for a moment before he returned with a new weapon. Just as this bunch regrouped and morale started to improve, the faces of the criminals facing the back gate suddenly changed. Several criminals with quick reflexes simply lunged to the side like dogs and crawled away on all fours to find cover like a dog. In one of the SUVs, a burly, fierce-looking man roared into his walkie-talkie, "Stop wasting time, hurry up and retreat. Clear the way, find a vehicle, preferably a pickup with a machine gun. FCK, why are you running? Machine gun." Not far away from the SUV, a criminal's eyes bulged and looked like they would fall out of his head before he ran for this life. Stunned, the burly man sensed something wasn't right and abruptly turned around. At that moment, time seemed to slow down. A tall figure emerged from around a corner at a heavy pace, raising dust with each footstep. As if his keen eyes were taking in everything in slow motion, the burly man saw the weapons the man had on him, as well as the long ammo belts that hung on this huge man. The burly man's pupils contracted abruptly. The tall stranger was actually very fast. In just a few steps, he reached the center of the road. He then turned around to face the convoy and the 50 to 60 criminals in front of it. Surprise, mother F***CKER. All the criminals trembled at the roar. Except for those who had already scrambled off, those that remained instinctively looked in the direction of the roar. They saw a hard, black, long and thick barrel, a cruel battlefield weapon, and a long golden and dazzling ammo belt, on a tall and sturdy figure who stood with one leg in front of the other. The next moment, there was a muffled boom completely unlike the sound of a rifle. Tong, 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 tong. Blood suddenly sprayed out of the criminals at the very front. The burly commander yelled frantically into his walkie-talkie, "Scatter! Scatter! Machine gun, return fire!" But it was too late. The man behind the machine gun on the pickup, who was the biggest threat for Luke, had just turned the machine gun around when his head was reduced to a pulp. Naturally, the heavy machine gun had to be taken care of first. Luke's first target was precisely this gunner. After finishing off the gunner, Luke used all his strength for once and opened fire with both hands. Swiftly adjusting the muzzles, he fired in sporadic bursts at the several dozen criminals in front of him one by one. The muzzle swept toward a particular sub and he pulled the trigger lightly. Tong, tong, tong. The bullets left the barrel of the heavy machine gun in a smooth burst. Chapter 469. I gave you a chance but you didn't take it. The burly man in command in the driver's seat didn't have time to react before his upper torso blew up. Luke swept the barrel of the machine gun past Dito and didn't stop firing. He had no idea that he had just killed the linchpin of the reinforcements, and was completely immersed in his domineering firepower. This fierce metallic storm didn't stop as gunfire continued to ring out. In less than 10 seconds, Luke plowed through these criminals. Except for the handful of people who had sharp eyes and quick movements, and crawled away fast enough, the other 40 or so criminals were turned into pulp by this fierce barrage. The terrible gunfire finally came to an end. The convoy was a complete mess. The driver's seats had all been shot through, and only the bottom half of the guy manning the machine gun was left. Nobody hiding behind the cars survived either. That handful of traumatized criminals who hadn't been killed cried and crawled away, bloody and broken. Clang! The heavy M2 fell to the ground with a dull thump. Luke let out a soundless laugh and rolled his wrists. In his heart, however, he yelled, "FC King amazing. 10 minutes to load and 10 seconds to shoot." The machine gun really was a weapon that brought joy. After rotating his wrists, Luke casually drew out a looted M1911 from the holster on his leg. Bang, 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 bang. The handful of criminals wailing and crawling away were all shot in the head. Reloading the gun unhurriedly, Luke disappeared into the shadows of a nearby building. On the opposite side, Martin's and Roger's eyes were close to falling out. That was an M2 Browning, which weighed almost 40 kilograms even when unloaded. Even just holding it steady was hard for a regular person. Opening fire while holding the gun in the hand, only bored gun fanatics would try that. Even if they wore a sling so that their body would take most of the gun's weight, they would be knocked off balance after a couple of shots. It was impossible to deal with the recoil of such a heavy weapon. To be able to use up an ammo belt and still hold the gun steady like what they had just seen, that person absolutely wasn't human. Martin suddenly felt that there was something wrong with this world. He was confident in his shooting skills, but had lost when it came to heavy machine guns, as if That was AFC King vehicle-mounted machine gun that wasn't designed to be held by hand. At that moment, Roger finally picked his jaw up from the ground. He mumbled, "That guy's my fan. Martin." "Huh, that line he said just now, he clearly learned it from me," said Roger. Martin said, "You're right. Who knows, he might also be black." Roger asked, "Are you dissing the color of my skin?" Martin said, "I'm praising the magnificent strength all of you have, to be able to hold and shoot a heavy machine gun." Roger said, "Please don't. I can't even hold an M249. I'm an old man." As they bantered, they finally calmed down from the shock. Nobody dared to get close anymore. The image of the heavy machine gun clearing the scene just now was too horrible. The truth was that the burly man in the SUV whom Luke had killed was the military instructor for the armed men under Dito's command. He was an American and a retired Marine. He had come here for money, and because of money, would remain here forever. It was a universal truth that the pursuit of wealth was the greatest cause of death. Taking down Dito's last ray of hope, Luke carried out a final cleanup inside the stronghold. He simply shot anyone who ran past him. As for those who got away, he didn't chase them but simply reminded Selena over the comms, "Be careful of the criminals who are running, don't let them ambush you." Selena had the car, and the fleeing criminals might try to steal it. "Relax, I found a good place to hide in," Selena said. "But are you sure we shouldn't leave soon?" Chuckling, Luke raised his hand and fired twice, killing 2 criminals who just ran past him. Entering the building behind him, he walked through the hall and kicked open the back door, which hit the face of a criminal who was shuddering behind it. He said, "Believe in the Mexican police. I guarantee that they won't arrive before we leave." Selena. Seizing this opportunity, Luke entered the armory once more and looted the ammunition that he was interested in, like the boxes of stacked ammo belts. The thrill he got from the barrage just now wasn't something he could get from an assault rifle. With his extraordinary strength, both rifles and pistols felt light to him and barely had a recoil. In contrast, the M2 just now reminded him what it felt like to first use a gun. Besides the ammo belts, he also swept clean the ammo for RPGs. Finally, he set a plastic explosive inside the armory and left. "What are Martin and Roger doing?" Luke asked. Selena replied, "They're fighting. It seems they're arguing over Dito." Luke found that odd. "What do you mean?" Selena said, "I don't know, but I think Roger wants to bring Dito back." Luke chuckled. What a wily old man. If they brought Dito back, what he had would give Martin and Roger leverage. Just for this guy's money alone, there would be people willing to protect Martin and Roger. The two of them had really kicked a hornet's nest this time. Roger had probably taken this into consideration. But Dito had killed Martin's wife and baby, and Martin wasn't willing to let his arch-enemy go. It couldn't be said that Roger wasn't a good friend. He was an old man who had followed his partner to Mexico to chase and hunt down dozens of criminals. He was definitely a loyal friend. Luke found the drug warehouse and poured oil around in it. He then flicked a lighter and tossed it out before he turned around and left. Behind him, flames burst out and swallowed the warehouse full of weed. "Luke, it seems that Roger has convinced Martin. Martin's gone back to the car, and Dito is still alive." Luke shook his head, lost for words. After running a dozen meters, he saw Roger and Martin about 30 meters away. He saw Roger with his back to him as the latter handcuffed Dito Flores. Seeing that, Luke couldn't help but murmur, "Martin, I gave you a chance." He drew out the M1911 from his holster, and with a flick of his wrist, used curve shooting. Pa. Roger, who had put handcuffs on Dito in relief, saw blood burst out of Dito's temples, and the man collapsed like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Roger was dumbfounded. What the hell? Hearing the gunshot, Martin immediately got out of the car. Looking at the shocked Roger and the dead Dito, he had complicated feelings. He was angry, happy and relieved, but also a little regretful and disappointed. Chapter 470 Crushed Selena. Dito Flores was finally dead, but it hadn't been Martin who did it. Because of Roger, Martin didn't kill this drug lord himself. After a long silence, Roger finally crouched down and took the handcuffs off Dito. He got into the car angrily and called out behind him, "It's not safe here. If you're upset, shoot him a few more times yourself. Or do you want to take a few photos?" Martin took a deep breath, then shook his head. Looking at a dark corner that was already empty, he said in a low voice, "Thank you, System. You have received Martin Riggs's appreciation. You may now learn all his abilities." Martin Riggs's abilities. basic firearms, basic combat, basic long-distance shooting. Luke, who was now walking out, simply smiled and didn't think too much of it. You can express your gratitude by taking the blame for all this. As he walked, he communicated with Selena. You can come and pick me up now. He then took out the remaining handmade weapons from his inventory and threw them into the half-burnt weed fields. With another series of explosions and fiery showers, all the weed fields were completely consumed in flames. Selena had just arrived and she opened the door. Luke got into the driver's seat and said with a smile, "Mission accomplished." Selena said, "Very good. Cars are headed this way from Tijuana. They're still a little far away but there's quite a lot of them." Luke laughed, turned the wheel, and drove southeast. As the car sped along, Luke was feeling elated. As the final weed fields caught fire, the system notification popped up. System: eliminate important members of Dito Flores' gang and destroy the weed manufacturing base. Completed. Total experience: 10,000. Total credit: 10,000. Contribution rate: 90%. EXP plus 9,000. Credit plus 9,000. Including his harvest from Dito's manor earlier, Luke had earned more than 10,000 experience and credit points tonight. A huge part of it was for destroying the weed. Otherwise, he would have only earned 5,000 to 6,000 experience and credit points at most for killing the 300 or so criminals at the stronghold, a number of whom escaped. In the system, the credit for disposing of the drugs and disposing of the gangsters were almost equal. That was simply fantastic. In any case, the drugs were useless to him, and he didn't regret burning the warehouse to the ground at all. He had pretty much accomplished his aim to gain experience and credit points. During this break, when all was said and done, the mid-level gangs in Los Angeles didn't really cut it anymore. If he carried on like this in LA, it might create a huge disaster this year. So, he had to expand his sources. After this secret jaunt to Mexico, he had earned 10,000 experience and credit points, which was way more efficient than cleaning up LA gangs. After all, he had to pay attention to the impact it could have on a densely populated city like LA, as displaced gang members might cause social unrest. In Mexico, there were too many gangs, all of which were cancers of society. Wiping out one wouldn't have too big an impact. The remnants would naturally join other gangs and continue their criminal careers. Or they might run into Luke again and give him experience and credit points once more. As the car sped along, Selena helped Luke take off his bulletproof vest and other equipment. She stuffed the gear into a bag and threw it into the backseat. She then gave him a bottle of water with a straw. "Okay, you helped Martin get revenge, there's no need to be so happy." Luke chuckled and drank the water. He still had to help Martin and Roger wrap things up when they went back, which would be a little tricky. But Selena was still too innocent. Was he here to help Martin with his revenge? That was at most incidental. Besides, Luke killed Dito Flores in the end, and Martin and Roger had lost an important bargaining chip. If things weren't handled properly, they could be suspended when they got back. So actually, he had sabotaged them a little more than helped them, especially Roger. For the sake of getting revenge, Martin didn't care whether or not he could continue working as a police officer. But Roger was doing well as a second-rank sergeant. The Black Baldy was old but a good person. It didn't seem right for him to be punished for this. The car didn't stop as it continued southeast. Selena quickly fell asleep. She wasn't Luke, and after hurrying through the night and fighting and hurrying back, she needed some rest. Before dawn the next day, Luke and Selena returned to the Mexican mountains on the opposite side of Big Bend National Park. Sinking the car in a river, they set off once again. With Selena on his back, Luke climbed the mountain as casually as if he were walking on level ground. Selena suddenly sighed. Luke asked, "What's up?" After a brief silence, Selena said, "It would be easier for you if I hadn't come along, right?" Tonight, she finally understood what Luke was like when he was at full power, and she suddenly sensed the huge gap between them. They had only worked cases before this and she hadn't personally witnessed Luke in battle with many criminals, so she hadn't sensed it. But tonight, Luke and Martin together took down close to 100 men at Dito's manor, which was already very terrifying. Later, Luke completely thrashed the 300 men at Dito's plantation on his own, to the point that they couldn't even organize a decent counterattack. It was completely beyond Selena's expectations. Luke chuckled, "You're my partner, not my lackey. Why so sensitive?" After a brief silence, Selena said, "You don't have to comfort me. I'll train harder so that I can help you for longer." Luke didn't stop running, but he frowned slightly. Had she lost confidence in herself and wanted to retire? Both of them sunk into a long silence. Luke had never considered this issue before. If Selena stopped being his partner and he got a new one, that would be a real problem. Luke had always been a cautious person. Somebody who hadn't been with him since the beginning and whom he hadn't experienced life and death with so many times would be somebody he would never really trust. He didn't have anything that could improve Selena's combat ability quickly. This wasn't something he could get his hands on so easily. If it were that easy, Obadiah wouldn't need to copy Tony to create Ironmonger. If it were that easy, General Ross wouldn't be so obsessed with the Hulk. In this world, there were plenty of ways to make someone else stronger, but it wasn't easy to get your hands on them. Even if he managed to obtain something, it would probably have strong side effects. Maybe he could make a simpler version of Tony's Iron Man suit. That seemed to be a more reliable approach. As long as it was a little uglier and cruder, Tony probably wouldn't associate the unrefined thing with his own technology. But even a simple version of the suit would require a tremendous amount of money. Money was still necessary, and it had to be clean money that was traceable. The two of them were silent on the way back to Big Bend National Park. Chapter 471. Camping with a crybaby. On their way back, Luke destroyed most of the equipment he had used on the mission and dumped the remains in a river in Big Bend National Park. Putting on the sportswear which he had come in, he and Selena got into their car in the parking lot and returned to Shackelford. Entering town, Luke dropped Selena at her place. Selena asked, "You're not going home?" Luke shrugged. "I'm planning to spend 2 days in the mountains near my grandpa's ranch to relax." Selena understood what he meant. He had killed so many people in Mexico, and he didn't want his family to notice anything wrong. Selena thought for a moment, then said, "I'll go with you. I need a quiet place to rest too. Let me tell my mom." She then got out and entered the house before returning a moment later. Luke had yet to start the car, when both of them looked out of the passenger side helplessly. Sandra naturally didn't worry about where they were going, but Dollar had already tottered down from the patio, wagging its tail and whining outside the car as it did its best to curry favor with its young master. Selena hesitated for a moment before she asked, "Can I bring him with us?" Luke said, "Of course. Dollar's such a good boy, right, Dollar?" Dollar wagged its tail even faster when Luke said its name and whined even more frantically. Neither of them could refuse such a cute crybaby. With a smile, Selena turned around and opened the back door. "Come here, Dollar." Dollar climbed into the backseat unhurriedly and sat down obediently. Selena rubbed its big head affectionately and said, "Good dog." Luke started the car with a smile and drove out. Though they were headed to the mountains outside his grandpa's ranch, he wasn't going to see his grandpa. He didn't want to see his family just yet, and that included his grandpa. Stopping the car at the foot of the mountains near the ranch, they got out with their stuff and started hiking. Both of them were familiar with the place. Luke had spent too many weekends and holidays here during his childhood. Mario, Selena's father, worked at Luke's grandfather's ranch. Selena grew up in this place too. But Selena had been in middle school when Luke went to primary school, and by the time Luke entered middle school, Selena had graduated. So even though they knew each other, they didn't interact a lot as kids. Returning to the most familiar hometown environment, both of them relaxed significantly, their exhaustion and stress gradually replaced with tranquility. Dollar followed Selena obediently and simply glanced at the little animals that jumped out every now and then without chasing them. It was too old and no longer as inquisitive. It only wanted to stay with its young master. Following a brook, they hiked deeper into the mountains where less people went. Shackelford had a small population and the workers and cowboys were kept busy on the ranch. After crossing 1 or 2 peaks, there usually weren't any signs of anyone else. Most people usually camped on the fringe. The deeper you went into the mountains, the more dangerous it was. Plus, the views were similar, so it was unnecessary to go that far in. Half an hour later, Luke and Selena reached an open space near a creek. The trees were far away, and there was even a bonfire pit in the open space. This was a campsite often frequented by visitors. It had water and an open space. It wasn't far from the outside world but was quiet enough. Apart from the birds and insects among the trees, there were no sounds of people at all. People who were accustomed to big cities might feel uncomfortable in this sort of environment. There was no sound of distant cars, or the occasional indistinct shout, or the sound of music or the TV being played too loudly. Even when the wind blew, there was only the sound of rustling branches instead of the rattle of bits and bobs hitting a window. But Luke and Selena were very used to this sort of environment and even savored the serenity. Also, they had Dollar to accompany them, so they weren't alone. Taking out the ingredients which Selena had brought from home, Luke quickly prepared an outdoor barbecue and lit a fire with the firewood she collected. Adjusting it to a suitable size, he said with a smile, "The food will be ready in an hour. You can go out and have some fun before that." Selena stretched and said, "No, I'm going to take a nap." She then hugged Dollar's big head and said, "Don't disturb me. Go follow Luke, understand?" The old dog licked her hand lovingly to indicate that it understood. Selena then unzipped her tent and crawled inside. Very quickly, her snoring could be heard. She had really fallen asleep. Luke stared for a moment before he turned around, waved Dollar over and scratched the dog's chin. Dollar narrowed its eyes comfortably and lay down next to Luke obediently. The only sound in the open space next to the creek was the crackling of firewood. Selena didn't wake up until quite a few hours later. They didn't talk much. After they ate, they roamed the woods separately. As Luke walked alone, he thought about the aftermath of this mission, as well as Selena's future. Selena took Dollar with her, and seemed to have a weight on her mind as well. The day passed peacefully. At midnight, Luke, who was still browsing through files, suddenly stopped and came out of his tent. Fire streaked across the night sky and then crashed into the woods in the distance. Luke raised an eyebrow. Was that a meteorite? He had never seen a meteorite fall, but it looked like it. However, it was too far away for him to be sure. Not far away, Selena sat up in her tent and asked, "What's up?" Luke shrugged. "It looks like a meteorite fell over there." Selena hummed in acknowledgement and didn't think much of it. She was about to lie down again, then paused. "You're not going to go dig it up, are you?" Luke thought for a moment before he shook his head. "Forget it, there's no need to go in the middle of the night. We can check it out after breakfast tomorrow." Selena yawned. "That works." She then lay down and fell asleep. Previously, she would have definitely gotten Luke to take her there for a look. But since last night, she had been listless and uninterested in doing anything. Luke shook his head helplessly and sorted out his things before going back to this tent to rest as well. Selena woke up at 6 in the morning. Sleeping here was much more relaxing than in the city. Since she had gone to bed early last night, she wasn't inclined to have a lie-in out here in the wild. After she got up, she saw Luke working out in the distance and called out a greeting. She then went to wash up. Dollar instantly got up and followed her. Luke started to make breakfast. Later, they could go take a look at the meteorite which crashed last night. Chapter 472 Dollar catches a fish and the FBI catches a fugitive. Some meteorites were very valuable, especially those which contained metals that were rare or non-existent on Earth. They were more precious than diamonds and gold. But of course, most meteorites weren't that valuable. Suddenly, Dollar barked warily. Luke turned his head, only to see the dog standing on a huge rock and bristling at the creek. He was a little amused. Dollar, this old dog could still act like a puppy at times. Was it growling at a fish in the river? There weren't any water snakes or alligators in the shallow creek. Luke's sharp nose hadn't detected either of these two dangerous creatures nearby. Selena also didn't think it was a big deal. It just looked like Dollar was growling at a random fish. Dogs were like that. If the wind blew a plastic bag over, they could play and chase it for quite a while. Dollar had done a lot of similar, stupidly cute things when it was younger. Selena walked over after washing up and had breakfast with Luke. Suddenly, there was a plop, and both of them turned around to see that Dollar was no longer on the rock. Judging from the plop, the dog must have jumped into the creek. Luke said, "Wow, Dollar seems very lively today." Selena was upset. "It's probably 'cause we haven't played together for a while. He really isn't afraid of getting sick." Luke said, "It's not that bad, the weather's getting hot now. Just wipe him dry right away once he comes back." As they talked, they heard Dollar splashing around in the creek. But the dog was blocked by the rock and they couldn't see it. Luke didn't think too much of it. The creek was only 20 centimeters deep, and Dollar couldn't drown. Sure enough, 2 minutes later, Dollar emerged on the rock with a fish wriggling between its teeth. Luke and Selena were lost for words. It wasn't lunchtime yet. Why had the dog caught a live fish? In the end, before they could call for Dollar, the dog opened its mouth as if it wanted praise, and the fish dropped back into the water and swiftly slipped away. Luke burst out laughing. Okay, we don't have to eat Dollar's saliva for lunch today. Selena shook her head helplessly. I don't like to eat that type of fish. Having lost the fish, Dollar could only pad back toward them with a drooping head and tail, its fur dripping wet. Luke firmly scooted back a few meters. The next moment, Dollar shook itself dry. Water flew everywhere and hit Selena, who hadn't been quick enough to react. She shouted angrily, Dollar! Come here! Dollar was shivering a little as it approached her, and Selena grabbed hold of the dog. Luke, bring me a big towel. This guy falls sick easily nowadays. Luke nodded with a smile and found a towel which he then gave to her. As Selena wiped Dollar down, she berated the dog in a low voice for being a bad boy who had done a bad thing. Dollar stared at its young master innocently and whined, even sticking out its big tongue to lick her. Selena crushed this fawning behavior. As punishment, you can't play cute for the whole morning. Dollar tilted its head and stuck out its tongue as it looked plaintively at its young master. Luke and Selena wasted 20 minutes dealing Dollar's dive into the water. Finishing breakfast hastily and packing up, 2 people and 1 dog walked unhurriedly in the direction of the meteorite crash. Selena was in a much better mood today. At least, she talked to Dollar a lot. Dollar was a loyal listener who simply listened without complaint. Luke didn't interrupt their interactions. He simply led the way a few steps ahead of them. However, they had only been walking for half an hour when they went around a curve on the trail and saw 2 men standing in the distance. Looking at what they were wearing, Luke coughed lightly and gestured at Selena with his left hand behind his back. Selena looked in Luke's direction when he coughed, and seeing his signal, she immediately stopped. Looking at the 2 men in the distance, Selena asked in a low voice, FBI? Why are they here? They're not chasing a fugitive, are they? Luke said in an equally low voice, I'll go ask. You stay here. Selena nodded in understanding. Given Luke's combat ability, he naturally wasn't afraid of going forward on his own. Selena staying behind was also a warning to targets, in case anyone mistakenly thought that they could kill both Luke and Selena at the same time. Of course, Luke and Selena weren't really suspicious of these 2 who were wearing FBI tactical vests, this was just their habit as partners. The FBI agents noticed Luke and Selena as well. When Luke walked over, one of them moved forward slightly and waved at him to stop. We're here on an assignment. A dangerous fugitive has snuck into this area and it isn't safe. You should go back right away. Don't linger in the mountains. Luke stopped. Oh, we're from the ranch at the foot of the mountains. Can I ask, the fugitive won't run over to the ranch, will he? The FBI agent wasn't impatient and just shook his head. No, we're already searching for him, don't worry, but leave the mountains as soon as possible in case of danger. Luke nodded with a smile. Thanks for the warning, we'll go back. He turned around and walked away. Joining Selena, Luke told her what the FBI agent said. Selena listened and nodded. They then turned around to go back in the direction from which they had come. After several hundred meters, Selena gave Luke a meaningful glance. Luke nodded. What is it? Selena asked. Do you think they're here because of the meteorite? Luke nodded. I think so. As for that fugitive or whatever, we'll know once we ask Robert. Enonseu is a town with 2,000 residents. Shackelford had 10 regular police officers who covered the dozens of farms and ranches around Shackelford. Regular towns, like Boomtown in Arizona, usually only had around 2 sheriffs for every 1,000 residents. Shackelford was small, but the farms and ranches around it were not. Some of them even did good business, which was why the town could afford so many police officers. The ranches were thus under Robert's jurisdiction. If the FBI wanted to hunt down a criminal suspect here, they would have to let Robert know first, otherwise, they deserved whatever trouble they ran into. As 2 people and 1 dog approached the foot of the mountain, Dollar suddenly started to shudder and whine. Luke and Selena both looked at Dollar, only to see it slowly lie down as if it was in extreme pain. The dog then suddenly writhed on the ground and its whines turned into barks. Selena turned pale with fright. Dollar, what's wrong? Luke frowned and held her back. Let me take a look. He then crouched down and placed a hand on Dollar to stop the dog struggling. Chapter 473 Sick or hungry. Luke wasn't rough. He simply rolled with Dollar's struggles and stopped it from writhing around, which was easy to do with his quick reflex and ample dexterity. Touching Dollar, he realized that its entire body was shaking, or more precisely, twitching. The dog's breathing and heart rate had also sped up. There was nothing but panic and pain in its eyes. It subconsciously looked at Selena, as if asking its young master for help. Frowning, Luke picked the dog up with one hand and threw Selena on his back with the other. Let's get to the ranch. There's a vet at my grandpa's place. With that, he dashed to the ranch like the wind. They reached the ranch in 5 minutes. A farmhand gave them a strange look. Huh, Luke and Selena. What are you doing? Luke ran past him even as he spoke. Luke's voice rang out. Bart, where's Ferreira? Dollar's sick. The farmhand replied quickly, in the cowshed. Thanks. Luke's voice floated back to Bart as he quickly disappeared. Bart scratched his head. Why the rush? Paying it no mind, he continued with his work. Rushing to the cowshed, Luke put Selena down and shouted, Ferreira. A moment later, an old man replied from the cowshed, who is it? Luke. Grandpa, Selena's dollar seems to be in a lot of discomfort. I was hoping Ferreira could take a look. Ferreira, forget that little female calf for a moment and come take a look, the old man shouted loudly. 2 men soon came out of the cowshed. The man in the lead had white hair and a face full of wrinkles. His cheeks were rosy, which was typical of the people here. His face was thin and long, and his eyes weren't big but were full of spirit. He asked, Luke, what's going on? Luke put Dollar on the ground and hugged the old man. We took Dollar to play in the mountains, when he suddenly seemed unwell and started twitching. He looks like he's in a lot of pain. The old man gave Luke a massive hug and said at the same time, Ferreira, go take a look. The middle-aged man behind him made a sound of acknowledgement and was already walking over to crouch down and examine Dollar. The old man then turned around and punched Luke in the shoulder. How long has it been since you last came to see me? Luke said helplessly, Grandpa, I'm here now, aren't I? I'm going to have dinner here too. Nothing can beat the taste of your steaks. The old man laughed and punched him again. So you only came for the steaks? He then said to Selena on the side, all right, Selena, no need to be so nervous. Ferreira is an experienced vet. Examining Dollar on the ground, Ferreira rolled his eyes. Drax, what I normally examine are livestock and horses. Dogs aren't within the range of my expertise. Drax, Luke's grandpa, immediately berated him. Stop talking and get to work. Luke smiled wryly. People on the ranch were just this forthright. Selena was still standing here when Ferreira said that he didn't specialize in treating dogs. But his grandpa was shrewd enough to instantly cut off Ferreira's honest words. Ferreira, however, raised his head. Hey, are you guys mistaken? Dollar's a little weak, but he isn't that sick, right? His heart rate's normal. Also, have you fed him anything? I think he's hungry. Luke and Selena. What? Luke couldn't help going over to crouch down and examine Dollar again, only to find that all the abnormal symptoms were gone. It was just like what Ferreira said. Except for being a little weak, Dollar was absolutely fine. Rubbing Dollar's big head as it licked his hand, Luke was baffled. He wasn't an idiot who didn't have any medical general knowledge, he had also learned field first aid. While dogs were very different from human beings, he hadn't been wrong in his basic diagnosis. Something had been seriously wrong with Dollar just now. But except for its growling stomach, Dollar was absolutely normal now. Luke was puzzled, but he didn't refute Ferreira's words. There was no need to quibble about this, Ferreira wasn't wrong. As for Dollar's condition earlier, Luke could look into it himself. Alright, maybe we forgot to give Dollar breakfast, he readily conceded. Grandpa, looks like we need to give him something to eat first. Drax laughed and slung an arm around Luke's shoulder. Let's go, I'll treat you to a deluxe barbecue today. Luke had nothing to say. What was a deluxe barbecue? It was meat, lots of meat, and all kinds, from bacon to roasted meat and sausages. And it was all served at the same time, which was absolute heaven for meat eaters. Calling Selena over, they all went to Drax's place. While he wasn't a wealthy ranch owner, Drax's house wasn't small. The spacious wooden house was built with its back to the mountain and got plenty of light. The wide patio alone was as big as a living room. Luke followed Drax into the house and found some food for Dollar first. The dog was old and couldn't eat too much of food that wasn't easy to digest. Luke could only give it some sheep's milk first. As Luke chatted with his grandpa inside the house, he minced up some beef and boiled it in water to turn it into something like a meat paste. Using water to cool the paste down quickly, Luke then brought it outside. On the patio, Dollar was already licking the food bowl. Luke asked helplessly, did we really feed him too little at breakfast? Looking at Dollar, who was pretty energetic, Selena was also puzzled. No, I asked my mom before. That's the amount he usually eats, and he won't take more than that. Luke wasn't going to let himself worry too much about it. Pushing Dollar's head to the side, he poured a third of the warm meat paste into the bowl. Tail wagging frantically, Dollar gobbled up the food. Luke and Selena looked at each other in bewilderment. It had been years since they saw Dollar so ravenous. Golden retrievers were fast eaters and could finish a bowl of noodles in 5 seconds. But as Dollar grew older, its appetite got smaller and it ate at a slower pace. The way it was eating so vigorously right now, it was as if Dollar was suddenly 8 years younger. Dollar licked the bowl clean in less than 2 minutes, then raised its head to look impatiently at the meat paste that Luke was holding. Luke handed the paste to Selena. Let me check if he's full first. He then hugged Dollar and felt its belly. Chapter 474. Don't go too far. A moment later, Luke got up with a strange expression. Okay, Selena, feed him the rest. When he said that, Dollar wagged its tail even harder. Narrowing his eyes, Luke stepped back and observed Dollar. It buried its big head in the food bowl again and enjoyed the extra food from its young master. Luke and Selena spent the rest of the day at the ranch. It was rare for Luke to come by, and Drax was already preparing a deluxe barbecue. Mario, Selena's father, dropped by as well. He said hello to Luke and then checked on Dollar. He knew that his daughter cherished this old dog that had grown up with her. But looking at Dollar bouncing around, Mario marveled. He's very energetic, more than usual. He doesn't look like he's sick. Luke was helping Drax prepare the barbecue at the outdoor grill. At Mario's words, he simply shrugged while Selena was blank-faced. In the evening, Luke and Selena returned home with barbecue leftovers. They hadn't been to the ranch in so long and Drax had been so happy that he cooked a lot. The old man simply had them take the food home for their families to enjoy as well. Luke dropped Selena home first and gave her most of the leftovers. She had a big family who could take care of the meat easily. In Luke's family, Robert was the only one with an especially good appetite. Catherine and Claire weren't fanatical about meat, and Joseph couldn't have a lot of meat because of his poor digestive system. It was enough for Luke to bring back a little as a small token. Keep an eye on Dollar. Call me if anything happens, Luke reminded Selena. Selena stared at him blankly. Is he really sick? Her voice wavered a little. Luke shook his head. No, he should be fine, just keep an eye out. He's way too fine, Luke secretly added in his heart as he drove away. He took out the barbecue. Meat at home. Unsurprisingly, nobody was too excited. They had just finished dinner, and the 2 women and the kid just had a bit of the meat. Robert and Luke were thus the only 2 who happily had the meat over beers as they watched a football game on TV. Luke asked about the FBI's search for a fugitive, and it turned out that Robert really did receive a notification. It was a lone fugitive, however, and assistance from the police in town wasn't required. As an old, unambitious sheriff, Robert decisively washed his hands clean of the matter. While nothing major happened in the small town, they often had to take care of petty problems at various ranches and farms. It wasn't busy, but it was very time-consuming. Wrangling with ranch and farm owners under the hot sun for almost an hour was a common occurrence. Robert thus wasn't interested in deploying his men to search the mountains, which would be dangerous and unrewarding. Luke wasn't surprised. Those 2 FBI agents did look legit. He was simply confirming it out of habit in case anything happened at his grandpa's ranch. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luke suggested, "What do you think about getting Grandpa to sell his ranch, or hiring someone to help with management, so that he won't be so tired?" Robert didn't agree. Drax is a man who can't sit around. The thing he despises most in life is lazy bums. Do you know why he didn't object to me and Catherine being together back then? It was only because he saw how diligent I was when I ran a farm back then. Best you don't bring this up with him. He pampers you, but he definitely won't be nice to you about it. Speechless for a moment, Luke then said, "It's not like I'm telling him to stop doing anything, I just want him to slow down a little since he's almost 70. Narrowing his eyes at Luke, Robert pondered for a moment before he said in a low voice, "I heard that Mario is planning to buy a small ranch." Luke was stunned. Is he was going to say, is he rich enough? But then swallowed the words. After investing $200,000 in his company, Selena still had about $400,000 left. Her family had always been careful about money and should have some savings. If they pooled the money together, it wasn't impossible for them to buy a farm as a family enterprise. Thinking for a moment, Luke said, but their money wouldn't be enough to buy Grandpa's ranch, right? Robert laughed. What are you thinking? Mario wants to buy the ranch next to your grandpa's property. He wants your grandpa to have a share in it. Wouldn't that make Grandpa busier? Luke didn't understand. Robert chuckled. Then why don't you suggest he find someone good at managing a ranch to run Mario's ranch? Luke thought for a moment. Are you saying that if Grandpa wants to take a break, he can hand his own ranch over to this person to handle? Robert patted his shoulder. You said it, not me. Luke. So this was the trap. Robert wasn't afraid of Drax. In fact, this big, rough man was very proud of what he had accomplished. He had even saved up for Luke and Claire's college funds himself without asking for Drax's help. Even if Drax kept saying that he could cover Luke's college fees, Robert never took him up on it. Thus, he didn't want to stick his nose into his father-in-law's business when it came to the ranch, and he didn't want Catherine to get involved either. Luke, on the other hand, was Drax's biological grandson. It would be fine if he was the one who spoke up. Of course, Claire and Joseph were also Drax's biological grandkids, but they clearly weren't equipped to persuade this stubborn old man. Robert felt that Luke was the only one who would have a way to convince Drax, that old fogey. Luke rubbed his chin and mulled for a moment. Do you have someone in mind for the position? Selena's father definitely wasn't an option. While the man had been a farmhand for more than 10 years and was diligent and earnest, he wasn't really supervisor material. Robert shrugged. If you think this plan can work, tell Drax to find one himself. He's always been interested in expanding his territory. Luke sweated. Wasn't his grandpa a little too energetic? He was even more hardworking than Luke himself. Then I'll find time to give Grandpa a call, said Luke. Robert asked, You're not going to see him in person? Luke sighed. There are still things to consider before this can be finalized. I don't think I can get it done during this break. Robert patted his forehead. Fine, you're always this meticulous. Done discussing this matter, he hesitated for a moment before saying in a low voice, Everything all right in Los Angeles? Luke shrugged. Same old. It's actually pretty much the same as in Houston. I'm not in the DEA. You don't have to worry about me. Robert scoffed. Don't try to fool me, brat. Don't go too far. Chapter 475. The reticent dog. Saying that, Robert shot a glance at Catherine and the kids not far away before he shut up. In tacit agreement, Luke also didn't continue with this topic. The next morning, Luke's phone buzzed. He glanced at the number, put down his tools and half-finished equipment, and answered the phone. What's up? Selena said in a low voice. Something's wrong with Dollar. Luke. After we went to bed last night, he ate all the leftovers I brought back. He even opened the fridge and ate everything that was inside, and even got into the dustbin, Selena explained quickly. Luke narrowed his eyes. How is he now? Selena smiled bitterly. I don't know. He looks fine to me, apart from the smell of food remains on him. After a brief silence, Luke said, Why don't we bring him back to LA? If anything happens, we can send him to a big pet hospital. Selena was startled. What? She had never thought of that. Luke chuckled. Wouldn't it be nice to have him keep you company in LA? Selena hesitated. I'm worried that a plane will be too much for him, he's so old. Luke said, Then let's drive back. He can take the backseat. Selena said, Okay. Luke said, Keep an eye on him for the next 2 days. After that, the last 2 days of their break ended peacefully. On the morning of their last day, Luke put on his backpack and went downstairs to say goodbye to his family, who had just gotten up. Neither Robert nor Catherine said anything, but Claire and Joseph were reluctant to see him go. Luke's visit home this time was too short. Neither of the kids had played enough with him yet. Smiling as he consoled them with a few words, Luke accepted the breakfast which Catherine had made and left. Picking up Selena, he waved goodbye at Sandra, who was on the porch. In the early morning, 2 people and 1 dog drove out of town. On the road, Luke glanced at Dollar, who was lying obediently in the backseat, and asked, Dollar ate a lot. Don't tell me he doesn't poop. Blank-faced, Selena thought back for a moment before she said, I haven't noticed. Thinking again, she said uncertainly, I don't think he pees often either. Dollar's ears twitched, but it remained still. Luke nodded and didn't say more. They drove northwest, and returned to their place in Los Angeles before nightfall. Luke took Dollar to the basement the moment they got home. The equipment which Luke used to monitor his and Selena's physical health was in the basement. It could also be used on Dollar. He wasn't a vet, but he could still collect Dollar's basic data and compare it with normal parameters. The full checkup on Dollar was over very soon, and the dog licked Selina's hand, a sign that it was hungry again. Is something wrong with him? Selina asked worriedly. Dollar had been a crazy glutton in the past 2 days. At Luke's reminder, Selina had quietly bought a lot of sheep's milk and dog food to keep it fed. On their way to Los Angeles, Dollar had polished off a huge barrel of sheep's milk and 1 bag of dog food. Looking at the data, Luke shook his head. Some data is a little abnormal, but his vital signs are steady. Or rather, too steady. Dollar was a 12-year-old dog, which was 70 years in human age. It was really unscientific for it to be so frisky. Luke made a few calls and retrieved the files on police dogs from the police database. Comparing Dollar's data with those on file, he said, "Take him upstairs. I still have things to do for a bit down here." Selina made a sound of acknowledgement and took Dollar with her, leaving Luke to continue working in the basement. Selina reminded him midway via the communication device to go to bed early. Luke responded in agreement but kept working. At midnight, Luke rubbed his forehead. Something was wrong with Dollar. The dog wasn't too sick, it was too healthy. Looking at the data again, he called Bobby and told the man to come over tomorrow. Since the last time he returned to LA, Bobby had yet to return to Boomtown. Just nice, this animal tamer could check what was going on with Dollar. After all, Bobby had been an animal tamer for more than 10 years, and the animals he was most familiar with were dogs and chimpanzees. He was very familiar with how to raise them since he had to train them, and he knew a fair bit about dogs. Luke returned to the living room and went to Selina's door. In the doorway, Dollar opened an eye and glanced at him, before closing it again and going back to sleep. Staring at the fellow for a moment, Luke sighed and hoped that it wasn't anything bad. He then turned around and went back to his own room to wash up and get some rest. Dollar looked in his direction again before it shifted into a more comfortable position and continued sleeping. Bobby was at the door early the next morning. Luke, who had been expecting him, led him to the backyard and then called for Dollar. "Take a look at him," said Luke. Bobby didn't ask any questions. He was already used to his boss's erratic thinking. Compared with inexplicably running into ghosts, examining a dog was nothing. It was his old profession to begin with. Inspecting an obedient Dollar from head to toe, he looked at Luke and shook his head helplessly. "I don't see a problem. It's very healthy for a dog its age, and can easily live for several more years." Narrowing his eyes, Luke pondered for a moment before he said, "Try and communicate with him, like how you do with Dr." Bobby's face changed slightly. "About that," Luke said, "try it." After hesitating for a moment, Bobby crouched down and held Dollar's big head in place so that he could look it in the eye. A moment later, he exclaimed in surprise. Shaking his head, he stared at Dollar again, then stood up a moment later. "Boss, I can't communicate with your dog." Luke raised an eyebrow. Choosing his words carefully, Bobby said, "I can sense a little of its emotions from its movements, but something's blocking the link." Luke understood what Bobby was saying. Dollar had emotions, but Bobby couldn't perceive what they were with his mental communication. He nodded slowly. "Okay, it's fine. Thanks for taking the trouble to come over." Bobby shook his head quickly. "It's no trouble at all. I had nothing to do anyway." Luke thought for a moment before he asked, "Is Chris about to resume operations?" Bobby nodded. "Yes, I've been meaning to call you these last 2 days. The FBI has already let Chris know that the mines can be reopened in 3 days. Luke looked at him and asked, "Then you can go over tomorrow and keep an eye on things. You're okay with that, right?" Stumped for a moment, Bobby then smiled. "I would be delighted. That was a gold mine, after all." Luke had sent him there and told him that his job was to guard against anybody who had ideas about the mine. His annual salary was almost $100,000, and Luke naturally was sending him there so that Bobby wasn't earning this salary for nothing. Thinking about his own shares in the gold mine, even if it was only a fraction, Bobby's heart couldn't help speeding up. Chapter 476. Selina's anemia and malnutrition. Gold and cash were the most tangible form of wealth. Few people could resist their temptation. After seeing Bobby off, Luke returned to the backyard. "Time to go, Dollar. Wake Selina up." Dollar obediently followed him into the house. At Luke's gesture, it put its head on Selina's bed and washed her face with saliva. "Dollar!" Selina shouted angrily, but a moment later, she was playing happily with the dog. Standing at the door, Luke said, do I have to remind you that breakfast is almost ready?" After he said that, the person and the dog on the bed both stopped and turned their heads. "Let's go, Dollar. Time for breakfast." Luke whistled and drew Dollar away. Selina shouted anxiously from her room, "Wait for me. Don't steal my food." A few minutes later, looking at Selina who was wolfing down the food and the old dog that wasn't eating any slower, Luke knew that things really weren't right. Finishing off her food in one go, Selina was still unsatisfied. "Hey, I'm not full yet." On the floor, Dollar was already licking an empty food bowl. Luke said, "Wait a bit." He then fetched the Napoleon cake which he had made that morning from the kitchen for Selina. Dollar looked at him impatiently on the side. "Wait a bit for yours. Softer dog food is still better for you." Luke went to the storeroom where they kept Dollar's dog food. When they came back yesterday, he had bought a huge bag of dog food as well as sheep's milk from the supermarket. Even though Dollar looked healthy at the moment, Luke didn't want anything to happen if it didn't eat properly. Dog food softened in sheep's milk was the perfect choice. Selina was happily enjoying the Napoleon cake when someone suddenly whispered next to her, "I like him." Surprised, she turned her head, but except for Dollar, who was still looking impatiently in Luke's direction, there was no one else. Selina was puzzled. Was I hallucinating? That was because the voice sounded a little like hers, but deeper and huskier. Shaking her head, she continued enjoying her delicious food. For some reason, she was particularly hungry that morning. Even though she was eating the Napoleon cake now, her stomach was still gurgling, as if it had become a bottomless pit. In the end, Luke had to drag Selina out the door. She was still holding the Napoleon cake and hadn't stopped eating. "I still feel hungry." Luke had already given her a brief checkup just now. Everything was normal. Her vital signs were in the normal range even though she said that she was hungry. As he drove, Luke said, "All the more reason for us to leave early. You can still go to a restaurant at noon, but we'd run out of Dollar's sheep's milk and dog food." Selina was too busy eating to reply. Luke drove straight to a cake shop. Pulling Selina into the shop, he pointed at the cakes and said, "Pick your favorite." Selina pointed at the cakes one by one. This, and this," Luke interrupted her. "Don't even think about it. Choose the one that'll fill you up the most." Selina's finger promptly skipped over the cute little cakes as she pointed to a shelf at the back. "That one." Luke nodded decisively and said to the shop attendant, "That one, please pack the whole thing up for me." The attendant was stupefied. "Are you sure?" Luke nodded again. "Yes, but please cut it into smaller portions." Only then did the attendant sigh in relief. They were probably going to share it with a lot of people. She was busy for quite a few minutes before the gigantic cake was cut into a dozen pieces and packed into individual paper boxes. The enormous tiramisu which had been on display just now was more than 30 centimeters in diameter. They had been going to sell it by the slice, but Luke had bought the entire cake. Leaving the shop with a pile of boxes, Luke didn't even bother to put them in the car's mini fridge. Considering Selina's appetite today, he didn't think that the cake could survive until noon. He checked in with Elsa on his own today to show that he was back at work, and picked up a few cases from the backlog. Putting 2 boxes of the tiramisu that he just bought on the table, Luke quickly beat it. They might have taken 5 days of leave, but adding in the 2 weekends, it was almost 10 days. Elsa must have definitely been under a lot of pressure. Now that he was back, he had better go out right away and investigate cases. It would be a lot better than seeing Elsa's sour face. Looking at a certain person who was still eating, Luke helplessly started up the car and drove home. Dollar was still sitting in the backseat obediently. It wagged its tail happily when it saw Luke, but its eyes were fixed on the tiramisu in Selina's hand. "You can't eat that, you're too old," Luke said casually to Dollar. Dollar's big head drooped despondently, but its big eyes never left the tiramisu. Heaving a helpless sigh, Luke drove home. Instead of working on cases, he had to observe Selina for a while longer. It was better to keep her at home and have her read case files today. On the way home, he got 2 bags of the best dog food and a huge amount of sheep's milk for Dollar from the supermarket. For a moment, Luke felt depressed. Having 2 gluttons at home was a real headache. Back home, Luke took Selina to the basement. He had examined Dollar the previous night, and it was now its master's turn. After a detailed examination, Luke looked at Selina's data. It only took him a moment to confirm that there was indeed something wrong with her. She didn't have a hidden illness, nor were there any signs of a sudden onset of a severe disease. However, she was unexpectedly suffering mild anemia and malnutrition. Her body fat percentage had also dropped. Women had a higher body fat percentage than men. The normal range was between 25% and 28%. Selena maintained hers between 15% and 17%, which gave her very distinct muscle lines. This was something that Luke had always been puzzled about. While Selena did exercise a lot every day, she ate too much. Logically speaking, there was no way she should be able to maintain that sort of body fat percentage. Her digestive system was working normally too. She wasn't the kind of person who never gained weight no matter how much they ate only because their body couldn't absorb nutrition properly. So no matter how one looked at it, Selena shouldn't be experiencing anemia, malnutrition, and a drop in body fat percentage. She was a glutton. It was very strange that she hadn't turned into a big fatty from all that surplus nutrition. Luke could only tell her to lie down and give her a shot. Selena frowned. An IV? Seriously? Luke adjusted the drip rate for her and said, "You're now suffering from anemia and malnutrition. Eating won't help you make up for it in a short period of time." Selena. What? She thought that Luke had to be kidding. Luke nodded. "I think it's strange too, but that's what the test results say. So, be good and stay here until this bag is empty. After that, you can read the case files. We'll stop training for today." Chapter 477. Is the dog food delicious? Selena said with a bitter face, "Am I just going to lie here?" Luke said, "How about $stay here to keep you company?" Selena. Amused, Luke left and soon returned with the tablet and the tiramisu he bought. "This should be fine, right?" Selena beamed. "Darling, you're the best." Luke pulled a small trolley over and placed the things by her side. He then called for Dollar, who was waiting eagerly. "Let's go, Dollar, I'll make you something to eat." Dollar immediately got up and ran out after Luke. This basement was where they did their checkups, so it had to be very hygienic. Luke wasn't going to feed Dollar there. The dog ate so ravenously these days that it sent food flying everywhere. The food scraps weren't a problem, the problem was that Dollar would lick them up off the floor, which was too much. Luke didn't want to smell Dollar's saliva every time he went into the basement. Back in the kitchen, he heated up the sheep's milk for Dollar and asked, "Dollar, is the dog food delicious?" Dollar barked once. Luke said, "It's good. Don't you want to try another flavor?" Dollar tilted its head, as if it was thinking, "Too bad you're too old, you can only have sheep's milk and dog food. Also, you're a dog, so you can't eat anything that has high sugar or salt content." As Luke spoke, he poured the warm milk into Dollar's food bowl. He pushed Dollar's big head away when it came over. "I haven't added the dog food yet." Dollar stuck out its tongue and waited obediently. Pouring the dog food into the bowl and watching Dollar gorge itself, Luke had a complicated expression on his face. After making arrangements for the two gluttons, Luke went out on his own to work a case. It was impossible for Selena to go out, she couldn't be parted from food today. Driving to the crime scene, Luke looked at the environment and shook his head inwardly. It was another shabby place. The residents here wouldn't cooperate with the investigation even if they knew something. Lifting the yellow cordon at the door, Luke walked into the house. Looking at the situation in the living room, he had a sense of déjà vu. When he tried to think why, he realized that it was almost identical to an earlier case of a drug dealer's nest that had been wiped out. The goods and money here had all been looted, and 5 drug dealers were dead. 2 had been shot, and 3 were chopped into several pieces by a cold weapon. Of course, this wasn't Damon and his daughter's handiwork, but done by the same person as last time. Coincidentally, Luke had recently been following up on Black Bones, the gang that this bunch of drug dealers belonged to. Black Bones was one of the 2 gangs that were working together to try and deal with the Ghost Butcher. Heaving a sigh, Luke turned around and left. It would be very difficult to find the murderer in this case without a bit of luck. But even if Luke found him, then what? If he wasn't an arch-enemy of the drug dealers, then he was a rival. There was no need for Luke to uphold justice for this bunch. He took a detour on the way back and bought heaps of food from a sume shop before he went home. Selena was reading case files in the living room when he entered the house. Dollar was lying by her feet obediently and eating the popcorn that she tossed out every now and then. The popcorn was sugar-free and fine for Dollar to eat, but it wasn't filling. That didn't stop Selena and Dollar from enjoying it. Hearing the door open, Selena turned around and jumped to her feet in excitement. "Is that sume? Is there suckling pig, and char, Sue?" Luke said, "It's mainly those." These were the two things that this glutton liked best. They washed their hands, and Luke boiled some vegetables before they started eating. Plaintively watched the two of them eat as it licked its lips frantically. Seeing that, Luke shrugged. Unfortunately, you can't have this. It's bad for your health. I'll give you some dog food later. Conflicted emotions flashed in Dollar's eyes and it couldn't help whining. There was nothing Selena could do either. Good boy, you can't have this. It has too much sugar and salt. We'll give you some extra beef paste later, okay? Dollar despaired. After dinner, Luke and Selena studied the case files in the living room. Selena finally wasn't starving anymore. While she still didn't stop eating, she no longer complained that she was hungry. After enjoying a huge meal, Dollar finally lay down next to her feet and quietly dozed off. I asked Sonia to look into it. There've been 2 other similar cases recently, Luke said. So, including the earliest case and this one, that's 4 of them in a month. Selena asked, the FBI's not taking action. Luke said, it looks like the same MO, but the guns aren't the same, and there's no way to confirm that it was the same cold weapon that was used. The police department thus didn't put the cases together, and they're being handled by several different detectives, who haven't made any progress. Selena asked, then what are you planning to do? Luke said, nothing, just leave it be. This man is very efficient. There are no survivors or eyewitnesses, and no surveillance at the crime scenes. Finding him is practically impossible. Hearing that, Selena no longer paid attention to the case. Luke said, okay, there's no training today, you have fun on your own. With that, he got up to leave. On the other side, Dollar immediately raised its head and looked at Luke's back. Luke suddenly turned around. Don't feed Dollar snacks. His digestive system isn't that good. Selena laughed hollowly and didn't argue with him. She had accidentally fed Dollar some snacks during the day. If Luke hadn't reminded her, she wouldn't have realized it. It was mainly because Dollar had watched her eat with a pitiful expression the whole time. Unable to take it, she had tossed whatever food she had to the dog, who ate everything. In the basement, Luke hesitated for a moment before he finally pulled up a surveillance image on his fake phone. It was of Selena's bedroom. He had never set up anything in Selena's bedroom as it had never been necessary. But Selena and Dollar's unusual behavior today, along with various other small hints, compelled him to set up a surveillance camera in her bedroom. Putting the fake phone on the side, he went back to work. At midnight, Selena told him that she was going to sleep. Luke looked at the screen and immediately averted his gaze. On screen, Selena was changing. Luke took another look a few minutes later and saw that Selena was already in bed and Dollar was in the doghouse next to the bed. He stopped what he was doing and packed up. He then began to read the files on his laptop. His fake phone was right next to the laptop so that he could see what was going on. Time passed and it turned 2 in the morning. The fake phone suddenly vibrated, and Luke promptly turned his eyes to it. He instantly vanished from the basement as a dark streak of shadow. A few seconds later, Selena's bedroom door creaked open, and Luke had an indifferent expression on his face as he stared at Dollar. Come out, you still wanna hide? Chapter 478 Golden Dog Head, Apologize. Dollar opened its eyes to look at Luke, before closing them again. Luke narrowed his own eyes at the dog. Fine, it seems you want to do this the hard way. Selena had already sat up, a strange expression on her face. What's wrong? She knew that Luke was a mannerly person. In all the time they had lived together, he never entered her room without permission. Even when he woke her up in the morning, it was from the doorway. He had never opened her door in the middle of the night before. Put your clothes on and come to the living room, Luke said simply. Bring Dollar with you. Selena immediately got up. She could tell from Luke's face that this was a serious matter, otherwise he wouldn't look so calm. Sometimes, the calmer this guy seemed, the more stormy his feelings. Less than a minute later, Selena came out in an oversized t-shirt with Dollar. Luke waved at her and had her sit down next to him. He then handed her the fake phone. At first glance, Selena was horrified, and she abruptly turned her head. You've actually been secretly taking pictures of me. Luke dropped his forehead into his hand. Look at the angle. You should know where the camera is, right? Stumped for a moment, Selena examined the angle and instantly understood. This was taken from the doorway. She knew very well what the items there were, and the camera absolutely wasn't one of them. Thus, it had just been installed. The video was now playing the key moment, something that looked semi-fluid in nature stretched out of Dollar's back to cover Selena's hand. Suddenly, the thing retreated, and Luke's voice rang out. Come out, you still wanna hide? Selena gaped as she looked at the screen. What the hell is that? Luke grunted. You'll have to ask him. Looking at Dollar, who was lying next to her, Selena subconsciously pulled her feet back. Dollar, go sit over there. Dollar immediately obeyed and sat several meters away in the center of the living room in front of them. Seeing how docile Dollar was, Luke heaved a sigh. This dog might not be this obedient for long. Selena turned around and looked at Luke. How do we get it out? Luke shrugged. Do you think it'll be scared if I say that I'll send it off to a secret lab to be dissected for research if it doesn't come out? Selena's eyes bulged. Then what about Dollar? Luke spread his hands. How about you give it a go? Biting her lip, Selena turned back around and said, whatever you are, come out right now. She had barely said the words when something suddenly rose out of Dollar's back. It was like a semi-thick liquid which wriggled up into the air above Dollar's head and finally turned into a dog's head. Luke was unable to take his eyes off it. Selena was even more stupefied. A moment later, Luke nudged Selena with his elbow. Selena finally woke up, and subconsciously mumbled, it actually looks pretty cute. This ball of liquid glowed with a golden light. A dozen plump and smooth tentacle-like things had stretched out of Dollar's back to form a bright, dazzling dog head above Dollar's head. But this dog head was much rounder and fatter than a regular dog's. It had a particularly large forehead and long droopy cheeks which gave it a comical look. Its eyes were a glossy white and didn't have any pupils or eyeballs, they were just two triangles with rounded corners. Furthermore, it didn't have a mouth, where its mouth should have been was just a decorative line. Overall, this golden dog head looked like a cartoon. At Selena's praise, this round, golden liquid dog head looked unexpectedly happy and wriggled in excitement, just like Dollar when the dog was praised. Luke and Selena looked at each other in bewilderment. What was this? A golden liquid dog, or just a silly dog head with a big forehead? Luke, whose nerves were less fragile, coughed and asked, who are you? Or rather, what are you? A voice that was very similar to Selena's but deeper and huskier rang out. No comment. The dog head turned away haughtily and wouldn't even look at Luke. Looking at this arrogant dog head for a moment, Luke suddenly patted Selena and said, you asked. Selena. Huh, ask what? Luke said, the question I just asked. Selena immediately repeated the question. Conflicted, the dog head turned back around and looked aggrievedly at Dollar below it. I am Devourer. It paused for a moment, then shook its head very unwillingly. Fine, Devourer isn't my name, I am Voracious, a creature from a distant planet. Selena's eyes widened. An alien. Voracious shook its dog head. By your understanding, I can only be considered an extraterrestrial life form at most. After all, I don't look like a person. Looking at the golden dog head, Luke and Selena subconsciously nodded in agreement. Selena turned her head, and Luke said, ask why it's hiding inside Dollar, and why you and Dollar are eating so much. Selena immediately repeated the questions. Luke stared at Voracious, who seemed very reluctant but had immediately started to reply, I escaped from a spaceship into a fish. I then ran into Dollar. We're very compatible, which is why I chose it. After a pause, Voracious continued, it's eating a lot because I'm helping it to digest its food and strengthen its body. Luke furrowed his brow. He didn't believe that such a good thing didn't have a catch. Do the creatures that you parasitize sustain any harm? Selena didn't need to repeat the question before Voracious spoke again. Hey, I'm not a parasite, apologize. Luke shrugged, but what you're doing is a lot like the parasites on our planet. Voracious. Apologize. Luke said, why don't you just think of it as a nickname? Apologize. The big dog head glared at him fiercely. Luke. Fine, I apologize. What are you, if you're not a parasite? Voracity said, by your understanding, I'm a symbiote. Luke asked, is there a difference? Voracious said, I can make my symbiotic host stronger, and max out their stamina and vitality. Can a parasite do that? Luke nodded, deep in thought. Then why are Dollar and Selena both so hungry? Don't tell me you can have multiple symbiotic hosts at the same time. Voracious nodded proudly. I'm not like the rest of my kind. They're very picky about their energy requirements, and if they have nothing else to eat, they'll swallow their symbiotic hosts. I'm the only one who has a good appetite. I can absorb all kinds of nutrition from my symbiotic hosts to ensure my survival and boost their strength at the same time. Chapter 479 Are you in any trouble? As it spoke, Part of a liquid tentacle suddenly broke off from under Voracious's dog head and bounced a few times on the floor before jumping back to merge with the tentacle again. Did you see that? To have two symbiotic hosts at the same time is an ability only I am capable of. None of my people can do it. Luke narrowed his eyes. Did you make Selena a symbiotic host because the two of you were very compatible as well? Voracious paused before it replied hesitantly. No, our compatibility isn't that high and is only passable, but there's some kind of energy inside her that suits me very well. Energy. Luke frowned. What energy? It's not fat, is it? Voracious said, it's not fat. The energy's from all over her body. I don't know what it is, but after I made her a symbiotic host, I can absorb this energy from her body, which tastes much better than regular food. So, you didn't touch the fat in her body and only absorbed that energy? Asked Luke. Voracious nodded. That's right. Thinking for a moment, Luke said, so you're saying that the energy inside her body is more delicious? Voracious nodded. That's right. The energy inside her body is like char, Sue and suckling pig, and the dog food you feed me is like popcorn. Luke turned his head. You fed char shao and suckling pig? Selena lowered her head in embarrassment. When I wasn't paying attention, he grabbed the piece of char shao I was holding. He also nicked the bones of the suckling pig. Luke was speechless for a moment, but didn't pursue the matter and instead continued to interrogate Voracious. It lasted for almost an hour. Voracious was already a little impatient to begin with, until Luke took out the leftover char shao and suckling pig from the fridge and placed them on a side table. If you answer my questions properly, you'll have good food to eat. If you don't, you can just eat air. Deal, deal. Voracious nodded without any hesitation and its liquid form retreated back into Dollar's body. Dollar suddenly spoke in Voracious's deep voice. I still need to depend on this dog to eat, but I can help it digest everything, so don't worry about it getting indigestion. Hearing that, Luke couldn't help but glance at Selena. Were these three fated to be together? Why did they become so lively whenever it came to eating? After he was done asking questions, Luke put the leftover char shao and suckling pig into Dollar's food bowl. He pulled Selena to one side and quickly typed a message on his fake phone before he showed it to her. When she got a good look at the message, Selena pointed at herself doubtfully and mouthed, "Me." Ask it again. Luke nodded. In any case, it's going to be living with us. It won't hurt to try. When Selena thought about it, she realized he was right, and nodded her head in agreement. The next day, neither Luke nor Selena went to the police department. They just gave Elsa a call and told her that they were working a case. Luke went out to work the case and to do some shopping. Voracious, as its name suggested, was the best at binge eating. After revealing its true form, it brazenly demanded that Luke give it delicious food, and welcomed sweet and salty stuff. Luke was too lazy to wait upon it. He stuffed all the meat at home into the oven and told Selena to feed the dog once the meat was ready. Voracious wasn't picky at all and ate everything happily. In half a day, it emptied the fridge at home of everything edible. When he got Selena's call, Luke could only return early and go on a shopping spree at the supermarket. He smiled bitterly when he was paying. 3 gluttons at home was really annoying, especially when one of them was an extraterrestrial bottomless pit from another planet. It was a good thing he had money. Slowly pushing 2 carts full of ingredients and food, he loaded everything into his car and mulled over getting a freezer for the house, one that was big enough to store a cow at the very least. Selena hadn't been able to go out in the last few days. Luke had entrusted to her the heavy responsibility of teaching Voracious, this alien dog head, basic general knowledge. That guy had been cautious before, but not cautious enough. It was unfamiliar with modern technology, and had been easily caught by Luke's camera. Secondly, Luke was tempted by the explanation of some of its abilities. Before he decided what to do with it, he wouldn't give it to anyone, so he had to ensure that it didn't expose itself. Come to think of it, the FBI agents back on the mountain probably hadn't been searching for a fugitive, but for this alien dog head. It was understandable that the FBI would be interested in this mysterious alien. They may not even have been real FBI agents, but more likely members from Wales's or Flagg's special branch. Since his partner was occupied with Voracious and couldn't get away, Luke had a lot less time to do actual field investigation. Most of the time, he could only check things out during his side job at night. But 2 days later, Elsa called and summoned him to the police department. After Luke entered her office, Elsa looked at him and instantly put down her pen. Have you run into some sort of trouble recently? Luke stared blankly. No. Glancing askance at him for a moment, Elsa said, if you or Selena are in any trouble, you can tell me. Luke was even more confused. Huh, Elsa said, I just hope the both of you are being careful. I haven't seen her in person for 10 days. What do you think that looks like? Luke was speechless. Elsa said, the two of you are still young, but protection is still necessary. I can turn a blind eye, but what if someone else sees it? Luke said, Boss, thank you for your concern, but you're overthinking it. Selena's fine. It's just that she brought her dog back from her hometown. The dog grew up with her, and he isn't in very good shape. She's been spending more time recently taking care of him. Elsa was dazed. Is that so? Luke spread his hands. I'll tell her to report to you tomorrow, and you can see for yourself. Looking at Luke's face, Elsa realized that she really might have been thinking too much. Coughing in embarrassment, she said, okay, I've got a job for you. Luke acted as if he was all ears. Do you remember Margaret, William Johnson's widow? Asked Elsa. Luke thought for a moment before he remembered. William Johnson had been a big-shot gangster as well as a real estate businessman, but he had drawn the attention of Rebecca, a female assassin from the co-op, and she blew his head off through the sunroof of his car. She was an extraordinary assassin who almost blew up Luke's head too. Luke's memory of her was too profound. He nodded and said, the art student from USC. Elsa nodded. She's run into some trouble recently. Go and check it out. Luke asked, is it very troublesome? For Elsa to send him, it couldn't be easy to handle. Elsa sighed. What else can it be? Someone has an eye on William's legacy and has targeted her. For now, however, she only suspects that someone's following her, which isn't enough for us to officially open a case. So, she came to me. Chapter 480. A three-party chase on the sea. Luke hummed and didn't ask any more questions. Elsa was on close personal terms with many women, like Shira and Margaret. As a woman, it was easy for her to win the trust of those rich and beautiful women, and her identity as a police officer plus her decisive temperament further reinforced this trust. Given her good relationship with them, they often went to her about private assignments. Shira, for example, had come to her and Luke for a case before, all because of her personal friendship with Elsa. Luke got up and said, I don't have her contact details. Send them to me, boss. Elsa took out a card and gave it to him. I've already let her know. She's free anytime, and is waiting for you to head over. Why wasn't she ever worried about Luke? This was one of the reasons. Whether it was Shira or Margaret, Luke never contacted them privately outside of working a case. Other detectives might have done differently. Luke nodded with a smile. Not a problem, boss, I got it. If it was some gang behind this, he really had to thank them for delivering themselves to his door and offering up experience and credit. While he had just made a fortune in Mexico, he could never have enough experience and credit points. After he left the police station, Luke dialed the number in his car. After a brief conversation, his expression turned weird. You're being followed, but you actually went out to sea. When he gave it more thought, however, he understood. Unlike on land, it was easy to notice an approach out on the ocean. Chances were this was what Margaret had been thinking. Rolling his eyes, Luke called Selena. Hey, bring Dollar and your sunbathing gear along. We're going out to sea. Selena was stumped for a moment. Are you high? Didn't he say to stay home and teach voracious common life knowledge? Luke replied, it's a private assignment. They're floating out on the ocean. I already said we would go meet them. Selena was curious. William Johnson's widow. She lived in that apartment building in that case that got Donald sent to the hospital, remember? She's with her cousin right now, said Luke. Selena said, oh, her. I'll start packing right now. 20 minutes later, Luke, Selena and Dollar boarded a boat which they had booked over the phone and set sail. It wasn't a big boat. In any case, it was just 2 people and a dog, and Luke could steer it himself. Basic small vessel sailing was on his list of abilities, and it only took him 100 credit points to learn it. Watching him skillfully operate the boat, Selena was quite suspicious. Do you sail a lot? Luke said, you may consider me exceptionally talented. Selena immediately rolled her eyes at him. She turned around and looked at the wide sea, which brightened her mood significantly. While they had been in Los Angeles for so long and Santa Monica Beach was world famous, they had hardly ever gone out to sea. If not for the job today, Luke would never have considered it. It was Dollar's first time on a boat, but it was pretty relaxed. Who knew how Voracious was keeping the dog calm? According to Voracious, it and Dollar could influence each other's feelings because of the symbiotic relationship. When necessary, it could even help control Dollar's body. Luke scoffed when he heard that. Wasn't that possession? It was a 50-50 share in a company at most rather than complete ownership. But of course, it wasn't a bad thing for Dollar, who was now old. It could significantly lengthen the dog's life. Also, dogs didn't require much. Most of the time, they were free to play, laze around, or just sleep. Time wasn't as important to them. On the other hand, if it was a human being who got tangled up with a guy that could control their body at any time, it certainly wouldn't feel great. What was even more frightening was that this guy could read the mind of its host and communicate with them telepathically. While Voracious claimed that it was symbiosis, Luke thought that it was much more like possession. There was no way he would let this guy possess him. The boat sped along, and they soon reached the coordinates Luke had been given. Selena looked around and asked, "Where are they?" Luke replied, "She only gave me the rendezvous coordinates, she didn't give me her position." Selena clicked her tongue. This Margaret really is cautious. Wait, I don't think that's her personality, is it? Luke shrugged. No, there's no way she could have come up with such a cautious plan for a meeting. It must be her cousin's idea. Selena finally grew curious. Who's her cousin? Luke said, "I don't know, but we'll see her soon." The two of them have been together for the last few days. As they talked, they saw a yacht emerge from a bay in the distance. Luke gestured. "Over there." "They're here." He could already see Margaret. This art student was still as beautiful as ever. But his expression immediately changed. He could hear sporadic gunfire in the distance. "Somebody's chasing them. Take Dollar down into the boat and don't let that guy come out." By that guy, he naturally meant the alien dog head, Voracious. Selena quickly jumped down and Dollar followed her obediently. Before it jumped down, however, it gave Luke a dissatisfied glare for his, "that guy," comment. Selena petted the dog and signaled for it to stay quiet. Before she took out her gun and observed the activity in the distance through a window. Luke narrowed his eyes. With his keen eyesight, he could clearly see what was going on, and couldn't help being surprised. That was because it wasn't just one boat chasing the other. A small motorboat was hard on the heels of the two boats. There was the incessant sound of gunshots from the speedboat in the middle. However, they weren't being fired at Margaret whom they were chasing, but at the motorboat behind them. Luke hadn't heard the gunshots until just now, partly because of the distance and partly because he had been blocked by the mountains around the bay. Of the three parties in this chase, Margaret's yacht was the biggest and slowest. The speedboat behind Margaret was smaller and much faster. The motorboat in the rear, however, was harassing the speedboat like crazy so that it couldn't chase Margaret's yacht at full speed. A three-way battle royal, Luke murmured to himself, but looking at the yacht that was fleeing, he felt that it could only be considered a fight between two parties since the third party was running away in a panic. It wasn't Margaret who was steering the yacht, but another young woman. If Luke was right, this had to be Margaret's cousin. Luke started the boat and slowly sped up. If he didn't, he would probably be left far behind later. Speeding toward the three boats, Luke made a sharp turn when he got close so that the boat was facing the same direction. Chapter 481 Lunatic, Hitman. As he changed directions, Luke gestured at Margaret to pass him. The sudden decrease in speed from making the turn swiftly cut down the distance between Luke's boat and the other three boats. A moment later, Margaret's yacht brushed past him and fled. Luke gradually sped up and blocked the speedboat behind. One hand steering the boat, Luke drew out the Glock with his other. Bang, 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 bang. A series of gunshots rang out, and the speedboat's windshield was riddled with bullet holes. At the same time, the helmsman and the person next to him collapsed. The helmsman fell over the steering controls, causing the speedboat to switch directions sharply. Then, as if in a movie, one side of the boat tilted upward and the boat abruptly flipped over in the sea, rolling over numerous times until it broke into pieces. The four people on the boat were thrown out like dolls and hit the surface of the sea heavily before they slowly sank. System: kill the gang members and rescue the Cohen sisters. Completed. Total experience: 200. Total credit: 200. Contribution rate: 90%. EXP plus 180. Credit plus 180. Luke raised an eyebrow. He was sure he hadn't killed the wrong people. It just so happened that he had recently read the files of the two people on the speedboat. They were important members of Black Bones, a gang that was plotting to deal with him. However, he had definitely never seen the guy on the motorboat behind before. Putting his gun back into his holster, he narrowed his eyes and observed the stranger. The motorboat sped around him in an irregular circle as the person on board shouted, "Haha, buddy, where are you from? Are you on a mission too?" Luke surveyed the man's clothes. The man was wearing a cheesy green Hawaiian shirt that was out of fashion, a pair of shabby jeans shorts that revealed his hairy legs, and a pair of Croc slippers. That was right, he was wearing the kind of plastic sandals that took less than half an hour to spread the odor of smelly feet. The man was also wearing sunglasses and a big face mask. On the mask was a curvy, naked woman whose legs were wide open in the shape of an M. At first glance, one would think that the two legs of the naked woman were his beard. While Luke observed him, the stranger sailed a circle around Luke's boat. He continued, "Wow, you brought a beautiful girl with you. She's so hot. Pretty woman, do you want to ride my motorboat? It's very fast." Selena asked, "Can I shoot him?" Luke said, "No need, I guarantee I'll drive him off right away." The masked guy apparently had good hearing. He smiled when he heard that. "Unlikely. I'm fearless. I'm the most professional hitman. Do you need my services? I can get anything done for you as long as you pay me, but only for the right price and no less." Expressionlessly, Luke pulled out the chain which his badge hung from. "LAPD. Now, stop your boat and let us examine you, Mr. Most Professional Hitman." The motorboat abruptly turned, and the most professional hitman smiled again, though it was much more insipid this time. "Ah, I was kidding. In fact, I'm an actor. Do you know Ryan, the handsome one? That's me. I was shooting a scene just now. Not good, our stuntman fell into the water just now. I need to dock and call for help. Bye-bye." Following the man's ramblings, the motorboat lurched side to side as it fled. Selena asked, "Is he a lunatic?" After a brief silence, Luke said, "Even if he is, he's a very tough one. Next time you see him, avoid him." During the chase just now, this lunatic, professional hitman, had demonstrated quick reflexes and a huge amount of guts. Not everybody would have dared to follow a boat at a distance of 10 meters and going at 30 knots. If he had made a mistake just now, he could have crashed the motorboat. Also, from the moment he had been circling Luke's boat until he finally scuttled away, the guy had been vigilant and avoided Luke's right hand. Clearly, he wasn't as careless as he appeared. He was very wary of Luke's shooting skill. Up ahead, Margaret's boat began to slow down. It made another wide turn and sailed back toward them. Luke said to Selena, "Let the police department know to collect the bodies." The 4 dead guys had drifted up to the surface again. Their twisted limbs made them look like ragdolls that had been tossed about by kids. If they were left here on display, it might cause tourists to panic. The department's inspection team and forensic scientists thus had to clean up the mess. As he spoke, Luke turned the wheel and gestured at Margaret not far away. The two boats slowly approached each other and stopped. Luke jumped nimbly onto Margaret's boat. "Hi, what a nice day. Are you out to enjoy the sun too?" Margaret said with a bitter smile. "Thank you, Detective Luke." Luke raised his hand. "You don't have to be so polite, you're Elsa's friend. Just call me Luke. This is..." He looked at the woman behind her. That woman also had blonde hair, which was tied up in a ponytail. She looked similar to Margaret and was quite attractive as well. However, her beautiful face was partly blocked by her black-rimmed glasses, which gave her a bookish air. She looked older than Margaret, and couldn't be more than 25. Margaret introduced her. "This is my cousin, Haley Cohen. She's a doctor in psychology. A doctor no more than 25. Either this cousin looked younger than she actually was, or she had an extraordinary IQ. Murmuring to himself inwardly, Luke nodded. "Hello, Miss Cohen." The female doctor nodded and said, "Call me Haley." Luke went along with it. "Okay, Haley, can you tell me what happened?" But he wondered, wasn't Haley part of Margaret's full name too? In the files he read before, Margaret's maiden surname was Cohen, and she took the name Johnson after she married William. Now that William had been dead for several months, Margaret had changed back to her maiden surname. So, both women were called Haley Cohen. Selena just stuck her head out to greet the two women from the other side and didn't go over. She was busy contacting the police department about cleaning up this mess and also had to keep an eye on Dollar. The questions had to be left to Luke. On the yacht, it was mostly cousin Haley who did the talking, and Margaret only chimed in once in a while. The situation was more or less as Luke had thought. The bunch who had come looking for trouble and who had been stalking Margaret were members of the Black Bones gang. Chapter 482 Voracious's Violation and Mr. W's haggling. The Coen sisters had already been on the yacht for 2 days. They hadn't dared go back to their place, which was being watched. It was Haley who had proposed that they hide on a boat for a while. But how had they been tracked down? After he asked the question, Luke could tell from Margaret's awkward expression that she had slipped up and exposed their location. Otherwise, it really wouldn't have been easy for the gang members to find them in Los Angeles, this coastal city which had Santa Monica Beach, a world-famous tourist spot, and too many boats to count. Luke didn't take too long asking his questions. He nodded and got up. "All right, we can open a case now. After all, 4 thugs fired at you with automatic weapons. This is definitely something we'll look into." Margaret was confused. "I think they were using pistols." "Ouch." Haley stealthily withdrew her hand from her dumb cousin's butt and said, "Thank you, Luke." Luke turned a deaf ear to Margaret's words and a blind eye to her yell of pain. This was the stereotypical ditzy blonde beauty. It was easiest to communicate with her cousin Haley, who understood everything without needing it to be pointed out to her. Luke went over to the edge of the boat, before he suddenly turned around as if he had suddenly remembered something. "Do you know the man in the green shirt?" Margaret was about to reply, but yelped when her butt was pinched again. Haley said with a big smile. His face was covered. "We don't know who he is." Luke nodded, and looked like he was deep in thought. "That's true, you don't see a lot of good guys in masks who help other people without asking for anything in return." The lips of both girls twitched. They could only wave goodbye to him. Luke jumped back onto his own boat. "When are the people from the department coming?" Selena said, "In about 20 minutes, mostly because the boat they're going to take hasn't arrived yet." "Do you want to pick them up?" Luke chuckled. "No way. If we pick them up, wouldn't we have to take them and the bodies back with this boat, which I rented with my own money?" "Okay, time to catch some rays." Selena was stupefied, but quickly became elated and went inside to change. When it came to goofing off, Luke was always as good as his word. As long as Elsa and Dustin didn't say anything, he really would slack off until it was time to get off work. Luke called for $. "Do you remember the rules Selena told you? Don't appear or talk randomly, and don't act too smart. As long as you follow these rules, you can go play on your own." "Is there anything to eat?" asked $. In an extremely low voice. Luke raised an eyebrow. "There is, but you're now not allowed to eat anything for the next hour, and you can only watch Selena eat." "Why?" The low voice was furious. "Second violation," Luke said unhurriedly. "Now it's 2 hours. Voracious despaired. "Damn it, I wouldn't have spoken if you hadn't especially asked me a question." But it finally wised up and didn't say anything. Luke rubbed the dog's head with a smile. "Okay, $, go to Selena." $. Instantly took off. On the other side, the Coen sisters were still whispering to each other, when they saw a hot girl in a bikini emerge on the boat next to theirs. Seeing that it was Selena, both of them were stunned. What was she doing? Selena waved at them with a smile. "Haha, we're sunbathing while we wait for the forensic staff to arrive. Our boat's small, which is why we didn't call you over." The Coen sisters. A moment later, they saw Luke come out of the cabin with a fishing pole, and he waved at them as well. They were even more speechless. "So, you're actually here for fun, and you only took our case in passing." But when they thought about it carefully, they found that they had nothing to say. The moment Luke showed up, he cleanly flipped the speedboat over, and he now had to wait for the investigation team to clean up the mess. This was all because of the 2 of them. But these 2 girls couldn't be as carefree as Luke and Selena. With 4 bodies floating in the sea not far away, they didn't want to stay here longer than they had to. Starting up the yacht, they said goodbye to Luke and Selena and sailed away. When the boat left, Haley, who was steering it, turned back to look at Luke, as if she was deep in thought. She then nodded and her lips curled up. This detective was quite interesting. Her phone rang at that moment. She picked up, and a man quickly said, "Miss Coen, even though I wasn't the one to kill those criminals, we already agreed before I took this job that the down payment is non-refundable." Haley interrupted him. "Okay, I get it. But that wasn't the extent of the job, right? Mr. W, instead of worrying whether I want a refund, shouldn't you deal with the rest as soon as possible?" The man laughed and said, "As long as you don't want a refund, it's all good. But I did block them in the operation today. Do you think you can give me a bonus? I lost one of my sandals, and I have to buy a new pair, Haley interrupted him again. Mr. W, shut up and do your job, or we can start talking about a refund. Okay, I'm on it. However, if I'm neat and tidy about it, can I get a bonus? Haley rolled her eyes and simply hung up. Margaret asked, is it really okay for someone like that to handle things? I heard that mercenaries aren't very good people. Haley chuckled and rubbed Margaret's head. Do you think I'm as dumb as you? Yes, he's not a good guy, but he has the best reputation in this line of work. Why else would I pay him in full beforehand? He's taken my money, he'll make sure to get things done. Margaret slapped her hand away angrily. Hey, I'm not a child anymore. I was married before. Haley shook her head helplessly and sighed. Is this what they mean by, ignorance is bliss, or are you just too unlucky? Margaret and William's marriage hadn't been a sham. William had really loved her, and had never told his naive sweetheart about his underground enterprises. After his death, Margaret inherited everything. She had enough wealth to last her for life, but it had also drawn the attention of some gangs. But all this would be over soon, and Haley would figure out a way to hide her silly cousin's identity and make her disappear from the sight of the Los Angeles gangs. All that remained to be seen was whether or not Mr. W was as good as the rumors claimed. As for Luke and Selena, she didn't think much of them. If Margaret hadn't insisted on asking for Elsa's help, Haley wouldn't have wasted time meeting with them. It was really impossible for two minor detectives to cope with those ruthless gangs that were greedy for money. Otherwise, LA wouldn't hire so many police officers, and law and order wouldn't be deteriorating day by day. Chapter 483 Voracious is hard to trick and is a blabbermouth on the other side. Selena had a huge amount of delicious food next to her as she basked in the sun. Even better, alien dog head Voracious couldn't steal any of it for the next 2 hours as punishment by Luke. Luke was sitting on the fishing platform at the back with his legs crossed leisurely. Utterly content, he held a tablet and looked at the fishing pole every once in a while. When it couldn't wheedle any food out of Selena, Dollar ran back and lay down next to Luke obediently. It suddenly scratched his pants while it stared at the fishing line. Luke didn't even bother to look. He grabbed the fishing pole and pulled without the least bit of finesse, and a fish came flying over to land directly at his feet. Quick reflex plus basic roping was practically cheating. Dollar was fast enough to press down on the fish with one paw, and it started whining. Luke was bemused when he saw the dog's expression. Do you want it? Dollar continued whining. Luke was amused. Fine, you can have the fish, but are you sure you can digest it? Dollar opened its big mouth. The 20-centimeter-long fish disappeared into the big mouth. A moment later, an empty fish hook was spat out. Luke held his forehead. Fine, you're smart, all right. He had just been teasing Voracious. If it did anything that wasn't dog-like, he would teach it another lesson. For the sake of food, however, this guy remembered the rules very clearly. It just needed to use Dollar's black button eyes and whine to express that it wanted to eat, which was a normal dog reaction. The fish bones aren't a problem. Luke was still a little worried. But looking at Dollar's cute little expression, he sighed helplessly. Fine, there won't be any problems as long as you remain silent, all right. Dollar flopped down resolutely and didn't look at him anymore. Luke scratched his head. This guy learned quickly. It was much harder to trick than Selena. How could a glutton be so smart when food was involved? Luke teased the alien dog head with a fish every now and then before letting it chow down on it, and 40 minutes went by like this before the forensic team finally arrived. Luke was amused when he saw them. Ha, Benny, Gitta, aren't you late? Our boat was late. It's not like we could swim here, right? Said Gitta. They looked at Selena, who was sunbathing in a bikini on the front deck, and Luke, who was in a Hawaiian shirt and shorts at the back, and familiar jealousy welled up in their hearts again. Benny couldn't help but ask, hey, why are the two of you always able to find new fun every time we see you? Are we not working the same case? Gitta nodded too. That's right, you were also enjoying the sun in the wild last time, and this time, you even have a boat. Do you want us to die of jealousy? We don't see the sun most of the time in the forensics department. I think mushrooms are growing in my hair. These two were the old acquaintances who had worked overtime with Luke and Selena on the beach female corpse case. Hearing that, Luke said with a smile, I didn't want this either. We were out for fun, but we ran into those shooters. It's not like we could just let them shoot us, right? Both forensic scientists rolled their eyes. As forensic scientists and professional body collectors, the number of criminal bodies that had passed through their hands thanks to Luke were in the double digits. They were well aware of Luke's combat ability, such as in the Nakatomi Plaza robbery. While LAPD never admitted that the detective who cracked the Nakatomi Plaza robbery case was one of their guys, the two forensic scientists weren't idiots. Considering Luke's combat ability and the speed at which he delivered bodies to the forensics department, the answer was obvious. Of course, they wouldn't say anything to anybody else. It wasn't necessarily a good thing to know the secrets of these sorts of people. If gang accomplices learned that some forensic scientist might know the real identity of some annoying detective, they might drop by for a chat with the forensic scientist. Who knew if the criminals would let them go even if they confessed everything? After all, most of the gangsters whom Luke killed were very brutal. After some small talk, the two forensic scientists got to work. Looking at the 4 floating bodies, Benny asked, "How long have they been in the water?" Luke didn't think much of it. "About an hour." Benny and Gita both sweated. "Fine, it looks like we don't need to try and save them." Luke curled his lip. Save them? The only reason he didn't shoot them was because the system notified him that they were dead. He had been entrusted with a task, he certainly had to do it well. These people who had their eye on Margaret had to die. Benny and Gita only worked for half an hour before they were done and went back. Apart from the 4 bodies, their boat had already broken up and sunk to the bottom of the ocean. It was impossible to salvage it. Luke also gave them the details of the case. All they needed to confirm was that the bullets which killed the 2 criminals were from his gun. When it came to Luke, their higher-ups had already told them earlier on not to dig too much into his cases. In fact, Internal Affairs had wanted to investigate Luke's cases many times. There was a lot of suspicion in the Internal Affairs division of Luke using excessive force and abusing power. But they couldn't run an investigation. They ran into tough resistance from Elsa and Dustin who, as Luke's direct superiors, strongly opposed the investigation for one simple reason. Luke's team was the most efficient at cracking cases in Westside's Major Crimes Division. And even without the data from other major crimes divisions, Elsa and Dustin were certain that Luke and Selena held the record for the most number of cases cracked in the whole of Los Angeles. An internal affairs investigation wasn't a good thing. Even if the detective was clean, it would still affect them. It was like a student getting good grades in their exams, and a teacher sending people over daily to see if they were cheating. How could a student not be affected by this? Would they be able to do as well in the next exam? Thus, unless Internal Affairs had ironclad evidence, Elsa and Dustin would never give in. In the Major Crimes Division, a boss who couldn't defend their subordinates could be easily replaced. Besides, Dustin had Director Brad on his side. Deputy Director Kondra, who owed Luke a small favor, might not help out much, but he also wouldn't agree with anyone who wanted to give Luke a hard time. So, Luke was quite safe and relaxed in his current position in the department. He and Selena didn't return on the boat until sunset. At midnight, Luke snuck out of the house again. Voracious raised its head and looked in the direction Luke had left, before it whispered to Selena, "He's gone." Selena mumbled and rolled over to continue sleeping. Voracious said, "He might be out looking for other women. Aren't you worried?" Selena pried her eyes open a little. "No, because he wouldn't bother being sneaky about it." Voracious was at a loss. "What do you mean?" Chapter 484 Complete form equals baldness equals more strength. Selena heaved a sigh. "It means mind your own business. He's much smarter than you." Voracious said angrily, "Don't lie to me. You actually want to go with him. I can sense your longing." Selena glared at it. "Didn't we say no reading me without permission?" Voracious said, "I sensed it earlier, that's not a violation." Lost for words for a moment, Selena said, "What can I do even if I go?" "I can't help him." Voracious rolled its dog eyes. "I can help you." Selena scoffed. "Save it. He already said earlier not to let you possess me so that you don't learn everything." Voracious snorted, disdainfully, "I'm not a human being. Why are you so scared of me learning your secrets?" Selena mumbled inwardly, "I don't have many secrets, but a certain someone does." Voracious continued to persuade her. "I can promise that I won't control your body randomly. After all, I'm just an outsider, and Dollar is my official host while you're at most a temporary one." Selena hesitated. "Don't you want to know what he's doing out there?" asked Voracious. It was actually eager to find out what that tricky man got up to in the middle of the night. After a long pause, Selena finally nodded. "Okay, just this once." Voracious nodded. "I promise." As it spoke, Its liquid body flowed out of Dollar's back, and the golden dog head at the top suddenly broke away from the body underneath it and turned into a liquid ball that bounced on the bed. Looking at the ball in surprise, Selena suddenly remarked, "Why do I feel that you look like slime?" Voracious didn't know what slime was. Even though they had combined before, it hadn't sensed all of Selena's memories. Only the more unforgettable or recent memories were more distinct. It just bounced up and down a few times. "Can't you be a little more proactive? It's very difficult for me to move in this form." Selena looked at the cute-looking golden slime reluctantly, before she stretched out her left hand to touch it. The moment she made contact, the golden ball spread up over her fingers like mercury and swiftly covered her arm before spreading from her left shoulder to the rest of the body. Selena gasped harshly and stuttered, "This doesn't feel very comfortable." Voracious didn't reply. The golden liquid continued forward until it covered her entire body, then instantly disappeared. Selena was gasping hard for breath. "Is that it?" Voracious hummed and said, "Yes. Don't forget Luke's rules. I don't want my food portion reduced tomorrow. So, let's not talk, and just communicate with our minds." Selena nodded and examined her body for a moment, but she didn't see any difference. Voracious suddenly roared angrily in her mind. "Apologize." Selena. "Huh, Voracious. You called me slime. That lowly, slug-like creature that doesn't have a shred of intelligence." "Apologize." Selena smiled awkwardly. "I was just talking about your appearance, and I think slime's very cute." Voracious. "Really? Wait. No matter how cute they are, they're still stupid." "Apologize." Selena nodded helplessly. "I'm sorry, you're not slime. I just don't read a lot, so I couldn't find a suitable way to describe you." Voracious. "Fine, seeing how sincere you are, I'll forgive you. Now, do I need to show you the complete symbiotic form?" Selena grew curious. "You have a complete form?" Voracious. "It's a secret for now. Luke said I shouldn't let anyone see me." Selena. "Let's try it in the house then, but you have to hide it when we go out." Voracious. "Alright, but if he reduces my food portion, I'll eat yours." Selena. "You wish." Voracious. "What are you thinking? Damn it, he's actually never reduced your food portion." "Why not?" Selena chuckled. "Alright, enough, hurry up and show me the complete form." At that moment, she was standing in front of the full-length mirror in her room. The next instant, golden liquid surged out of her body and enveloped her in the blink of an eye. Looking at herself in the mirror, Selena was stupefied. "This is me." Voracious. "No, this is us." In the mirror stood a humanoid form that looked like a golden statue. It was more than 2 meters tall with distinct muscles all over. However, it had very obvious feminine characteristics in its curvy figure, the long and strong legs and the waist that was relatively thinner. The face was a little similar to Voracious's face. The eyes were like white jade or bone, but more narrow and pointed as they slanted upward. But the face didn't have a mouth, ears or a nose. The most important thing was that it didn't have any hair. Looking at that dazzling and smooth bald head, Selena suddenly remembered some nonsense Luke was always spouting. "How can you be strong without going bald?" Sensing the intense fluctuations in Selena's emotions, Voracious was dissatisfied. "Hey, this is the complete form, so the head is one of the defining features. Is it strange? Also, what the hell does getting strong have to do with going bald?" Selena. "Then cancel the complete form first." Voracious canceled the complete form angrily. "It's not like I'm lying to you." It moved very quickly, and the golden color disappeared as swiftly as it had appeared. Looking at her original appearance in the mirror, Selena stroked her long hair, not completely recovered from her fear. "Thank God it's still here." Voracious was too lazy to make a fuss. It realized that Selena was especially obsessed when it came to her hair. This wasn't a lack of trust, but more of a conditioned reflex. "If you don't leave now, you won't catch up with Luke," it reminded her. Struck with realization, Selena quickly pulled on some loose clothes and covered her face with sunglasses and a face mask before she left the house. She frowned when she stepped outside, and asked in her heart, "Which way?" Voracious. "Left. I have a sharp nose." Selena started running. "Did you learn from Dollar?" Voracious was very pleased with itself. "Haha, I can learn the abilities of my host. What do you think? Aren't I awesome?" Selena was stunned. "Then if you combine with a spider, will you be able to produce spider thread?" Voracious scoffed. "Like I need to learn that. I can lengthen my tentacles and you can swing around on them in the city, but forget it, Luke said. I can't expose myself. Selena nodded. That's right, someone will definitely snap a pic if you mess about, and then there'll be people who'll want to catch you and study you. Voracious knew what study meant. That was the reason why it was so obedient. Compared with how it could eat and drink as it pleased here, being cut up for research was too scary. As she ran through a dark alley, Selena could sense that she was a lot stronger after combining with Voracious. Chapter 485 Buddy, let me. Proud, Voracious egged her on. Why don't you try it? With me to protect you, you'll be fine. Hearing that, Selena made up her mind. With a burst of force, she leapt onto the rim of a trash can on the side. Clang. The metal edge caved in, but Selena flew up almost 6 meters. Bam! A dent appeared in the wall on the 3rd floor. Bam! The corner of the 5th floor broke off. Selena, however, landed lightly on the roof. She couldn't believe it. It was that easy. Voracious. I can improve your strength and your reflexes, but your body's very tough and flexible to begin with, which is why you can do so well. Selena was silent for a moment. Let's go and find Luke. She ran over rooftops and leapt across buildings at distances of more than 5 meters. Picking up speed, she stomped on the ground and exerted force with her legs as she jumped off the edge of a roof. Bam! She instantly flew more than 10 meters to land on the roof of the building opposite. Elated, Selena couldn't help giving a yell. Picking up speed, she took off once more, as nimble as a fairy soaring through the dark night. Elsewhere, Luke's car had also reached his target location, an old 4-story apartment building. This was a target that he had scouted out long ago. This place belonged to Black Bones, one of the gangs that was conspiring to deal with the Ghost Butcher. The members of this gang were mostly black, and they liked to burn their enemies until all that was left were black skeletons. That was how they got this scary name, as after deploying the drones, Luke started moving. He had studied this gang for a long time, and there was nothing to be scared of. He snuck in as usual, headed straight for the boss, who was on the 4th floor. Taking down an underling who was reporting to the boss with one punch, he tied up the boss and threw him onto the couch. He then grabbed the boss by the neck with his left hand, and played the text on his fake phone with his right hand. This time, he used the traditional black accent typical of some famous actor. Why are you messing with William's widow? The boss glared at him with eyes as wide as a bull's. You're looking to die. Luke tightened his grip slightly so that the man couldn't make a sound. Wrong answer. One finger. Saying that, Luke raised the last 2 fingers on the boss's right hand and pulled as if he was picking a flower. With a soft crack, the boss's little finger was twisted into an S. The man's bull-like eyes got even bigger as he struggled, but he couldn't get away from the hand around his neck. Luke played the question again. Why are you messing with William's widow? The boss finally changed his tone. Do you work for William? He's already dead. Why are you still protecting his wife? Wrong answer. Another finger. Luke reached for the boss's hand again. Because of the grip around his neck, the boss could only wheeze harshly as he struggled once more. But it was useless. His eyes full of fear and despair, he watched as his 4th finger was bent into a V. Why are you messing with William's widow? Luke played the question a 3rd time. The boss didn't hesitate this time. He could tell that this person didn't think much of him at all. He had 8 fingers left for this man to bend out of shape. If the man was in a good mood, he might even twist them back again. If he really wasn't satisfied, the boss still had toes as well as countless bones in his body. Some people might be able to endure endless torture, but he wasn't one of them. For money. We discovered that William had a huge amount of money in a secret account. Since he's dead, the account was probably left to his wife, the boss replied quickly. Raising an eyebrow, Luke typed, can't his wife have taken out the money? The boss said, the money is in an anonymous account, and it's not that easy for his wife to move it. We know that the money is still there. Luke thought for a moment before he played another question. Why do you want the money? There was a reason why he was asking this question. There were plenty of wealthy people in Los Angeles. William hadn't been clean, and Margaret had unloaded most of his illegal assets after his death. Logically speaking, there was no need to be so impulsive in acting against her. If they really wanted to act against Margaret, they could have kidnapped her when she least expected it and slowly interrogated her to get whatever they wanted. But Black Bones had been too hasty. The boss said, recently, we started working with a few other groups to look for that Ghost Butcher, but we need a lot of money for this operation. Nobody is willing to shell out the cash, so everybody agreed to look for money elsewhere first. It was the demonic saints who gave us this information and had us take action. Luke was enlightened. The demonic saints was the other gang that was conspiring against him. Of course, money to deal with him was one thing. Whether or not they could really use it to act against Luke if they did obtain William's money remained to be seen. Luke's face suddenly changed, and he played another question. Give me your secret account. The boss hesitated. He wasn't an idiot. He would be useless after he gave up his secret account, and this man definitely wouldn't spare him. Broken fingers were painful, but death scared him more. Chuckling inwardly, Luke played the question again. Give me your secret account. Hey, buddy, asking like this is too inefficient. Why don't you let me do it? We'll split the cash 50-50, how about it? A voice rang out from the window. Luke turned his head to see a man in a powder blue t-shirt, rhinestone jeans, and a pair of shabby boots slouching next to the window. His lip curled under his mask, and Luke typed, "Okay." He then pushed the boss toward the other man. The man in the powder blue t-shirt caught the boss. Haha, thanks. Wait, what are you going to do? Luke opened the door. You interrogate him first. I'm going to clean house. The man was still staring blankly when Luke disappeared from the door. He mumbled, my mission is to get rid of these trouble-making gangsters, right? If he's the one who does it, will Haley pay me less? Saying that, he casually knocked the boss out and chased after Luke. By the time he reached the stairs, 2 criminals had already collapsed. He sped up. Not good, not good. What if he gets them all? He jumped down to the 3rd floor and caught Luke in the act of killing 2 criminals with a baseball bat. Chapter 486 The best hitman never loses. Just a minute, these are my targets, said the man in a low voice. Luke shrugged. Sorry, but they're my targets too. So, let's see who's faster. He then opened a door and charged in. After the sound of 2 thumps, he came back out. The man was angry. Are you stealing my job? He drew a long sword from his back and ran into another room. There were 2 faint, whistling sounds before he came out, the long sword dripping with blood. I can do it too. Luke glanced at him and opened the door to the next room. Thump, thump. The man flew into a rage. Fine, let's do this. He went into the next room and the long sword whistled again. In less than 2 minutes, they cleared the rooms on the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was sort of a dormitory. Most of the rooms had more than one tenant. The man was quite proud of himself. 13-12. I only need one more kill. What will? FCK. Don't run. While the man was talking, Luke had jumped down to the 2nd floor and killed 2 criminals who were standing guard. The man chased after him and involuntarily split the rooms between them, each taking care of half. In the end, they finished at almost the same time. The man said, haha, we're even. 20-20. Luke shrugged. It was because there had been 3 fewer people in the rooms on his side, not because he was slower. Besides, he wasn't going all out, which wasn't necessary. It was a lively night. His plan to create another major missing person case wasn't going to work anymore. As the man rambled on, Luke jumped down to the 1st floor and threw the baseball bat at a criminal, sending him flying. The man glared. You think you're the only one who can throw a weapon? I can do it too. Swoosh. He hurled his long sword and nailed another criminal to the wall. Amused, Luke grabbed a table knife from the table and flicked his wrist. Swoosh. A criminal who was watching TV and had turned around when he heard the noise was pierced in the forehead and fell. The man was stunned. Ah, you. Luke picked up another table knife. Swoosh. Another criminal got up and had opened his mouth to yell as he reached for his gun, when the knife stabbed him in the throat. That's cheating. The man was outraged. How can you use a table knife? Luke spread his hands to indicate that he didn't care what the other man thought. Gritting his teeth, the man drew out his gun. Bam, bam. 2 criminals who had craned their necks to see what was going on got their heads blown up. Another tie. The man looked at him provokingly. Who told you to cheat? Wasn't a cold weapon contest good? Shaking his head, Luke drew out the guns from the holsters on his thighs. Everybody in and outside the building had heard the gunshots. This was destined to be a huge night. Bang, 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 bang. Luke opened fire with both guns, killing 2 criminals who just opened the door. The man was shocked. How can you use 2 guns? I'm only using 1 gun. He only had 1 gun and 1 long sword on him, which were enough for a regular mission. But it was a pain in the ass now, because Luke had 2 guns that were firing rapidly. Bang, 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 bang. Two criminals who had crowded around a window to look into the hallway collapsed. Tilting his head, Luke looked at the man not far away and suddenly raised 4 fingers. The man gnashed his teeth. "You cheater!" Ah! Roaring, he charged forward and grabbed a gun off a dead criminal, before crashing into the hallway glass window and out into the yard. Bang, 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 bang. Ah! Intense gunfire rang out as the man went on a killing spree with 2 guns outside the building, shooting every criminal who had come running over after hearing the gunshots. Amused, Luke also dashed outside and competed for experience and credit. The man's yells could be heard every now and then in the yard. 28 to 30. I'm catching up. 32 to 33. I only need 1 more kill. Damn it. 35 to 36. In less than 2 minutes, all the guards outside were eliminated. In high spirits, Luke put his guns back into the holsters and looked at the man who was swearing not far away. Damn it, why isn't there anybody else? Doesn't Black Bones have a lot of people? Why did you all die so easily? You bunch of trash. Ah! He grabbed the neck of a criminal whose head he had already blown up and shook the body wildly. Unhurriedly, Luke took out his fake phone, typed something, and played it. 40 to 41. The man yelled in denial and jumped to his feet. I won't admit defeat that easily. With that, he suddenly took a running leap, grabbed a corner of the 2nd floor, and started to climb upward. 10 seconds later, there was the sound of a gunshot from the 4th floor, and the window was flung open. The boss's head had a bullet hole in it when it was pushed outside the window. The man in the powder blue t-shirt and big mask who had a hand on the head laughed uproariously. Ha ha, 41 to 41. It's a tie. I'm the best hitman, I never fail. Lost for words, Luke typed something on his phone and played it again. Let me remind you, you just promised me that we would split the money in his secret account. It was suddenly quiet at the window on the 4th floor. A moment later, the boss's body was thrown back inside and the man clutched his own head. Damn it, I forgot, that's a lot of money. Smiling, Luke typed something and played it. That's right, you owe me a huge amount of money now, Mr. Best Hitman. Full of despair, the man fell to his knees in front of the window. God, why did I compete with you? Isn't money the most important thing? Suddenly, he lifted his head and placed his hands on the windowsill. Slowly sticking his head out, he glared at Luke down below aggrievedly. Are you the devil? Why did you compete with me? Luke shrugged and typed. I never said anything about a competition, that was all you. The man choked. Recalling what happened just now, he realized, he was the one who turned it into a kill contest. This guy had only said that he wanted to clean up the criminals. Was he the problem? No, the one that was wrong was definitely this world. The man muttered to himself. Mr. Best Hitman, you won't renege on our deal, right? Luke played what he had just typed. Conflicted, the man stuck his head out again. What do you mean? There's at least $1 million in the boss's secret account. According to our deal, half of that is mine. Now, can you give me the money? Luke played his words. Chapter 487. Goods, mine. Cash, yours, until it becomes mine. The man gnashed his teeth. Don't even think about it. I don't even have $50 on me. Amused, Luke typed again. Then you owe me $500,000. You won't refuse to admit it, will you? Conflicted for a moment, the man then nodded despondently. Fine, I owe you. He had a lot of good habits, like extortion, targeting the underworld, eating free food in the target's home, wearing the target's slippers, and bathing in the target's bathtub. But trust was what allowed him to stand out as a mercenary, otherwise middle school students wouldn't look for him to beat up their love rivals. They only did so because he said he would only break a couple of teeth and not kill anyone. While the man was drowning in remorse, Luke put his phone away and dashed back inside. The man was stumped. A moment later, when he saw Luke searching the rooms, he realized what was going on. Wait, we have to split the loot here too. A few minutes later, staring at the cash as well as the white crystals which they had just taken out of the boss's safe, the man asked Luke, how do you want to split this? Luke pulled the stash of drugs over to his side, then nodded at the cash. The man was stunned. Mine. Luke nodded. He typed and played. Drugs, mine. Cash, yours. Okay. The man couldn't be any happier. Haha, that's really generous of you. No problem, we'll split it that way. He was going to reach for the money, when Luke gestured at him to hold on. The man looked at him warily. Are you going back on your word? Luke typed and played unhurriedly. it seems you've forgotten that you owe me $500,000. The man was stupefied. What do you mean? Are you saying that? He looked at the pile of cash in front of him. The money is yours too. Luke spread his hands to indicate that he didn't have a choice. The man gritted his teeth as he stared at the money, but eventually lowered his head dejectedly. Fine. Luke gathered up the pile of cash with a smile and stuffed them into a bag. He then poured a bottle of vodka over the drugs. Picking up a lighter from a side table, he flicked it and was about to throw it onto the drugs. Wait, you're burning the drugs? The man was astonished. They're worth at least $200,000. Luke glanced at him and tossed out the lighter. Flames burst out with a boom. Luke typed a sentence on his phone and played it. Mr. Best Hitman, a word of advice: never deal in drugs, otherwise I don't mind killing you too. The man found that odd. You're not a hitman. Luke didn't say anything. Wait, are you? The man suddenly leaned in close and asked in a low voice, the ghost butcher. Luke remained silent. He simply picked up the cash, leaving out one wad which he tossed to the man. He typed and played. Okay, you just owe me $220,000 now. This is for your hard work tonight. Staring at the $10,000 in his hand, the man was lost for words. Do you have no respect for money at all? That's $10,000. He wouldn't be able to make this much even after threatening kids and stalkers or beating up hooligans 20 times over. Yet, this guy had given him the money so easily. But the man's heart dripped blood when he remembered that all the cash had belonged to him just a moment ago. You were too high profile in this operation. Luke played a sentence again. LAPD has noticed you. It would be best if you left soon. This isn't your territory, and you'll easily draw attention if you cross the line. With that, Luke's figure disappeared from the doorway. The man was stumped for a moment, before he scoffed. I'm not scared of the stupid police. Just let them try and catch me. At that moment, sirens rang out in the distance. Looking at the fire that was starting to spread, the man said, forget it. In any case, Haley won't know that someone else killed half of them. I won't be lying to her when I say that all of them have been taken care of. I've completed this job, it's time to go. As he walked out, he smacked the wad of $100 bills against his palm. Where should I go have fun today? It'll be a waste if I don't spend this $10,000. There's a strip club over there, right? The chicks there have big round butts. It's only 2 a.m. There's still time for one performance. Murmuring to himself, he disappeared into the night as well. Elsewhere, Luke stored the bag of cash in his inventory and checked the system. System: eliminate the base and the main members of Black Bones. Completed. Total experience: 4,000. Total credit: 4,000. Contribution rate: 50%. EXP plus 2,000. Credit plus 2,000. From Daddy Systems' acknowledgement, it seemed that Mr. Best Hitman really had been on par with Luke tonight. Luke didn't care. More than the experience and credit points, there was another matter now that was giving him a headache. He went over to a dark corner and tilted his head to look at a particular window on the second floor of a rundown building nearby. You're still hiding. The drones weren't deployed just for show. It was quiet for 2 seconds, then Selena crawled out of the window with a rustle and jumped down to land lightly next to him. Luke waved his hand. Let's talk later. Saying that, he led Selena to the car which he had parked in a distant, hidden corner earlier. They got into the car and left. They were silent on the road. 1 kilometer from home, Luke drove the car to an unremarkable bungalow. After they entered, he said, take off your clothes. Your sunglasses, your mask, and your shoes too. Throw them into the bag. Selena obediently did as he said and put on the new clothes which Luke gave her. Luke also changed out of his clothes and threw them into the bag. He then entered a room with the bag before putting it into his inventory. Let's go home, he said. They came out and left on foot from the alley behind the bungalow. 10 minutes later, they arrived home. Luke made a pot of green tea for himself and brought Selena a drive. Pepper. He sat down on the couch and said, tell me, why did you follow me today? Selena choked on her drink when she heard that. Coughing for a moment, she then said in a low voice, I'm sorry. Luke shook his head. I'm not blaming you. You did nothing wrong, either. Selena raised her head. Really? Luke nodded and had a mouthful of the tea. There are certain things that I don't want you to know because it'll do you no good if you know them. Selena lowered her head. Isn't that the same? Luke sat closer to her with a smile and cradled her head as if she were a kid. Did you forget how you felt after our camping trip? What else could I do? Selena didn't know what to say. At that time, she really had been hit hard by Luke's combat ability. Chapter 488 That's unfair. Then I'll be reasonable tonight. Selena had witnessed Luke's terrifying combat ability yet again. He and another person had cleaned up 80 gangsters so easily. Selena was aware that she wouldn't lose out to any of their colleagues in the Major Crimes Division, but she still wasn't as good as Luke. Looking at her face, Luke continued, "There's always a way to improve your capabilities. I never mentioned this to you because it was my own thing and I didn't want to get you involved." Selena asked, "Aren't we partners?" Luke sighed, "That's different. I don't feel guilty at all killing those gangsters. What about you? You might be able to kill one or two of them, but what if it's something like our camping trip again?" Selena opened her mouth, but couldn't give an affirmative reply. She knew that she couldn't do it, and Luke knew that as well. Killing hundreds of people at once, even if they were all unforgivable gang members, would be too much for her. She wasn't being hypocritical. Most human beings who grew up in a peaceful society wouldn't be able to do it, they would subconsciously reject the act of killing. Even seasoned soldiers would only have killed a handful of enemies at most. Very few of them would have killed hundreds of people. If they didn't have nerves of steel, they could only count on extraordinary luck to avoid any psychological issues. Not all American soldiers dispatched overseas would have killed many people, but roughly 10% of them suffered varying degrees of psychological issues. Given Luke's temperament, he would never put Selena at risk. She was well aware that Luke regarded her as his police partner, and he had never involved her in more dangerous things. For example, it was only because of her strong insistence that he had taken her along on the Mexico operation, and in the end she had still suffered a setback. Selena asked in a low voice, with complicated feelings, "Am I too useless?" Luke smiled. "What are you thinking? This isn't a movie. How many female leads are there who can be beautiful, competent and kill without flinching? For you to be able to meet two of the criteria is already far more than I expected." Selena mulled over that for a moment. Then, was she beautiful and competent? That was pretty good. Her mood picked up slightly. "Thank you, darling." Luke nodded. "Don't take this matter to heart. Take your time and think about it. Once you've made a decision, you can let me know then. Whether we go on as before, or you want to pick something new, it's up to you." Selena nodded silently. Luke then changed the topic. "However, you weren't the one to propose this operation tonight, right? Voracious, how much longer are you going to hide for?" The living room was utterly quiet. Staring at Selena's back, Luke said, "On the count of 3, if you're still pretending to be dead, you're getting dog food and goat's milk tomorrow." As soon as he said the words, a golden liquid ball emerged on Selena's back. "That's unfair. Why am I the one punished and not her?" Luke raised his cup for another mouthful of tea. "Because she was never so impulsive before you showed up. Who should I blame, you or her?" The ball-like Voracious thought for a moment. "Both of us." Luke laughed out loud. "You wish. Even if she did wrong, it was because of you." Voracious's ball body deflated like a leaky balloon. "You're being unreasonable." Luke nodded. "Fine, let's be reasonable. Did you egg her to follow me out tonight?" Voracious nodded. "Then did you remind her to be careful in case anyone saw her, to steer clear of surveillance cameras, and to cover her tracks?" Luke asked. Voracious. "Huh, what the heck was all that? It didn't know any of that. It was an instant KO for the alien dog head. Its punishment was also handed down. It could only have dog food and goat's milk the next day." Of course, only Voracious suffered the most with this punishment. Dollar was a dog anyway, and it was quite satisfied with dog food and goat's milk. Looking at Voracious, who was practically a pancake now, Luke got up and casually patted its golden jelly-like body. "Okay, return to Dollar." But the moment his left hand touched Voracious, the golden liquid started to spread. Luke frowned. "Get off," Voracious said. "Ah, what's that energy? It's so delicious." With a cold face, Luke growled, "FCK off." The golden liquid had only reached his wrist, when it exploded and was sent flying. Voracious shrieked in pain. "Ah, it hurts. What's that energy? It's so painful." Luke examined his left hand and checked the system notifications. His hand seemed fine, and he didn't receive any warning from the system, so he relaxed. Looking at Voracious, who had gathered back into a ball and was shivering, he raised a finger and said, "Only this once. This time, I was the one who was careless and touched you. There won't be a next time." Voracious silently wriggled its way back to Dollar's body in Selina's room. Selina was astonished. How did you do that? Luke hadn't done anything just now. She didn't think that just shaking would be able to get rid of the symbiosis with Voracious, but Voracious had been sent flying just like that. She couldn't think of another word beside explosion to describe what happened. Luke spread his hands. I'm exceptionally talented. Lost for words for a moment, Selina finally nodded. Fine. While it sounded like a half-assed response, she thought it wasn't necessarily untrue. If it wasn't an innate ability, how else was Luke able to get rid of the symbiosis with Voracious? Luke didn't dwell on it. After saying a few more words to Selina, he left for the basement to destroy the equipment and clothes which they had used tonight. Selina took another shower, returned to her room, and lay on her bed after closing the door. Voracious emerged from Dollar's back. Selina, I discovered one of Luke's secrets. Selina hummed but didn't pick up the thread of conversation. Voracious found that odd. Haven't you always been curious about his secrets? Selina shook her head. He didn't tell me not because he doesn't trust me, but because he's overly cautious. So, you best shut your mouth about this secret, otherwise don't say I didn't warn you if you're caught one day for research. Voracious was angry. I'm not stupid. HMPH. It's fine if you don't want to know, but remember to tell Luke to make you a little more food tomorrow morning. Selina said, just drop it. He won't let you have any of it. He's a man of his word. Luke is the devil. Voracious grunted in dissatisfaction. The food is for you. Don't forget that we were connected tonight, and I drew out part of the energy inside you. Selina instantly sat up. Are you saying that I'm going to be a glutton again for the whole day tomorrow? Chapter 489 Birth of Gold Nugget and Selina's appearance. Voracious didn't think it was a big deal. You're not happy you can have so much delicious food. From the women I see in your memories, if they knew I can absorb their fat, they would come crying for me to combine with them. Selina snorted. Even if you were sh*t, they would eat you as long as they can lose weight and be beautiful, though they would probably do it on the sly. Voracious was unhappy. Apologize. Selina yielded. I'm sorry. I'm not saying that you're sh*t. It's just that women care far more about their looks than you can imagine. Voracious nodded as if it was deep in thought. Like how when we transformed into the complete form, the first thing you thought of wasn't your strength, but your hair. Selina replied matter-of-factly, unless they like the bald style, there are few women who don't care about their hair. Voracious said, fine, I have a rough idea how you women think now. Sigh, if only Luke was as simple as you. Selina didn't feel surprised. What are you thinking? If he was as simple as me, he would be dead already. Voracious suddenly felt that it wasn't on the same wavelength as Selina. She was really too wishy-washy and biased when it came to Luke. But when Voracious remembered how Luke favored and even pampered Selina, it was jealous. Damn it, Selina hadn't even been lectured when she did something wrong, while Voracious only had a little bit of that delicious energy and was blown up by some other weird energy for it. Voracious hadn't even known that the connection could be forcibly cut off like that. Not just that, it had also sensed that the energy which had sent it flying was already very restrained, otherwise, part of Voracious's body would have been instantly destroyed. That scary energy actually came from a human, that didn't fit the view of the world that was in Selina's head. Forget it, the alien dog had thought, with such a powerful guy to cover it, it could safely familiarize itself with the environment. Once it knew everything there was to know about this world, it could then stealthily slip away. But another thought immediately popped up. There was good food here which it didn't have to go through the trouble of finding itself, while there were a lot of researchers in white coats outside who would love to cut open an alien life form. Going out was risky and unrewarding. Why would it want to leave? The two ideas warred with each other for a moment in Voracious's head. In the end, it firmly decided, no more thinking, it would just carry on like this for now. It had only been here for a few days, it would just treat it like a vacation. Thinking that, it gradually fell asleep. The next day, Luke was making breakfast when Selina and the dog both woke up. Giving dog food soaked in goat's milk to Dollar for breakfast, he asked Selina, who came over, why did you get up so early? Depressed, Selina clutched her belly. I was hungry. Luke glanced at Dollar. The side effect from that guy. A golden dog head floated above Dollar's back. Hey, can't you use my name? Giving Selina a slice of the cake that he had just made, Luke said, your name is special and will easily draw attention. How about we give you a codename? Voracious. Really? If that's the case, I want a nice sounding one. Luke. What about Golden Dog? Voracious quickly shook its head. I'm not a dog. Luke thought for a moment. What about Gold Nugget? Voracious hesitated. That doesn't sound very impressive either. Luke said, Selena and I have a gold mine, so it won't be suspicious if we talk about gold nuggets. Voracious looked at Selena. Really? She nodded in agreement. Yes, we do have a gold mine, and everybody on this planet loves gold. You look like a gold nugget too. Voracious thought it was fine. Okay, my codename will be Gold Nugget then. Luke nodded with a smile. Okay, Gold Nugget. He was chuckling inwardly. Gold nuggets were called by another name in Chinese, dog head gold. So, it was a fitting name for Voracious, an alien dog head. After breakfast, they left for the police department. Selena said helplessly, I'm going to walk in eating, just like that. Luke was even more helpless. You've been gone for 2 weeks. If you don't show up today, Elsa will think that you want to quit. Quit because you're pregnant, Luke secretly added in his heart. So, show Elsa your face today, then we'll go out and investigate cases, he said. Selena nodded. Dollar whined. Luke said, stay in the car. We'll be back soon. Dollar fell silent. Naturally, it was the newly minted gold nugget expressing its dissatisfaction. But the alien dog head had learned its lesson and now only communicated with snuffling in its expressions. It was determined not to break the rules again. It could only have goat's milk and dog food for today. Life on Earth was really hard. In Elsa's office, Luke didn't say anything and just let Selena do the greetings. Elsa talked to Selena and observed her for a moment. She didn't notice anything unusual. It was just that Selena would touch her belly every now and then. Elsa couldn't help being suspicious, and looked at Luke. Luke rolled his eyes. We rushed over before we had breakfast for you to see for yourself. As he spoke, Selena's stomach growled. Laughing a little, she went over to the side and took out some cake. Placing a slice on Elsa's table, she moved aside and had a piece herself. Only then did Elsa's suspicious gaze clear up, and she asked about Margaret. Luke closed the office door and then told her what happened the previous day. In the end, he said, Boss, don't worry too much about Margaret. Her cousin Haley is pretty shrewd. Elsa was curious. Is there anything special about her? Pondering a moment, Luke said, if I'm guessing right, she was the one who hired that guy on the motorboat yesterday who intercepted their pursuers. He's ballsy and pretty good. Frowning, Elsa thought for a moment. A private detective. Luke shook his head. He himself claims he's the best hitman. He feels more like a gun for hire. Elsa's brow furrowed even more tightly. Compared with private detectives who hovered around the gray area of the law, few mercenaries were clean. Elsa found it disturbing that Margaret's cousin had found such a person. Police detectives usually dealt with regular criminals and weren't good at dealing with mercenaries. Or rather, it wasn't too hard for mercenaries to deal with police detectives. There was a huge gap in their professional requirements. Fortunately, this shouldn't be something for Luke to be scared of. But after thinking for a moment, Elsa still shook her head. I'll contact Margaret later. If her cousin wants to resolve things her own way, you won't have to get involved anymore. Chapter 490A Scapegoat. For the scapegoat, Luke waved his hand. It's fine. In any case, I'm only interested in the gangsters. Whatever that hired gun wants or does is none of my business. Elsa thought for a moment and then nodded. You know your boundaries, there's no need to get involved in everything. Luke nodded with a smile. On the side, Selena covered her face with the hand that was holding the cake to hide her strange expression. Boundaries. Get involved. Luke's boundaries were certainly different. Furthermore, there was no longer any need for him to get involved. When they were done talking, Luke got up and left with Selena. At that moment, he saw Dustin's office door open on the opposite side, and Martin and Roger walked out. Martin looked pretty calm and wasn't as gloomy as before. Perhaps seeing with his own eyes the archenemy who killed his wife and his baby die in front of him finally gave him some measure of peace, even if he wasn't the one who pulled the trigger. The dead were dead, and the living had to carry on. C'est la vie. Roger's face, on the other hand, was a lot darker, not just because of his skin color, but also because of his bad luck. Luke turned around and asked, Boss, what's with Martin and Roger? Looking at them from across the corridor, Elsa sighed. They got into trouble in Mexico. Internal affairs is being a pain in the ass about it. The two of them have given Dustin a real headache this time. Luke rolled his eyes. Even Dustin can't take care of it. Elsa said with a bitter smile, it's pretty huge. I don't think our boss can. She was already putting it tactfully. The truth was that Dustin's hands really were tied. The trouble that Martin and Roger had kicked up wasn't a domestic issue. These two guys had gotten into a huge fight in Mexico and allegedly killed hundreds of members of Dito's gang. Dustin's head almost exploded when he heard the news. Who would have thought that Roger and Martin could do something so astonishing? Now, the Mexican police were demanding that the two of them be sent to Mexico to help with the investigation. But Westside had yet to say anything. If the Mexican police did find ironclad evidence, Roger and Martin might not be sent to Mexico, but they would definitely lose their jobs. Luke didn't ask any more questions and simply left with Selena. Driving away from the police department, he made a call. Palmer, do you have time? I have something important to ask you. An hour later, the three of them were seated in a corner of a fast food restaurant not far from the Dia. Palmer, the beautiful agent, had some juice before she cut to the chase. What's up? She knew that Luke wouldn't come to her unless it was a serious matter. Luke asked, have you heard about Martin and Roger? After a brief silence, Palmer said, I have. Luke said, I'm not clear on their situation, so I wanted to ask you what the worst possible outcome is. Palmer heaved a sigh. Losing their jobs, probably. But your West Side is pretty good in this respect, not make them take the blame. Luke chuckled. What if, and I'm only saying if, the Dia stands up for them? Frowning, Palmer sighed and said, I've already tried, but Martin and Roger weren't working with us. There's strong objection in the DEA. Looking at Palmer's expression, Luke knew that she had tried her best, but to no avail. He said with a smile, what if it's a deal? Palmer's heart jumped. The deepest impression she had of Luke had to do with favors. In their previous cooperations, she either owed him favors or was returning them. Now, another deal. She remained calm. What kind of deal? Luke said, I have information on Dito Flores's businesses. Pondering for a moment, Palmer shook her head. If it's general intelligence, that won't be enough. You probably don't know how big a mess Martin and Roger made in Mexico. Selena was already smart enough to lower her head and take a big bite out of a donut so that her cheeks were puffed up and it was impossible for her to laugh. Luke said with a smile, what if it's Dito's personal ledgers? Palmer narrowed her eyes. Where did you? She instantly stopped before she could finish the question. Asking someone about their information sources was a big no-no, especially when it was information related to drug gangs. The slightest mistake could lead to an informant's entire family being killed. Luke said, I can give them to you first, on one condition. Palmer asked, what is it? Luke said, if the ledgers are valuable enough, try your best to persuade your side to save Martin and Roger's jobs. Palmer hesitated. Luke didn't say anything as he watched the changes in the beautiful agent's expressions. Several minutes later, she nodded. Deal. Luke nodded with a smile. Don't feel too pressured. Nobody can guarantee that things will definitely work out. I just hope that this information can be even a bit of use. With that, he handed Palmer a USB. I won't waste any more of your time. Text me if there's any progress. Watching Luke and Selena get into their car and leave, Palmer rubbed the USB in her hand and was silent for a long time. What Luke had given her were photos of Dito's personal ledgers. While Luke couldn't understand them, the DIA, which dealt specifically with drug dealers, might be able to. He trusted Palmer. At least, given her feelings for Martin, she would definitely do her best to help if the information proved useful. If the DEA was willing to take responsibility for the whole thing, the problem on the Mexican side could be taken care of easily. After all, the DEA was the only American law enforcement agency that could fly a chopper across the Mexican border without notice. Their power in Mexico was huge. Crossing the border without prior notice in order to directly capture drug traffickers was something they had already been doing, so they could totally take the fall for this matter. The premise was that Luke's information had to be worth it. After dealing with this matter, Luke and Selena went back to their regular schedule of working cases. Except for the fact that they got up earlier and came home later, life was exactly the same as before. Luke went out again that night. However, he summoned Dollar first and seized its big head. Be good and stay home, and don't encourage Selena to follow me again, got it? Dollar stared blankly and whined. Luke got up with a smile and rubbed the dog's head. You'll have delicious food tomorrow. Don't step out of line again, or your punishment will be extended. Dollar whined again, before it turned around and went back to bed. Naturally, It was Gold Nugget who was expressing its dissatisfaction. In the end, Luke came back just 1 hour later. He hadn't encountered anyone on this little jaunt. The demonic saints' base had actually been abandoned. They had clearly been freaked out by the downfall of Black Bones the previous night, and their boss and mid-level execs had run off to hide. Luke wasn't really bothered by it. Chapter 491 Smaller. It's really smaller as long as the demonic saints were still in Los Angeles, he would pick up the trail sooner or later. Also, they were too busy hiding to harass Margaret again, so he could be considered to have completed the private assignment from Margaret. What he didn't know was that after he went home, a certain person was swearing as he also came out of the demonic saints' base. Damn it, those guys were scared off after the big scene last night. I've only completed half my job. Damn it, what if Haley asks for a refund? I'll have to pay her back 50 grand. As he spoke, he reached into his pocket, took out a roll of cash, and sighed. I only have $1,213 now. That's not nearly enough to pay her back. It's useless in my pocket anyway. I'll go have a drink. That girl is hot, I must have her. The days that followed were peaceful. Luke's attention shifted back to Selena and Gold Nugget. Gold Nugget had divulged that it could increase the strength of its host when they were connected. But that effect was only apparent when they were connected. Still, Luke noticed something wasn't right during Selena's fight training. He had Selena punch and kick the test machine, and when he looked at the data, Luke fell silent. Seeing his expression, Selena became nervous. What's wrong? Does Gold Nugget have some sort of alien bacteria? Dollar, who was lying nearby, abruptly raised its head. Apologize. Selena said, fine, I'm sorry, but it's very common in the movies for alien life forms to carry some sort of lethal bacteria. The golden alien dog head suddenly emerged. Apologize. Selena. Gold Nugget said unhappily, it's viruses in the movies, not bacteria. What do you think I have? E. coli. Luke burst out laughing. Both Selena and Dollar had great appetites, and thanks to Gold Nugget, their digestive systems were functioning extraordinarily well. However, didn't E. coli also help with digestion and the absorption of nutrients? Did Gold Nugget itself think that it was like E. coli? Selena immediately apologized to Gold Nugget. She didn't really care and simply treated it like a kid. Luke finally said, your strength has increased by about 5%, and while it isn't very apparent, your neural reflexes have also improved. Selena was quite amazed. It increased by so much. After many years of fitness training, her body had long reached its limits. But it had actually improved again, and by as much as 5%. That was too astonishing. Luke looked at Gold Nugget. Do you know why? Gold Nugget retreated back into Dollar's body and made Dollar shake its head. I don't know. I've never heard of the symbiotic host strength being boosted when the two parties aren't connected. It paused for a moment. Maybe it's because of Selena herself. Luke. Gold Nugget said, I absorbed most of the energy in her body, but during the symbiosis, some of it inevitably returned to her body and she absorbed it. It seems that the energy made me stronger. I've never heard of anything like that before. Luke frowned. Are you sure? Gold Nugget hesitated. I do feel a little stronger, but it's not especially obvious, it's a very small improvement. Pondering for a moment, Luke then said, then pay more attention next time. Gold Nugget was stumped. Next time, but Luke fell silent. He didn't need Gold Nugget, and he couldn't let it snoop into his mind and memories, but it was fine for Selena. He now had to pay more attention to Dollar to ensure that the symbiosis had no negative effects, since Gold Nugget spent all its time in Dollar's body. If it was safe, Gold Nugget and Selena could combine in an emergency. There was no hope when one was dead. While there might be consequences, one could only worry about them if they were alive. The ability to quickly recover from an injury alone was enough reason not to let Selena give up Gold Nugget. But what was the energy inside Selena's body that Gold Nugget mentioned? Observing Selena, who was taking a breather, Luke suddenly said, don't move. Stand straight and let me have a look. Selena was perplexed, but did as he said. Luke circled around her and stopped behind her for quite a while. She turned around, only to find Luke staring at her butt. She found that odd. What's up? There would be no need for him to go to all this trouble if he wanted to take advantage of her. Luke shook his head and returned to the front to face her. Lift your t-shirt above your breasts. Selena was even more confused, but still obeyed. Luke stared at her magnificent boobs and tilted his head left and right to confirm that he wasn't seeing things, before he rubbed his chin. Haven't you noticed that your butt and boobs seem smaller? Flabbergasted, Selena whooshed back to her room. Very soon, she came charging back. She had put on a thong and switched out of her sports tank top into a bra, and she yelled nervously, "Smaller, they're really smaller. Look at the bra, there's actually a gap now. It used to fit perfectly." Luke looked at her bra and did see a tiny gap, when it used to fill it completely before. He looked at Gold Nugget. "Is this your doing?" Gold Nugget quickly shook its head. "No, the energy in her body is much more delicious than fat. I've never touched her fat in those parts." Selena glared at Gold Nugget. "Are you sure? Didn't you say that you eat fat as well?" Gold Nugget scoffed. "Would you eat the hot dogs outside your police department when you can have char siu and suckling pig?" Selena was unable to reply. Given what they had seen of Gold Nugget's personality, it would never settle for second best unless it had no choice. In this regard, it was just like Selena. Why torture yourself with pig swill if good food was available? Luke narrowed his eyes. "I'll run a body fat percentage test for you. I'll also make you more food for the next few days. Don't forget the nutrient solutions either." Selena wasn't that interested in delicious food right now. Touching her chest and butt uneasily, she mumbled, "God, please don't let me get any skinnier." Luke rolled his eyes. "Do you have any idea how many women want to get thinner this easily?" Selena pulled a long face the moment she saw her body fat percentage. It was 16%. That was a very low body fat percentage for a woman. If it dropped any further, she would have muscles all over, but lose most of her beautiful, feminine curves. Selena wasn't a fitness freak, and she was quite satisfied with her butt and boobs. She didn't want to see them turn into muscles. Looking at Selena, Luke warned her, "Until your body fat percentage improves, you better not let Gold Nugget do anything again. It definitely has something to do with this." Chapter 492. Work hard to return the favor. This time, Gold Nugget didn't yell for Luke to apologize. It also vaguely felt that it might really have to do with the symbiosis. After this incident, Luke and Selena brought one extra piece of equipment with them when they went out to work: cases, a bag of snacks. The bag wasn't very large, but it was full of high-calorie snacks like all sorts of sweets and chocolates. Luke even went to the Chinese supermarket to buy preserved fruit in bulk to mix things up. In fact, it wasn't just Selena, but even Luke needed the snacks himself. A strong body meant a large consumption. If it was just him, he could just replenish his energy with nutrient solutions. But now there was Selena. Luke decided that the two of them could eat more together. It became normal for them to work cases with a lollipop in their mouths or munching on chocolate. After all that eating and drinking for a week, Selena finally saw her body fat percentage return to 17%. The gap in her bra was finally gone. But Selena stressed repeatedly that her bra still felt a little loose, so her boobs definitely weren't back to normal yet. As to that, Luke could only say, "Eat. Keep eating." It was also a great opportunity for Gold Nugget to gorge itself. Luke didn't feel it was safe to leave it at home, so it came out with them in the backseat. Whenever Selena ate a snack, she never forgot to give Dollar a bit of whatever she was eating. Naturally, she was mostly feeding Dollar. Dollar was a big eater when it was younger, and Selena's heart had hurt when it got older and lost its appetite. Now with Gold Nugget helping out, she naturally shared anything that was delicious with Dollar. For Dollar, it definitely was a beautiful life. It was with its young master every day and had a lot of delicious food to eat. Except for the fact that it would lose control of its body every now and then, and that there was a voice which kept scolding it for being a stupid dog in its head, everything made it happy. Of course, Dollar couldn't understand the voice inside its head. It was no different from the voices outside, so it just ignored it. Everything was fine as long as its young master didn't scold it. Just like that, a week passed. Luke suddenly received a call from Dustin, who told Luke to come by his office alone. On his way to the police department, Luke wondered if Dustin was in serious trouble this time, since Dustin rarely summoned him to his office. The last time was when Luke discovered the huge stash of illegal cash in the garbage trucks. After he entered the office, Luke asked, "Boss, anything wrong?" Dustin had propped up his face with one hand and was tapping the desk with the other as if he was thinking about something. He merely waved when he heard Luke. Luke immediately shut the door. After a moment of silence, Dustin asked, "You know a little about Martin and Roger's situation, don't you?" Luke nodded. "Elsa mentioned something." Dustin sighed. "What I'm about to say is a personal request. It's not an order. Do you understand?" Luke nodded again. Martin and Roger made quite a huge mess, but the DIA suddenly took the blame for what they did, saving their jobs, said Dustin. Luke wasn't surprised at all, since Palmer had texted him the news. Dustin continued, however, I also owe someone from the DIA a favor because of this. He has a personal request for me. Luke listened quietly. Naturally, he wouldn't jump out and reveal that he had contributed a lot to the mess too. Dustin wasn't bothered by his silence. He knew that Luke was never talkative when it came to business. This man wants us to find a person for him. The target isn't in America, and you can only go as a civilian. Luke instantly got it. Where's the target? Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, said Dustin. Luke raised an eyebrow. Who's the target? Dustin said, a source, or an undercover agent. They're the only possibilities. Luke asked, why are they asking for our help? The DIA has a lot of manpower over there. Dustin said, they suspect they have a mole. When they send a small group, the men go missing. When they send too many people, they can't find any leads. Luke nodded. Okay, I'll take the case if there aren't any surprises. Huh, Dustin was a little befuddled. Wait, I haven't even finished and you're already taking the case. He had anticipated that it wouldn't be easy to persuade Luke. After all, there wasn't anything in it for Luke. To save Roger and Martin's jobs, the person whom Dustin owed a favor to wanted Luke to go out on a personal assignment, which really wasn't fair to him. But Luke was their person of choice. Dustin knew that Luke was the candidate most likely to accomplish the mission. If they had asked for another detective, Dustin would have turned it down even if he wanted to return the favor, since it would be easy for something to go wrong. He was a little more reassured if it was Luke, whose combat ability was off the charts and who had cracked the most number of cases. He was far more capable than regular detectives. Furthermore, Luke was far more mature than anyone else his age, and would never take any unnecessary risks. There was just one problem. The most Luke would get out of this was Dustin owing him a personal favor. But that wasn't good enough to make his subordinate go on such a dangerous mission. That was what bothered Dustin the most. He thought highly of Luke, and didn't want to pressure him into accepting the assignment as Luke's boss. He could only try to persuade the man. Little did he expect that Luke would agree as soon as Dustin opened his mouth. Stumped for quite a while, Dustin then said with a wry smile, it would be best if you don't spend more than 2 weeks on this assignment. If you can't find that person by then, you can't be blamed for it. After all, you aren't familiar with the place. Luke nodded. Do you have the files, boss? Dustin shook his head. I don't know the details. You can contact the man at the DIA. This is his number. He then gave Luke a card. Luke accepted the card and glanced at it quickly before putting it into his pocket. Then I'll go tell Elsa. Dustin waved his hand. It's fine, I'll explain it to her. Luke hummed and walked to the door. Boss, may I ask, why did they ask for me? After a brief silence, Dustin said, because they heard that you were good at finding suspects. Luke was lost for words. So, finding an informant shouldn't be a problem. Mulling over it, he could only admit that there wasn't anything wrong with this line of thinking. He came out and got into the car, and told Selena about the upcoming business trip. Selena wasn't too excited this time. Rio was nice, but Los Angeles wasn't bad either. More importantly, with Dollar and Gold Nugget at home, she certainly couldn't go with Luke. After they returned home, Luke contacted the DIA. Someone picked up the call and then hung up after just a few sentences. Luke clicked his tongue and shook his head. Looking at his face, Selena asked, what's wrong? Is it troublesome? Luke said, it seems the DIA has a lot of issues. This person will bring the files over for me to read, and then take them back with him. Chapter 493 Rio, here I come this way. Nobody in the DIA except that big shot would know about Luke's involvement. As long as Luke kept the information a secret, nobody else would know what he had read. Selena clicked her tongue. Exactly how bad is their rat problem? Luke chuckled. Who knows? Nobody could be mighty forever. That was also true for countries, to say nothing of the DIA, which was just a law enforcement agency. Luke put the case aside and began preparing food for Selena. Gold Nugget was satisfied with snacks, which it had become a fan of recently. Selena could always buy a heap of snacks whenever she passed by the supermarket. As he was cooking, Luke started to think about what he could do in Rio de Janeiro. Cooking was his way to practice multitasking and to settle his mood. After so long, he had become used to formulating a lot of plans while he cooked. The plans he made in this situation were always rational and objective. Rio de Janeiro, or commonly known as Rio, was a world-famous tourist city. It was truly an extremely beautiful place. But while Los Angeles was known as Crime City, it was paradise on earth compared with Rio de Janeiro. At the very least, the drug dealers and gangsters in Los Angeles didn't carry automatic weapons out in the open as they guarded street ends and defended their territory. Of course, it might just be that the drug dealers and gangsters in Los Angeles didn't want to stick out. Usually, they hid their guns under their clothes and hung around inconspicuous corners. Rio was very similar to Los Angeles in that the prosperous city housed a huge number of poverty-stricken residents. The affluent city center and the tourist areas in southern Rio were the places visited most by the wealthy and international tourists, while the slums big and small throughout the city were like a different world. The informant whom the DEA was looking for probably wouldn't be in the city center or the southern region. The biggest possibility was that they had fallen into the hands of drug dealers in the slums. It was only in places like these that the DEA found it very hard to find any leads. As Luke pondered, his hands never stopped moving. After lunch, he started to give Selena and Gold Nugget some safety training. Now that he was going away, he had to give Gold Nugget a cram lecture. Only by developing certain habits in daily life could they avoid being exposed. They could chat freely at home because Luke had made several modifications to the house. Any surveillance on the house would be blocked, and the house even had a warning system if it detected external surveillance. Even so, Gold Nugget shouldn't come out so often. Technology developed rapidly in this age, and who knew when even more high-end probe technology would appear. Or, they might be unlucky enough to run into someone with super abilities. That was also the reason why Voracious had been renamed Gold Nugget. There was no rule which said that a dog could only have one name. Dollar and Gold Nugget were in the same style, and at most would just suggest that Selena loved money. Gold Nugget needed more training, but Selena could take it to work. With her current status in the Major Crimes Division, nobody would say anything about her taking Dollar into the office every now and then. Luke and Selena then started looking for information together. Luke mostly looked for information on the gangs in Rio, while Selena helped him look up maps and transportation, and information like local rumors. He would copy everything into his laptop, so that he could look it up at any time during his trip. That night, Luke received a call. He went out and returned 2 hours later empty-handed. Looking at Selena's inquiring expression, he shrugged. "Time is short, I'm setting off tonight." This time, Selena didn't yell that it was unfair or that she wanted to go too. She simply nodded and transferred the files to his laptop. Looking at her expression, Luke felt a little doubtful. "Are you all right?" Selena was at a loss. Why shouldn't I be?" Luke gazed at her for a moment but didn't say anything. Was it because she had Dollar, so it was no longer boring being home alone? Also, there was Gold Nugget now. "This is good too," Luke murmured to himself. Luke packed simply, and everything fit into a small, carry-on knapsack. He didn't take his gun, badge or a change of clothes with him. He only had things like his passport and credit cards. Watching Luke drive off in the second-hand Ford, Selena petted Dollar next to her. "All right, time for us to train and test ourselves." Dollar pushed its head against her hand to show its agreement. After a flight that was over 10 hours long, Luke walked out of Rio de Janeiro International Airport. Instead of taking a taxi, he got on a bus and entered the world-famous City of God. Looking at the diverse and bustling city, Luke simply said to himself, "I'm here, Rio." The skyscrapers outside the window in the city center were very eye-catching in the early morning light. When he passed the most famous Copacabana beach and looked at the mass of beautiful girls in bikinis at a distance, Luke could only sigh. He wasn't here for fun. Before he completed this mission at least, he wouldn't be staying there. Otherwise, he would have to spend a lot of time traveling every day. For someone who only slept 1 to 2 hours a day, this was too much of a waste of time. More than its famous beach and modern plazas, Rio was better known for its slums. Countless slums of all sizes were scattered across the city, and a third of Rio's citizens lived there. Luke didn't find that surprising. The buildings were piled up on each other like toy blocks, which wasn't anything out of the ordinary to him either. In his previous life, he had seen how farmers built their houses densely packed together in some small cities in China. There was no rhyme or reason to buildings like these. Everybody built their own houses, and as they accumulated year after year, it was only natural that they became stacked up like building blocks. Even more interestingly, many slums occupied the best parts of the city on the mountains. The rich districts, on the other hand, were at the foot of the coastal mountains. This was different from other places where the poor people lived on the plains and the rich people lived on the mountains. Luke didn't look for a place to get some rest. Instead, he simply went to Roshina, the slum where the informant had gone missing and which was one of the biggest slums in Rio. Ironically, Roshina was built on the world-famous Corcovado, which featured the Christ the Redeemer statue. On top of the mountain, the statue of the benevolent God stood high and mighty, but under its feet was where the poorest people of Rio lived. Even if the residents here could see the most beautiful Ipanema beach from their homes, their lives were still hard. When Luke arrived, he looked for a place to disguise himself so that he looked like a regular tourist as he surveyed everything. But the other tourists basically all moved in groups as they followed a local tour guide. Few of them wandered around alone like him. Chapter 494 The local gangs really have no manners. There were people everywhere on the roads in the slum. Men and women of different ages were dressed shabbily, their slippers, shorts and singlets reminding Luke of China many years ago. They were sitting on all sorts of things too, like stools, plastic chairs, wooden benches and so on. Some of them were chatting, some were drinking, some were eating, and some were doing house chores. There were also plenty of kids who gathered to play together, and the most common toy here was the soccer ball. Even if only a tiny piece of flat land was available, several kids could still have a great time playing with the ball. The kingdom of soccer. Luke sighed as he continued on. Truth be told, this place wasn't any from the dirty and messy slums in Los Angeles. There were always people living under overpasses in Los Angeles, in shacks which they made out of plastic sheets. A lot of people slept on the roadside in the prosperous districts too. Here, at least, people still had a roof over their heads. Wherever there was no money, there were slums. Luke soon walked into a winding alley. This alley was only 1 meter wide, and only 2 people would be able to walk through at a time. It meandered through the houses whose walls were very close to each other, which made the alley feel even narrower and more suffocating. After walking dozens of meters down the alley, heads started to poke out stealthily from windows up ahead and behind him. Up ahead, a handful of young men appeared. They had unruly appearances and their clothes were unkempt. Their leader was even bare to the waist. But almost all of them were holding guns, and several people a little further away on the rooftops were even holding rifles. None of them said anything. They simply surrounded Luke silently, as if waiting for him to speak first. Luke grinned. "I'm looking for someone." The half-naked young man eyed him. "We're not the police." Luke smiled even wider. "No, that's why I came to you." The young man looked at him suspiciously. Luke had already disguised himself with sunglasses and a beard, which made him look more mature, but he still had a distinctive vibe about him. With a smile, Luke slowly took out a wad of cash from his backpack and tossed it over. "This is my advance payment. It's yours whether or not you can help me." The people around him couldn't see anything but the cash. The people here were far more sensitive about cash than regular people. When they got a good look at the denomination, they couldn't help but swallow. Those were USD $100 bills. If the entire wad was in the same denomination, that was more than 10 grand. For these people, it was definitely a huge amount of money. The young man subconsciously picked up the cash and quickly thumbed through it. He confirmed that they weren't fake, and that they were all $100 bills. He grew suspicious. Wait a minute. He walked into a house nearby with the wad of cash. Luke wasn't worried. He fished out a chocolate and cream lollipop from his knapsack. He unhurriedly tore off the wrapper and put the lollipop into his mouth. He was so calm and collected that everybody who was glaring at him felt weird. Anyone who could be so unperturbed when surrounded by dozens of shooters was either crazy or confident. Luke sensed someone watching him. It was a teenager. The teenager, who couldn't be older than 15 and was basically still a kid, was licking his lips. Luke grinned. "Do you want one too?" The teenager subconsciously nodded, but instantly realized that wasn't right, and quickly shook his head. Luke chuckled and took out another lollipop from his knapsack which he tossed to the boy. "Why are you so shy? Can't a man eat candy?" This big boy couldn't help catching the lollipop that had been thrown to him. The people with weird expressions around them had nothing to say. This guy was calmly eating candy while surrounded by guns. Who would dare say he wasn't a man? But of course, whether this manly guy would die later, and how miserably, was another matter. Less than 5 minutes later, the half-naked young man appeared on another roof and gestured to his fellows. "Bring him up." Only then did the surrounding people quietly disappear into the nearby houses. Only 2 young men were left aiming their guns at Luke. One led the way, and the other grabbed Luke's knapsack and indicated for him to follow. Luke wasn't really bothered. With his hands in his pockets, he followed them. There was nothing except some food and candy in the knapsack. He had put everything else in his inventory before he came here. The knapsack was just a prop and a feint. These guys had just taken the knapsack and didn't search him since he was wearing a close-fitting tank top under a thin, long-sleeved shirt and a pair of light, close-fitting exercise pants. Even a knife under these clothes would be easy to spot, to say nothing of a gun. After taking a few turns in the alley, they entered a very narrow yard and climbed a flight of small, steep stairs. Luke then found himself on a terrace with a shed. It was still a very plain environment, but there was beer, food, and a cool sea breeze. Except for the unpleasant smell and the lack of girls and sand, this place could almost be cozy. A middle-aged man with all kinds of tattoos on his body was sitting in a beach chair. Behind him were 2 brawny men holding rifles. The half-naked young man who had told Luke to come, as well as the other 2 who had escorted him here, stood behind Luke, also with their guns in their hands. "What do you want?" the tattooed man asked with no trace of politeness. Luke said, "I want to ask about someone." The tattooed man asked, "Who?" Luke took out a photo from his pocket and tossed it casually onto the table in front of the man. "Lisa Feng, a Mexican doctor." The tattooed man raised an eyebrow. He picked up the photo and narrowed his eyes. "Never seen her." Luke hummed and said, "Then thank you for your time. Goodbye." The tattooed man raised his hand, and the guys around him pointed their guns at Luke. "You don't seem to know where you are, or who I am." The man stood up with an M1911 in his hand. "Now, hand over your money, your credit cards, and their passwords." Luke raised an eyebrow. "Is this a robbery?" The man grinned sardonically. "No, this is teaching you a lesson on how to survive in Rio." Luke tilted his head as if in thought. "Does that mean that you won't kill me?" The middle-aged didn't reply. He simply made a gesture, and the 2 young men behind him stepped forward to grab his hands. Luke sighed. "You made easy money, yet you still want to rob me. The local gangs really have no manners." Saying that, he stepped toward the tattooed man several meters away. Chapter 495. Can you? Of course not. The 2 brawny men next to the tattooed man fired without hesitation and the sound of gunshots rang out. But the moment they fired, Luke suddenly shifted 1 meter to the side. Crouching, he leapt forward to squeeze past the tattooed man and one of the bodyguards so that he was behind them. Wresting the M1911 from the tattooed man, he didn't even raise it and swiveled the muzzle left and right. Bam, bam. The 2 bodyguards had only turned around halfway, when their hands dropped limply, and each of them had a hole in their head. Luke heaved another sigh. "Like I said, isn't it nice to earn easy money? Why the need for murder?" Saying that, he raised the gun. The middle-aged man was sweating hard. Even though there was the smell of burning hair from where the gun was pressed to the back of his head, he didn't dare move. "Why yes, we can talk, we can talk." He gave the 3 people in front of him a meaningful look, then suddenly lunged to the side. The half-naked young man and one of his fellows raised their guns at the same time. Bam, bam, a hole appeared in the center of each of their foreheads. Luke curled his lip and lowered his arm before he pulled the trigger again. Bang! The tattooed man who had just lunged to the side was shot in the butt. He instantly screamed and clutched his butt as he writhed on the floor. Luke looked at the doorway. There was someone there. He was also the only person in the room who hadn't raised his gun or done anything since the beginning. Luke asked, "Why didn't you attack?" This person was in fact the big boy who had accepted the lollipop from Luke. When he heard Luke's question, his lips trembled, but he didn't say anything. Chuckling, the lollipop in Luke's mouth switched from the left to the right and pushed out his right cheek. "You're smarter than they are." As he said that, he lowered the gun and fired again. Bang! The tattooed man gave an even louder scream. He had been shot in the knee. Only a smart person knows to make the right choice at the right time. "And you?" Luke crouched down and sneered at the tattooed man on the floor. "You're not even as smart as a kid." Drenched in sweat and moaning in pain, the tattooed man didn't forget to beg for mercy. Spare me. I can give you anything you want." Luke shook his head. "And you still won't admit that you're dumb. I already told you what I want. Why are you pretending that you didn't hear me?" Bang! The man screamed again. His other knee shattered. Luke didn't let him struggle this time. Stepping on the man, Luke searched him until he found a clip, and he reloaded the gun. Now, I have 7 more bullets. Do you think I should shoot your left hand or your right hand next? Maybe I can blow up your D***ck after that. As he spoke, he raised his gun without looking up. Bang, bang. 2 men who had just come charging in with rifles in their hands fell with a bullet hole between their eyebrows. The tattooed man yelled in pain. Wait, I'll talk. What do you want to know? Luke shook his head helplessly. How have you survived this long with such a bad memory? Lisa Feng, that Mexican doctor. Where is she? The tattooed man didn't hesitate this time. Christoph's men took her. Where? Asked Luke. He went over to the door and casually stuck his gun out without taking a look. Bang, bang, ah. After 2 screams, there was the sound of rolling bodies as 2 criminals who crept over fell down the stairs. The tattooed man's heart was utterly cold as he watched Luke's each and every move. This guy was too relaxed. He was definitely a professional. The tattooed man replied quickly, I don't know, bang. Ah, the man writhed on the floor again. Luke had shot his right hand. He said, tell me the answer, or you'll die an even more painful death. The tattooed man despaired. He didn't know a lot, and it didn't long to spit out everything on Christoph's gang. After getting the intelligence he needed, Luke raised his gun. A word of advice. In your next life, don't rob anyone when you can do business with them. The tattooed man pleaded, can you, bang? Of course not. Luke answered the unfinished question with action. Grabbing the guns off the bodyguards and taking back the $10,000 from the dead boss, Luke smiled at the big boy who had been silently observing everything from a corner. See that, if you want to be a bad guy, you might run into me again in the future. Me, I love running into bad guys the most. He stepped out of the room. I wish you a lifetime of good luck. Bang, bang. Another 2 screams rang out as 2 more criminals who had been coming over were taken down. Then there was a chaotic burst of gunfire. A moment later, someone yelled outside, where is he? I don't see him. Hurry up and check on the boss. Boss, the boss is dead. Mario and Sanchez are dead too. Ah, they're all dead. The teenager in the corner watched everybody pour in and yell as they gathered around the boss's body. Looking at the boss whose head had been blown up, what happened flashed through the teenager's head, and the words seemed to echo in his ear. Me, I love running into bad guys the most. That smiling face seemed to pop up again with those words. The teenager couldn't help but shudder, and he stealthily withdrew from the noisy room. Once he was far, far away, he finally raised his hand which was still holding the unopened lollipop. He hadn't pointed the gun at Luke because of this lollipop, and because of this lollipop, he was the only person in that room to survive. Raising the gun in his other hand and hearing the noise from the house in the distance, the teenager thought for a moment, then stuck the gun behind his back before he slipped home. While everybody was panicking, Luke had already passed through a gap between 2 buildings. Flitting between a dozen buildings, he came out onto a main road. A 2-way bike lane definitely counted as a main road in the slums. The moment he jumped out of the gap between the buildings, Luke instantly reverted back to normal and leisurely followed a group of tourists who just passed by. The tour guide spoke Chinese, and there were plenty of people in the group who were from China too, which made Luke feel quite close to them. The ruckus dozens of meters away was already very faint, and Luke listened to the tour guide's explanation with keen interest. A middle-aged woman in the group suddenly noticed Luke. She asked curiously, Ni hao shang bi yu shi wo men tuan de, you don't seem to be from our group. Luke smiled. The woman stared blankly at his easygoing smile, before she patted her forehead. Wang la, ni shi wai guo ren. Ting bi yu dong zhang guo wada, I forgot. You're a foreigner. You don't understand Chinese. Chapter 496 The Baldies, Mutual Love-Hate Relationship, Bu, Quan shi jia do zai lu xing shuo zhang guo wa. No, Chinese is popular all over the world. Luke smiled and spoke in Chinese without an accent, before he waved and ran into an alley. The woman was stunned before she laughed. Jai lao wai hai zhen yu yi si. Zhang guo wa shuo de hai zhen lu, this foreigner is interesting. His Chinese is really good. After this little interlude, Luke continued moving as he considered the intelligence that the tattooed man had divulged. Christoph, also known as Mikhail Tekovic, was active in South America, in places like Mexico, Honduras, Costa Rica, Colombia and Brazil. He made a fortune dealing in firearms and illegal drugs. This matched the intelligence from the Dia bigshot. Lisa Feng, an informant or agent, had been investigating drug routes. The troublesome thing was that while it was the tattooed man who had caught Lisa, he didn't know what happened after she was sent to Christoph. The tattooed man was just one of Christoph's lackey leaders. He didn't know any real inside information. Luke was quite sure of this. After all, if the man were important, he wouldn't be wasting his time in the slums drinking beer and overseeing drug sales. But the tattooed man did have some other information about the gang. For example, the whereabouts of the guy directly above him. He could be found at a club called Wild Jungle. Luke bought a tourist map from a roadside newspaper stand and looked at it for a while, but couldn't find Wild Jungle. Eyeing the harmless-looking owner of the stand, Luke took out $1 and gave it to him. "Can you point out Wild Jungle for me?" The owner of the stand looked at the dollar before he smiled and tapped a certain point on the map. "It's here." Luke raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure?" The man had only given the map a cursory glance, and looked like he had just pointed randomly. The owner of the stand smiled innocently. "For the $1 you gave me, I assure you it's right there. Also, the chicks there have big butts. You Americans all like it there." Luke chuckled. "Are you sure?" The owner of the stand nodded. "Would a single, strapping boy like you come to Rio to see the statue of Christ?" "All right, you're very generous and easy on the eye, which is why I was straight with you." Luke smiled and gave him another $5. "You're also very honest. Have a good day." The owner of the stand took the cash and watched Luke walk away. "Wow, American youngsters are really generous. He actually gave me more for complimenting him than for pointing out the way." Luke checked the map he was holding as he walked, cross-referencing it with the map he had memorized in his head. He suddenly heard a din. His expression changed and he raised his head for a look. Several people had appeared on a roof dozens of meters away. As gunfire rang out, it became clear that one group was changing another toward the foot of the mountain. Luke clicked his tongue. As expected of the slums in Rio, someone else had stepped forward while he had yet to do anything. It looked like 2 men and a woman were running away, and a bunch of shooters were chasing them. At first it was only a couple of people chasing them, which became a dozen or so that split up to come at the trio from 2 sides. Luke leisurely found a corner with the best view. Holding onto the railing, he leaned forward to watch the chase. While they were being pursued, the trio very quickly split into 2 teams. One of the men, who was bald and brawny, drew most of the pursuers away. He pushed forward firmly over the rooftops of the slums, and reminded Luke of the parkour genius Redo in France. On the other side, the other man and the woman seized the chance to flee. The distance gradually widened, and it looked like they would be able to escape. But in the next instant, Luke heard gunfire ring out near the bald man. A window shattered a moment later as another bald man came charging out hot on the heels of the first bald man. Luke was a little befuddled. "What's this? Everybody's bald and brawny. Don't tell me this is a brotherhood drama of mutual love and hate." But he very quickly came back to his senses. Putting aside the baldy in the front, the one behind clearly had standard operating equipment on him. Looking at the badge which swung on a chain around the baldy's neck, Luke was speechless. Had he run into a colleague here? Naturally, to dare wear a badge so openly here, it was most likely the FBI. The DIA preferred to keep their identities under wraps, while the CIA wasn't in the habit of revealing themselves. The FBI was federal police. It wasn't wrong to say that they were Luke's colleagues, but it wasn't likely that they were here on the same case. There weren't that many suspects in Luke's case. It could only be said that there were too many cases in Rio. Luke sighed and watched as the chaotic chase and gunshots moved downward. Finally, with one last burst of concentrated gunfire, everything quieted down. Only then did Luke walk down unhurriedly. Passing by the end of a street, he stood on tiptoe behind the crowd as if he were just another innocent and curious passerby. The bodies of almost 10 masked criminals were lying on the ground with their guns. Several men in bulletproof vests were discussing something. The second baldy was one of them. Luke only gave them a few quick glances before he turned around and walked away. He wasn't wrong. These people were from America. Their actions, bearing and manner of speech were typical of the standard law enforcement teams. Their firearms were also top class. Mercenaries wouldn't wear FBI badges. If they went on a killing spree in Rio in broad daylight with FBI badges, that was just asking for trouble. But why was the FBI here? Luke very quickly tossed the boring question to the back of his mind. There were too many cases in Rio. He would cross that bridge when he came to it. He got on a bus and studied the routes on the tourist map. A moment later, he got off and took another bus. He was quite relaxed as he appreciated the view outside the window. At the very least, he had gotten off to a good start and had something to show for it. As long as he had a lead to track down Lisa's whereabouts, it would be easy to deal with the remaining problems. The thing he hated most when working cases was a lack of leads. As long as there were leads, nothing was too difficult for him. Seeing that it was almost noon, Luke took the bus to the seaside and had lunch in a small restaurant. Public hygiene wasn't bad in Rio, or at least, in the tourist areas in the city center. There were no widespread illnesses here. Also, as long as you weren't planning to go into the jungle, a yellow fever vaccine usually wasn't necessary. As Luke looked at the girls in bikinis who were slowly gathering on the beach not far from the restaurant, he felt, for the first time, that his extraordinary eyesight wasn't good enough. Chapter 497 Can I Buy You a Drink? While most of the women on the beach had average looks, there were still plenty of pretty and curvy local and foreign girls. On such a bright and sunny day, they showed off their attractive bodies in their bikinis. Some of them were playing beach volleyball, and Luke couldn't help nodding as he watched. The waitress who brought the food to Luke's table smiled prettily. "If you want, I can play around with you after work." Luke turned around and looked at the Brazilian girl who looked at most 16 but had a body hotter than many girls in their 20s. He smiled. "Unfortunately, I still have something to do later." The girl shrugged, unbothered. "Then I hope everything goes well for you." Luke nodded with a smile and gave her $5. "But thank you for the offer. I hate to miss out on anything here, all of it is truly splendid." The girl chuckled and took the cash. "You really know how to flirt." She then took out a card from the back pocket of her jeans shorts and gave it to him. "You're very cute, so I won't charge you for the first time." Stunned, Luke watched her leave before he looked at the card in his hand, only to be amused. So, she was a professional escort. Nobody disturbed Luke again after this interlude. In one corner of the restaurant, he read the files on the laptop. The location which the owner of the newspaper stand had pointed to on the map didn't have wild jungle marked on it, but Luke still zoomed in to examine the travel routes. That was a big nest. If anyone fled, he would have to chase them. Hopefully it won't come to that, he thought to himself. Soon, it was evening. After having dinner at the same restaurant, Luke left with his knapsack and got on a bus. After 40 minutes on the bus, he finally arrived at Wild Jungle. It was 7 o'clock and people were already starting to go in. Thinking for a moment, Luke found a quiet corner and did some touch-ups to his face. It would be too obnoxious to wear sunglasses in a club at night. He wasn't a film actor or movie character. He made his skin darker, which could be considered fixing his problem of never being able to get tan. His black contacts covered his ice blue pupils. Coupled with his hair that had been sprayed black, his half-beard, and his slightly slanted eyes, Luke looked like a different person altogether. Several minutes later, he walked into the club. Sans knapsack. The setup was pretty much the same as most clubs. The lights were dim and hazy, and interspersed with colorful sparkles. The music was soft and the customers spoke in whispers to each other. Everything looked very normal. Luke sat at the bar and asked for a guarana. The bartender wasn't surprised by the order. There were plenty of foreign guests who were allergic to alcohol but still wanted to come to the club for fun. In any case, most of the guests weren't here to drink. As he drank his juice, Luke scouted the place with sharp nose. He didn't pay much attention to the lounge, and focused mainly on the upper 2 floors of this spacious 3-story building. That should be where most of Kristoff's men were gathered. There were around 30 people on the upper 2 floors, but few were on the 3rd floor. A big office in particular was empty. According to the tattooed man, this was the den of his immediate boss, Pedro da Silva, who was usually busy outside during the day and would return here to rest at night. Luke wasn't in a rush. He finished the guarana unhurriedly and then ordered a glass of Brazilian berry juice. He was quite amazed by the tropical fruits in Brazil. Apart from the staples, who knew how many dozens or even hundreds of local specialties there were? It was a shame that the glutton Selena hadn't come. She would have been happy to try the juice in this place. Very soon, a beautiful girl sat down on his right. Luke had actually already noticed her before she came over, and his expression had turned strange when his back was to her. But it was only for a very short moment, and he calmed down as he wondered, why is she here? Don't tell me she's going to steal my credit. Even as he thought this, He turned to the side and greeted her with a smile. "Hi, can I buy you a drink?" The Latino girl looked to be in her early 20s. Half her face was covered by her long black hair. Hearing Luke's invitation, she glanced at him and said unenthusiastically, "How old are you? Does your mother know that you're drinking here?" Luke shrugged and showed her his glass. "It's juice. Actually, I was going to buy you juice, too." The black-haired girl was stunned. Her lips twitched when she looked at his glass. There were plenty of people who came to a bar and didn't drink alcohol, but there definitely were few who would buy a girl juice. Her gaze shifted away. "Save your allowance and buy soda for the little girls at school back home." "I don't need it." Luke wasn't offended. "Then how about a chat?" The girl was about to refuse, but looking at his young face and his sincere eyes, her heart somehow softened. "What do you want to talk about?" Pondering for a moment, Luke then asked, "If someone thinks that they can't keep up with you and wants to go home and retire, how would you dissuade them?" The black-haired beauty was startled before she turned thoughtful and was silent for a long time. It was a very simple question, but the keywords were, "go home," and "leave," which could easily evoke responses from a particular group of people, for example, this woman here. Lost in thought for a moment, she then sighed. "I don't know. Maybe it's not a bad idea to go back to her hometown with her." Luke nodded, as if he was deep in thought. "Is that so? Then what if?" Just like that, the two of them started chatting idly. Luke didn't ask a lot of questions, and would casually segue into other things, and they soon moved on to other subjects. The black-haired beauty had escaped the initial question, but she still found Luke strange. She somehow felt that this young man was much more mature than he appeared. But he was also vastly different from those little school boys who pretended to be worldly and mature. For a moment, she couldn't put her finger on it. Fortunately, it was just an idle conversation. Even if she remained quiet for minutes on end, he just looked around leisurely, not insisting on a reply from her. They seemed to be chatting, but they also looked like two strangers who were casually killing time with small talk. It was 8 o'clock, and the club was already crowded. Hot girls and all kinds of men had poured in, and the atmosphere was completely different from when Luke just arrived. A Latino DJ with dreadlocks got onto the stage and fiddled with the equipment. Then, he slowly raised his hands. "Are you ready? Chapter 498. Is that a yes? Or are you mad?" The crowd in the club responded with wild hollers. Instantly, completely different music with a frenetic tempo started blasting at a massive volume. One would have to shout in the other person's ear to be heard above the deafening music. So, Luke could only stop chatting idly with the black-haired beauty. He was thinking that with everybody starting to get high down here, moving around upstairs would be a lot easier. The guests seemed to know that the real party was only starting now, and they started to pour through the door non-stop. It was an utterly chaotic scene. Suddenly, Luke's quick reflex picked up an uncomfortable sensation. Someone was looking at him with ill intent. His quick reflex wasn't very sensitive, and could only detect extreme malice specifically targeted at him. So, there was someone here who wanted to kill him. Expression unchanged, he simply investigated with sharp nose. A moment later, he picked up a very distinctive scent amidst most of the regular smells. It was a very clean smell with just a trace of gun oil, gunpowder and sweat. It was so clean that it stood out like a sore thumb here. The guests here either drank or took drugs, while those who didn't touch alcohol or drugs basically didn't carry guns. More importantly, the guy was wearing Gucci cologne. The gang members and security here wouldn't be the type to bother wearing cologne. Luke stretched out his right hand and idly fiddled with the drinks menu holder on the counter as if he were bored. When he turned it, he glimpsed a reflection of the man with his dynamic eyesight. The man's hair was slicked back, and he was wearing a black shirt, casual black pants, and a pair of studded leather shoes. His sharp nose, sunken eyes and slightly pursed lips gave him a very grim appearance. As the crowd danced wildly to the DJ's music, the man wandered among them like a ghost, and was completely out of place in this wild and passionate nightclub. Suddenly, Luke turned around and looked at the black-haired beauty. "Can I buy you a one-on-one drink tonight?" He then placed his hand on her shoulder and pulled her close to him, as if he were an impatient young man. Shocked, the black-haired beauty was unable to react. Almost at the same time, she heard a wine bottle shatter in the liquor cabinet not far away. Thinking quickly, she went along with Luke's movements and abruptly threw herself into his arms. Both of them fell from the counter and rolled behind a circular sofa nearby. Luke blinked. "Is that a yes? Or are you mad?" The black-haired beauty's nerves were stretched taut, but she couldn't help relaxing as she glared at him. "What do you think?" Luke smiled. "I think that was a yes. But then you were a little embarrassed, so you got mad." The black-haired beauty, "What? You're a great mind reader, aren't you?" The two of them were now behind the circular sofa and the black-haired beauty was lying on Luke's chest. The people dancing on the side just glanced at them, and some even cheered. Nobody thought it was a big deal. It wasn't unusual for people to have sex there and then in this club when they were in the mood. There wasn't any thrill at all in just making out. Paying attention to the man with slicked back hair, Luke suddenly exerted some strength in his waist and flipped them so that he was pressing down on the girl. "I think it's more comfortable this way." The black-haired beauty was about to say something, but then narrowed her eyes. By flipping them and moving a little to the side, Luke made it easier for her to see what was around them. The man in black had just come around one side of the sofa, a gun in his hand. The woman lifted her short skirt and drew out a PPK from her thigh holster. Bang, bang, bang. Her 3 consecutive shots forced the man who had just appeared to retreat. Holding the gun so that it was covered behind Luke's head, she didn't move as she stared at the side of the circular sofa and growled, "Get up and shove over to the side." Luke sniffed, "Can't you be gentler?" But he obediently got up right away and sat down on one side of the circular sofa. At the same time, a metal ball quietly rolled out of his palm and onto the floor, over to the other side of the sofa. On the other side, the man in black had just put his foot down on the floor as he suddenly pushed himself up, his gun aimed at the black-haired beauty who was still lying on the floor. But he stepped on something round and slippery, which made him flail and lose his balance for a moment. Phew! This shot, which he had been all geared up to make, hit the circular sofa. Shouting, "FCK!" Inwardly, the man saw the cold smile on the black-haired beauty's face. Bang, bang, bang. The man gave a muffled groan and rolled into the dense crowd. He had been hit in the left shoulder. It was all because of that random thing under his foot which made him miss his shot, instantly turning the situation around. Luke, on the other hand, looked at the gun the black-haired beauty was holding with a horrified expression. "It was just an invitation. Did you really have to take out your gun?" The black-haired beauty had no time for him anymore. She simply growled, "Get lost," as she reloaded. She didn't want this young man, who was easy on the eyes, to be pulled into her conflict with the man in black. As if he was freaked out, Luke hurriedly got up and ran, and bumped into the counter. Behind the counter, someone suddenly yelled. The black-haired beauty had stood up by then. She raised the PPK high and fired behind the counter. The man in black scuttled sideways behind the counter, rolling and crawling, before he bent down and covered his face as he ran to the back door. After he was shot in the shoulder, the man in black had squeezed into the crowd before seizing the moment to hide behind the counter. He had been about to stand up and attack the black-haired beauty again, when someone hit the counter on his left, and the drinks menu holder came flying at him. He had only gotten up halfway, when the menu holder slashed his nose sideways. Even though he closed his eyes in time, he felt excruciating pain in his nose, and couldn't help the tears that welled up. Without any hesitation, the man ran. Losing his sight temporarily in a fight could mean instant death. He would be a fool if he didn't run. The black-haired beauty blew up the bottles on the counter with her PPK, but the man was already crawling swiftly to the exit, and avoided being shot again. Only now did the people partying wildly around them finally notice something was wrong. The bar really was too noisy. The man's gun had a silencer, and the black-haired beauty's PPK wasn't too loud either. The crowd and security didn't notice the fight until they heard the noisy patter of gunfire at the counter. But before she was surrounded, the black-haired beauty ran out after the man in black. When she passed Luke, she said in a low voice, "Just drink your juice and don't follow me." Chapter 499 God is an old black man. Luke nodded blankly, as if he was overwhelmed. But after the woman disappeared, Luke's expression suddenly changed and he began to chuckle. "System, you have defeated Mr. X and have received a list of his abilities. Mr. X's abilities: basic firearms, basic combat, physical outburst conferred by the fraternity, curve shooting conferred by the fraternity." How could he not follow the man after receiving such a notification? Compared with the missing Dia informant, Luke felt that he could take time out to have a look. Even just watching the show would be fun. Tracking them by their scents in the air, Luke ran swiftly and left the busy main street to enter a small, desolate lane. The only light here was from the houses. Most of the lane was dark, and there was only one dusky street lamp in the distance. Luke stopped at a corner and stuck out a mirror to look at the two people in the distance. The man in black had his back to Luke while the black-haired beauty was facing him. Their guns were both down as they talked. "X, why are you here?" asked the black-haired beauty. The man in black sounded as cold as he appeared. "Rebecca, nobody can leave the fraternity without permission, not even you." As it turned out, the black-haired Latino beauty was Rebecca from the fraternity. Luke had acquired physical outburst and curve shooting from her. At that moment, Rebecca smiled. "I'm just here on vacation. How can this be considered leaving the group?" Her smile was mocking. After a brief silence, Mr. X said, "You killed Wolf Ellsworth when we specifically told you not to. You then secretly escaped to Brazil to avoid us. Rebecca, you broke the rules." Rebecca was still smiling, but her expression turned cold. "Is that so? Your rule is that a person can't be killed if he isn't on the list, even though he killed my sister and many other innocent girls." Mr. X said, "Rules are rules. From the day you joined us, you knew that whoever breaks the rules has to die." Rebecca asked, "Then who's in charge of the list?" X, "You don't know, do you?" Mr. X replied indifferently, "Everything is preordained. The list is God's decree." Rebecca suddenly burst out laughing. "Sorry, but I didn't know that God is an old black man who moonlights as a hitman in our world." Mr. X's expression changed. "That's blasphemy against the fraternity. Aren't you the ones blaspheming against God? Do you know how I discovered your secret? Your last mission for me was to assassinate a minor detective who pissed off Wolf Ellsworth's nephew." Rebecca stopped laughing. She said coldly, "It just so happened that the detective had a simple resume, so it only took me several days to thoroughly check him out. Perhaps the only thing he ever did wrong was to refuse Wolf Ellsworth's bribe. Do you have anything to say about that?" After a brief silence, Mr. X said slowly, "What I want to say is, a lamb should never challenge the wolf's authority." With that, he raised his gun. Bam, bam, almost at the same time, Rebecca raised her hand and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, both of them turned into blurry shadows as they flitted swiftly through the dark lane in irregular patterns, firing wildly at each other. In less than 2 seconds, their battle had moved to the buildings on the roadside. They jumped nimbly through the narrow spaces between the buildings and made all sorts of feints. 5 seconds later, the gunfire abruptly stopped. Almost at the same time, they landed on the rooftop of a 3-story building face to face. Rebecca said, "X, any last words?" She dropped the PPK in her hand and drew out a Safari Arms Matchmaster 1 from her back. Mr. X dropped the Beretta 925 in his hand and said as casually as ever, "There's only one Firefox. If she was the one holding this gun, I can only wait to die, but you aren't as good as she is." Saying that, he suddenly charged forward as he drew out a pistol with an exceptionally long barrel from under his arm. Bang! The gun in Rebecca's hand fired again. Bang, 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 but she suddenly yelled as she felt a stabbing pain in her right ankle. Mr. X's last shot had hit her. Then Mr. X's malicious grin was in her face, and he grabbed her right hand and yanked it up. Bang! Mr. X punched her in the stomach with his other hand. "That's why you should never ever betray the fraternity. You haven't learned the bladesmith's fighting abilities yet. Why do you think you can defeat me?" Rebecca suddenly lost all her strength. As an assassin from the fraternity and the person who had groomed and trained her, Mr. X knew her abilities and weaknesses too well. If she hadn't managed to inadvertently shoot him earlier on, and if Mr. X's sight wasn't affected by the blood on his face, she never would have fought him in a head-on clash. But she still lost. Too many images flashed through her head, but she didn't feel much fear or anger. She had somehow gotten lost when she was young. On her 18th birthday, Mr. X appeared and recruited her into the fraternity. After several years of learning and completing missions, she became an official assassin of the fraternity with the codename, Redback. She had thought that the rest of her life would just be like that, unless she died during a mission. But one day, she ran into the sister whom she hadn't seen for years. She couldn't explain that spiritual connection, she just knew that the girl was her sister. Then, after engineering all sorts of coincidental meetings, she became her sister's best friend, and they were very close. At that time, she felt that she could live an even happier life. Even if she died, she could leave a fortune for her sister. But her sister's sudden death changed everything. Almost driven crazy by her sister's death, Rebecca went all out in her investigation and uncovered many abnormalities and found a lot of evidence. While the evidence wasn't conclusive, it was good enough for her. After killing the culprits, William Johnson and Wolfe Ellsworth, she chose to change her name and flee to another country. She knew that she couldn't handle the fraternity. As an official assassin with a codename in the fraternity, she was something of an elite. However, there were more than 20 official assassins with codenames in the fraternity, and the best of them were too strong for her to handle, such as Mr. X, who had brought her into this line of work, Cross, who was best at schemes and extreme long-distance sniping, and Firefox, who was the #1 female assassin. One specifically modified M1911 for Matches Chapter 500. I've let you go. After her revenge, Rebecca immediately fled to Brazil. She had planned to wait until the fraternity's search efforts died down a little, then change her identity and live elsewhere. But the fraternity was as powerful as she remembered. Mr. X had tracked her down in less than a month. Her feelings for the fraternity were more complicated than her feelings toward William Johnson and Wolfe Ellsworth, who had been the direct cause of her sister's death. If I die now, I won't need to worry about fighting them, right? Thinking that, she closed her eyes. With her eyes closed, she naturally didn't see the head that quietly emerged at the edge of the roof, followed by an entire body. The person climbed onto the rooftop softly and quickly without alerting them. Confident of his victory, Mr. X's indifferent face finally showed excitement. You're ready to die now? How boring. Let me offer you a piece of information for free. Your birth parents, who died in a car accident. Actually, I was the one who killed them. Rebecca's eyes suddenly widened. What? Shocked, she stared in complete disbelief at Mr. X, or at what was behind him. Mr. X wasn't surprised at her reaction. He grinned maliciously. It was because of you. You showed the makings of an official assassin when you were little, but your parents were stupid enough to keep looking for you even after you went missing for a year. So, I had to hit them with a car and put a drunken man in the driver's seat. Rebecca gnashed her teeth. I'll kill you. Mr. X heaved a sigh. I've been watching you since you were little. You're my last masterpiece. I was waiting for a chance to do you, but you became hard to control too quickly and I didn't get one. Forget it. It's a shame you've never been with any man, but it's time to go to hell. Saying that, he aimed the gun he had taken from Rebecca at her chin. There's one last bullet. This is God's will. Rebecca, however, suddenly laughed in disdain. Yes, this is God's will. Mr. X suddenly felt a cold breeze on the back of his neck. Someone was breathing behind him. His hair all stood up, and he was about to lunge forward and then turn around. However, a huge hand had already clamped down on the back of his neck, and he was lifted in the air. Didn't God tell you never to talk too much before you kill someone? He probably hasn't. A young, teasing voice rang out. Mr. X's grip loosened and Rebecca fell to the ground in a crouch, gasping for breath. She struggled to raise her head. Her expression was odd, as if she didn't know what to say. Behind Mr. X was the face of a person she just met earlier. It was none other than Luke, the bearded young man. As he mocked Mr. X, Luke kicked him. After 2 cracks, Mr. X's knees were broken. He then threw Mr. X to the ground and took out a set of poker cards from his backpack. Here's a chance for you. Play 10 games of blackjack with me. I'll let you go if you win 5 of them. Mr. X gnashed his teeth. Who are you? Luke rolled his eyes and punched him in his left shoulder. Crack. Mr. X cried in pain. Do you want or not? This is your only chance. Luke waved the poker cards in his hand. Mr. X gritted his teeth. Let's do it. Less than 2 minutes later, Mr. X shouted in anger and shock. This is only game 6. You only won 4 games. Luke, however, shook his head, picked up the poker cards, and stood up. Let's just say that you won 5 games. I'll let you go. Mr. X. Rebecca. What? Luke, however, gave another kick, and Mr. X's right arm, which was his last intact limb, shattered with a crack. I've let you go, but it's none of my business whether or not she does. You want to finish him off yourself, don't you? He gave Rebecca's safari arms matchmaster back to her and said, there's one last bullet in it. This seems to be God's will. Mr. X had already begun to throw profanities around. Rebecca accepted the gun but shook her head. This is too easy for him. Luke hummed and tilted his head. Thinking for a moment, he put his hand into his backpack and then took out a towel and a butane flamethrower. Will this be enough? Mr. X's swearing suddenly stopped, and he gazed at Luke, dumbfounded. Rebecca had just been about to reach for the backup clips at her waist. After a brief silence, she said, yes. With that, she walked over and stuffed the towel into Mr. X's mouth before he started cursing again. Can you give me some privacy? She turned around and looked at Luke. Luke shrugged and jumped nimbly off the roof. Dull moans and screams then came from the rooftop, which ended more than 10 minutes later after a gunshot. A moment later, Rebecca jumped off and said, let's go. Luke pointed up. You're going to leave him there? Rebecca scoffed. If the fraternity wants to come after me, so be it. Luke asked, are you sure? After a moment of hesitation, Rebecca finally shook her head. If it'll be troublesome for you, you can dispose of him. Luke thought for a moment, and then climbed up to put Mr. X's body and the various other items into his inventory. He wasn't really worried about trouble. He had worn a pair of thin gloves when he handed over the towel and the butane flamethrower. He hadn't left any traces behind. However, turning Mr. X into Mr. Missing would make it harder for the fraternity to track Rebecca down. This was more important for Rebecca, who had betrayed the fraternity and was on her own. A moment later, he jumped off and said, let's go. Rebecca nodded silently and took the lead. After taking just a few steps, she lost strength in her legs, and fell to her knees. At that moment, an arm stopped her from falling and helped her back to her feet. Just tell me if you're feeling weak. I don't mind helping you. But where are we going? Rebecca caught her breath for a moment as she leaned on Luke's arm. Let's go to the sea. I want to enjoy the wind. Luke threw her onto his back and carried her to the seaside. As he moved, he checked the system notifications. System: kill Mr. X, an important member of the fraternity. Completed. Total experience: 500. Total credit: 500. Contribution rate: 70%. EXP plus 350. Credit plus 350. System: rescue Rebecca. Completed. Total experience: 100. Total credit: 100. Contribution rate: 100%. EXP plus 100. Credit plus 100. Well, it seemed it hadn't been the wrong decision to kill Mr. X or save Rebecca. He earned 100 experience and credit points for saving her, so the system must have acknowledged her as a good person. Luke had a rough idea about who counted as a good person. For example, a righteous, kind-hearted and promising young man like himself was deemed an extremely good person by Daddy's system. He had enjoyed a show, killed one person, and saved another. Tonight had truly been colorful and he had reaped a considerable profit. What a great day, a certain good person thought to himself as he swiftly made for the beach. Chapter 501. Didn't you offer to buy me a drink? Everywhere was close to the sea in Rio. In less than 10 minutes, the two of them reached the seaside. A lot of places were lit up and many people were chatting on the beach. Luke went into a shop and bought a range of things before he carried Rebecca to a deserted spot on the beach. Spreading out the blanket he had just bought and putting her on it, Luke asked with a smile, would you like some juice? Rebecca shifted and sat on the blanket. Juice. Give me a bottle of wine. Luke nodded with a smile. Okay, guarana or jaboticaba. If you don't like those, there are guava and Barbados cherry flavors too. Glaring at the smiling young man, Rebecca finally nodded in resignation. Whatever. Also, thank you. Luke gave her a can of jaboticaba and sat down too. That's all right, it's no big deal. Both of them were silent for a long time. Holding a flashlight in his mouth, Luke began to examine the medical supplies he just bought. Next to him, Rebecca gave a few faint sobs. He didn't disturb her, but simply draped a big towel he had bought over her shoulders to block out the chilly sea wind and for her to wipe her tears and nose on. After everything that happened to Rebecca, the most he could feel for her was sympathy. As a detective from the L.A. Major Crimes Division, he had seen too many tragedies. While what happened to Rebecca wasn't common, it certainly wasn't in the top 10 most tragic stories he had heard. Besides, Rebecca didn't need consoling. She had killed her enemy with her own hands. Everything was gone with the wind. From now on, she herself would decide how she wanted to live her life. No one else could help her make that decision. Luke pulled her right leg to him and quickly cleaned her wound before wrapping it in a bandage. Okay, you're lucky that the bullet only brushed past you. The wound isn't bad, you'll be fine in a few days. After a brief silence, Rebecca suddenly said, your makeup skills are atrocious, Detective Luke Coulson. Unsurprised, Luke said with a smile, "You still remember me." "What an honor." Rebecca scoffed. "A youngster who can take X down easily. You're the only one I can think of who fits the bill." In one sense, Rebecca and Luke worked in similar ways. When they acquired a target, they would go all out with their superior capabilities. They didn't need to use a lot of extra tricks like a disguise or facial recognition. It had been months since she last saw Luke, and Luke had partly disguised his face, so Rebecca hadn't recognized Luke at the bar. Besides, she had barely thought about matters in America after she avenged her sister, much less expected to run into a LA officer in Brazil. When Luke suddenly grabbed her and helped her dodge Mr. X's 2 attacks, she had only had a faint suspicion. Then, when she spoke with Mr. X about her final mission, she suddenly remembered Luke. In the end, when she opened her eyes and waited to be killed, she saw Luke standing silently behind Mr. X. That was when she got it. While she didn't know why Luke helped her, she knew that he couldn't be there to help Mr. "Why did you save me?" It was an offhand question. Pondering for a moment, Luke replied, "Because you're beautiful and I want to buy you a drink." Rebecca laughed and said, "Detective Luke, you're as much a sweet talker as ever, but I don't believe it." Luke shrugged. "The truth is that I know you spared my partner back at the apartment building, and it was unfair of me to shoot you after that. So, I was returning the favor this time." Rebecca sighed. "No, I killed a lot of people. Many of them might have been innocent. But you thought they were bad people, right?" Luke said with a light smile. He didn't think that she had killed too many innocent people, or she would have been suspicious of the fraternity much earlier on. After all, she had been unwilling to act even when Luke shot her. She would have definitely grown suspicious if she had been asked to kill other innocent people. The gunfight in the apartment building demonstrated that Rebecca was a killer with boundaries. She had even been unwilling to hurt Donald and Selena in order to escape, not until the situation turned urgent. Of course, it was a good thing for her that it had been Donald and not Selena who had gotten hurt back then. Otherwise, Luke would have still rescued her tonight, but he would have let her suffer first and only rescued her at the last moment. Luke had always been protective of the people he was close to. Rebecca didn't know what he was thinking, or she probably would have taken her gun out and shot him. She simply smiled bitterly. "But I killed them. That's a fact." Luke thought for a moment before he said, "Then don't bother with it until someone comes looking for you for revenge. Don't get hung up on the past, living is the most important." Rebecca was at a loss. "But what can I do even if I'm alive? Her birth parents died because of her, and so did her sister. Her foster parents, who might have been arranged by the fraternity, didn't love her and were quite nasty to her. That cold family environment had made it impossible for her to refuse Mr. X as a kid when he came to recruit her. Remembering Mr. X and what he said in the end, she was overwhelmed by deep sorrow. She would be lying if she said that she had no feelings for Mr. X. Mr. X was aloof and handsome, and tidied up very well. He took her from her foster family where there was no warmth, and gave her strength and money. But in the end, she discovered that he had been lying with ill intent since the beginning. Rage surged in her heart when she remembered that. She wasn't comforted even though she had roasted Mr. X's balls when he was still alive. She suddenly turned around and jumped on Luke. "Didn't you offer to buy me a drink?" Luke found that odd. "Didn't I just get you a drink? You don't like the taste of jaboticaba? Then switch to guava. I heard it's sweeter." Despite her gloomy mood, Rebecca chortled at his words. "I'm talking about what you said to me when you hit on me at the bar." Luke scratched his head. "But you told me to save my allowance and buy soda for little school girls." Rebecca was dumbfounded. What the heck? What sort of thinking was that? Could this type of person get a girlfriend? Rendered speechless for a moment, she then said unhappily, "Can you get rid of your lousy makeup? It's disturbing." Luke was amused. Checking the time, he guessed that he wouldn't be able to play around at Wild Jungle tonight, so he cleaned his face. Less than 2 minutes later, his face was back to normal, except that his skin was still dark. Rebecca said, "Shine the light on your face, I want to see it." Luke said with a smile, "Don't tell me you want to remember it to get revenge later." But he didn't hesitate to aim the flashlight below his chin. Thanks to that, a twisted, devilish expression suddenly appeared in front of her. Chapter 502. A farewell that isn't awkward. Blank for a moment, Rebecca then burst out laughing. "You think that can stop me from recognizing you next time?" Luke also said with a smile, "Yes, safety first." He knew very well how a woman could hold a grudge. Mr. X whose balls had been roasted for 10 minutes before his head was blown up, could attest to that. Unable to stop laughing, Rebecca grabbed Luke's flashlight. She didn't point it at his face, and only aimed around his neck. For a moment, she observed his face in the shadow of the light. Then, she turned the flashlight off and sighed. "You're a lot more handsome than you were at the apartment building, huh?" Luke chuckled. "My looks have always been my strong point. I can't cover it up, it's a real problem." Rebecca couldn't help but laugh again. In this guy's company, she suddenly didn't feel as sad. Or rather, there was no time to be sad. Tossing the flashlight aside, she put her hands on his shoulders and pushed hard. However, Luke didn't move at all. Luke's expression was strange. "What are you doing?" Rebecca couldn't help but laugh again. "What do you think? If a man buys a woman a drink at a bar and she doesn't refuse, what does it mean?" "Luke, that we can have a pleasant chat." "Shut up, you annoying fellow." She lowered her head angrily. "Are you referring to that?" he asked curiously, and the words turned heavy with cryptic meaning. Not far away, the waves surged again and again as they crashed loudly on the beach for a long time. The sky was dark, the wind blew, and the noisy beach quieted down. On the beach, Rebecca got up and silently put on her clothes on the blanket. Looking at Luke next to her, she sighed and found her shoes before she put them on. "Are you going for a morning jog?" A voice suddenly rang out. Rebecca jerked with shock. It was rare for her to be caught unaware. She then looked at the man on the blanket. "You're awake?" Luke shrugged. "Yes, I woke up before you did." "Rebecca, then why did you keep your eyes closed?" "Luke, what if you wanted to sleep longer? It would have been awkward if I opened my eyes." "Rebecca, and you think this isn't awkward?" Luke chuckled and said, "There's nothing awkward about saying goodbye, right? We're acquaintances now, aren't we?" Speechless for a moment, Rebecca nodded. "Okay, then, goodbye." She turned around and was about to leave. "Wait," Luke called out. Rebecca rolled her eyes. "What now?" Luke got up and took a card out of his knapsack. "This is my contact. You can look me up if you're ever in any trouble that you can't take care of." Rebecca accepted the card offhandedly and put it in her pocket without looking at it. "Anything else?" Luke shook his head. "Nope." Rebecca jumped on him resentfully and wrapped her legs around his waist. "Are you doing this on purpose?" Luke chuckled and supported her weight, before giving her a deep kiss. They didn't separate until a long while later. Luke then said, "Go out and see the world, you don't have to come back until you can calmly face what happened." Looking at him, Rebecca nodded and hummed in agreement. She jumped off of him and turned around to leave. Her steps were a little unsteady in the dark and the injury on her right foot still hurt, but her heart was a lot more at peace. Maybe it was time to let bygones be bygones. Thinking that, she slowly disappeared down a street next to the sea. Luke watched her leave. Then, he lay down again and opened a can of Barbados cherry juice. After a mouthful of the drink, he murmured, "I hope you get through this." He hadn't taken pains to comfort Rebecca since no amount of comfort would help her get over her painful past. If it were him, he would only be able to silently endure the painful days on his own until the day he was able to let it go. Thankfully, nothing similar had happened to him yet, and he would do his best to make sure it never did. Lying on the beach before daybreak, Luke pondered a lot of things as he drank the juice. After sunrise, Luke returned to Wild Jungle and checked in at a nearby hotel. High up in the hotel which faced Wild Jungle, Luke carefully observed the surroundings. He didn't leave the hotel for a whole day. He even had lunch in his room. At night, he set out once again. This time, he didn't enter the club, but simply sat on the side of the road some distance away from the back door of the club and looked at passers-by, like a tourist who was tired from walking. Everything about this place was great, except for the fact that there were too many people. They were everywhere, and it was impossible for Luke to deploy the drones anywhere. Standing up and walking into an alley, he nimbly climbed a wall up to a rooftop. In one corner, he took out a drone from his inventory and swiftly sent it up as he controlled it on his fake phone. It was already late, and the black drone was quiet and inconspicuous. The noisy crowd didn't notice it at all. Setting the drone on autopilot and activating the warning system, Luke leisurely took out a can of juice. There was nobody to disrupt things tonight. He had plenty of time and patience to wait for that Mr. Pedro. At 8 o'clock, Pedro finally returned. Luke began to pack up, ready to break in and tangle with this small boss. The more chaotic and seedy a place was, the less scruples he had, since the police wouldn't bother. But just as he was about to head down, he saw the image transmitted by the drone and stopped. A vehicle which had clearly been modified drove up to the back door. Luke didn't need to examine it carefully to know that it was an armored van designed to transport cash or drugs. The back of the van was opened to reveal that it was empty, but it backed up toward the back door of the club. Was something going to be loaded into the van from the club? Luke scratched his chin and wondered. A moment later, he clearly saw stuff being moved into the van. Less than a minute later, it was all done, and the van started up. Small boss Pedro came out as well. 2 SUVs guarded the armored van between them as they drove off. Luke didn't move for the time being and continued observing. 10 seconds later, after confirming the direction the 3 vehicles were headed in, he simply ran over the rooftops. There were no surveillance cameras in the slums of Rio, and the eyes of regular people couldn't keep up with him in the dark night. By leaping and taking shortcuts over the rooftops, he tailed the 3 vehicles at a measured distance. The 3 vehicles didn't head for the central district. Instead, they circled around the slums before they stopped in front of what appeared to be a factory. The back of the armored truck opened, and holding the things they had brought over, Pedro and his 2 men knocked on the metal door of the building. Chapter 503 Stop. This is money. Luke was already certain that Pedro was here to deliver cash. The strong smell of the paper bills was very clear. He quietly got closer as the drone hovered above. The smell of bills was even stronger inside the building. Whose hoard was this? Luke wondered. Suddenly, his tablet vibrated, and his expression turned strange after he looked at it. On screen, 3 cars sped over and stopped behind Pedro's cars before the door of the building opened. Then, almost 10 masked men got out with rifles in their hands. They also threw grenades at the windshield of the armored van right away. Pedro's men were all forced to get out. They lay obediently on the ground and didn't put up a struggle at all. 2 of the masked men knocked out the bodyguards who were holding the money bags. Pedro had no choice but to raise his hands and shut up when the masked men gestured at him to zip his mouth. They waited for the door of the building to open. Luke clicked his tongue in wonder. Rio really was a wonderful place. His first day here, he witnessed a parkour pursuit through the slums, and on the second day, he was watching criminals rob other criminals. The masked men had good teamwork, but Luke could tell that they didn't have formal training. After they entered, noise burst out from the first floor and there were screams, but no gunshots. The masked men were quite restrained. They only used the grips of their guns to knock out a few guards who tried to resist. Luke moved closer and climbed up to a window to observe what was going on inside. It was dim inside the building. On 2 long rows of tables were all kinds of money bills. A dozen women who were only wearing scanty clothing were driven away from the long tables by the masked men who had just broken in. With one glance, Luke could see that this was some processing or packing site for drug dealers. They preferred to use women to organize and pack things like drugs and cash. Women were generally timid, meticulous and quick, which made them perfect for this sort of labor, and they didn't need to be paid much. In case any of the workers got greedy and tried to steal something, the women were made to work in nothing but their underwear. The masked men worked quickly. In just a few minutes, they rounded up a dozen men and women from the various rooms. The women were allowed to stand, but the men all knelt in a row. One of the men had a bloody nose and mouth. He had been beaten up when he tried to resist. He shouted angrily, "You're all dead. There's nowhere you can hide." One of the masked men stepped forward and took off his mask. "Who says we're going to hide?" The guard's eyes widened. "Are you crazy? You're crazy." He couldn't help but shout, "Do you know whose money this is? Do you know the consequences if you steal it?" Another robber took off his mask too. "Of course we do." Luke raised an eyebrow, not expecting to see these 2. He had actually seen these 2 men before. In Roshina yesterday afternoon, it was these 2 men, along with a woman, who had been pursued frantically by a bunch of people. The first man who took off his mask was the big baldy who had left a deep impression on Luke. The second person was a rather handsome white young man. But Luke wasn't that surprised by these 2. What really intrigued him was another masked person who was standing guard in one corner. The person was hiding in the dark and watched silently without taking off their mask. The window Luke was at was closer to this person, and his sharp nose picked up a familiar scent. Stunned, Luke carefully sized up the person's figure for a moment, then curled his lip. This could also be considered an old acquaintance. The baldy grabbed a half-full oil can and poured out the remaining oil onto a small trolley next to him. On the trolley was a huge pile of cash that had just been collected from all the rooms. Even Luke couldn't help smacking his lips at the amount. The money was mostly USD, and part of it was made up of euros and pounds. By conservative estimates, it was worth millions of USD. Looking at the Baldy's attitude, was he going to burn it up? Sure enough, the Baldy took out a lighter and flicked it on. Not only were the guards and the women alarmed, but even quite a few of the masked men couldn't help jerking forward. Luke felt they definitely wanted to shout something like, "Stop. This is money." But without any hesitation, the Baldy tossed the lighter onto the cash that was covered in oil. Boom. Flames erupted. Luke could almost hear everybody gasp. Damn it, you really burned it. Even Luke, who didn't lack money, subconsciously wanted to break in and put out the fire. But he immediately suppressed the primitive urge and murmured to himself that it wasn't a bad thing to use drug money to build up a tolerance to it. After all, he would never practice tolerance with his own money. The Baldy walked up to the guard. "See, we're not stealing anything." The guard had frozen and looked like he was on the verge of collapsing. The Baldy continued, "Tell your boss we were the ones who did this, and we're not done with him yet." Luke secretly chuckled when he heard that. So, it was personal. This would be fun. The masked men evacuated as they covered each other. They quickly got in their cars and left. Luke thought for a moment but didn't follow them in the end. The Baldy was fighting these drug dealers and could be a good person, but he could also be a bad person. However, Luke was more inclined to believe that the Baldy and his men were in the gray area, just like that old acquaintance of his. So, he wasn't very interested in the personal grudge between the Baldy and the boss of these drug dealers. His main objective for now was still Lisa Fong. Pedro, this minor boss, had been smart enough not to show any signs of resisting. He had been shoved several times, but not hurt. After the masked men left, he cursed and said to the captain of the guards, "I brought over the money for this month. The fact it got burned up is your responsibility and has nothing to do with me." The captain looked at him and said coldly, "Pedro, that's Boss Hernan's money. They followed you here, captured us, and burned at least several $1,000,000, and you say it has nothing to do with you." Pedro's expression was unsightly. "I was held down too." The captain said, "I don't call the shots. If you don't want me to make things up, come with me to see Boss Hernan. You know how the boss deals with traitors." Pedro's face turned pale and his lips trembled as he said furiously, "You're good." He really didn't dare let the captain speak to Hernan alone. If Hernan considered him a traitor, he would die a miserable death even though he wasn't Hernan's direct subordinate. Chapter 504 Your hard-earned money. "No, it's mine now." Listening to their conversation with great interest, Luke then planted a tracker on Pedro's car. Pedro got into the car with the captain and left. Luke followed them unhurriedly. They soon arrived at a villa in a rich neighborhood and met a middle-aged man in the study. Luke, who had followed them here, looked at the man in the image sent from the drone and murmured, "Another person with slicked back hair. Do all bad guys have this hairstyle now?" In the image, the man with slicked back hair had a red face, a big nose, and small eyes. He was pretty ugly. However, the people in the room in front of him couldn't be any more terrified. After the captain and Pedro told him of the assault on his money den, the middle-aged man smiled. "They didn't steal my money, but only burnt it. Ha ha." As he spoke, he walked over to his table and tapped the ornaments on them one by one. "You just watched my $5 million burn up without doing anything." Nobody said anything. The middle-aged man suddenly grabbed a metal sculpture and swung it. Dumb. With a dull noise, the captain of guards fell to the floor. Blood flowed out of his forehead, dyeing the yellow carpet red. Pedro shuddered, but beyond that, he didn't dare move. From the moment he came in, 2 bodyguards had been staring at him with their hands on the guns at their waists. The middle-aged man casually put down the bloodstained sculpture. "Pedro, you work for Christoph. I won't do anything to you." Pedro let out a long breath of relief. However, the middle-aged man continued, "But you did lead those people to my stash, didn't you?" Pedro really wanted to say no. He could tell that those masked men had targeted Hernan's money den purely because of a personal grudge, but he didn't dare say a word right now. "5 million. I don't care what you do, but if you want to continue enjoying yourself in Rio, you'll find some way to make up that amount," said the middle-aged man. Pedro's face darkened as he inwardly cursed Hernan's greed. There couldn't have been more than $4 million in the stash, but the man was asking for 5 million. He stammered, "Sir, that..." The middle-aged man raised his hand. If you have a problem with that, you can die right now. Sweating, Pedro hesitated for a long moment, before he gritted his teeth. Oh okay, Mr. Hernan, I'll get you the money. The middle-aged man nodded and turned to his bodyguards. Find Dominic and Brian, I want them dead. Pedro left the room in silence and let out a long breath of relief before he walked away with a bitter face. Listening to the information sent back by the drone, Luke turned around after a moment and left as well. The middle-aged man was Hernan Reyes, a famous bigshot in Rio who was involved in all kinds of underground businesses, including but not limited to illegal drugs, weapons, prostitution, and smuggling. He had been on Luke's blacklist for a long time, but it wasn't the time to deal with him yet. Luke recalled the drone and left quietly. One thing at a time. He had to take care of Christoph first. Following the tracker, he returned to Wild Jungle. He was wondering if he should sneak in and simply interrogate Pedro, when the man came out again. Carrying a big bag, Pedro got in a car with 2 bodyguards and left Wild Jungle. Luke wondered, were they going to go gather money? 20 minutes later, Luke looked at a small villa not far away. The 2 bodyguards were guarding the entrance to the villa. Pedro had already entered the villa. Suddenly, Luke's expression changed. He saw Pedro walk through the backyard, push open a small, hidden door in one corner, and enter the neighboring yard. Then, the man went to the entrance to the neighbor's basement. He looked around, before he opened the door and entered the basement. Luke smiled and disappeared from the rooftop. In the basement, Pedro used an iron rod to block the basement entrance. Bypassing the odds and ends, he went to a corner, undid a latch, then pushed a cabinet aside to reveal a safe that was as tall as his waist. He typed the password with trembling hands and opened the safe. He stared at the bags of money that were inside for a long time before finally taking them out. He mumbled, "It's my money. I earned it with my blood and sweat." Then, his expression froze and he stopped moving. A cold knife was pressed to his throat, and the sweet voice of a female anchor spoke behind him. "No, it's my money now." Then, muffled screams rang out in the basement. After obtaining the information he wanted, Luke put everything in the basement back to normal, as if nobody had even been there. He then snuck back into the house next door, picked up the big bag of money in Pedro's bedroom, and dragged the bodyguards into the villa. Is it that easy to make money in Rio? Luke sighed as he strolled down the mountain road half an hour later. Pedro had secretly bought the bungalow next to his villa and let it become rundown, while he used its basement as his secret vault. Inside the safe, apart from the cash that Pedro had been about to hand over to Hernan, there were also a small amount of gold and gems. The cash alone was $2 million, and the gold and gems could be worth several million as well. The bag from Pedro's bedroom contained around $800,000, which was revenue from Wild Jungle that belonged to Christoph. Pedro clearly hadn't had time to think too much when he was being threatened by Hernan. Maybe he had other ways to fool Christoph for now before he made up the deficit later. The fact that Pedro didn't use the gold and gems in his safe proved that he had more money. After the interrogation, Luke learned that the man had about $2 million in a personal bank deposit box. Pedro really could scrape together enough money for Hernan, which was probably why Hernan let him go. The captain of the guards clearly didn't have much money, so Hernan took him down without hesitation. Money was what mattered most to Hernan. But of course, all that money was in Luke's inventory now. He didn't plan to touch the money that was in the private bank safe, he would leave it as a plan B. Sensing the items in his inventory, he couldn't help but sigh. It's too small. Even though he had moved most of the illegal money, gold and other stuff in his inventory to some secret locations in Los Angeles before this trip, the cash that he had just obtained still took up a lot of space in his inventory. Chapter 505 Old acquaintance still needs a commission fee. If he had more money coming in later, Luke would have to learn from Pedro and put the money in a big bag before stashing it in a private safe. Being rich was really worrisome. Sighing, Luke flagged down a taxi. "Take me to where the best cars come together." The taxi driver laughed. "Wow, American, no problem, I'll take you to a nice place. It has the best cars." 20 minutes later, the taxi driver hit the brakes. "What about it? This is where the best cars in Rio are gathered." There are also a lot of beautiful girls." Luke smiled and tossed a few bills to him. "The extra money is a tip." The driver examined the cash in delight. Confirming that it wasn't fake, he stuck his head out and shouted after Luke, "Buddy, if you're as generous with the girls as you are with me, they'll be very happy to spend a nice night with you." Luke waved his hand without turning back to show that he had heard the driver. Before he walked into the crowd, the driver smacked his lips. What a rich kid. He then started up his car and drove off. Luke didn't regret giving the driver $100. He was already stressing over what to do with the loot he would get later. If he didn't hurry and waste some of it now, he would feel uncomfortable. After taking a few steps, his expression suddenly changed. He walked up to a car on the side and greeted the person who was taking things out of the trunk. "Hi, gorgeous. It's been a while." The woman paused and slowly turned her head. No, the moment she saw Luke, she frowned. "Who are you?" Luke chuckled. "Miss Vanessa, you don't remember me. We had a great time back in New York. I even bought you dinner." The woman finally turned around all the way. After staring at him for a moment, her expression changed and she gnashed her teeth. "You're the two-bit officer from New York." Luke chuckled and said, "I'm just a tourist here." The woman glared at him angrily. That expression looked like it was full of blame as well as taunting, and even carried a trace of provocation. Luke had only ever met one such beauty with electrifying eyes, that long-legged robber in the bank robbery case in New York, Vanessa. "What do you want?" she asked as she leaned against the car and folded her arms over her chest. Luke shrugged. "I'm here to say hi, but also, I wonder if you can help me out." Vanessa asked, "How?" Luke said, "I need a car. It can't be too slow. It would be even better if it's a little sturdier and can drive cross-country." Vanessa sneered. "It sounds like you want a pickup. How can you get that here?" Luke said with a smile, "But there will be people with that sort of vehicle, right?" Vanessa said, "Why would I help you?" Tilting his head, Luke thought for a moment. "For money." Vanessa's heart dripped blood when she remembered the carload of cash. "Need I remind you how much money you took from me?" Luke chuckled. "That's all in the past. Do you not want to make some money now?" Vanessa snorted. "You are just a minor officer. How much can you possibly cough up? You can't even afford my car." Luke fished out something from his knapsack and then casually tossed her something black. "Get me a car in 30 minutes, this is your commission." Vanessa subconsciously caught the plastic bag, and with one squeeze, she knew it was cash inside. Quickly hiding the bag between her and the car, she examined its content before she threw the bag into the trunk and closed it. 10 minutes, but it won't be cheap, she said simply. Luke made an, "Okay," gesture. Several minutes later, she waved at him from a distance. Luke walked over. A short man was standing next to Vanessa. Seeing Luke, he said bluntly, "You want a car? Something very sturdy and strong." Luke felt that this description met his requirements, and he nodded decisively. The short man said, 200,000. No bargaining. If you want it, I'll take you to the car. Luke said, "Okay, but you might as well drive the car here. I'm in a hurry." In any case, if there was something wrong with the car, he would demand his $200,000 back from the guy. He liked guys who followed the rules, he liked those who broke them even more. The short man didn't say anything else, and quickly drove off. Vanessa listened to their conversation in silence. It wasn't until the short man left that she finally said, "I didn't expect you to be corrupted too." Luke was amused. "Can one only become rich through corruption? I rely on my capabilities to make money, and I pay my taxes to the IRS. Why can't I use it?" Vanessa scoffed. "Then why are you working as a cop? Wait, are you no longer a cop?" She suddenly recalled that with his capabilities, this man really could make a lot of money if he wanted to. For example, there had been more than $10 million in cash in her car back then. During their bank robbery in New York, if this small-time officer wanted to, he could have snapped up 100 years' worth of his salary and retired immediately after. Luke shook his head with a smile. "No, I like being a cop. Work makes me happy." Vanessa snorted. "You're not afraid I'll expose you?" Luke spread his hands. "What's there to expose? That I'm an American officer. I don't work for the FBI. I'm just a tourist in Rio. Are Brazilians so unfriendly to tourists nowadays?" Vanessa was rendered speechless. His logic was flawless. There was no way LA police would come here to arrest people, they were worlds apart. The short man returned as they were chatting, towing a big black behemoth behind his convertible. Luke's jaw almost hit the ground when he saw it. In his convertible, the short man looked at Luke and said, "Don't tell me that you're not going to pay up." Smacking his lips, Luke said, "Let me ask you first, you didn't steal this car, did you? I don't want to be hunted down by Brazilian police the moment I drive it out." The short man burst out laughing. "Bro, you're overthinking it. This is just a Hummer that we personally modified. The real vehicles that carry out missions in the slums are all military armored trucks. This is common goods in comparison. Luke observed the car more carefully and did find traces that it had been modified. It also didn't have the police logo on it, even if it did look like some Brazilian armored police vehicle. This modified Hummer wouldn't be able to withstand an RPG attack. When it entered those small alleyways, it would blow up in a fireball. In Brazil, it was usually the army who deployed armored vehicles. As if going to war, they would drive the real military armored vehicles into the city and fight the drug dealers. Unfortunately, once the dust settled, the drug dealers were still alive and kicking. Chapter 506. You think money is everything. Luke rummaged around in his knapsack again and took out another black bag. He threw it to the short man in the convertible and said, "Don't tell anyone you sold me a car, or you know what'll happen." The short man scoffed, "You don't need to tell me that." Chuckling, Luke got into the driver's seat of the Hummer, closed the door, and waved at Vanessa. "Thanks. Next time I need a car, I'll ask you for a recommendation again." The short man couldn't help but interject, "Hey, can't you come straight to me? I have a lot more cars." Vanessa looked at him in disdain but didn't say anything. This shorty was a tycoon in the black market car trade. He definitely wasn't bragging. Luke, however, shook his head regretfully. "Sorry, I'm not into men, so I don't want you to earn the commission." He then hit the gas pedal and drove the Hummer away with a deafening noise. Stunned for a moment, the short man then raised both his middle fingers at the Hummer. "I'm not into men, either." After he was done cursing, he turned around and looked at Vanessa, before he heaved a sigh. "Fine, if I were him, I would prefer to make a deal with you, too. Give me my share and get lost," said Vanessa coldly. The short man snorted and quickly examined the cash inside the black plastic bag. He wrapped up 2 wads of cash in a newspaper and tossed it to her. "Okay, recommend me to this spendthrift the next time he needs a car. Look, I'm very trustworthy. I said I would give you 10%. Vanessa took the cash and left without another word. Speechless for a moment, the short man then grumbled angrily, "So what if you have money? You think being rich is everything? Fine, being rich really is everything." Luke drove along the road. He filled up the gas tank at a gas station on the way. He also bought some water, food and juice at a nearby supermarket. 10 minutes later, he resumed his journey and drove over the sea bridge to Niterói. As he drove, he recalled the intelligence he had obtained from Pedro. He had to admit that Pedro, this small boss, was pretty cunning. The sites he had told Luke about weren't where Kristoff would be, but Hernan Reyes's major nests. If Luke broke into those locations recklessly, he would probably face a barrage of hundreds of guns. Unfortunately for Pedro, Luke interrogated his 2 bodyguards separately. They followed Pedro every day, and thus knew a lot of things. After cross-checking all 3 confessions, Pedro's plan to get Luke killed by Hernan went up in smoke. Of course, dead Pedro didn't know that Luke would have gone after Hernan sooner or later anyway. In Luke's eyes, this big shot was a big gift bag of experience points floating around on the map of Rio. Kristoff, on the other hand, had gone abroad a few days earlier, and the bodyguards didn't know for sure if he was in America or any of the other South American countries. But Luke now had the whereabouts of Lisa Feng, his main objective. It was precisely Pedro and those 2 bodyguards who had caught Lisa Feng. They had escorted the female DIA agent to the Itauca Mountains to the northeast of Niterói. The bodyguards couldn't tell him the exact location. They didn't go to that mountain stronghold often. They didn't even remember how far they drove to get there. Since it was located in the mountains, there were no buildings or streets that could be used as landmarks. Luke wasn't too worried. After he entered the mountains, he could send out a drone to check for locations where people were gathered. It wouldn't be hard for him to locate this secret stronghold. The only thing that he wasn't sure of was how long it would take for him to find the place. He hoped it wouldn't be too long. He still needed to go claim the experience gift bag that was Hernan Reyes back in Rio. Under the cover of night, Luke drove over the sea bridge and followed the highway along the sea northeast. At 2 in the morning, he pulled over and slept for 2 hours. The advantage of this modified Hummer was that the iron plates on it could withstand regular rifle bullets. Lying inside the car, Luke didn't have to worry about someone shooting him. At 4 in the morning, Luke got up after a good rest. He stretched comfortably and freshened up. After eating breakfast on the grass outside, he patted his belly in satisfaction before he set off again. He sent the drone out again. It moved ahead of the car at a fixed distance. Luke had searched the entire way as he drove last night, but didn't find the mountain stronghold. He had been busy the whole of yesterday, and had needed some rest to recharge. Now, he was full of vigor and his stomach was full. He couldn't wait to get to work. The drone spotted something twice, but they turned out to be the mountain villas of some tycoons. After 2 false alarms, it sent a third notification an hour later. The moment he saw it, Luke felt that this was the place. It was a wooden building next to a river and which was surrounded by barbed wire. There were also sentry towers and armed guards, just like the bodyguards. Description: this place looked more like a prison than a holiday home of the rich. Luke hid the Hummer among the trees off the road. He then began to use the tablet to operate the drone for reconnaissance. He had a visual on 5 guards in the mountain stronghold. These were just the guards who were on night duty. Logically speaking, there couldn't be fewer than 15 guards here in order to arrange a patrol shift. Brazil was never short of people who would risk their lives for money. So there were probably more guards, anywhere from between 20 to 25. As the drone hovered in the air, it suddenly sent back another image. Luke looked at it, only to discover that the image was of a camp 2 kilometers away. Compared with the stronghold here, this looked more like a military camp, with more people on patrol and buildings that looked like barracks. There were more than 100 people in this camp. Also, a road directly connected the camp to the stronghold. Luke rubbed his chin. Why did it look like a personal military camp of Kristoff's? Suddenly, the drone sent out an alarm. Blank for a moment, Luke then quickly had the drone descend, and adjusted the camera so that it faced the sky. A moment later, a small drone that looked like a model plane flew across the sky. Luke scratched his head. So, he wasn't the only person doing reconnaissance here. He thought for a moment, then sent out another drone from his inventory. Instead of approaching the stronghold, this drone hovered high above his car to examine the stronghold's surroundings. It wasn't long before Luke picked up an abnormality. A team of 6 was lurking in the dim forest 100 meters away from the stronghold. The distinctive combat equipment on them was clearly in an American style, and their night vision goggles were just as fancy. What American style? To summarize in one word: expensive. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.